No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts.
This is hit and run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the face, then we run. Feelings from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet cracked, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud. It's cold and clear, that's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units over. Local car moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
We the roam.
Yo, that's our brand new intro music. You know, my brother, I had to put it together. I had to.
Brother, I appreciate you letting me drive. Thank you very
You know,
much.
hey. You know, I don't want to say I'm a passenger king. Okay, I ain't a passenger princess. You get what I'm saying?
Like my man gonna have me just sitting back there doing nothing. So I'm glad you let me take control. I appreciate that.
Yay! So we're back again for another show, and this is a series. We started off with the Somali thing, and now we're on to dealing with New Jersey and another group of I don't know if you want to call them immigrants, American born, but live like they're immigrants. I don't know what you want to call these guys, but it's time to hit it, man. We're not gonna sugarcoat it. We're gonna be polite, but we're gonna tell the truth, and we're gonna show the receipts tonight. And what you up to over there? How's the fam? How you doing over there, Fearless?
Oh man, we doing great, man. I want to give it. I want to tell everybody, please support us, because the last guy that did this, he got dinged. The person we're going to be talking to, they dinged him up. Took his
Patreon, I think.
Patreon away, and like he said, he's talked about everybody. He's from the Somalians to everyone else, and the only time he got into trouble was talking about this group of people, which is kind of crazy. You know, we thought the free speech was something, but it lets you know the power that some communities may have, and if you say anything or you try to do anything against them, it can be some negative consequences. But I do want to get a shout out because I did not get a chance to last time. I was outside smoking a cigar. My phone was not near me. So let me give a shout out to Mr. Burt Ross. He gave a cash at the last time. That is greatly appreciated, sir. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for watching. And thank you for tuning in tonight. So thank you, Mr. Burt Ross. That is much appreciated. I didn't give a chance to give you any accolades last time. So I'm making sure that before I get the show started, I can give my accolades. That is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I also want to shout out not only Burt Ross, but my brother T-Mac. I think he gave me $15 last time on Cash App. And we don't normally check our Cash Apps on a regular basis. Maybe we need to. We appreciate you brothers always supporting the channel. I call Burt Ross my nephew. He's out there moving silently. I want this brother to get up on a panel and start talking and showing and sharing with brothers how he's able to get around and not get in trouble. Everybody's complaining about the places they go, but my nephew Burt, he gets around the whole world. And
so he can move without getting into any trouble?
Yeah.
He must be a small head. Because that's
how
they move. They move
right now.
And don't get right now. Maybe is he a black Israelite? I mean, he got to do something like that.
Hey, Bert, you better defend yourself. But I don't think he is. I don't think he's just a good young man, and he's doing everything the right way, you know. So
and just, you can get around say what you just said. And this is what I want to contention when people say, when we go into this show, what you just said was he's doing everything the right way. I want people who are listening to this to ask that same question. Are they doing anything illegal? Right. Or are they just doing something the right way?
Right.
Or, you know, meaning, are they just doing it the way that allows them to get away with certain things? So I want you to ask yourself that when we watch some of this, meaning, is it illegal what they're doing, or have they just found loopholes? And what would happen if you took advantage of those same loopholes? Because some would just say like if I was looking at my man Frank Zanu, and he would just say in a sense that we just ain't smart enough to take advantage of what's going on.
You're not trying to wind up in jail either, you know. But here's the thing, and maybe that's the imprinting from our time of 400 years of just being downtrodden, you know, and how religion, even in our community, has paralyzed us from even raising a fist and putting it in God's hands and praying about it and all these things, instead of getting down where it gets down and getting dirty about it, you know, and fighting for the things that you believe in. We like to say, oh, we need to pray about it. We need to be better than that. Unfortunately, you know, Obama's wife said something when they hit low, we still, you know, rise to the occasion. No. See, the YT people have been doing this for generations. They even changed the Bible. This is a slave Bible, if you didn't know. And they taught us how we needed to be, you know, subservient to our masters and let God deal with the masters. All the while, the masters know that same book and they beating the shit out of you. And they don't have no regrets on doing it. And the next episode, we're going to be talking about these chosen people and how they believe Gentiles are supposed to live and die for them. So, you know, this is a round robin thing. Even though we might be talking about this small community, we're going global with this. We're getting back around to what's going on in Iran and everything else. But we got to preface everything. We're stepping in stages. Okay. There's a bigger agenda. Let's say that.
Are we going through this whole video? We're gonna just start from the beginning and go through.
No, I'm jumping around. I'm jumping.
I was gonna say you could just roll right through it.
But well, there's two of them, so I wanted to kind of include both of them. So the first part of this, I want to go into The welfare machine, households and versus the institution. Okay. So the premise behind this is we're looking at both, not only the Orthodox, we're going to go ahead and say the Orthodox little hats versus the Somali Minnesota community, and how they were utilizing the same system in different ways in order to extract the benefits from America and kind of make it look like it's legal, or you can say illegal.
And then I have a question about that.
Mhm.
When the Somalians did it, I mean, it was like we are going to not let any Somalians. We're going to cancel their
But
passports.
we're going to
They can't
deport
come in.
them. They got to go and all these other things.
It was on Fox News. It was on all these places. I mean, I even heard your man Anton talking about it. You know, he liked to talk about all the black people
Oh,
when
yeah.
they were on the Somalians. I have not heard a peep from anyone concerning this. Anyone.
Well, Tyler and some others, and yes, they have been convicting people in these communities since about 2017. So it's been quiet. It's not been nationalized. That's the biggest thing. It hasn't picked up on national news, but locals know about it. People around New Jersey know about it. But on a national scale, you think somebody in California even knows what we're about to start talking about?
Yeah.
They don't. But everybody knew about the Somalis. Everybody knew the
Just
scam.
ask yourself why.
Exactly.
The president talking about the Somalians. And I'm not giving them an excuse. You know, if they did something illegal, they did something illegal. But let's get into this, man, because I looked up the law, and I'm going to go with what the law says. But we'll do that once we get into this.
Let me go ahead and play this first 6 seconds, and then we'll go ahead.
Do you want to give them a background, or does this show give them a background?
Well, I mean, if I go back to the beginning, I can just let you run it. I'll let him run his intro.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
All right, let me go here on this one, because we got 2 videos. This brother went, this YouTuber went and did 2 different videos because it was such a popular topic and what was going on in this community. But I'm going to go ahead and play his intro. Hold on, let me share the screen.
No.
Oh, is that the right one? I'm trying to make sure that's the right one I want to show. Yeah, this is the one I want. You see, that's the one you're seeing. Nope, that's wrong. I got too many videos up right now. Hold on.
Now, letting y'all know that Ronan is great at AI. Now, getting these videos together, he might not be the best, but don't let that brother fool you. He can put an AI video together.
I am driving the ship, running the ship, and I appreciate all the patience in the world, believe me. But I'm gonna go ahead and run this. Can you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You work for Hamas? I don't want my kids to play in the house of a secular guy.
This is Curious Joel. A village of 44,000 Hasidic Jews in upstate New York that primarily speak Yiddish have an average of 7 kids per family. How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids? It's one of the poorest towns in America, with 40% living beneath the federal poverty line. Many men here are religiously studying the Torah full-time and heavily rely on public assistance and welfare in the form of Medicaid, housing vouchers, food stamps, and cash aid to support their giant families that God commanded them to have. And the village enforces strict gender roles, modest dress codes, and sends their kids to private religious schools. And why is it okay for Jewish people to live together in a homogenous Jew-only community, but it's illegal when white people try to build their own? I pulled up to Curious Joel myself to see what's going on. Welcome to Curious Joel, a traditional community of modesty and values. In keeping with our traditions and religious customs, we kindly ask that you dress and behave in a modest way while visiting our community. This includes wearing long skirts or pants, covered necklines, sleeves past the elbow, use appropriate language, maintain gender separation in all public areas. Thank you for respecting our values. Let's pop in here and say shalom.
All right. So that's the
crazy right there already, that they telling you when you enter their community.
Hello.
How you need to dress.
A whole other world.
How you need to act.
Yeah. You better behave.
That right there lets you know. When I think Ronald Reagan called them welfare queens, we call them hood rats, ghetto. If a black woman lays up with a dude who don't work and got 4, 5 kids, and he don't work, oh, we gonna say everything about her. We're gonna say everything. But if this guy doesn't, no feedback, no nothing. I mean, what's the difference between them and a brother who says you can't come to the hood? I'm not understanding where these rules come from. Right. And how is it that is celebrated? And here's what they said. This is one of the poorest. And when they say poorest, I don't think it's really poor. It's probably poor in this sense, where they collecting welfare and doing things like that. Oh, but shoot. I don't know if they do it on this show, but this is what the guy said.
Hold on. Don't jump ahead. We got the finance side of it too.
Do you got the Section 8? Do you got the Section 8?
Yes.
No, where the guy says how you game them?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's coming. That's coming.
All right. I'm sorry. I jumped ahead of the game.
Yeah.
I'll just stay with this.
It's going.
Is it fair? Because when I looked up on ChatGPT and I asked it about the New York state laws. And I said, is it possible that, a woman can have kids and not tell who the father is and collect welfare? And it says the state requires the identity of the biological father to be known so they can pursue child support. If a child is receiving benefits, the county welfare agency will go after the father directly. And if you hide that, or if you lie in the information, then that is considered fraud. So I know what somebody is saying, they gaming the system, they doing that. No, they are committing fraud. They're having kids. The guys go to religious school afterwards and they don't get married by the state. They get married in their synagogue. So they marry, everybody. Hey, how many times I went on every red pill show and they said, don't get married. Don't let the state marry you. I didn't know it was for this reason, but that's what it looks like. Don't get married by the state, so there's no paper trail. Your wife can get on welfare, have kids, collect it. You get on Section 8, so Section 8 paying for that. And your uncle owns the Section 8 building, so he making the money from it anyway. And that's just how the loop goes. But we have no problem with that. We see no issue when this group does it. Why is there such an outrage when the Somalis have a fake daycare? And from what I understand, I don't even know if that was fake. From what I listened to afterwards, that the guy was not doing the reporting correctly. But that's neither here nor there. Let's say it was. Why is it an outrage where we don't want Somalis in the country because they are committing fraud? But we have no problem with a dual citizenship. We have no problem with the Islamic or the Israelis coming here or being here and get a dual citizenship and do crime and go back to Israel and nobody pursues them. Why do we tolerate that? And I say we, because as people of color, and we did it on this show, we condemned other people of color. We went after them. How dare them? We FBA. How dare them dudes come over here and do that? We were here first, and we're what's the other term? Not FBA, ADOS. We ADOS. Yeah. FBA, we this. And Somalians don't like us, Africans. But you don't never. I ain't heard a white person, except for this gentleman. I ain't heard a white person come out and say nothing about this town. I didn't hear none of this on Fox News. Go ahead, brother.
All right, hold on one
Oh
second.
yeah, you're right. The channel mate, you know that it. So here's what we're talking about. So it's not known. We are not talking about people in general. We are talking about these people in this state, in this city, in this community. Individuals. We're not going after people as a whole. We're not saying the Jewish people.
Well, not yet.
We're not saying
yet. That's next week. But this week we're just talking about these people in comparison to the other people.
Correct. So we're doing a comparison between how people are treated if they are people of color or of Somali, and what is the difference between why we're treating one group of people one way, another group of people another way, when the crime seems to be the same. Go ahead. You can play this, gentleman.
Help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
Yep. How many people out here are on like welfare in the form of like housing assistance or Section 8 or EBT, SNAP, Medicare?
Yes.
And that allows you to study the Torah?
Yes.
And raise your kids?
Yes, thank you.
How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
Wow.
There you go.
And here's the thing. He ain't even scared to admit it.
No.
He said this is what we do. The
Oh,
Torah
check.
says be fruitful and multiply, and we doing it as much as we can. We're gonna have all the kids we can. And you, thank you, United States government. You are paying for it. You are paying for me to study the Torah as long as I want, and for me to keep having kids and stay here. You are paying for it. I'm not. You fought for this, brother. You fought for this, the freedom. You fought for this.
Hey, I fought for something, but I ain't fight for this. These people are literally taking advantage of a system that was established for American people. Some of which
they are Americans.
These are Americans, yes, they are. But they're literally trying to transform America into a whole nother culture because of religion. Now, obviously, the United States was established on allowing freedom of religion and the practicing of the religion. But when does that freedom starts to become an invasion of 100%? You do it our way, our religious way, or you don't do it at all, and you're not welcome here, and leave the country. Literally, some of these people are saying, if you don't like what we're doing, you can leave the country.
I've never heard that in reference to these individuals. I've never heard that.
No, they literally said, if you don't like, and you'll see it in some of these videos that we play.
No, I'm saying I've never heard
from another culture. Yeah.
I've never heard them say it to the Jewish community. Like, if you don't like this, leave.
Right. No, they won't say it to them, but again, there's a connection behind all this, and that's why we're building up to that. You know, but we got to.
I just want to go on and connect all the way, Ronan, because we hear about the Latinos coming into the country and having a lot of kids and living poor and being a drain on the system.
Right.
You know, the medical system.
Let's be real. The real false perception is that people of minority races, Black, Hispanic, and others, are the drain on the system, when we all know the majority of people on social services to this day are YT. Now, they don't break that down by, you know, ethnic type, but YT people are the majority people on all the social systems in the country. So while they might make you feel less than for being on it, they are still the majority using it.
Let's see.
But I got another video. If you're done with your point, I can go ahead and play that one.
Go ahead.
You know, it's still adding to this topic. So let me pull the video back up. I got it queued up, ready to go. I got my PC is moving a little slow. So, no.
Town. Just keep in mind everything's kosher. Excuse me. Do you guys take EBT?
We do.
Like, do most people come in here and use EBT? Yeah. Okay. What percentage of people would you say use EBT for their groceries here? 100%. Wow. He said 100%. What percent?
There you go. Is that outlandish? They're on EBT and SNAP.
Man, I just looked this up. I just looked it up because I wanted to know. The dude said he had a lot of kids. I'm not even going with the amount of kids that he had. I'm just going to say 5. So I just wanted to know 5 kids. So this is a household of 6, including the mom. They get approximately $1,400 a month. That's just in a cash portion. They just getting that. And they still only get Section 8, so they not paying no rent. They get $300 per person per month in food stamps. So 3 times 6 is $1,800. So the housing and rent, Section 8 vouchers and all that covers New York. That's a value of about $3,500 a month. Then you remember, you having kids. You have not paid a gynecologist or anybody any insurance to have those kids. The government is paying for that. So your doctor's visits, your hospital visits, your kids' health care, they're not, all of that is being paid for by benefits. Your WIC, your child care assistance, because you know what they've done is they don't want anyone secular to watch their children, meaning you or I could not benefit and open up any type of daycare. They keep that money within themselves. So they'll open up their own daycare to send their own children to. School, HEAP, which is utility assistance. So they're getting utility assistance. School meals are free. So after it added it all up, man, it was saying that they're making a single mom with 5 kids is typically supported to the level of $5,000 to $6,000 a month. Free.
No.
Free.
No.
I mean, they pay nothing.
Wait. You don't understand. That's just per kid. Wait until we get to the school districting issue that's going on. That's costing them $100,000 for transportation costs for these same children.
I mean, the dude said everybody that come through this line got an EBT card. And usually that store is a kosher. You know, they got the grocery store that only sells kosher items. So, man, we are ignorant in our community because they got their own grocery store to sell their own food to their own people, selling their own type. When they say that the money does not leave their community, they not lying. They not lying. Money don't leave their community.
All right, I got the next video queued up, and this is going to go into a little bit more.
You think they take the money? Good, man. Bienvenidos a Muncie-land. Con mi amigo. All right, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So-so. Well, I don't
What
like
do you mean by so-so?
Because the Hasidics.
Do they treat you as one of them? Like,
No,
are you guys
no.
on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. Do you think there is large-scale welfare fraud out here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a lot. They get away with everything. They get the Section 8. They get everything. The free housing and, you know.
Do you think most people work out here in the Hasidic community?
No.
How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing, too.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I got to ask you that. It's the most important.
Man, let me tell you, y'all might be too young for this song. Y'all might be too young. But when I came up, there was what's my Public Enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a line that he said, people, no, Flavor Flav, people are the same. No, we not the same because we don't know the game. That's the truth. We don't know the game. They know the game. Even the white dude said, damn, I don't know what they doing because I do the same thing. I don't know. I don't know the game. We are looped out of the system, man. We don't know how to roll with the system. And we so concerned about what Jack got and what we don't have, we reporting them. We don't want them to have it. We reporting them. In this group community, it said, no, we ain't reporting them. We all in on it. We all in on it, Otis. This us. We all in on it. That's how we're gonna survive. We're gonna take advantage of the system. All of us gonna take advantage of the system. That is just,
and it replicated itself. To be fair, the same thing happened in the Somali community. The Somali community, once they figured out the system and how it worked, they kept those secrets within their community and kept replicating it in their community to where they were all able to take advantage of the system, our system, the American system, the way it sits.
mm-hmm.
There are loopholes, there are advantages to where you're not deceiving, but you are being unethical about how you're using the system in good faith. But yet and still, is it illegal? There's a line that can be crossed that makes it legal, and there's a line that can be crossed that makes it illegal. And in both communities, some people have gone to jail and others have not even been prosecuted.
I know one thing that they did take from the Black community, and they actually, I think they took that much because the Black community says it, but they don't really mean it, you know. Snitches get stitches. They ain't snitching on none of them. They ain't snitching. Nah, we ain't snitching. We ain't, you know, we quick to call some 911 and tell somebody they not doing it. The Somalians wasn't doing it. The Latinos keeping it amongst themselves. I'm just not understanding how, where's the outrage at? Even if we just talk about this community, where's the outrage? No outrage. I think I have, let me see if I can play one. I think I have one that may have that. Let's see, where is that at?
And while you're doing that, just to give you a little bit of more information, Ocean County is where this city is, and there's over 60,000 people on SNAP in that one little area.
Man.
So that'll let you know. And as we get through some of these videos, you'll hear them say there's multiple women in the house because they can marry more than one. They can have more than one wife. And since the state doesn't recognize their marriage, they're not committing any crime in that respect either.
Because they're not really married. I mean, according to the state.
Right.
They've been doing what we've been trying to do for years.
Right. And they get housing vouchers. You hear that part. They get housing vouchers.
Yeah, Section 8.
How many houses they have. And then what they do in order to compound the situation is they might buy a property. They'll redistrict it to be a prayer property where they rebuild the house, they make it way bigger, and in the basement or something, there's a prayer room. So they give you a 501, they take out 501c3s as nonprofit organizations and religious organizations. So now you don't pay any property tax because now it's a church inside of a residential area.
I can't wait till you, I don't want to jump ahead, but I can't wait till you get to how they did it, because I can't blame them for how they did it. But I'm gonna play this video to show you some of it, of what they're doing. I think this talks about it.
Allow for all of this to happen.
Right. So basically what's going on is they get married in the church. Okay. But the state of New Jersey does not recognize the Jewish marriage.
But let me just go back. I seen half of what was that half of?
They allow for all of this to happen?
Right. So basically what's going on is they get married in the church.
Half of all benefits go to one town out of 33. Damn. That means if you got 33 towns, half of it goes there. Half of all the benefits go to this one place.
Okay, but the state of New Jersey does not recognize the Jewish marriage on paper with the state. So what happens is the females are allowed to stay home and pump out 5-6 kids. They collect the benefits because they're not married. And it goes on everywhere. Like every one of these houses, I guarantee, or not everyone, but majority, they're married couples within the Jewish church, but the state doesn't recognize it. And then they're able to collect all these benefits. So, you know, you hate on this, but the alternative, if you want this, is just not get married.
Right.
Right. This is the lesson in Lakewood, New Jersey. If you get married on paper with this.
Pause that real quick.
I pause.
There's something you said earlier. You said that even in our community, if we have children out of wedlock and the woman's on Social Security, on social services, the county goes after the father, right?
Yeah.
In order to recoup some of the money they're paying out in these benefits.
That's right.
How come we don't hear about all these child support cases in Lakewood, New Jersey? Why aren't all these
I don't know who the father
Hasidic?
is.
No, brother, they living in the same house. They all living in the same house. So you can't say, because don't they have welfare checks or well checks within the system?
Oh, they don't do
when
that
you
no
on
more.
welfare, you get welfare checks.
They don't
Oh,
do
yes,
that
they
no more.
do.
I don't think so.
They do. Oh, they must not do it in New Jersey, but they do it.
They did
So
that
there's
back
a lot
in
of
the
things that are
60s,
being grayed out.
70s.
There's a lot of things I'm saying that is being grayed out as the way the system is supposed to work. Women are supposed to tell who the father is of the child. One, the state is supposed to go after the child to recoup some type of care for those monies that are being paid out. Two, okay, if the man doesn't work because he's studying the Torah 24 hours a day, he's still obligated to pay his child support. So if he's not, then there should be a whole bunch of Hasidic Jews in jail making money for the state. But there's not that either.
I'm going to read this to you because that's
Go
what I
ahead.
looked up. I asked about the welfare checks. So I'm reading this blindly, so whatever it says, it says. It says, I asked, do they do them like they used to do, to go to people's houses and do that welfare checks?
Right.
It says, yeah, but not the old school random knock and search your house the way people talked about. In states like New York and New Jersey, it used to be more aggressive decades ago, but today it's much more limited and regulated. So back in the day, caseworkers would surprise visits to see if there's unreported adult living in a home, or like if they would often call it midnight raids. So they would come in the middle of the night to see if somebody living there.
Yeah.
So now it says,
while you in the bed, yeah.
Yeah, it says now the courts ruled that the government can't violate your constitutional rights because you receive benefits. They cannot search your home without consent. What's happening now? They do a scheduled or limited visit, and you can refuse entry. That's another thing. They investigate fraud through other methods, database, leases, stuff like that. But the guys just don't put anything in their name. So in reality, it says if the father is living at home but not reported, that can be considered fraud. But how can they prove it? So the straight answer is, it says they try to do it against database target. There's no targeted investigations, anything like that. So
basically, as time has gone on, they've just gotten lazy about doing their job.
Well, it probably got so many people on welfare that they can't check it like that, like they used to. One, and then hold up, bro. Let me say something. This place got its own police force. What you talking about? If they got their own police
let's be
force,
clear.
but I'm just saying, they
Clear.
got
Hold
their
up.
own
They
police force. You think
legal
somebody gonna come through their neighborhood?
They're not legal police. They're not
At-
legal police. They have emergency medical teams and OEMs. And we're gonna get into the
It's
Sharam.
not legal police. We're gonna see how them we're gonna see how them non-legal police
they be
go
body
downtown
watching
and
you
get
the
them
whole time.
tickets taken. No, we're gonna
Yeah.
talk. I can say they're not police, but we're gonna show how them non-legal police can get, by the time you get the ticket and you went downtown, the ticket is already gone. The police officer said he can write the ticket in the middle of his shift, and by the time he get off the shift, that ticket is already taken care of. So tell me what kind of power that is, man. Let me let this play. Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish your video. Yeah.
On this, but the alternative, if you want this, is just not get married.
Right.
Right. This is the lesson in Lakewood, New Jersey. If you get married on paper with the state, they will handcuff you to the point where you can only have one kid because you can't afford to have multiple kids. But here, they live on the system. But that system was created. They just know how to use it better than us.
Well, it's not just that. It's people learn, they read, they educate themselves.
Right,
so the
right.
pathway to getting things in life is through understanding, not tolerance. All of this has come from the tolerant left.
I wouldn't say that, but this is what I did here. Take it as a grain of salt. What those, hey, shout out to LJ in the house. Thank you for joining, LJ. What they do is, when they say they are going to read the Torah, they are spending days upon weeks, upon months, upon years
They pray
debating
3 hours a day.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just when they go to study, when they go to their study, they are debating, they are constantly reading, going through all of that. So who makes the best lawyers? They've been debating from the time they was 10. This is what they do. They've been reading consistently since that time. So when they become lawyers and know the law, they can look through this and say, loophole, loophole, loophole. Got it, got it, got it. That's how they find them out. We can't, they say if you want to hide something from a brother, you just put it in the book. Well, these dudes is reading every single day.
Hey.
We don't read anything. We don't know. We just break the law. And they say, nah, here go the loophole. Here go the loophole.
And speaking of loopholes, I got this video sitting right here waiting for you. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if
And stop, they just pass. That's why so much traffic and accidents, and it's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video good?
That video was good because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I went to, I've been in the school system, and we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since our school board was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And they had control over our public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that way we would fail. And we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo School Board and went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers.
Pause that. I'm going to break this down to what they did and to what you don't do. They came into their town. See, they divide us and conquer. They didn't do that. They came into this town and they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to control the economics of this town. We're going to get, David and Hosariah and Goldfin and, all of them, they're going to run for the school board. And we only going to vote them in. We're not going to vote for the other people. So the town majority voted for those people to be on the school board. And when they got them on the school board, you know what they said? Public school. We're not going to pass a bill that pays for the public school. They didn't pass the bill for the public school. They let the public school default, go into foreclosure because they didn't pay it. And as soon as they did that, that same school board voted to buy the school and make it into an Orthodox Jewish school. They diverted all the funds because they run the school board, all the funds from the public school. They didn't give them funding at all. They took out the band, the art classes, all. No, we're not funding that. They took all that out and funded their school. They got their school buses. Your kid got to walk to school. Your kid is snow on the ground out there in New Jersey, 20 below. You walking your ass to school. Our kids, we got to have a school bus. We got to have a specific school bus that picks them up. Go ahead and let the rest of that video play. Oh, I don't. Hey, you can't. You LJ, you
real quick,
you can't hate the player. You got to hate the game.
This right here is what we were talking about earlier when it comes to authorized by the state of New Jersey, not authorized by the state of New Jersey. Now they have these groups, the Sharem and the Hatzolas, which are quote unquote community services, EMTs, OEM, emergency medical and emergency assistance, or what you could call community watch. They dress up like they're police. They're dressing up like they are security and emergency medical workers, but they police you. They try to tell you to move on. But the whole thing is the local police also assist in some of these things. But when you bring up the law, and Tyler had to sometimes when the cops were literally called, but they always threaten, oh, you need to move on. You're not welcome here. We're going to call the cops. And Tyler's like, go ahead and call the cops. I don't care. I'm not doing anything wrong. This is still America. So at the end of the day, these Sarems and these Hadzolas would be following him around the community, trying to get him to move on or stopping the residents from interviewing with him and talking with him to give him any more information on how the community functions. But this chart right here kind of shows if it's a blue check or obviously a check mark, that means they are authorized within the state of California laws and operating within the laws that the state of California recognizes as EMTs or OEM or community service workers. Obviously, the full police department and all these other things, these guys are not licensed policemen. They can't come in and arrest you. They can call the cops or maybe try to put a citizen's arrest on you, but the cops are going to sit there and say, he has every right to do that. They will harass the fuck out of you while you're there.
But the difference was when you look at the video, these non-cops was running stop signs, red lights. Right. They got little lights and sirens.
They do have emergency lights on their vehicles like they are cops. Yeah.
And the police were doing nothing. The police didn't try to stop them at all.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and push the play.
No, wait, hold on. Before you go there, I want y'all to keep thinking about this. I know I watch Hannity, and I watched Hannity and Pierce Morgan this weekend, and I think they had Adam somebody from PB whatever network on, and he was saying over there in England they got Sharia law. Yeah, they got the Sharia law with all the Muslims coming in. I need to know what the difference is in the Sharia law and the Jewish law. Meaning, the whole thing was you don't want Sharia law. You don't want these Muslims having their own way of justice. I can agree with that. We live in the United States. You have the American justice system. But why is it that these people can have their own type of justice, their own type of police? They did an outrage because in Minnesota, the police badge had with Arabic writing on the badge.
Mm.
What about here when you have
and some of the police officers, they were literally Somalians saying they serviced the Somalians first, not the rest of the community. So when they were doing it, they were wrong. When these guys do it, oh, it's okay. It's within the guides of the law, or the law just turns their eye and allows them to do it anyway.
Man, look at this. I just read that. Between 2010 and 2014, spending for private school buses increased from 22 million to 20. That's an increase of $5 million. The school board also increased funding for special education in private schools by 33%. While
$100,000.
Yep. while laying off. Now, here's what they did it for their school. They increased the funding for special education in the private school, which is theirs, by 33%. And at the same time, they laid off 15 special education in the public school.
Yeah,
They
and they
do
did it
right
right in your face.
of you.
Yeah,
They
right
do
in
it
your
face.
And nobody says nothing beside the people in that community. But you notice they keep it off the national news.
Go ahead and let that play, man. This girl got some
Taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students, while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I ask you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument. My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down, and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for pennies on the dollar. Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these...
I can't even be mad at them. They shut your school down, man. It don't matter. Y'all ain't going to school anyway. It's sad that back in the day, we fought so much to learn how to read. It was illegal when we fought how to learn how to read. And these people saying, you know what, y'all don't read. Y'all don't want to go to school. We'll just shut down your school and buy it back for pennies on the dollar. Man. People are not the same because we don't know the game. Go to any school board.
No, let's correct that. American don't know the game.
Oh no, there's a lot of Americans that know the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they know the
But
game.
a lot of immigrants, a lot of foreigners, a lot of people that are taking advantage of the system, they absolutely know every nook, crevice, subcontext, sub law, sub rule that goes along with this game.
Oh, but I know a lot of them that know the game. When they gentrify your neighborhood and they say move in and we're gonna give you a 25-year tax break, oh, they know the game. They know how to get those tax breaks. They know how to get those grants. They know how to get all of that. We don't. Because we don't even study it. We don't even know it exists. Like, that grant exists.
And maybe some do, but those that do keep it to themselves.
Yeah.
No, we have in our community specifically the crab in the barrel mentality. I'm the head ninja in charge. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want you to know their secrets because they always want to be the one at the top, beating their chest and flossing for everybody else, peacocking instead of sharing it with everybody freely. You know, nope, it comes with conditions. But at the end of the day, they're not going to show you everything because they still want to be what? Head ninja in charge. So they think.
I can't even be mad at the people. Go ahead and let it play.
Communities had their schools gutted and looted, all by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend
Hold
the
on,
public
just pause
school.
that right
We
there.
believe
Mr.
that some of the
He said, I can't even let that go by. Here, let me back it up so you can see the name on the plate.
Rothschild. That's right.
And there's the whole story behind them too. Started over in Europe before they changed their name. Let me see if I can back it up to that. There you go.
Before you even play, look at the school board. I want you, whoever's watching this, to know the last time you voted for anybody on your school. See, we vote for president. You know, we got Kamala Harris and Trump, and we might vote for a senator, you know, maybe a governor, but y'all don't even know who is on your school board. You may not even know who's on mayor. And the school board at your local level is probably the most important in making the most decisions for your child and his future than anybody else. And you don't know who's on it. They got, look at that board, man. I see a little hat on everybody sitting there. Everybody. Why didn't y'all vote y'all people in? Why didn't you get a majority of the people? Why didn't you show up to the school board and vote? Because there still has to be a limit. I don't know if they vote every 2 years, every 1 year. If you didn't like it then, why didn't you vote your people in? Why didn't you get to your neighborhood and say, we're going to give 5 people, white, black, and different, and nieces, all we voting for? Because that's what they did. Look at that. I mean, look at the school board. Nick, I want to ask, do you think they got your interest, your kid, your lifestyle in their best interest? No, they looking out for their kids. It's not, I can't even call it racism. I can't call it bias. I can't call it any of that.
The more
if there was somebody drowning and it was one of their kids and one of your kid or somebody else,
they kid 100% of the time. They don't give a fuck about your kid.
Exactly. Who you gonna rescue? You gonna rescue your kid,
right?
And does that make you prejudiced? Does that make you biased? No, it just makes you looking out for your people. And that's what they said. If I got a choice between these black kids, these white kids, or whomever, I'm looking out for my kids. You can't get
and these communities, they close ranks. Everything is within themselves. You know, and you know, you have the Amish communities that are similar to this. But this community is a little more forceful about how they do things. They'll come in and just basically like, I hate to say a virus, but they start in one town, they control it, and then they push themselves out into other surrounding cities until they'll control the county. And if you look at the overall statehood of Israel, and you look at what they did when the Palestinians gave them that land in 1948, if you go back and look at the map then in the area they were assigned, and you go and look at the map now, and even with everything that's going on in politics, they don't care if the Israelis push everybody out of what God promised them as the land of Canaan. They don't give a thing what atrocities they cause or anything else. They're going to back them. But I don't want to get into that part yet. But yeah, these communities surround themselves and they internalize everything, and they won't let any outside influence come in. There's no internet there. Okay. You don't have any secular music being played there. They don't want those influences influencing their kids. TVs are not there. Okay. They only stay within their own community, quiet, and in their strict laws of how they do things. They don't want any outside influences. So that means once they get into a community, Black, Hispanic don't matter. You're outside influence to their children. Your children are going to influence their children because their children are going to look and say, how come they get to do this and we don't? They don't want any of that outside influence to seed in their community. So when they come into a community, they start pushing out and say, oh, we can't have our religious beliefs. Oh, we can't practice the way we want to practice. And that's offensive to us. So we need to push them out because we don't believe in those same things. We don't want our children to be exposed to those same things. So they use our own practice and beliefs of religion as if a religion comes first before the people come first. And that's the switch. We are allowing them to allow religion and the precedence of their beliefs to push out the American belief of freedom. It was freedom first, then the freedom to practice religion, whichever religion it is. Now they're trying to reverse and say, no, it's against our religious rights to even want to be in the same community as them. They got to go. No, humans come first. Then whatever religion you want should come second. But go ahead.
That sound good. That ain't how it is. Go ahead. Go ahead and let that play.
It isn't.
Board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
We believe that some of the decisions that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it, find yourself another place to live.
Boom!
We told you.
Like I told you. They're like, this is our land. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Once we are here, it's now ours. You don't have any rights to nothing that goes against us and our beliefs.
You don't like it, find somewhere else to go. Palestinians, if you don't like it, go to Egypt.
Thank you.
Lebanon, if you don't like it, leave, go somewhere else. You don't like it here, leave. Oh man.
And this is happening in the United States. It's not over in the Middle East, it's somewhere. This is here.
But you know, I don't see ICE there. I don't see anything. when it happened in Minnesota, I seen ICE everywhere. I ain't even seen them shooting United States citizens.
Yeah, but technically they were born here in the United States.
No,
they
but
immigrated over here.
there was people over in Somali that was born in the United States. They didn't care.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Keep going, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You don't like it, leave.
Your education.
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were allowed to have. But again, for the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote. So that way we had no funding and money for our school. And, you know, that was done purposely.
And who was voting no?
Majority, the Jewish community. You like drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for a school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for the wars. But if it wasn't for that, we still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out.
Did you notice you said they were able to get at least 3 seats for other than Jewish people to vote on certain things, so they wouldn't be unanimous all the time?
The way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
A lot of people like to say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truths and lies to that, but I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for, let's just say, for more kosher customs. You feel me? So
I want to thank you for showing our community. I don't believe in hiding. I believe we have a tremendous amount to be proud of. And like every community, we're different. We have our goods. Other communities have their positives.
Tell me about what are some of the best things about this community then?
Tonight at sundown, we shut our phones, we shut our cars, we go to shul. The most beautiful part of our religion, do you understand that Orthodox Jews can be anywhere? The sun is coming down and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings and they'll go pray. And they could care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home, our families are waiting. We sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos. And you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
Could they feed 10 kids without this program?
Hold on. Can you pause that? Can you just go back just a smidgen? Just a smidgen. When the guy says when people come home. Yeah, go right there. And then I'll tell you to pause after he says something.
We shut our phones, we shut our cars, we go to shul. The most beautiful part of our religion, do you understand that Orthodox Jews can be anywhere? The sun is coming down and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings and they'll go pray. And they could care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home, our families are waiting. We sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos. And you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
What does that sound like? Hold on, pause that. What did that just sound like?
Oh, it sounds like Islamic.
It sounds like he just said Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Man.
And alaikum salam is a response.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you said that, they would look at you crazy. But I just didn't know they could say it and it wouldn't be an issue. And LJ, where are they receiving the federal fund? Yes, where?
Yes.
I think he said where or why or the where. Yeah, they're receiving federal funding. Section 8, state and federal. They're getting state and federal funding.
Household vouchers, and there's a way that you can get homes given to you in a religious way. It's called RIDH or something like that. I'm gonna look it up. I have a infographic on it.
And what they're doing is they're getting houses and then redistricting, rezoning.
Right, as a religious building, and putting 501c3s on them as nonprofit.
Keep on going, brother.
Just because they have a prayer room in the house.
Yeah,
and these are huge houses.
But let it play.
Without those programs.
I am one of 10 children.
You're driving a G-Wagon, bro.
My father was never on any welfare. I used to reuse sandwich bags to save my father a penny.
That's great for you.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your video.
What about me, though?
I love you, man.
You are.
Why the Negroes always got to do that, man?
You don't own America.
Why y'all got
to do whatever?
Why Negroes got to do that?
Why do we have to say?
Why you always got to suck up to somebody and got to feel a part of something? Like, oh, he likes me. Massa love me. See, what about me? Why do y'all do that? Why do you feel like you got to be a part of something?
And here's the way he said it: "You're not welcome here." Like them to move. It's a fucking America.
And the
Welcome
black dude feel good.
wanted.
The black dude feel good. I can't even see welcome there. He's tolerated there.
Boom.
The black dude feel
That's
they ain't
the word
got
right
no,
there.
they done
Tolerated.
outvoted your school. You ain't got no housing. They taking your services, and you still feel good that they your friend. They your friend. Why do y'all be happy at the crumbs that other people give you that they don't respect you? They just tolerate you. Man, go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
No, I'm the same way, bro. I can't.
Whatever you want.
Get in your G-Wagon, get to work.
You're not trying to bring people together. You never did, you never will. It's who you are. Somebody hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry.
He was right. Someone did hurt me. Whoever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring.
He ain't never lying. The minute you start talking about these hats, they start pulling things at you. They start trying to get at your money. Because here's the thing that they do know. The lack of being able to earn money hurts everybody the same. So they go after your money. They want you to live in misery first. They ain't going to come and try to knock you off like they did JFK or something. Oh, did I say that out loud? They're going to make you miserable by not being able to earn a living.
Now, LJ says something like to the fact that the black citizens should have voted. But here's what we do. And this is how they get us. We put 5 people up for one position or 2 positions, and we spread our vote amongst those 5 people. And because we spread our vote amongst those 5 people, none of them get elected because they don't have enough vote. That's what they always been doing. They weaken it. That's what redistricting is about. It's not the fact that we don't vote. They looked at it and said, I think it was more, there's a college, it's a college campus, and I can't remember which one, of a black school, a historically black university. Maybe you know this, LJ. They split it in half. They redistricted where if you was on one side of the campus, you was in one district. If you was on another side of the campus, you in another district. They divide your vote up so that you can't vote somebody in. And we fall for it every single. We don't unify enough to say, let's choose this person, and that's the person we'll vote for. Because everybody want to be the king.
That's what I told you. Everybody got to be the head ninja in charge. Nobody knows how to unite people. And I think that's the only way Obama won was that was the first person everybody could get behind. Not any other reason beside for that.
And that Negro ain't helped none of us out. He hired more Jewish people than he did black people. What you talking about? He did. When the bank collapsed, let me find.
Well, that's the whole thing. No, that was Bush's fault. Now, he did come in and fix that part. But after he fixed that, he kind of cruised through the his first election. And then when he went to go and do the next one, there were some promises made, and they never got done.
No, I'm
of course.
I'm
at that
telling
point,
you right
you can
here.
blame the House. You can blame the House and the Senate because he didn't have those at the time. But the first series, the first 4 years, he did. And he didn't get anything done besides correcting the economy and everything the Republicans did before then. And I'll give him credit for that.
A community of welfare-addicted Jews. If you want to help me avoid ending up on welfare too and get access to all of these videos early and watch never-before-seen content I can't upload.
Hey, like I said, go and subscribe to Tyler. If you're interested in kind of content like this, I ain't going to slight the man. He puts out good content. It's well edited. It's giving out accurate information. He's not trying to balloon anything up or give anything, because I fact-checked everything through multiple different AIs, and nothing he came up with was too much of a reach. They were all based on facts. So, hey, I don't think his Patreon is up anymore, but hey, go subscribe to his channel. I appreciate his content. He's exposed a lot of people, and he's pointing out the truth of what people are doing when they come into our country and take advantage of our systems. And that's the thing we also need to pay attention to too, even within our own community. You know, you got a lot of people riding our shoulders wanting to be us and taking advantage of everything that's supposed to be for us, but for them. So I'm going to skip through that little advertisement with my little promo and jump in.
For communities. Look around. You will not see a non-Jewish resident here.
We got the Yiddish bus.
This is really all Jewish.
Wait. That bus is owned by the county, but they got Yiddish all over it.
Yeah. If you seen a bus with some Islamic writing, they would say that's a Taliban. That is the Taliban. How can they have a bus? I thought if you went on the Fox News and they say this is America, you got to speak American. You got to speak American. You can't have something written in another language. How would, brothers? I just want y'all to open your eyes, man. We've been fooled. We've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and y'all falling for it.
And this is just one community. We're going to show you on the global. We're moving through every episode towards the big one. We haven't even brought up, but it's getting to that point. But you got to understand what's going on at home first before you get onto the global scale.
Now, I will say this. You know, if you had a black grocery store, because I've seen them have a black grocery store in a lot of places that start off great, had every kind of amenity that you could have in that black grocery store that served the black community. And y'all stole everything out of it. Y'all corrupted it. They couldn't keep it open because the thievery was so high. You want something in your neighborhood, then you get mad when Walmart says, we out of here, brother. We going 10 miles down the road. Now, if you want grocery stores, that's where you got to go. Now you living in a what they call it, a food desert, because you took from your own community. Look at how clean this story is. And you cannot tell me it's about poverty. You can't tell me that because everybody in this community is on welfare. So you can't tell me it's about poverty, my friend. If you poor does not equate
in a poor area, so it deserves to be dirty. No,
correct.
No, they have pride in their buildings.
Look how they dress. They not dressed crazy. They dress. They properly got their clothes.
We can't even
on.
wear quarter zips in our community without somebody getting upset.
No,
you can't even try to dress up to
the lights is on, bright in the store, light it up. They don't have security. They don't have a metal detector in there. So don't tell me it's about poverty. Sorry, brother. I'm sorry. y'all brothers got me angry tonight.
It's a place. It's going to be kosher pizza, probably.
A lot of these signs are written in Yiddish, and everything's insulated. Basically, you come here to this plaza, get everything you need. Quite convenient, quite 100%. Nice.
Now, everyone can shop here. Of course, we could go in and they'll be friendly, but everything's geared towards one community. But
and is it always this way? This part here, is this newly developed in the last?
Oh, yeah. So this used to be a concrete yard.
Got it.
So we're almost where we're standing. Used to have rows of concrete trucks.
Sure. It's bustling. It's busy.
Now, this place was packed with Jews buying groceries for Shabbos. But keep in mind, Goyim are fully allowed to come in here and shop.
Now, let me break down what a Goyim is. It's basically like if you were in another country, you're referenced as whatever in that country you are. So you're in America being called a Goyim like you don't fucking belong there. Like it's their country. What the hell is going on? I can't. And basically a Goyim is like an anti-Semite or like I said, a local.
Shop whenever they please.
They're very friendly. I don't think anybody's going to be nasty to us. Is a lot of the fear bullshit warranted? Definitely not. Definitely not. But I do think they don't feel comfortable enough to do it.
But it's important to understand the bigger picture here. As kosher stores move in, more Jews move here too, creating a positive feedback loop where a town rapidly becomes a Jewish hub, ultimately changing the character and identity of a town, and in Lakewood's case, overwhelming the infrastructure. Before we explore the many implications of life for Goyim as towns like Lakewood become increasingly Jewish, I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism gets weaponized scrutinized in real time out here.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money, and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud, you're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were welfare
Isn't that
programs that
called-
were
hold on,
defrauded
hold on.
by Jews.
Hold on.
What did
Go
I say
back
that was
a little bit.
All right, you saw that picture, right? They were defrauding the country
but before that, he said, if you, I just want you to go to exactly what he said, then I want you to stop before we get to the people.
All right, you ready?
A little bit before.
Well, no, this is where he starts to talk
let's
about.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It is lucrative, no?
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money, and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud, you're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were
Right,
welfare
pause
programs
it right
that were
there.
defrauded.
Pause. He called that anti-Semitism. So what do you call it when you show black people? You replace everything he said and put black. You show a bunch of pictures of black and you say they twisted and they do fraud.
Mm-hmm.
And you say if we call that racism, that's not racism. You're just telling the truth.
Right.
So why is it anti?
Because it's against that specific community of small hats. And that's when they want to start calling you names, and obviously we use racism out every once in a while when somebody implies our community, oh, they're racist. I mean, it's similar to what they're doing there. But anti-Semites and Zionists and all that, they just feel like Jews don't belong, period. Do you realize if you go through history, Jews have been kicked out of damn near every nation they've gone to, from Spain all over Europe. They did not like them. They hunted them down and killed them by the thousands.
And I don't even have a problem with them. It seems to me that what they are doing is they've learned the system. They exploited the system.
Mm-hmm.
They just used it to their benefit. You can't blame a person for, hey, if you didn't vote for the people on the school board, I can't blame
To
them.
be honest, they learned it naturally because Jews in the Rothschilds is part of this story. That name has been around for a lot of years here in America, but also started in Europe as a different name. They started off as money lenders. And in the Jewish community, you can't loan money to another Jew and charge them interest, but you can to a Gentile.
That's right.
So then what they were doing was loaning money to Gentiles, but then they found out loaning money individually versus loaning money to countries and cities were more lucrative and they had more leverage.
Man.
So they started loaning money to countries, to cities. So if you wonder why they are globally so entrenched, it started a long time ago.
Let's see what happened to these folks. What happened to them? Let's go. What happened to these folks?
Hold on.
By Jews. What did I say that was a lie?
There are
Go.
welfare programs that are defrauded by
Yes, and I
everybody.
made a Minneapolis video as well. I've made several videos. Why are you being so sensitive?
What you're trying to make it sound is like anyone who accepts government money in the Jewish community is doing fraud.
That's your interpretation.
What you're doing is dangerous.
How is this dangerous? Why should you be treated like a protected group? You're asking for special privileges.
No, we're not.
All
We're
right.
asking just to be fair. And you're not being fair.
I am being fair.
This is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to gin up a lot of hatred towards a community that's seeing a rise in anti-Semitism that hasn't been seen in years. Every single day, our lives are at risk, and this is going to lead to more.
My sponsor literally got pulled out of the.
Hold up. Why are Jews more at risk in America than black people are? I didn't know Jews were getting gunned down at that kind of incredible rate, that they're more at risk than we are. When did that happen?
No, I just think how we define anti-Semite. Man, I can't even get the word out.
Anti-Semite or cynicism?
Yeah, anti. Oh man. Semitism. Anti-Semitism. Man, I think just how you define it is becoming a district, because if somebody watches and say, "Oh, you're being anti-Semitic," it's like, no, I'm anti-Semitic means I don't like Jewish people. And I have no problem with Jewish people. There's even Jewish people who don't like Zionists, who don't like Israel. So, and those are Jewish people. The one lady who was kicked off the press, she was actually Jewish. What was her name? She said, "Go back to Poland."
God, I can't remember.
Yeah, she was actually Jewish. She was a Semitic person. So I don't think it goes back to that. You can say, I don't like a person who has special privileges to get away with certain frauds. And that can just be either that community, that person. It doesn't have to be the group. It can be the black people that live there. And I'm going just as hard in blacks because you can't be mad if you didn't vote. Go ahead. But what they do, these people in this community.
See now.
No, I said these people in this community.
No. But I gotta say this because you said you can't be mad if you didn't vote. But sometimes you don't even go to vote because you got organizations like AIPAC that are only backing certain runners. So then you don't know who to vote for. And like you said, a lot of these guys, matter of fact, there was a lady, I didn't pull up the clip, and I'll pull that up probably next week. I got a whole bunch of clips for the politics part of Israel, how AIPAC is basically on both sides of the fence when it comes to Republicans. And
no, they don't care. They don't care who.
As long as you vote their way. Benefit of Israel.
The one black person on there said, look, they said, here's what we'll do. This is a black person in Congress. It said, we don't care if you're not with us. Just don't say nothing against us. If you don't say nothing against us, we won't run anybody against you.
And what do I always say? To be silent is to be complicit, and they know that.
Right about that.
So they're paying for your silence so you can be complicit in whatever else they're trying to do.
You're right about that.
Let's go ahead and
plan for your complicity, your silence. Yes.
Video once they learned the topic of that video. I lost the sponsorship. How is that lucrative? Tell me. So you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism. Listen, man, you got a kid in the car. I just noticed. Drive your kid home, get your groceries. You're getting honked at. Let's go. It was good to meet you, though.
So you're arguing with the United States because the president obviously thought that we should pay for their money. So why don't you move to a different country?
Why don't you move?
Boom! Didn't I just tell you earlier today that they said, if you don't like what's going on because the president is backing us or whoever, move to another motherfucking country. What? This small ass community is so entitled, and you'll hear this over and over again for the next couple of weeks. How entitled Israel and Israelis are when it comes to the global economy and everything else. They think they are 10 steps above everybody else. And I just heard this little clip. I don't know if I want to play it at the end just to show you guys what the taste is going to be for the next week. This dude literally says that Gentiles are born to work and die for Israel.
We're doing it.
During an AIPAC speech, mind you, which means there was Americans and everybody else in that room, and any people that were not Jewish.
But hold up, we're already doing that, brother. We're already doing that where we at. We're already doing it.
Back to Israel then, if there's so much anti-Semitism, right? Like that guy said, why doesn't he go to Israel?
We are giving back.
In theory, welfare is.
How are you giving back in your own welfare? How are you giving back when you're taking advantage of our systems that we're paying for? You're not even paying tax dollars because you guys are saying you don't make enough money, but you're taking advantage of all the systems that are in place for people that are of low income. But then even when you're making money, you're not even reporting it right. There's people that have households with $2 million. They're on social services, but they're giving back. How?
A good idea. It's sweet, right? At what point is it too far? Because this is a program designed to help single moms after they get divorced and keep the kid from starving.
I also disagree with you that someone doesn't have a right to have a child.
I think you should have a child if you can afford it.
Now you see the police officer creeping up on him, right? Now he's not causing a ruckus. He's not causing anything. He's interviewing people on the street, but yet and still they're already calling the cops saying he's disturbing the peace.
Right?
Interrupt real quick.
Sure. Let's hear it.
Okay. You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not to come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, it'll be a trespassing charge. You're trespassing.
If you don't like the laws of America and you think that the government welfare is stupid or whatever,
I would like to change the laws. Just like you would like to create anti-Semitism protection laws that give you guys protected classes and protection against anti-Semitism, whatever that means, right? So why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
Because I like it here.
Same here. I like it here, but I like to make some changes. We can both agree on that, right?
So please keep on moving.
God bless you.
There we go. He loves us.
I know. Make a
Yeah,
change.
you guys have group chats of me. You guys say, beware of this guy like I'm like Hitler or something. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a nice guy. I talk to everyone.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them.
Your story point over here is that people can't have children if they can't afford them. You, as a society.
I mean, yeah. If you can't afford them, why are you having them?
He said the narrative, you saying people can't have kids if they can't afford them. Yeah, that's what we're saying. That makes sense.
But here's the thing, and he's saying it with his chest and all kind of confidence, like the audacity. What have you done to contribute to our fucking country? Me, I served. And other people do other things. They pay their taxes, whatever it is. You're saying this like you're entitled to these fucking benefits without doing anything besides existing. And you're still greater than that.
I'm gonna try to interrupt.
Are born.
Go ahead.
I mean,
I'm gonna try to let him play.
Are born from people who
I was
started
gonna
with
plan
two
on
people.
playing through it, but
Two. Okay, Adam and Eve. That's it. You want to go with the Big Bang, but it started at some point. There was two people, and now there's billions, and there was trillions throughout the world. So you're saying if you cannot
What does that have to do with anything? All of those people didn't have welfare. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Did they have a government?
We live in
that
a
paid for
government.
their
We live in a
kids?
government that decides that if you have children, we're going to help you. Now everyone does their part.
You should not have more kids than you can afford. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids. Okay. That's what you're arguing.
I'm not arguing that I was for the kids.
You are.
I'm arguing that the government said.
No, that's our money.
That's not what the government says. But they're just taking advantage of, like I said, they know the system so well, they know how to take advantage of it. They know if they get a marriage put on the books, they are going to be cut to one kid. They are having kids off the books so they can't be held accountable for however many kids they have. They said that earlier. But yet he's sitting here saying that, oh, well, we can have as many kids because the government says so. No, not if you're actually officially on the books, you can't. They'll have your ass sterilized at a point.
And you know the crazy thing? The Ethiopian Jews that went over to Israel, you know what they were doing to them?
What was that?
Sterilizing them.
Boom. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. That's another episode. We're going to get into who these guys really are, why are they so light, and they're claiming to be Jews. By the way, there's two ways to become a Jew. You're either born into the religion or you take on the religion. And a lot of the people that are calling themselves the children of Israel have taken on the religion, but never were actually born Jews.
Money. I pay taxes. I shouldn't be funding your
And you
kids.
elected Donald
Should
Trump.
not be funding your kids. You don't pay for my kids. Fuck, I could do this all day. Why don't you go?
No, you should go because
You should
people
go.
you're stopping traffic.
should move.
Guys, let's go. Move on.
He's stopping traffic, not me.
Yeah, right. No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
He was saying, Tyler, he loves me.
So
man.
we're not
That's
allowed
it.
here? Go. You want to come to the corner?
Where? Over there? Let's go move. Let's go.
You know, I know what you did in the video and we all saw it and we still see it, but it's like
What did I get wrong?
nobody can cross the government. The government knows everything. The United States federal government knows everything.
Not if you're fraudulent.
There's that finger. Yeah.
But you hear what he's saying. He's saying basically you listen to what he said. Nobody can cross the government. The government knows exactly what we're doing.
Exactly. And since they don't have a problem, why do you? Who's to says they don't have a problem with them? I mean, they have been prosecuted. I'm gonna let it run. I guess we're just gonna go ahead and run through one of these. We don't jump tracks.
No, it's not true. That if you feel that you live in a country that is corrupt,
I do.
Why are you still living here?
Boom, yet
Everyone has
again.
options, right?
I can give you a list of 15, 20 countries off the bat that you can live in.
Yeah,
You can-
regardless, let's
you
say
can
America
feel
is corrupt. I still want to live here.
You understand?
Oh, but hold on. Just because there is corruption here, which there is.
There is no.
What are you talking about? Let's not be silly here.
If there would be corruption, the FBI would love to come here first than any other location in the world.
Come on, that's not true.
Well, I read the numbers in
We had,
Minnesota.
22 people indicted for Medicaid fraud.
Numbers in Minnesota. And listen, you can attack them as much as you want. What they did, that's big numbers, man.
Both of your
If
schools
we-
had money laundering
You had people. Yes, both.
There's 45 schools here.
So BMG had people that were charged with money laundering, and so did the school for special abilities.
As of when?
2019, 2018, 2017. Look it up. It's all over Google.
I don't look it up. You got to show it to me.
Come on.
95% of people in this vicinity between these 4 or 5 zip codes work very hard.
Yeah.
So if you want to go and dig in a place like here, Lakewood, where the same capital.
They work hard doing what? Studying the Torah? What work are you talking about, sir? I'm confused because none of the men work. They're studying the Torah pretty much 24 hours a day. They pray 3 hours a day. They pray 3 hours a day. They have plenty of children. Yeah, they're working at having kids, repopulating the area. I think within a matter of 2 years, the community grew by 6,000 to 7,000 people. And I can say the majority of them were kids. One of the youngest communities there in New Jersey because the amount of children in that one area. Hold on.
You're going to find in this small percentage.
You're making me want to dig now. You're making me want to look.
You're already digging, man. You're digging already for
I'm at Whole Foods.
4
What
months.
are you talking about? 4 months?
What do you mean? Go break your head. You can keep on breaking your head.
I will break my head.
No problem. Eventually, when you break your head too
Let's hear it.
much, you end up digging water. When you dig water, there's nothing under it.
You were in Jackson, which is really like a continuation of Lakewood. By the way, I don't know if you know how I toppled the government there. They had all these anti-Semitic laws. It was crazy. I had 2 conversations with the White House. Eventually, DOJ got involved. But anyway, so I don't know. Are you already doing your Lakewood thing?
I'm here with Dr. Richard Roberts. You sold the pharmaceutical company for $800 million. You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yes.
And you reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me via email?
Because you posted that, first of all, you did your video, Curious Yoel.
First of all, I want you guys to pay attention to what's being said in this room. Pay attention to what this guy is saying as he's talking and being interviewed and how he's saying it.
New York, and got a lot of Orthodox Jews very, very upset.
But why did you reach out to me?
But towards the end of the video, you saw the altruism in the community, and you seem to respect that. And since I could see that you seem to me to have a sincere desire to actually get the real facts, because if you were just bigoted against us, you wouldn't be struck or commenting on the altruism in our community.
But you casually toppled the Jackson government. A, what does that mean? B, how did you get a relationship with the White House?
I never spoke to DOJ. I did speak to people in the White House twice to tell them what was going on, because
who in the White House?
I think I don't want to say.
First off, though, so you mentioned Jackson's a continuation of Lakewood. You toppled the governments. You went to the White House willy-nilly.
All right, you already shook your head once, Fearless. What you got to say before I continue to play this?
One, he said he worked for the Trump. He worked
Yeah.
before for the Trump government.
Yes.
On there already, so he let you know what the influence he had.
How high he's connected. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
Leverage. Use that word a lot. There's a lot of leverage being used here.
Go ahead.
Called. Okay. You're connected to the White House.
By the way, I rarely leave my house.
Which just goes to show the scale of your connections, in my opinion. I hear this voice from him. I'm like, shiver me timbers. Who am I dealing with a little bit here, right? Like, this guy's.
Little old
my,
me.
woo, all right. So he's calling.
He's so excited.
You might be wondering, why are mega wealthy Jewish power brokers connected to Donald Trump trying to set the record straight with a lowly goy tuber like myself? This all begs the question, why are they so afraid of me?
I think they just don't want you to portray Lakewood in a bad way. That's really all it is.
You want to know why? Because this is going to happen multiple places. It's already going to multiple communities, and they don't want their little secret out before they get enough communities behind. That's why. They move silently. And like we talked about earlier, they will pay for your silence.
Is there any bad to see?
It's bad to see everywhere. It's good to see everywhere. There's
Exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly everywhere, right?
100%. I used to live here in Lakewood when I was in 9th and 10th grade. I love Lakewood. There's so much Jewish life here. It's so easy to be Jewish, and everything's cheaper. It's amazing here.
Why did Lakewood become such a large Jewish hub?
So I think it started with BMG, Base Marriage Kavoa, and then you had a lot, you know, BMG.
Yeah, tell me more about BMG though. Right? I hear it's like the Harvard of yeshivas.
Yes, it's top notch. You just sit and learn all day. You already finished your high school phase. Most people went to Israel already, came back, and they just sit and learn all the time. It's amazing. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Lakewood's an amazing place and everything. And I think I've seen your videos all over. I just think that people get nervous and stuff like that, but you're just coming here filming the truth, and you're working just like we are. That's it. We're all in the same boat.
What should we know about Lakewood?
It's a great place. You're always welcome here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got it's welcoming for the most part. A few guys are fired up. We try to give them the chance to speak, have a conversation. Do a little.
Snitches get
What whisper
stitches.
did we miss?
Nothing. I got.
Huh?
Snitches get stitches. That's what he said.
Yeah. Pretty much. He just said it in Yiddish. And you'll notice this guy throughout this video following Tyler, and eventually he starts leaning in the car window saying, "Don't talk to this dude," and so on. So now here comes the harassment.
Gotta go now, but
I love it. To a T. A guy gets a whisper, then he goes quiet. Would you like to say anything? How you doing? Or with this guy whispering in his brethren's ears, he comes up when they're talkative and sweet, and he goes, psst, 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 and then they stop talking. It is miraculous. Tyler, good to meet you. What's your name?
If I say something good, you're gonna put it on?
Let's go. We just met up with the guy. He was like pissed off that we like come around here and explore. This guy's killing me, dude. The psst, psst. This is he's treating you like a child.
The whole world's gonna laugh so nice. I know.
This is pathetic. He's treating you like a child. Who is this guy?
Why are you guys
This
being
is
told what to say?
pathetic. Let the man speak. Okay, does that not look like suspicious activity?
Why is there so much secrecy if you have nothing to hide?
Why would he do that? He's the head whisperer. All right, tell me what you're going to say.
How much money everyone makes in this town? Crazy amount.
What?
The police is also gonna follow us this FYI.
Hold up. Did you catch on to the fact that he said, "Do you know how much money is made in this town?" Where? Not physically. I don't want to say fraudulently. I don't want to say that. But utilizing the system to the best of its ability, hell yes. Businesses and thriving through actual work and development, nah. Not at all.
Gonna follow us.
There's a police response, special response unit, and the cops had their internal monologue that they're gonna just trail us around.
Amazing. So given that the cops are being called so often, they're just going to follow us around all day. Land of the free, home of the brave. And then I stumbled upon a kosher collision. Another example of Lakewood's infamously terrible driving. We were just showing how densely trafficked it is out here, how much traffic there is. We wanted to show some of the driving differences out here.
I don't think you're saying a fair statement. This has nothing to do with dense driving.
Oh, what does it have to do with bad driving skills or snow?
Totally because of the snow.
Fair.
That was a miscommunication.
That's fair.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. There were actually no one on the road.
Totally fair. Okay. You need help getting pushed? All right.
Why are you making up a story? Because you need a documentary. There was not one car in sight by that.
Oh, you just hit the wall.
That's it.
You didn't hit anyone?
No.
Do you need help getting pushed? Okay, we're gonna get out of here. Oh, you're good than anyone else.
You need a job.
I agree.
You need a job?
No, I mean I'm employed. I employ a lot of people actually.
You make money for doing nothing.
For doing nothing? Do you think moving capital and
The audacity. This man just said, "You make money for doing nothing."
Mm-hmm.
You got room full of people just studying the Torah every day, and they're doing nothing. But that's okay. They're studying the Torah.
charging interest is something more valuable than I do, or what?
What? I think you should write about
Tell me.
the hundreds of thousands of people that do favors to people every day.
Tell me more.
Open up a book. You never saw so many charity organizations as you have here in Lake.
I know there's so many 501c3s. It makes me wonder, are they all charitable? Are they fiending for tax exemptions? You know, would you say this is a great place to move to for a young family? If I have a kid or a wife, a young wife? Okay. Not just the Jews.
My best friends are those.
Okay, respect. What do we have here? We have a... Hey, it's good to meet you.
You see that?
I saw it. What is the name of that organization once again? Hatzalah. Okay, good to meet you, man. See you later.
and we have Hatzola up here to help the community. Yeah, this guy doesn't even know what the First Amendment is.
We're busy with the knife.
Don't be a joker, bro. Come on. Yes. Come over here. Come over here. I need to get you like a second number. Son. What's your Instagram? You got Facebook?
No, I don't.
Look at these hundreds. My phone number's been leaked.
You're a little child. Give me a number. I promise you.
Why are you insulting?
I'm not insulting.
You just insulted. Come on, I'm a little child.
So give me a number. I promise you I'll make it worth it for you.
All right, look, give me your email. Give me your email. Give me your email.
732. Give you my number.
All right, awesome. And what was your first name?
Moshe.
We're gonna do some big stuff.
You're afraid.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh man, these guys are next level. I feel like I got dropped off on an alien planet. And you might be wondering, what is Hatzola and how are they able to blast through red lights like that? It's like a community watch, but they think they are cops. If you notice, they had their lights on and they just ran a red light, just like a police officer would do. No uniform. They had the Jewish uniform on, white pants and the curls.
Jew in a police car is what it looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights like he is a cop. There's a Hatzola billboard right there, Mike. What is that for?
I mean, you're asking me questions. I don't know if I have the answers to why. Because once again, because there's competing Hatzola. You have competing groups of these.
Of a non-profit volunteer emergency service?
Yes.
Oh, they
it
making
sounds
money.
like a business, right?
Yep. Look at that money.
I'm gonna let that sink in. Look at that.
501c3.
Money laundering, maybe? Moving money
Those
around?
expenses seem to be the same as their revenue.
Notice how they're barely breaking even? Notice how they barely break even so that now taxation doesn't have to take place because they lost more money or they spent more money in services than they actually made. Wow. That's what we talk about with keeping your money and not giving it back
in-house. Keeping your money in-house.
Look at the amount of assets, though.
Man.
Good God Almighty.
Literally every organization out here is a tax-exempt 501c3. If you dig through the filing, go on ProPublica.com. You'll be surprised to realize everything basically is a tax-exempt 501c3.
Yes, because it's all through the religions.
What are your concerns? Why are we interviewing you?
So I think I echo the concerns of many non-religious people in my area. And the biggest concern is how one group of people gets to act that is separate, segregated from everybody else.
And that group being Jews.
Yes, Jews, exactly. Yeah, 100%. But you know what? It's in my area, it's Jews. In other areas, like you obviously see the Somali, right? In Minnesota, there's things that are happening all over the area. But yes, in my particular area, it is Jews. And it's Jews that are expanding their territory.
Okay, so my name is Jenna Galarza. I've
This
lived
woman right
in
here?
Jackson for approximately 23 years. I want to say it really started affecting me when I had my children. I have twins. They're 20 now. In assimilation perspective, you want to be able to teach your children how to talk to other children and, be part of other cultures. And that was when it really started hitting me.
What hit you?
Let's say if I would go to a store which was closer to Lakewood, I'm pushing a double stroller, I have twins. And I noticed that nobody would hold the door open for you. At one point, a door literally got slammed on my twin stroller. And I was just like, whoa. At that point,
I think for the first time in a lot of these white people's lives,
yes,
they feel like a black person.
Yeah,
they feel like a Negro. For the first time in their life, they feel like a Negro.
They feel like they're less than the other community who feels like they are better than them. So they're actually getting exposed. Yes.
Yeah, that community don't want to play with their kids, don't want to hold no door open for them, look at them like, you not can be in our space. For the first time in their life, they know what it feels like to be black.
That's an excellent observation.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I just had to say that.
there wasn't a lot of Orthodox living in Jackson, but they were coming to our parks a lot. And they would come to the parks, busloads. vans full, and the park would just get turned upside down. I mean, we're talking about diapers being changed anywhere and being thrown on the floor. We're talking about children literally urinating in public and absolutely not interacting with your children. So listen, at that time, if it was a minion, there was 10 men, not a big deal. But then you started to notice that it was no longer just 10 people. It was 20 people and 30 people, just completely changing the feel, the character, the comfort that you once had in your neighborhood is no longer there.
And another source of conflict is the Jewish community using residential homes as places of worship, often without approval from the Jackson Planning Board, bringing in tons of outside traffic and destroying the peaceful quality of the neighborhood.
We can have even where if you work in an office and there's 10 Jewish men there, you can just take a conference room for 10 minutes. We don't need like a formal like church. I've prayed in parking lots with, we're going somewhere and there's get other guys together and
but if you're living in a residential neighborhood and this house becomes like a revolving door of people coming in and praying constantly, parking their cars, I imagine there's some quality of life concerns, right? Increase in traffic and the streets being covered with cars and people all over the place, or what?
I don't think that that's what really happened, but maybe on like the Sabbath. But you'll have any Somites will probably say that because they don't like us. They don't want us.
This home used to.
Now, we were just talking about the cost of living. Me and Fearless offline, we're talking about the cost of housing and how much it costs because there's a debate on, a starter home, quote unquote. Okay. What's this?
Be probably about 1,100 square feet. It does have a new owner.
Okay.
Apparently, they did get permits to expand on their house. Most of the permits are just, kind of just given. Nothing is really followed through.
Okay.
This home will be being used for a full-out temple.
Temple.
Yeah. Well, that means that they're going to be praying in this home several times a day, probably staying over on Friday nights until Saturdays. As you could see, there's no parking lot here. This is going to affect every person that lives here. And the other problem that I have with this and that I think should be looked into is there's definitely funding going to these places.
If I was a concerned neighbor and I said, hey, they're building a temple, what the hell? What might happen next?
You would probably be called an anti-Semite. They will make your life miserable. Nobody wants to live across the street to a synagogue. It is a tactic of getting people to sell their homes, and they will have buyers for them.
And you see this, and then you
Hold
watch
on one second.
buildings
Pause
get
that
built.
for a second. Pause that. I just want to look something up because I remember something very similar.
You know what we talked about earlier with gentrification.
Mm-hmm.
They got a whole nother level to gentrification. They will just pressure you with money to get the hell up out of there. They don't care if they overpay because they know they're going to extend the house anyway. They're going to blow that house up and make it way bigger. And they'll make money from it because it's going to be a 501c3. It'll be a religious organization. They'll be able to pour money into it and hide it. So I don't care how much they pay you. Like LJ said earlier, they pay well for your silence. Top dollar.
I remember when 9/11 happened or something around there, and the in New York they were trying to build a mosque, and they wouldn't let them. They said, "Nah, how you?" I know the news came on and said, "How dare them build a mosque when 9/11 happened?" And people were like, "I ain't got nothing to do with that," and they blocked them. But here, you better not say nothing. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Let this dude go.
No. Built before they're approved. They build and ask permission later, and then if they even don't get permission, they sue and they win for permission. So when you have all these things where they're creating hatred, they create the double standard, they create the animosity between two groups. And when I say they, I mean government.
By the way, just for information, I might have to put this down on members because I don't know with all this music and everything they're talking about. I know we're going to get a strike, but I'm just letting y'all know.
Governments and people that buy off politicians to make favorable laws, because a lot of the shit they do is legal because they bought the politicians to make it legal.
Do you think residents in Jackson who do not want Jackson to be majority Jewish or to look, feel, and sound like Lakewood. Do you think that is anti-Semitic?
Well, people have a right to freedom of speech and freedom of their opinion, even if they're going to be bigoted.
Do you think that's bigoted, though, right? Because I imagine you don't want this place to be Islamic.
Only because the radical Islamists want to kill us. Other than that, I have no.
Did you hear how you try to flip that? They're always in danger. We're always the one that's being terrified. We're the ones being crucified. We work hard every day. Don't they sound like they're trying to act like they're black, but they're getting all the privileges of being white?
Radical Islam was going to hurt them. Man. Go ahead, brother. It's the victim mentality.
And they're radical Jews and they're radical Christians. Right?
Which Orthodox Jews are radical Jews that want to hurt people?
Many people could argue there are distinct sects of Judaism that are marginalized.
I don't know.
I'm just saying you wouldn't want Lakewood to become.
What you mean? Hasidic Jews are very violent. Even the ones in Israel. You know, they had a deal, and I just downloaded this clip. I did not play it. For a long time, the version of Hasidic Jews in Jerusalem, where there's mandatory military service, were always excluded from ever having to do military service. So the population of them have grown over the years. They recently just changed the law to include the Hasidic, I think they're called Hasidic, Jews of Jerusalem in the lottery for having to do mandatory military service. Now all of them are protesting and everything else. They don't want to go and fight for their country. Yet and still, we're over there with our sons and daughters doing the same damn thing. But I'm going to go ahead and let this play.
Predominantly Muslim. Radicalism aside, though, right?
Right.
Just like Jackson residents don't want it to be predominantly Jewish.
So if a Muslim wants to buy a house here and pay way more than what the house would sell outside of our community because of the fact that the prices go up when we come in, they're free to do it. And now,
yeah, but I just don't think it's bigoted for you to not want it to be predominantly Muslim. Why would you? You're Jewish.
So Jackson Strong is kind of like a unofficial organization that I had started. When I saw everything turning, I just was very vocal on social media, and I decided to organize. Certain people really wanted to get involved. There were a few of us that, we would have letter writing campaigns, making a lot of calls to county officials, local officials, and state officials, trying to find out what ordinances could be created, what we could do to help prevent a full-out turnover. A sign would say, Jackson Strong, don't sell, meaning if a new neighbor moves in next to you, don't run, don't sell. Why would you move? Stay strong, right?
Would they sell?
They would sell because it just got too much. And anytime you would say anything about it, you were anti-Semitic. I mean, there were Facebook pages created just to slander me. They would manipulate pictures of me. They would put, Russian hats on me, a Hitler mustache. These were things that were even coming out of Israel. At one point, there was a post where, somebody had said that, she needs to have an ice pick in her eye, and something like that. I did go to the prosecutor's office, and my Jackson Strong page was taken down for no good reason at all. It was just taken down. There was a page, Rise Up Ocean County, which was a pretty important part of everything that was happening. That page was taken down also. However, it was hijacked. So when our page was taken down, just for stating the facts, when you're bringing out the Kaporis incidents, when they're cutting the necks of the chickens and blood is pouring through the streets, and then you're talking about that and you're posting videos, and all of a sudden your Facebook page gets taken down, only to be replaced with a complete anti-Goyim harassment page. And you could report that page over and over, and you could have a campaign of people reporting that page. Yet that page remained up.
Do you want Lakewood to be predominantly Muslim? Just you personally?
Yeah, I don't know why they're still sacrificing that. I don't know if that's still a requirement. But
yeah, they probably doing what's it called? It's not, I guess, halal. Would it still be halal?
Haram. Haram?
No. It's the way you kosher. They doing kosher.
Yeah. There has to be a prayer and everything. That's why they have the kosher grocery stores, because the way the animals are slaughtered has to be done in a certain way to where it's more humane. They're being prayed over and different things like that. So,
no.
And why?
Because say
they don't want to kill you.
I'm fine with people moving in, but to have Jewish schools, we have to have a critical mass of Jews.
Jewish schools that were not there. Now, because they are there, you have to be inclusive, and now you have to have special consideration because of the Jewish schools that are there, because they pushed out the public schools. Okay.
Who's here to support Jewish schools, to have kosher grocery stores, supermarkets. We have to have a critical mass of Orthodox Jews here to support kosher supermarkets. By the way,
So using that logic, why would anyone in Jackson want Jackson to have more and more Jews move? If you're arguing there needs to be a critical mass for
how are we infringing on their right?
Are you catching what he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
I hope everybody else is catching what he's saying. You have to have a critical mass because then they can push you out because of obligations based on the country saying that you have religious freedoms, but they're putting the religious freedoms before human rights. And then once they're in the community, they can't have any exposure to the outside world from internet, from people interacting with them, and the secular and other things in the environment that dispurifies the area for them.
That's how they keep you out.
Purification, right along with them coming into a community.
And I bet if you play the music at sundown on Friday, they call the police on.
I dare you to play a hip hop song going through that town at night during prayer. I swear to you, you're going to get stopped.
Right, in their ability to do whatever
I'm
they
not
want.
saying you are, but why would they want that? Why would it be bigoted?
They don't have to want or not want. If somebody's selling their house to an Orthodox Jew, the Orthodox Jew is allowed to buy the house.
Sure, but I'm talking about the people who are not selling their houses to Orthodox Jews.
Then they have the right to do that.
Of course, but that doesn't make them a bigot to not want it. It doesn't mean they're hateful. It doesn't mean they hate you.
What is it of their lifestyle that we're going to change?
All right, so we could start with the traffic. Infrastructure-wise, they're just throwing up these ginormous structures. They tend to have basement apartments also, so they'll rent those out. Right now, there is probably upwards 2,000 to 3,000 homes that have been bought and are just being rented out right now by the Orthodox community that they will move in when they're ready to move into them. There's been a problem with light pollution. Now we're seeing just LED lights everywhere. You know, there's a lot of issues. And then let's just talk about the thing that breaks my heart more than anything, which is the school system. So what's happening is our Board of Education is going bankrupt. Between the formula and the state giving all of the money to the poorer communities, which has been proven to not work. We're losing that kind of funding, but we're being depleted from the busing. We are required by state law to provide busing to all of the private school students. Why are we paying for busing for schools that are not teaching a standard curriculum? If 80% or 90% of their curriculum is religious studies, why are the taxpayers paying for that busing? And then to add insult to injury, we have recently sold 2 of our schools.
Now hold up. Let me clarify some things. I think the numbers are there are 6,000 public school students in this district. There are 30,000 private school fucking students. The county or the city has to pay to bus those 30,000, even though they have nothing to do with the city. They're required. And it's costing them hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to do it, where it affects the budget they could be putting into the public school system because they have to pay for the busing.
And they have been bought by the Orthodox community.
Who are you, Chris?
I am a councilman in Jackson, New Jersey.
And what are we in front of right now?
We're in front of the former Sylvia Rosenauer School. The school was unfortunately shut down due to budget issues in Jackson. It was purchased by a private school.
Okay, so this is a private Jewish-only school right now?
Yes. As the state cuts our funding, we continue spending more and more public money on private schools, and it's kind of creating the perfect storm that's destroying our public education system.
So all of the school systems are completely strained by the influence of the Jewish non-students. They don't even use the public school system, but yet it costs the public school system a lot of money.
Because we Orthodox Jews, we pay the full school taxes to support the public schools and for busing. And the only thing that we get to use is busing.
Wait. Did you just hear that lie? How are you paying the full taxes when everything's under a 501c3? How are you paying the full taxes when most of the men in that town are studying Torah? They're not even working.
I'm
Most of
wondering
the
if a public
services, what taxes are you paying into the system to pay for those buses? You don't even pay for the homes halfway because most of them are housing vouchers. And if they bought the home, they bought it outright. So the most you might be paying for is a home, but yet and still, if it's 501c3, you're not paying any taxes on that. That just became a non-taxable corporation.
The thing is, I wonder. I don't think anybody in that place can attend that private school though.
No, it's not for everybody. Hell no. That's why it's private. They can be exclusionary. They can set up rules on who can be accepted and not accepted. That's the point of a private school.
Man. All right, let's roll with it.
You take Jackson Township, their pass-through budget was nothing in like 2017. What pass-through laws are, they're federal state laws where it says that the school system has to pay for the busing of private school students. The more people that moved into Jackson, they go to school in Lakewood. So no, Jackson has to bus their kids to Lakewood. Now they don't bus non-Jewish students. They have segregated busing. So you have girls bus, boys bus.
Dang.
It costs the towns millions and millions of dollars, while at the same time, it decreases the enrollment that they have. So when the enrollment decreased, couple that with a really shit school funding formula in New Jersey, the towns spend way more money and they get way less in return.
And now in a modern day and time, who thinks it's okay to separate boys and girls, not allowing them to be together, not allowing them to go to school together, be on the same bus? And because of a religious practice, you're forcing the public to pay extra money for things like that.
We have to send our children to religious schools because of the values that are taught in the secular schools. If there are population changes, schools consolidate. We're not the first place that's happened, nor the last place.
The Jewish community is extremely racist. Could you imagine if I said that my children could not play with somebody's children because they were Black? What a different conversation we would be having. Why is it okay?
We only eat kosher food. If our kids play in a non-religious Jew's home, they might be given non-kosher food to eat. Also, we generally don't have televisions in our home and don't want to bring the secular values of homosexuality, of adultery, theft, of cursing, and go on and on. We don't want to bring this into our society. The Orthodox Jews are paying full property tax, which is how the schools are funded. And we don't get the benefit of the school building, the school teachers. So we have to also pay for our private education.
Hold up. Did you notice you only said one line item? Full property tax. We're paying taxes on our property tax only. Not working in the community, not doing anything else, not based off of our earned income. We're paying property tax. That's it.
They got the system. They got it there.
They're getting our money and we're getting nothing for it.
Your funding is going to go down. You're going to have to make cuts. You're going to have to keep closing schools. They just shut down another big school, which is going to be converted into, might be one of the world's largest yeshivas right here in town. Let's be real. New Jersey State is essentially a criminal organization because everything they do is for some type of special interest, for somebody to benefit somehow.
They take a house, they get that house built for a public mikvah only for Jewish people, right? So they say it's for the public, but it's not. It's just for a select private group of people. The house is now a 501c religious organization, so it doesn't pay taxes. So the town loses the tax money. Yep. And then, didn't
the rich guy just say they pay property tax?
Not if you're a church. Not if you're a church.
Now, do you see why they redesignate their houses to be what?
A church.
All of them do it.
A synagogue.
So what property tax are they paying? Please explain.
this case, that mikvah was being built before it was even approved, so everyone sees that.
This is going to be a mikvah, which is a religious bathhouse.
Where women get purified.
Correct.
After their periods?
Yes, and it prepares them for their childbearing time.
Sex.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's little things like this. When they get in an area, they put what they need, their special needs. It doesn't benefit the community, anything that they put. It benefits only them.
So this is a house of worship, a shawl. This has been operating now probably for about 6 or 7 years. This is one of the ones that we first realized was non-owner occupied. Now,
Meaning
that you have a better chance of not having issues if you live in the home and you have prayer, but nobody was living in this home. Generally you should have to get the proper permits and everything, but our town has been very accommodating for bad behavior. As you could see, they did install a light for them here, so they could safely pull in and out and cross the street.
And that's a symptom of the increased traffic into this location, right? A light just for this house.
Correct. This is zone residential.
As I told you, we have to be together for schools, for synagogues, for kosher food. So
see how they make an excuse to push the government laws to have to appease them. They are using our laws to force the government to agree with what they're doing because of their religious rights. And if they don't have a certain amount of people in the area, the government could say, well, why don't you just build it in another area where there's more of you? Think about it.
They basically telling you, we don't want you anywhere around where we at. That's crazy.
Exactly. And when we come there, it becomes ours. You got to go. Sounds familiar? Palestine, Israel, Lebanon. It's starting to sound familiar. They doing this everywhere they go. That's why even in the European days back in Spain was kicking them out. Every country they went into, they did this same thing. And those countries had enough sense to kick them out. We, for some reason, have bitten that fucking apple off that tree, APAC and everything else that's feeding us, that we're allowing it to happen in our own country, where the Europeans had enough sense to say, oh, hell no, you're not doing this. You're not forcing us to follow along with whatever you want to believe.
you're gonna start buying the next block over. It happens to be Jackson and Tom's River. Now it's going into Howell because we're having lots of children, and thank God we're having lots of children. Thank God almost all of them stay religious, get married early, and having children, and community is just growing and growing. So in Jackson, they passed regulations against Orthodox Jews, and not only that, they were harassing us.
Go ahead.
They doing what they said. They doing what we tell them to do. I don't know why I think I gotta put this on. They getting married early. They having kids. They building that generational wealth. Boy.
The Black community, if it had stayed solid back in the 40s, the way our nuclear families were then, we would be in this same situation here in the United States, because we kept on pushing Black love, Black marriage, and working together. When they started to break us up, is how they broke us up. But
we thought the white man's ice was so much colder, and the Jewish community said, "Nah," because we can make our own. Yeah, we can make our own. We don't need your shit. Yeah, we were forced to go to our own restaurants, our own grocery stores, our own doctors. We were forced to. But what happened with them is they chose to, and look at how much they were able to do something by that choice. Let me plug this in so it didn't go out. You can go ahead, brother. Keep going with it.
Let me give you an example. We pray 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. So Jackson, they were very unprofessional, very amateurish. So they had their code enforcement department counting the number of Jews on the street, and they left the emails on their Jackson Township email system. So when litigation ensued, it came out in discovery. So they say, I see 3 men wearing the garb, carrying Bibles, going into this house. And the inspectors would actually go onto the property and peer into the window to see if we were praying.
Okay, so the house was zoned residentially, and it is being used as a house of worship?
No, but you could just go in there. The guy owns the house. You can just go in there and pray. We do it all the time. Just like, when I have the Super Bowl here, I have
hold up.
People.
See how they do it? That's like me. If I say, look, I don't have a restaurant. I just have people that come over, they eat, and they leave me money. But it's not a restaurant. Yeah, I'm not cooking, even though people do it. Or this isn't a whorehouse. People come over and they just have sex. Now, if they want to decide to leave some money, they can do that. That's how they saying it, like, yo, this isn't really a synagogue. We just had some friends come over every day during the same time, 3 times a day, and they praying. And man, go ahead, brother.
Here.
In contrast to
But
the
the point-
Super
but the
Bowl,
point-
how
but the
often does
point is,
this
I would think-
congregation happen per year? Is it every week?
Oh no, we pray 3 times a day. No,
3 times a day versus once a year, though, right? That's an important distinction.
oh, but I'm saying, but every week they get during football season, get people over watching football. And
do you see how he's trying to correlate praying 3 times a day
to one
an
time a week,
once a week football game gathering? What that doesn't even, you can't even make those two look alike.
No,
What
but
are
they
you
did.
talking
What you mean? They made it look alike.
they get 30 people in the house watching football, right? Anybody in America can do that, and they're not cited for a violation.
You don't think they would have been treated the same if it were a mosque or a church?
There are Christian groups, and that they were not harassed like we were.
So you guys were singled out, in your opinion?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
What happened in Jackson? What anti-Semitic laws is he referring to in his opinion?
So it's everybody is reacting in their own way, zoning law wise, to try to fight what they do. And what that is like buying corner lots that are unbuildable, using the RLUPA laws to build on them. So what happened was there was a little bit of a rush to stop Lakewood. I would say about 2010-ish, where you saw different towns making different zoning laws. Brick did its own little thing, tightened up zoning laws.
Did you catch that? This shit has been going on for 14 plus years. And this is to stop Lakewood back in 2010, which means Lakewood's been around for way longer. That's crazy. This has been going on for so long. The Somalis just got here. These guys have been doing it way longer and getting away with it.
In certain areas, and they did it in a way where it wasn't pointing out one religion. Jackson kind of did it in a way where they did point out one religion. But
what does that mean?
So it's like they tried stopping the shoals in the middle of the houses, but what they did was they worded it and they said things as they were doing. Like the people on the boards were saying stupid shit during the discussion that were anti-Semitic, basically to give them fuel to come in and say, you guys are making anti-Semitic laws. Okay, it wasn't necessarily what they were trying to do; it was how they were trying to do it. Now the council president up there, Mordecai Bernstein, who was a part of it, you have that guy Richie Roberts. They got the DOJ to do an investigation. They sued under RLUPA, and they had the DOJ do an investigation into him. They hammered Jackson. So now it's like
that's the RLUPA thing. The religious right to build. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Jackson is castrated and cannot even fight it anymore because they got told by the federal government and the state government they get to do whatever the hell they want. So now that's why you're seeing the synagogues going up in single family or multiple family, big houses, $800,000, $900,000 houses. We lost the lawsuit on this property that was too small of a property, unbuildable lot. The people that came out to that meeting made this type of comment. This was deemed anti-Semitic. This is a family neighborhood. We like to keep it a family neighborhood, anti-Semitic. This is what the judge, quote, cited as anti-Semitic. Are you going to be renting this house or are you going to be living in it? Anti-Semitic. What type of family would want to live on this type of lot? Anti-Semitic. That's how petty.
What the hell? Those questions weren't even pointed towards what kind of race or religion you are.
It don't matter.
They were general questions.
It don't matter.
Wow.
It gets.
Beginning 10 years ago, they called you an anti-Semite for outlining all of these points. Were you wrong?
I was right. There are plenty of county roads in Jackson. Nobody's saying that you cannot put your house of worship on those county roads where you could put a proper parking lot and you could have proper traffic. So why are we dealing with houses of worship within walking distance that could be on main roads? Air roofs are up. Why instead are we putting them smack in the middle of residential areas because it's another way to get people out of there. It's another way to create a complete religious enclave.
And this all begs the question, does the Jewish community living in peace come at a direct cost of the non-Jews also trying to live in peace? Can the two groups get along? I toured a mostly all-Jew neighborhood in Lakewood to understand Jennifer's frustration a bit more, what she sees as Jackson's seemingly unavoidable future. Where are we at, Jenna?
We are in Westgate, aka Kosher West, aka the Little Tykes Graveyard.
I'm noticing lots of toys on the lawn, car seat that may not be getting used, tons of minivans, many children,
Oh, the
many
trash.
families,
That's right.
full trash.
The trash. Yeah, that's the problem out here. They just throw it. Yeah, go ahead, play it.
Cans, abandoned vehicles, a lot going on here.
Don't y'all have HOAs where you have to keep your yard or something clean and shit?
Not if your people own the HOA. What are you talking about?
Correct. This is on the border of Jackson. And unfortunately, I see this as being Jackson's future if we don't get a hold of things.
Let's go for a walk. How large are the families out here?
Again, anywhere from 6 to 12 children.
This is all Orthodox Jews for the most part?
This is predominantly probably 99.9% religious.
Could I buy a home here?
I don't believe you could.
Obviously, legally, according to the Fair Housing Act, it's illegal for them to discriminate against me, but practically speaking, could I buy a home?
No.
Okay.
This community is allowed to police themselves. They're allowed to do what they want to do. Rules don't apply. Yeah, the trash cans. We have a problem now in Jackson with rats, which we've never had before. It's definitely a concern.
That's insane.
It's a complete religious enclave, yes.
This bus right here is paid for by a Lakewood taxpayer, correct?
Correct.
You're a bus driver. You got the time to fucking sit there and make a comment. Drive on, man. What the hell? You hear how entitled these people are? Look at this. You're a bus driver. Drive the bus, man.
We're walking. We're trying to walk. You got to. Yes. Call the cops.
Here, it's strictly about religion, nothing else. All these men going to yeshiva until they're 35 years old, they're not producing college students. They're not producing people that are going to go and benefit the greater good of our society.
It's sort of an investment in a insulated one-way economy.
Correct, without
Hello.
anybody contributing.
How are you? Oh, we're filming a little documentary. Yeah, for YouTube. Would you like to say hi?
I actually recognize your face.
I'm infamous. That's me. Yes. It's good to meet you. How are you?
I actually can't shake hands
I
with
see.
you. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'd
It's good
love
to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just walking around talking.
Cool. Well, I hope it's interesting.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Like, not everybody's the same. Yeah.
This is true. I'm noticing a strong spectrum here of even orthodoxy, right?
Yeah. Even within the Orthodox.
So I got to say, very refreshing. Sweet
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah.
Said hi. Good luck.
That's
That
the
was
funny
nice.
thing.
That was nice, yeah.
That's the funny thing about it. I mean, a lot of the women are very nice and very welcoming.
Yeah.
And you can have a conversation with them, but at the end of the day, they can't be your friend.
No parking. Look at that.
They don't want to live amongst us. They don't want to live with us. They just want to live and exist and not have us be part of their lives. We've had people stand up at our council meeting in Jackson and say, I'm sorry, we cannot let our children play with your children.
For the Orthodox community, the reason that we choose sometimes to live with ourselves is because we are, as a culture, very careful with the influences our children have. My children they don't have any access to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, any of these things. And part of that safety is that.
Hold up. Pause that a second.
I had to. I already knew you were about to say something. I'm about to say something. If you don't.
No, I'm just wondering how nobody got access to YouTube, but everybody know Tyler who's on YouTube.
Yeah, none of the children, at least.
But I'm even saying, even the adults, they not. At some point, you got on YouTube. Why is it that
You have
you searching him
phones.
out?
If you have a phone, you have access to the internet. And here's the thing. I just checked out the local news in Lakewood, and I've seen so many different crimes that are being committed right there in that town. Matter of fact, one child shot another child of that community.
Well, that's probably why they don't want to be around them.
All these religious rights and all that doesn't mean your kids are going to grow up any better. I mean, hell, the fourth person killed the third person. Beginning of life. Cain killed Abel. It's ingrained in you. I don't care how closed off you want to live in a bubble. Shit's going to happen. You know? And God gave you a choice. You're forcibly making people do this shit based on your religious beliefs.
After school, all of us as neighbors share those same values and rules and restrictions.
It's about unity. It's about assimilation. It's about, the American culture, and that's what we're losing.
Can the Jews and the Gentiles get along?
Absolutely. We don't have.
You're calling for unity.
Absolutely. I also understand that this is their way of thinking. This is how they are trained. This is how they were brought up.
We're happy for them to stay. We don't push them out. We had a neighbor Wheeler right across the street over one house. We were sorry to see them go. Is it bad that you have a house that's worth $300,000 and someone says, I really want to live in this neighborhood, I'll give you $600,000 for it?
I think it's great if
they buy you out. They double up your money. They don't care how much they spend. They just want you gone. They'll get it back in the community somehow. They'll get it back in our 501c3 when they redistrict the house.
Or
They'll get it back.
8. Or Section 8.
They'll get it back. Don't worry.
Trying to sell your house.
Okay. And if he doesn't have to. Like this woman, she didn't have to sell her house.
Yeah, I think there's an argument in some instances of people who have claimed that they've been pressured, harassed, or intimidated to sell their house.
So it's not intimidation. It only could be that too many people are knocking on their door asking, do you want to sell your house?
Aggressively knocking on your door. He's leaving out key words in this whole thing. It's not so polite the way they ask you.
Or you don't have a place to park because everybody's parking there to go to whatever service there is.
Okay, so there's blacklisting.
Okay.
That's when they approach you to sell your house, which is a level of harassment. There's intimidation, telling you that, your decorations are not Yiddish, or approaching you and asking you, when are you moving? You could have a child who's 4 or 5 years old.
Stop. I'm just thinking about something. The people probably, when you move somewhere, I moved and I wanted to find a place, there was a place that they had started building when we were going to get some new construction. It's called Melissa. And we went out there, and this was what the realtor said. He's like, look, man, I'm telling you, in about 8 years, it's going to be the spot. I'm like, well, damn, right now, brother, it ain't no grocery store.
Yeah, right.
Ain't nowhere to work out. There's where am I supposed to eat? Where can I shop? Where can we do anything? And he was like, well, you can just drive in to McKinney and do that. And so imagine someone who lived there in this town. They had their grocery store, they had their corner store,
there's 3 generations in before they even showed up. Let's go there.
No, just say, you had all the place, your pizza shop, all the places you want. Now the whole dynamics change. You don't have your grocery store. You don't have your corner store anymore. You don't have your little pizza shop. So a person usually stays in a place because they have things that are around them that's convenient, their gym, their spots. None of that's there anymore. Everything is catered toward one specific group. So that's why they sell, because it's not that you want to. It's nothing is in that community is there for you.
Yeah, there's nothing left for you. They done totally changed the environment you were comfortable.
But I'm wondering this. I wonder what happened. Ain't no trick or treat. I'm wondering if you put up any Halloween things in your yard or any Christmas
she just said that decoration ain't Yiddish. So they do walk up to you and say, hey, that's against our religion. That's not Yiddish.
I wonder what they would do. They would probably destruct it or take it down.
They'll come and take it and destroy it. And what else can you do? Take them to court for what? For a couple bucks of decorations? You're going to go through all that?
All right, brother. Sorry. Let's let it roll.
Being your neighbor, and you could be very nice to that child, and one day they will just come out and say to you, when are you leaving? Well, that's learned behavior. They're hearing that, right?
There's rows of housing. You saw it yesterday. 4, 5, 6 cars per place, tight, super tight houses.
The few people that I've spoken to, a lot of it stems from fear and their loss of their way of life, right? I don't think it stems from hatred, from what I've heard.
So some hate it and some feared a change in their in their neighborhood. These people are moving in that don't look like them, that seem different, and I can understand it. But there are laws about discrimination.
Wait. It's not that these people moving in and they look different. It's not that fucking simple. These people are moving in, and when they move in, that means they're going to start forcibly making you act or react to the way their lifestyle is. In their view, not yours. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing you out. It's not the other way around, like we're fearful of them. We know when it comes to when they come into that neighborhood, the next step is more of them are going to come and they're going to push you out based on the way they believe, the harassment levels, and everything else. So it's the beginning of the end when you see them. It's not they don't like seeing you. We don't give a fuck as an American who moves in. Just keep to yourself if you want to. Just don't push stuff on us and don't try to push us out of something that belongs to us.
And people bought homes legally because the non-Jews that lived there made a lot of money off the Jews in selling the home.
Well, look at, Little Italy and look at Chinatown and New York, and how come it was okay for them to live amongst themselves? The key there is assimilation. Their children went to public schools. They worked in the public sector. They invited anybody who wanted to come into their community. They provided for them in their community. Huge difference there. This is not a welcoming community. This is not somebody who's saying, we're going to build this show. Come on in. We want to teach you a little bit about our religion and our beliefs, but we want to involve you in it. And this has been a topic that I have brought up at several council meetings when there have been times when there's been a project or something that they wanted to approve, and we were trying to kind of, bring it to people's attention that this project is not going to benefit the community as a greater good. The Jewish community is extremely racist, and I would go as far to say as the Jackson government should be ashamed of themselves.
Beautiful traffic and under here. What?
Welcome.
Was that a strategic honk?
I think so.
I'm not sure what the strategy there was. Who's he honking at now?
That's the whole.
Gotta say hi. Hello. All right, so you're just honking. I'm not sure what the strategy is. How are you? I came down. I think I'm gonna sue. His kids in there is doing that? What? Man, I think this guy actually might be mentally challenged, so we're going to give him a break. So listen, we can talk all the niceties we want. There is hostility.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? That's not going to happen.
So how we were saying earlier, there's no internet. How many people got phones? Of course there's fucking internet. Everybody's got a phone. Same thing we say when you travel. Everybody's got a cell phone and it's exposed to Western mentality. Because they got a cell phone. That means they have internet. That means they have social media sites. That means they can be influenced. So what are they talking about in this community about they don't want any outside influences?
They don't want you.
Exactly. They're using that as a issue, but it's not the real issue. They don't want you in their community once they establish it.
Walking down our streets.
But as we were trying to escape and rest our ears from the Jews honking at us from all directions, I spotted these dudes tracking us. Turns out I had summoned the Shamrim police, the Jewish community's
He said police. They're not police.
They're not.
Emergency medical. Remember that chart that I pulled up earlier. They're not licensed by the state to be a police department, but yet and still they have certain privileges that the police just turn a blind eye to. They are an emergency medical service. They do have approval through that licensing, but they are not licensed by the state of New Jersey as a legal city police department. But yet and still, look at that patch. Look at that patch on that guy's arm. Don't that look official? Like they're real police from New York City? Well, we already saw the chart on the nonprofit organizations. That was one of them.
Colonel Police
they gotta be
Force
getting some government grants.
Yeah,
they gotta get government grants. Let's see what they're doing.
Why are you wearing a tactical vest? You're damn emergency medical.
Secured funding. I'm trying to see what their check says. Secured funding for
Lakewood Samorian for $275,000.
I hope that's a period.
And they're a 501c3. So that guy sitting there grinning is getting a write-off for $275,000 against his income. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Federal funding and township funding.
I'm gonna pause it just so you guys can read. There's another
He said he got
150,000.
federal funding.
150,000 for a new mobile command. Command of what? You are an emergency medical service. What do you need to command? Why is that guy wearing a white hat like he's a police officer? What the fuck is going on?
You just want to be interviewed?
No.
Okay, respect. Are we in the heart of Lakewood right now?
What are you doing for?
Look how comfortable he is.
I'm just curious. All right, he's pushing it. What's up? You want to do an interview? Okay.
I don't think it was nice how you portrayed the Jewish people. And
what are we talking about? What's the context, real quick?
What's the context?
By the way, this is the second video. After a month of his first video, he went back again. So this is the second video that we're watching. There is another video. I will link it in the bio after this or the description right along with his channel.
Are we talking about Curious Joel?
Yes. I just don't think it was you were trying to portray. I think you just came into with a more of what you had a picture in your head.
What do you think I got wrong? What do you think was misrepresented? Like, I'm just trying to learn. What do you actually think I got wrong about it?
I just think there was agenda.
You got to elaborate a little bit, though. You know.
What was the front of the YouTube page posted as? What was the
inside the New York town invaded by welfare addicted Jews?
Thank you. You answered the question.
Was I wrong though?
I actually think it's not true, but again, you'd say whatever you want. It's not welfare addicted. This is what it is.
Welfare reliance, welfare dependent. What would be a better?
Programs don't have it.
All right.
Boom. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
If you don't like the programs, don't have them. Don't blame them for taking advantage of it. You know who said something similar to that? Donald Trump used to say that when he used to do use his taxes as an advantage to write off certain things. He said, if you don't like the tax laws, then change them, but you won't because you all take advantage of the same thing, but you're just trying to point out the fact that I'm doing it.
Exactly.
What are you arguing? That I have an obligation as a taxpayer to fund you and how many kids you want to have? If you want to have 30 kids, that's just how it is.
I'm arguing that if the law is set up to have certain criteria for people and it's according to children, then people who qualify for it, legally qualify for it
100%.
With no fraud at all are entitled to get it.
And you'll give me the credit of acknowledging I never said that was fraudulent.
Yes, that's right.
I think it's exploitative by nature, though. Yeah, why don't you throw all your money at them and help sustain their lifestyle? Why do I have to take a cut of my paycheck to go towards Curious Joel's insulated Hasidic Jewish community that has nothing to do with me? I'll never get anything out of. There's zero upside for them to exist for me.
Anyways, we have the government makes criteria for getting financial aid. And if someone qualifies for that criteria,
when you have a billionaire sitting there trying to educate a whole community on how to take advantage of the government, no fucking wonder they're getting away with it. When you have a billionaire that's connected to the fucking White House, no wonder they're getting away with it. This is a billionaire sitting here telling you, yes, we're going to take advantage of your system and everything you got coming. Sounds familiar, like the Somali said the same thing in Minnesota, but they were on national news. These guys can barely get off the local news into a national frame, even with Tyler screaming to the rooftops. Makes you wonder why. Still that melanin. I'm having a feeling it's a melanin issue.
I'm not sure why when the Jew does it, you're calling it exploitive or taking advantage, but you don't say that to all the other people and populaces that don't have it.
Well, I've never seen anything of this scale to where the families are this large and it's sort of baked into their strategy of child raising.
So are you against having children, having a lot of children?
I'm pro-children. That's great. I think you should be able to afford it. And I want to make an important distinction between the Amish, let's say, and the Hasidic Jews and Curious Joel. You tell me what's the difference.
Boom. Here we go. Here we go. The Amish are totally different. I brought them up at the beginning of this, but the Amish are totally different than these people. Exactly. But let's see if he admits to it.
There are tons of differences.
Tons of differences. Most importantly, as it relates to finance, though, the Amish pay for themselves. They're self-sustaining. They're not reliant on welfare programs funded by the taxpayer.
I think I heard in a video there's 40,000 people in Curious Joel? 44,000. And you spoke to 20 people around on the street.
Sure, perhaps an insufficient sample size.
And who obviously are not the ones working, because if they're working, they wouldn't have been on the street. They'd be working.
Sure, but it belies a pretty interesting question, right? How do they afford to raise such large families? How do they afford to study full-time?
First, I have to bifurcate your question. There's two groups. One is the ones who are learning full-time, and the others are the ones that are working. For Hasidim, almost all of them go out to work. However, when they first get married, for the first 2 or 3 years, they'll learn Torah full time. The wife will work. They don't have any children yet. Maybe they have 1 kid or 2 children. And then they'll get help from their family. And if their income qualifies, which it probably does, for financial aid, they'll get financial aid.
Okay, we got this guy following us. We're playing games now. We got the security van rolling on us as we roll on them. Got 1, 2, 3 police. Surely there's no conflict of interest we're about to experience.
Yeah,
I wonder what law they're going to claim I violated. How you doing? My name's Tyler. How are you? Josh, man. Good to meet you, Josh.
What's going on?
I don't know. We're just getting stocked.
Yeah?
Low key, yeah.
You look familiar, bro.
My name's Tyler Oliveira. We're filming a little YouTube video. That's me, yeah.
So what are you filming out here?
Documentary on Lakewood, surrounding towns. Am I being detained? Is there a probable cause for this interaction? What's going on?
We just got a concern saying that you're walking up to people, asking them questions, stuff like that.
Luck.
What? Yeah. Listen to his. I mean, Tyler's on it, man.
Why can't you do that? What is wrong with that? You can't walk.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to say this. This is America. So hold on.
It's the First Amendment, right? It's beautiful. And I get you're doing your job.
Call us, you got to come out here, right? See what you guys just doing, like a documentary?
Exactly. Just a little documentary right now. Hey, how you guys doing? You guys want to say what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Okay, well, it's good to meet you guys. I know you guys got more important things to do, but good to meet you guys. Good to meet you. Thanks for keeping everyone safe. Thank you.
I'm part of Lakewood Charmer, which is public safety.
Yeah.
So hold up. So law enforcement couldn't do shit, right? After they called him. This knucklehead right here is not a cop. Not by no stretch, no legal means, license, not a license, whatever. Again, like I said, they're emergency medical. And Drew said, well, they're firemen. Okay, whatever. They're still not cops. They don't dispense and issue law or, things like that. So go ahead and listen to what this guy said after the cops failed to do what they needed to do to shut him up.
And we got multiple calls. Same reason why PD got calls.
Okay.
So that's it. We're just going to follow you around. We're going to let everybody know that they don't have to talk to you.
With the Shamroon police on our back, it felt like we were being policed by a secondary form of law enforcement that seemed to exclusively defend the interest of the Jewish community. And speaking of double standards, let's talk about politics.
I just want to pose a question to the room. If there was a black community like this, and you have brothers, a community of brothers, maybe the Black Panthers or whatever, what did they do to them? They blew them the hell up.
Brother, there was black communities like that. They call it Rosewood. They call it Black Wall Street. You see what happened to them.
Could you imagine if a black community did something exactly like this, how they would blow this up to an international level? How dare them come here? They should be respectful to, America. They're not individuals. They're part of America. But they're letting these people be individuals and start their own way of life, literally within the country. They are forcing you to believe in their religion. If you don't, you got to go, because they don't want the exposure to the outside world to mess with their children. But they're using your laws against you in order to do it.
I firmly believe that the tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime. We have an ultra-Orthodox person as our council president. You can't think.
Now, Minnesota had, everybody up to a senators involved with Minnesota. Look what they're doing. You got to control, Drew said it earlier, you got to control local politics.
Boy, you do.
You can't even get to the Senate level yet until you control your environment, city, state. Then you can push towards federal.
That there's not going to be things happening and rules and laws created to make his community stronger and better.
When do you eventually become involved in Jackson politics, let's say? You live in Lakewood, you don't even live in Jackson. Why do you even get involved?
What happened was this active discrimination against the Orthodox Jews in Jackson was going on for
Active discrimination. Listen to the words used as defamatory in nature, saying that they're being, again, they're the victim. How are they being victimized when they're pushing into other people's community and just trying to stop them? But they're the victim.
for about a year. And I had people calling me from Jackson with like anonymous numbers, Orthodox Jews, because they were afraid for their safety. We're generally not violent people. If we have to defend ourselves, we will. And I think a substantial number of people.
They're not violent people, but they push up on you. They invade your space. How many times has Tyler been approached since he's been in that community? How many times has he been yelled at, threatened to move on? People honking their horns, being disruptive. That's not harassment. That's non-aggressive.
But he's not the victim, man. You got the wrong person.
People in Lakewood now own guns.
Why?
Why?
They became fearful.
Oh, yes, because the rise of anti-Semitism and the attacks on Jews. After about a year of them calling me, I really couldn't take it anymore. They're suffering.
Why did you topple the government?
I told you
why.
How
did you do it with ease?
Oh, it was not with ease. It was a tremendous amount of work. Agent in Manhattan, trying to get stories out to the press. And then I met with this political group, like I said, who ran senatorial campaigns. We got the cell phone numbers of all the people in Jackson, and we planned to text. We started a website called familiesforjacksonjustice.org. By the way, I've since abandoned the website. Anti-Semites took it over. It's like...
You hear the strategy he's laying down on how they did this. You guys listening?
When the Republican Club, which was vehemently anti-Semitic and run by the mayor of Jackson, had a U.S. Senate candidate, Republican candidate, there for their meeting, I had spies inside the organization, non-Jews, who were telling me what was going on. So the Republican Club, they had their senatorial candidate about to speak. We then texted to everyone in Jackson 5 minutes before he spoke. Here's this new website exposing the religious discrimination. I had it populated with all kinds of information, statements. The mayor of Jackson had been voice recorded, not by me, but it was sent to me, where he was asked by the chairman of the Ocean County Republican Party if these were churches, would we be opposing them? He said, absolutely not. It was discrimination against Jews. They were going crazy with all the things I was doing, putting pressure on them. There was fighting going on among the elected political people. Resignations had started. And then I put out the ad on Fox News.
New developments in that deadly attack in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows they clearly targeted that Jewish market.
There's a synagogue located next door. There is no question that this is a hate crime.
Anti-Semitic.
Okay. Are you catching on? You catching on what they're cooking? They are literally blowing this up to a national incident when it's something that benefits them in the light and perception. But all the other stuff they're doing, all the other dirt they're doing, it gets snatched down to just the local level and local news, if it even makes the print. But if something happens to them, oh no, it's got to go national. Why are all these news anchors and everybody talking about something that happened just right there? But I do recall not more than maybe a year ago, a lot of these Hasidic Jews in New Jersey were running up on the cops. Weren't the cops trying to fight with the Hasidic Jews in a certain area in New Jersey?
I just can't remember what they did at that time.
Yeah. So
Autism is on the rise, and now it's coming from Jackson Township's government. Elected officials in Jackson have passed ordinances targeting Orthodox Jewish families. Exposed township emails show officials surveilling religious Jewish families, praying in their homes. They even took revenge on a decorated veteran who testified against their anti-Semitism. Jackson officials are intimidating Jewish families, and they admit it.
If these were churches, would we be fighting? Absolutely not.
Shameful. This isn't America.
Let's put on the cable.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they got to. Hey, when you know how to use the system,
or when you own the system,
yeah, you can be.
You can call another, small hat that owns the media and say, "Hey, can you run this on a national level for me, please?" So we
see
get
that's what the Somalians didn't have it. What's the Somalian House representative?
Omar.
Yeah, see, they didn't have it. They didn't understand. They didn't, they don't have enough power yet. They had the power in their community, but once it went nationwide, they didn't have the power.
It wasn't strong enough. Yeah.
And they wasn't contributing. Now, if they was over there contributing to Trump, giving him millions and all of that, they could have stayed. They just ain't at that level yet. And that's why blacks ain't at that level. Yeah, we might help with vote, but we help with the vote and they come to church and say what they're gonna say. But once they get in, we're not contributing millions and millions of dollars to no campaign. They don't listen to us.
Network provider for that area. In the meantime, I had 2 different calls with the White House. I know you want to ask me 1,000 questions. I will answer nothing more than that. Okay, sorry.
He straight up said, "Look, I called the White House."
That's right.
I told, and who I told is none of your motherfucking business.
But I'm just letting you know I got that kind of power.
Because.
And to be fair, yeah, the mayor's statement seems pretty damning, right? Him saying, "I wouldn't do this." If
right.
Up.
And you heard that. You heard that on the commercial. Yeah. By the way,
it seems discriminatory.
By the way, he's one of my best friends now.
Lifelong.
Because here's what happened: more Orthodox Jews kept moving in because of the financial and demographic forces I told you about, and we started to become a larger part of the electorate. And he was coming up for re-election as
dynamic and demographic forces. Again, focus on the words that are being used and the phrasing of it.
Mayor, and he asked someone if he could come here and apologize to me. And he came here and he said, when he signed,
"Go kiss the ring, bow down."
That sounds like
what's the ring, like a pope, like the pope. Go kiss the ring. That's crazy. This is ludicrous.
Signed those resolutions. He knew it was a wrong thing to do, but he said he was under so much pressure from all the political types in Jackson and the people who have constituencies, and they were yelling at me. So he just signed it, and he wants to tell me now that he regrets doing it, and he's going to work to get rid of those regulations. Then that result was the Orthodox Jewish community embraced him.
Did you hear what he said? He said, "Not only am I sorry, I'm going to work to break down the institution to allow you guys to come in and take over this city as well. Just back me in making me the mayor again. Give me some AIPAC money, in other words. Pay for my silence." And I'll let you
that's what they did. They said, remember, they tried to give him a fine. They said, not only a fine, but you got to go to these classes we're going to give you.
Yeah, it's like anti-Semitic indifference classes or some crap like that, where you have to be more sensitive to them. Who the fuck? What in the hell have we come to? That you have to go through some kind of mental training to deal with people trying to push their beliefs on you when you have every bit and every right to say, "I don't believe the same way as you. I don't have to," regardless of your religious beliefs and your condemnation.
We supported him. I became the largest donor to his re-election campaign. Wasn't a million.
He becomes an ally to the Orthodox Jewish community.
He becomes.
That money talks, man. That money talks.
I'm going to give you this amount of money and you do this. Okay, you can't do that. But if I could say, "Hey, I'm going to deliver you 50,000 votes that are all going to vote for you." So take Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey.
Didn't somebody accuse Minnesota of bringing in the Somalis so they can vote on the Democratic ticket? Look at Ilhan Omar and all the other Somalis that are everything from the city all the way up to the Senate. There's a lot of Somalis within that community that were voted in by the immigrants that were brought into that community. And that's what they use for leverage. And that's what they were saying on our report. Remember when they were saying, hey, you don't want to offend us because we have this. We'll go to your such and such and get you in trouble. You get what I mean? So here you got yet another community using that leverage. And what don't?
But I can't be mad at him. Look, the guy is telling you. I mean, he's not even being shy about it. He said, we learned to play the system, and I'm playing by the rules that you laid out. I'm playing the game. I'm just playing it better than you. Don't be mad that I'm playing it better than you.
Exactly.
We've been here long enough that we should know how to play the game. That we should understand the rules of the game,
inside and out.
Yeah, and I'm just going to talk about every community. We say, for instance, I've heard people say that the SAT and the spelling bees are biased. And I'm like, brother, you lived here, you were born here, this is your third generation. How can you have somebody from India who comes over here, who doesn't really understand the language, win the spelling bee for years and years at a time? That's not bias. They learn the game. They learned the system. The words was the same words everybody could spell. So
what did they say? The one that works you beats natural talent. The one that practices and works harder sometimes will beat somebody with natural talent.
Exactly, every time.
And that's what they've been doing. They've been coming in, working harder to learn the system, to see where those little gray areas are, and they manipulated the system to their benefit. While we've been here and haven't done a thing.
And they put the people in place to make sure that the laws benefit what they doing.
Exactly.
They were bragging that all of the Vlads got together, all the Jewish Vlads got together, and were voting for Jack Ciattarelli, and they did so like 97%. That voting.
He went from not being a friend of the Little Hats to wearing one of them. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, got him, man. They just like you're gonna kiss the wall. You're gonna kiss the wall.
Kiss the wall. You kiss the Pope's ring. You do whatever you have to.
Drew's saying we gotta do. How far are we in those last 2 minutes?
Oh, we are a little ways away from the last 2 minutes. We at about an hour and two. We got about 11 minutes before this is all over with. So.
Go ahead and speed it up. We know what he's talking about here.
Now says like what they do is they take that and say, hey, we got all these votes and we're going to all vote for you, but what are you going to do for us? And if you don't vote with us, we're going to take all of these votes and we're going to put our support behind somebody else. It's what they tried doing to Chris Pollitt. I know because I spoke to the dude who basically said it. They said it very arrogantly, where it was like, oh, we have 6,500 Jewish votes in Jackson. He is not winning. That's what they said to me.
Yeah, you won.
And if I cater to their community, I might have access to the block vote.
Who did they say they control?
They said they control our mayor and our council president.
After a year, I couldn't bear it anymore. So I got involved. I hired a political campaign group out of Washington, D.C. that does political campaigns for Republican senators. I think they did Ted Cruz. And I wrote a letter to the mayor of Jackson telling him all the things I was going to do if they wouldn't reverse these discriminatory laws. In the meantime, there's another Jewish group called the Aguda that had a lawsuit against Jackson based on RLUIPA. That's religious land use.
Understand that. That's why I needed you to hear this. Look what that says. Religious Land Use Institutionalized Persons Act. This is what they use to push themselves into the community and set up these 501c corporations with these houses as being religious locations. They use that right there.
Didn't somebody say they buried somebody that they knew in their backyard so they could?
Well, yeah, that's a law in any country, in any state, really, even in Texas. If you make a personal cemetery of your family in your backyard, it stops being taxable.
Shoot, I'm about to knock somebody off real quick.
If you own land, you should have your family members buried on the land.
Smart idea. Smart idea.
Institutionalized Persons Act. And it says that the municipality, it's a law, federal law, municipality is not allowed to discriminate based upon religion. And in their lawsuit.
Did you hear that? Remember, I told you they use religion to push themselves in. And that takes precedence over human rights. It's their religious beliefs.
Then showed all the emails from Jackson, all the things they were doing, conspiring against, executing to try to make life miserable for Orthodox Jews there.
But you went to work, and what happened next?
I went to Washington. I met with Ronna McDaniel, who was the head of the Republican National Committee, and the Speaker of the House at the time was Kevin McCarthy. He was actually in their conference room. So I met with both of them, showed them what was going on. They were shocked.
No, I think there's a lot to learn from the community. That's why I like what we did yesterday. Their tactics benefit them. They are a solitary mass. They actually are a community.
Yep.
You can't deny it. They are not fighting over Trump or Biden. They're not fighting over left or right. They're not fighting over masked or unmasked.
Us versus the world.
It's antimatter, right? It's like we are everyone in our towns, we're fighting against antimatter. We're not focused on what actually matters. We're not picking each other up. We're not one community. And I'm not talking about communism or any of that shit.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about caring about the person. They hitchhike.
What other world will you see hitchhiking in America in 2026?
Nonstop. Yeah.
That's a testament to how high trusting they all are.
So there's something to be said about that. And there's a lot. I would love to see our kids playing again off of, getting out on bikes and getting out playing basketball and football and all of those things. I would love to see that. I'd love to see us act a little bit more like that.
We need to fight back against the state. We've had large lawsuits against us because they tried to keep out this problem. We've had the Department of Justice come down on us. Billionaires connected to the president involved in all this. What's happening in this little town in Jersey is bigger than people think.
And what's happening here in Jackson, will that become a problem in other small towns?
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns.
Is the cop gonna go? Okay. Get a shot of the cop.
We got the corrupt police pulling us over for what? We'll find out. We may be in a corrupt hellhole. Double cop car. We're getting pulled over. We got double police. Potentially nothing better to do. Let's find out. We weren't speeding. We weren't violating the law from the best of my understanding.
Do you have your driver's license registration?
What am I being
For
pulled
what?
over for?
I'll tell you that soon as you
Is there
give
a
me
problem?
No, you don't need to see shit.
We got a call on our phones for a suspicious person.
You can't pull nobody over a suspicious person.
There's nothing suspicious about expressing our First Amendment right.
No, you're good.
So what am I
Then
being
what you
pulled
pull
over
him over for?
We got a call, just so you know, you're being audio and visual recorded.
Sure,
okay?
likewise.
So we got a call from dispatch.
Sure.
Saying there's a vehicle.
Okay.
With two men in it, videotaping in front of a school. When we get a call for that, that's our probable cause to stop
That's
you.
not probable
because they
cause.
described your vehicle. So I'm asking you. What's illegal about the fact that we're recording? There's nothing illegal about it.
Sure.
Then what you
I
stop
don't
me
care that
for?
you're recording because I'm recording too. I just don't know
all
who
ears.
you are. And I don't. But for my safety, I want you back.
You put yourself. Here's the thing.
So back to me.
I hate these pussy ass cops, and I'm going to say it out loud. You put yourself in that situation. That's what your fucking job is.
He just said,
You're
"What law
supposed
did I
to go
break?" The guy
towards
said, "You didn't break a law."
Here's the thing, though. You're supposed to go towards the situation, not run from it. That's what you signed up for. The fact that you're saying, "Oh, for my safety," when you introduced yourself into the situation, you introduced yourself into stopping him. When he wasn't by the police, he wasn't by the school where it was reported that he was, even if he was. So even if he left, he's not in the school district anymore. Why do you still want to push the issue of stopping him and introducing yourself into a situation that's no longer there?
Well, he just told him. He said, "What law did I break?" He said, "You didn't break one."
You didn't break any. So why did you stop me? Again, you're introducing yourself, but then you use the excuse for my safety.
That's a lot of power to that
That's
that
some
county
bullshit.
guy.
That's some baby back bullshit. And I'm
Call
gonna call
him
it out.
up and you see what happens.
Talking to you?
My name's Tyler, by the way. How are
Jonathan
you?
Basillo.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Good to meet you. Yeah.
I'm stopping you. Could I have your credentials, please?
Do I have an obligation to self-identify right now?
I need you to identify yourself on this stop.
Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
We're
it's
filming
a
a little
lawful stop
documentary
because
piece.
they described your vehicle to a T.
But that's
Totally
not
get
a
it.
lawful
I'm just
stop.
trying to figure out if there's
Can I
actual.
just ask you a question?
Yeah, I can tell you what we're up to. If that's.
I just want to know who you are.
Yeah, my name's Tyler.
Oh, very good. My name is
Yeah.
Jonathan. Like, explain that
Yeah,
to
good
you.
to meet you.
I stopped you
Totally get it. Yeah, we're just talking about the changes in the town here.
Yeah.
We went to that school specifically because
but
it shut down.
it's very. You see what I'm saying? Like when you have a camera in front of a school with kids. I mean, if my kids go to that school, I wouldn't want my kids to be video recorded.
Sure, we didn't enter the school. We were on the sidewalk.
It doesn't matter if you're in a certain distance of a school.
Okay, sure. You can have it.
And just do me a favor. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so. Thank you.
Did you see how he tried to control the situation with the conversation by saying, "You're an imminent threat to me. Keep your hands on the steering wheel"?
Yeah, I wouldn't have gave my license up.
He already identified himself. He's working with him and
he don't have to give his license up. He just said, "I
Right.
didn't have a reason to stop you with suspicion." There's no.
He just tried to escalate it though. Keep your hands on the steering wheel while you're talking to me, so I know I'm safe, brother. We just started talking.
And my question would be, what does my license tell you that I'm not telling you? My license don't tell you anything.
Right. All you can do is run my license to see if I have warrants.
Correct. My license just tell you my name. It don't tell you if I committed a crime. No, you don't need my license. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
It's crazy.
I hate when people fall for it because they don't know. There's no such crime.
Hands on the steering wheel.
Right. Plus, you're sitting here having a conversation with me. Why all of a sudden do I have to keep my hands on the steering wheel so that you have some kind of semblance of control on what I do? This is what he's trying to do. He's trying to reestablish control on the conversation by saying, you need to keep your hands on the steering wheel. Or I might be, I might have to pull my gun. So be fearful of me. Put your hands on the steering wheel so I can be in control. Think about it. It's psychological.
Yeah, I just don't know what's in the car. Like I said.
Boom, another excuse. Man, I don't like policemen. I don't. They find every little excuse to try to overshot or roughshot a situation when they can clearly de-escalate something and have a calm conversation.
I don't know
Come
who you
on.
are. I don't know who you are.
That seems a little extra.
No,
that's definitely extra. You can have it. There you go.
Thank you so much. I'm not saying I'm giving you a ticket or anything like that. I'm just identifying.
You got the badge, man. You do your thing.
No, it has nothing to do with doing it.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Mm-hmm.
Stop lying. It has everything to do with the fact that you got that badge and you can say whatever the fuck you want. And you use terminology that's being recorded to say you felt like you were in fear for your motherfucking life. So you can use another excuse to escalate it even more. That's some fucking bullshit.
But see, here's the thing.
Or anything like that?
Go ahead.
He know who pay his paycheck, brother. He know
Well,
who
of course.
pays his paycheck. Go ahead.
Seems like a bully tactic going around.
I don't know who placed that phone call.
How you doing, man? Hey, what's up? How are you?
How we doing?
Doing good. Getting pulled over. You know we're up against small town police department.
Yo, that kid was yelling from a fucking Porsche. Talking about, hey, how you doing? What the fuck?
What's up?
How are you?
And on a Porsche?
I don't know what it is.
Doing good. Getting pulled over. You know we're up against small town police department, small town politics, lots of money. All right, so apparently the reason why these cops came out of thin air is because who just got called?
Well, we're going to find out. The council president just called me.
So who is Morty Bernstein?
He is the council president.
So could
Look,
it be?
let me explain something to y'all black folks. Let me explain something. You think power come from a gun? That's not power, man. Power come from being able to make a phone call to have you all shut down over who you know. See, that gun, that's just the media something, intimidation. When somebody can take your house, your freedom, your everything about you with a phone call.
Yeah.
That's power.
And maybe he was the muscle. That guy, that specific cop was sent to instigate an issue. Because he tried to find every excuse in the world to escalate instead of de-escalate. Remember, there was a cop interaction earlier. The city council member didn't have nothing to do with that, or the council president didn't have nothing to do with that call. And he was very nonchalant, talked to him, and went ahead and left. But by the time the council president called, they sent over a strong arm guy. That's going to
think about it. I want you to think how this call went. There's a dude out there and he's filming. Well, did he break a crime? No, I need you to stop him. I need you to stop.
Yes.
Well, what crime did he commit? He didn't commit a crime. But I
It doesn't
need
matter.
him
Don't
stopped.
try to make an excuse. Push him. Try to escalate it. That's what they wanted him to do, and he didn't bite. They do that to brothers all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're doing it to Tyler, but now we see it. He literally tried to escalate a conversation with Tyler to make it more than what it was, and Tyler just never bought. Well, you got to keep your hands on the steering. I saw every move he was trying to. He was trying to escalate that conversation to make it more than what it was, based on the council president calling and saying, we want him, like you said, stop.
But if you really listen to what the dude said, he said, do you need my license?
No.
He never said yes. He said this, I got a call about suspicious person. And you know how that looks, because he knew he didn't commit the crime, but he never answered the question. You know, you need my license.
If the guys are not there in front of the police, you got to catch them in the act. If they're far away from the school that he was called on, obviously whatever's going on is over. He's gone. So you don't even need to push that. All you could have said was, there was a call. You guys need to stay away from the school district. It's not really allowed to be filming in there. And he could have moved on. He didn't need to press the conversation anymore. The fact that he was on camera means he wasn't fearful. He was sent there to be a strong arm, to push the situation, to see if he can get Tyler off his game.
Now, here's the thing. The cop could have stopped him for a traffic violation and then asked whatever. But that's not what he said. He stopped him for something that wasn't a crime. It still goes back to he didn't a crime. Go ahead and let it play, brother. Let's see how.
We're almost at that 2 minutes. Yeah, we're almost at that 2 minute mark where he's saying,
President in Jackson, New Jersey, and the most powerful man in the town.
Does he have the police in his pocket?
I don't think he has the police in his pocket at all, but the man does have an incredible amount of power. He's involved in political action committees with very rich and powerful developers, a lot of political connections.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Was this a mistake? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense. Like I said, it goes up. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved in what's going on in Jackson. People connected to the president of the United States.
If we zoom out, where does this all end?
Right now, it's gone to every town on the outskirts of Lakewood. They're buying up everything. Even if they're not occupying things are being bought up. I always say it's a real life game of Monopoly. So it's gone into Brick, and it's gone into Howell, and it's gone into Jackson and Toms River. Now it's going into Manchester. There are large portions of property being bought in South Jersey. We cannot keep up with this.
How do you combat a group of people chosen by God practicing rampant ethno-nepotism?
Here's a problem, bro. One Jewish dude in Manchester said to me this: you guys will never come together because you have no shared.
Pay attention to this. We're in that 2 minute marker. We're less than a minute left. Listen to how he phrases this, and he's absolutely fucking right.
Shared sense of purpose. And that hit me because he's fucking right. Jews have a shared sense of purpose in what their outcome's going to be. And that's to expand the religion, that's expand their people. We don't have a shared sense of purpose. We're too busy arguing with each other. We're too busy talking Trump. We're too busy yelling about ICE. We're too busy focusing on Epstein's list. We don't have a shared sense of what is America and what are we trying to accomplish together. Americans don't have a shared sense of purpose about America. Jews have a shared purpose in the numbers that matter. Getting enough people with their eyes open to say, holy shit, something has to be done here. You have to get rid of the RLUIPA laws. I don't think it's ever been challenged by the Supreme Court. It has to be taken to the Supreme Court. I think it violates the Constitution. You have to fight fire with bigger fire. And the sad part about it is they have the biggest fires.
So that was the video.
I say that's true.
I'm going to show you
because what they say is this: they put money in everybody's pocket. The Democrats get the money, the Republicans get the money. They don't care who they paying as long as you have their best interest at heart. See, we go into 90% voting for Democrats. They don't have our best interest at heart. Even we vote for a Republican, they don't have our best interest at heart. They pay the money and say, you either pay we pay to play. And if
Yep.
you're not for us, we will spend triple to
get you out of there.
Get you out of there. We will spend triple to get you out of there. And they right, man. We don't vote on the local level. We don't do none of that, and we expect things to change.
Yeah. If you can't control your local politics, you can't control the federal level. And we have enough people in each community to control the local politics. Now, when they start doing the redistricting and all this other stuff, that's on a federal level more so than a local level. It's kind of hard to redistrict a fucking town. You get what I mean? But yeah, you have to control local politics before you can control the federal level. And we're at a point right now, I've been an independent. So I have no dog in the fight on either side. And when I did have a dog in the fight, I was a Republican. I've never been a Democrat. So that'll let you know where my mindset is. But at the end of the day, I vote for what's right and who's going to be the most intimidating factor when it comes to foreign policy. I don't give a fuck about anything other than foreign policy.
Let me show you one thing, because this is where I'm at. And these people mad about this too. But as just like that group, there's a commonality. I have not seen this. I've seen what the headline is, but I've seen some of what the people are talking about, because they pissed. They pissed. Let's see. I'm gonna play a little bit and see if I can hear some.
Was replaced by H-1B workers.
A fight over demographics.
Oh, come on. Don't slow me down. Don't do that to me. Come on. You got to play for me.
Oh, no.
It's killing me. Don't do it. Come on. What are we doing here? Come on. Oh, man. Come on. Let's go. What's going on with the internet?
Frisco tonight, some are calling the Indian population growth there problematic. There are accusations that some visa holders maybe gained their work status fraudulently and took American jobs. Our Marvin Hurst tonight looking for answers.
For all the things that Frisco is known for.
I also see people who were evicted because their job was replaced by H-1B workers.
A fight over demographics has led to some uncomfortable conversations.
People from India are walking in, not even going through the proper channels to apply, while Texans are going homeless.
That seem like fighting words. One of the most vocal is self-proclaimed journalist Mark Palaciano.
I have no political affiliation.
And I say this because these people mad because, let's see, I've seen some statistics. Oh man, come on. Don't do me like that.
Which remain overwhelmingly white. Then there's Asian, which lumps in Indian, Hispanics, blacks, and so on. So what's wrong with that number?
It's a good question. I don't know how to answer it, right? Because what is the right number? Now I don't know. Now I think if America's population is 1.6%.
When they say what the right number is, meaning they feel like there's too many Indians that's coming into Frisco is
if you look closely, the
wealthy.
Applicants and those accepted have.
So they are mad. These white people mad here in Texas that the Indians are coming in. Look, I seen a Boy Scout group that showed a group of Boy Scouts, and the majority of them was Indian. And they mad. And I said, hold up, man.
Get that American experience.
Oh man. But I said, y'all can have it. Y'all can have that. But there are cities where they look. I took my daughter to I forgot what it's called, a little play place.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm gonna see if I can find this on the map. And this is where I cannot be mad at the, let's see, that's Stacy Road. Let me find this address. Give me a second. Talk about something.
He said, talk about something. Give me some field space. Let me see if I can pull up an infographic real quick while you're doing that. Let me see.
Here's play zone.
Look, I froze up for a second. Yeah, it's not launching my, photos. What's going on? Doesn't like none of my photos.
See if I can go here and get you something. Wonder Kids on Main Street.
See if it'll.
Right. Let's see. How do I do this 3D? I do this 3D. All right.
What's this one?
All right. Oh, all right.
Now, this is just a infographic basically comparing the differences between the two communities with New Jersey and what they were doing versus what Minnesota was doing in the Somali community. You know, one used SNAP Medicare, the other one used more of the community services like childcare and SNAP as well with welfare. So they're going about it where they're building more religious organizations. These guys are doing more community-based organizations, but all pulling out of the pot and off of the tit of American benefits and services. So did you find your graphic yet?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, put it up.
Let me go back down the street a little bit on here. And this is, I guess this is I don't know when this was taken. So this is pre-construction, or a little bit of pre-construction. I can't be mad at him because me and you talked about this. I said, man, I don't understand the people. We can't do this. All right, this is Main Street. If you can see it, I know this is probably as high as it'll go. Let me see if I can get a plus sign on here and go up a little bit. All of this, that's their grocery store. That's their banquet, their restaurant. This was called, this little place here, that's Wonder Kids. Wonder Kids is like where you can take your kid. All this is Indian owned. They got a jeweler, a grocery store. They got this let's see, we're gonna keep going because they got 3, 4, 5 blocks. I got to go all the way up the street and come back around. All of this, it's all Indian owned. Right here now, this is still Indian owned. That big lot was something that they put. All of this you see, all Indian owned. They put a coffee shop right here that you don't see. I don't think it'll let me see if they let me go in. I think I got to go all the way around to this light and make a right. Let's go this way and keep going this way. Gotta go down this street and turn. All that Indian owned. all this construction Indian owned. All these shops Indian owned. Pizza shop Indian owned. Across the street with this Chipotle, they actually franchised that and owned it. All of that Indian owned. The brothers here is mad because Frisco is a wealthy area in Texas. Is one of the wealthier spots. And the whole demographics are changing because the Indian people came in, they started working in tech, and they said, you know, I can't say they didn't assimilate. They just kind of took over. They have their own shops, they restaurants, all of that. Now, can I be mad at them for doing that? Because when we do it, it's a liquor store. It's a pawn shop. I'm crazy. I can't be mad at a group of people who says, I'm going to open something and my people are going to support it.
No, I like we were saying, or the video was saying earlier about Little Italy, Little Chinatown, and all that. It's fine that you build your own communities, and that's fine. You still need to assimilate in some ways with the school district and other things that make you part of being American. Regardless of whether you own businesses or not, or you stay in one community. And those communities did that. Where what is different is in the situation in New Jersey, they totally are closing everything that makes you assimilate into the way of life of America and changing it into their own way of life. And that's where people are starting to push back. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You can start your own communities. You can do a lot of things, but what you cannot do is separate to where you want to start calling this your own country. I mean, the audacity of some of these young kids are saying, if you don't like it and you don't like the laws here, you can leave the fucking country. You can move somewhere else. Excuse me?
But the thing is, what's wrong if they don't assimilate?
What's wrong with it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first of all, you have to, when you become a citizen of the United States, you have to profess loyalty to our country.
Oh,
we don't want to.
They can be a part of the country, but they don't have to.
Hold on. We don't want a bunch of spies here. So you have to, in your credo or whatever. I've always been a U.S. citizen. I don't know what they actually say, but there has to be a pledge to some loyalty and allegiance to the United States coming in to become a citizen.
It don't have nothing to do with assimilation. I think you went off.
If you don't assimilate into the culture, it starts to become a problem when it comes to believing in the same structure of what Americans are. Yes, you have a lot of freedoms. You have a lot right of freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom to do a lot of things. But what you don't have the right to do is come into the United States and act as if you're back in your own fucking country.
No, but that's not, but why can't I? Why can't I?
We had a senator, which we'll bring up in the next live, that walks into the House of Representatives in a fucking Israeli uniform, professing he's loyal to fucking Israel over America. You're an elected American official saying that you're an Israeli.
But now you're going off topic. That has nothing. I'm saying, why do you have to assimilate?
Like I said, not assimilate in the way that you're saying. I'm saying assimilate as far as educational wise and the belief structure. You can have your own relief. See, this is the thing. And this is where there's a catch-22 in this whole situation. Remember, you have the right of freedoms of religion and all these things, right? Mm-hmm. Well, what we were saying with the Jewish community here is they're pushing their right of religion over the humanity side of it. Meaning we're going to forcibly take over this area based on our rights of belief in this and the other. And if you don't like it, you got to move out of our way.
But white's been doing that to blacks forever. They do it now. What do you mean? They do gentrification. They say, well, if you don't like what the neighborhood
is our own fault. No. Gentrification is they just let the community go to hell and high water. They buy up the land, let it go to hell and high water. They don't fix or reinforce the police department. They allow crime to happen to where the property values go down, and then they buy cheap and rebuild it. And then all of a sudden the police are strong there. Crime all of a sudden drops and everything else. They just let the community fall to hell in a handbasket. And then they down for you. The community to move out to the suburbs because it's cheaper to live there.
But
and
what we just showed, Ronan, is that money and welfare have nothing to do with crime.
Correct.
So when you say that the property value went down, why did it go down? If blacks are living there, why did it go down?
Again, if we're talking about gentrification in these cities, and I'll bring up Long Beach because I've been there the longest. Beach went down. Let me bring up Long Beach. Long Beach, when I was there, and I was there since the 80s. I didn't leave until 2016, 2014. So I've been there to watch that whole situation change. Long Beach back in the day, obviously it was Crips and Bloods and all this shit running up and down Long Beach, shooting up everybody. Crime is ridden. Everything is just down bad. Those communities were basically being terrorized by gangs and drug violence. Okay. They let that go on for a while. Property values went down. People started buying up properties little by little. Okay. They held on to those properties. A lot of people right now hold on to properties and strip malls and everything else. You notice why the strip malls aren't full. They don't even care to even put somebody in there because they know through the development department of that city that something in the future is coming. So what they do is, because you have to have city planning for 5 to 10 years outwards. And I used to work in sales, so I used to go into housing development all the time in the city planners. Well, what they'll do is they'll buy a property knowing that certain developments are coming. or they're the developer that's going to be doing it. So they let crime go to hell in handbasket. They focus on other areas that are better known, and they just let that happen. And the people that own the properties don't care because there's nothing there for them to lose. The property's sitting there as a loss, and they don't care that it's a loss. They write it off against their earnings. Okay. They let that happen 5, 10, 15, 20 years out. They don't care. But when that opportunity, because of delays or whatever, when that development opportunity comes up, all of a sudden, or they're the developer, they start building. And now all of a sudden, crime has been fixed. All of a sudden, you know, the community's behind it. The mayor comes and cuts the ribbons and all this other stuff. That's the idea behind gentrification. This is an arranged situation. This is not something that happens overnight and somebody just got lucky and brought the property. They knew that shit was going to happen. And whether they did it immediately or they planned it out further because they needed to get a hold of certain other properties, it's not the movies where they can strong arm everybody to move out. They kind of encourage you to move out. So sometimes it takes a lot of years before they can do these things. And then they encourage those people by sending them flyers. Hey, you can move out to the suburbs. Here's a nicer property that you can possibly afford if you sell your house, because your house is around the same price, if not even more. They encourage those people to leave. But then go out in the suburbs now. Look how many people that used to live in the hood live in the suburbs. But then you go back to the city. Everybody used to live in the city, suburbs, or where? In the city, in these new, brand new condos and everything else that got made. And that's how that works.
But now I'll let you talk.
Go ahead.
You still never answer my question.
What is the direct question?
How did it get that way? You kept everything you said was you let something happen.
The city.
If I'm a Jewish person or Indian person, I'm going to say this too. I'm going to say, look, I don't want to assimilate with you because look what you bring. You bring violence, you bring crime, you bring lower value to property. Everything that you bring into this neighborhood, you bring it. If I'm a Jewish person, I'm saying we don't have crime. I can walk. I don't have that. If you said let these shop mall goes. I just showed you a strip mall that is completely Indian. They didn't wait for something to come in. And I'm gonna let you know this. When you drive by there, it is no place to park. It is completely full, up and down all around. So they didn't rely on nothing. Their crime is that. So why would I assimilate with a group of people? Because we just showed you that there are 15 people on welfare in every home. So that means money didn't cause crime. That means if you poor, you didn't make money, that has no reason for you to commit crime. So why is it in the black neighborhood, if you lack money, you have crime? Because the Jewish people aren't having crime. The Indian people are coming in and they're saying, I'm doing this. So if you are in a black neighborhood, what does that have to do with you throwing trash? What does you not having money have to do with you shooting and robbing and stealing from your stores? We just showed you that in this Jewish community, everybody had an EBT card. I bet if you went to a black community where they had a EBT card, it would look completely different. So who is gentrifying? It's not who is gentrifying, who is bringing down the property value, who is doing that? Because you can't say the outside people. Who is doing that?
Now, let me say this. You're missing one point, and unfortunately, it's our own bad judgment. And like we said earlier, our community just don't learn. Okay. What did most of the Jews do in that community? What did most of the Somalis do in their community? They turned all their residences and everything else to a 501c3, but they made it tax-free. They made themselves have tax deduction while they were taking advantage of our systems. We don't know the rules for whatever reason and laziness or whatever the hell it is, but they have utilized the system in order to benefit from it, where we utilize the system just to utilize it and we spend up all our money on stupid shit. Period.
So whose fault is that?
It's ours. Like I said, I'm not taking responsibility for the whole black community. What I'm saying is,
let's go back to
black
what we're
community,
saying.
it's their own fault for what's going on. Like any other these other communities, if you don't like it and you don't like the rules, then don't fucking play the game. Leave. Go to another country. You know what I'm saying?
What
But
you
at the
said
same
was
time, we're not taking advantage. You didn't let me finish. Now, as
Right.
far as crime, it doesn't mean to say that New Jersey doesn't have crime. I just told you there is crime. There's all kind of crimes going on there. But they do have pride in their community. They're not sitting here trying to showboat. We are a vibe country. The way our community is, we got to boast about everything. There's a lot of people that don't like to boast in communities. Asian people don't boast. Indian people don't boast. There's a lot of communities around the black community that aren't about the flash. They move in silence. You just sent me a video, which I said, bro, that's the way to do it when you travel. There was a whole bunch of Asian brothers. There was at least 10 dudes. They rented out $1,000 a night penthouse.
In
right?
Medellin, Colombia.
Medellin, Colombia, rented out a top penthouse, laid the fuck out, whole everything. They did business first.
And what's the first thing they did when they said they went down there?
They laptop and went to work. Okay, then
what's
they
the
had their
first thing we do when we get there?
Go try to find a bitch and get drunk. Okay,
I'm gonna see
they
if I can
pulled out
send
their
that to
laptop.
myself.
Yeah, you need to pull that shit up and show them. They pulled out a laptop. They all sat there and they went and made their money. They went and did their grind. Right? They closed their laptops out. They all had a dinner or whatever. Then they had like a whole seminar thing that each of them shared their business ideas to the other. Okay. Then they went out and party, had some drinks, did some things, then came back. Then they had another little thing where they went out and saw the community, went out and saw some of the tourist traps, came back, partied some more. Responsibly, quiet, low key. That's not what we do. We not programmed that way. We programmed to do some fucking fly ass shit. Yeah, but it's so noisy in effect. You're not benefiting anybody. You're just showing off.
So my question would be, why would I assimilate with any of y'all?
Why would you? I mean, I wouldn't. Look at us. Look, where are we at? You in Frisco, nigga. I know where you at.
And no, and I'm saying this. Look,
but I'm just saying you in that very community.
Yeah, I'm with the Indians, and but let's check this out. Here go the other thing, brother. Where you just came from,
right?
No, you just came from Houston.
Houston. Oh no, I lived outside of Houston. Don't say Houston. I lived outside of Houston.
They
about
had
50
to.
miles,
They
don't
had
call me
to create a law or a rule just for y'all chicks going to the rodeo, man. Because y'all chicks don't know how to dress going to the rodeo. Let me share this, because if you want to travel, you want to be a passport, bro. This is how Asians passport, bro. They do it a little bit different. They do it different.
Yeah, show them.
And I wish I could blow this up, but it's not.
Out of everybody, man. And just show them. That's the way you should be moving.
And I wish. Let me see if I can make this bigger, because this.
You can zoom in. Yeah. And then there's a blow up button on the video itself to make it bigger. Make it a larger.
I'm spending a wild weekend with me and my Asian brothers in Medellin, Colombia. So they first arrived straight away. You know they had to work. Asians don't play when it comes to making money. So they instantly turned their Asian computers on and started printing money. After that, we checked into the Airbnb and it was time to get into our $1,000 a night private penthouse mansion that Escobar used to own and probably has a cartel still running it somewhere. After that, we went straight into our seminar talking about sales. And here's me on drugs, being the Asian Wolf of Wall Street, telling everyone to and it was also followed by some guest speakers as well. They were pretty cool. Straight after that, it was followed by a photography session to make the boys' dating profile look extra slick in Medellin. Then it was time to go out on the prowl. We started with a quick round of Don Julio's finest. And you know, if you come to Medellin, you got to stop by the best clubs with dancers, if you know what I mean. You know how the night goes, horny passport bros. The day after, we took boys to Seclovia, where they shut down the roads and did some light shopping. And the boys went shopping on that weekend in Medellin, Colombia. Okay, go follow for part 2, because part 2 is where we review what actually went down. So if you're an Asian American looking to come out to Colombia, comment the word Colombia to start getting into high ticket sales so you can leave your 9-to-5 job as well. Thanks, guys.
That's how they promote themselves, man. Meaning we gonna work first, we gonna make this money. Brothers would have been arguing over who paying the Don Julio bill, what
Right.
chicks they got, all of that. Who cutting up on the price for this place? We arguing all the time. We fighting. What's the first thing they said they doing? We gotta make this money. We gotta make this money, baby. So I still go back. I would not assimilate. If I came from another country or lived in this country, I would look and say, no, I'm good. What benefit does me assimilating what you do for me? What benefit does my child get from being around you? Nothing. If I'm a Jewish person, I'm like, y'all doing nothing for me. We beyond you. You ain't even in our league. You ain't voting for nobody. You ain't putting nobody in office. Your schools are ruined. You've been here and can't manipulate the system. We just in the Indians. We just got here and we can open up strip malls and have them full, man. And we talk about we're the blacks. Look, the blacks down in Houston. I'm sorry, it's like in Houston and
Bring up
Atlanta.
the rodeo.
Yeah,
Bring up the rodeo.
They hating on everybody. All we do is know how to make a TikTok video talking about Beyonce's mama. That's it. She don't know how to make the rule right. That's all we can talk about. Nothing else. We go there. The women dress scandalous just so nobody talks to them. They dress with half clothes and get mad when you talk to them. And that's the representation. So bad that people said, look, man, this is a family event and I can't bring my family.
Yeah.
Why would I assimilate? Go ahead and bring Drew up. I ain't gonna stay on too long. It's my cigar time. I done had my martini.
What up, Drew?
Brothers? What's good? What's good? I had thoroughly enjoyed looking at that documentary. Man, I've gone down a rabbit hole with the Hasidic Jews.
Me too.
It's been coming. Crazy.
Next week, that's coming. Who is the Jew?
And I think that when we talk about especially the Somalis and the Hasidic Jews, is that unlike us, if we're going to say Black Americans, they hold to a strict value of community, and they have the same religion, they have the same cultural practices. Just as the guy, the Hasidic Jewish man said, like, hey, at least I know that when my child goes to a Hasidic Jew's house, that they're going to eat kosher. I'm not going to send my child over to somebody's house who's not going to be kosher. They're not going to have the same values as, so, and they're not saying Black, they're saying secular. They're saying we're not sending our kids over to secular households who don't hold the same value as us. And everybody's just in lockstep with, hey, yeah, they're poor, but they gotta, like he said, a shared goal of like, we're being fruitful and multiply. I mean, Black community, we're being fruitful and multiply. In the sense of them, it's like, hey, we're gonna be married, fruitful and multiply, and be poor, and put our trust in God and trust in the community that we live in. That, hey, that if I'm walking down the road, I can stick my thumb out and another Hasidic man will pull up and give me a ride because we are the same cloth. Not like somebody else. Like in our community, you might see a brother stick his hand out. Oh no, I ain't picking him up. You know, they all look the same. They all in lockstep the same. And to me, I learned a lot from this community. I mean, and also I learned too, one of the reasons why they're not where they are is that in their religion, they're in exile. They're an exile of Israel. And if you listen to other rabbis of the faith of Jewish faith, they'll say, hey, we're not in favor of Israel. We are in exile. Those are the Zionists that are in Israel. We are currently in exile. We should not be there. And you will never find, and I looked for this so much when doing the documentary, and the dude was right. He said, what you will never find in this Jewish neighborhood, you'll never see a flag of Israel. I was like, wow.
I want to say something to my man Danny H, who put something in here, and I think this is the exact problem. It says going to Medellin for business is like going to Pattaya for a family holiday. I will quote the great Chris Rock movie that says, you can always get hoes by chasing money, but you can never get money by chasing hoes. The Indian folks or the Asian folks went to Medellin and said, we're going to get our money first. And we're going to go to the club, but we're going to get our money first. Because if we do it business, the business pays for the hoes. See, what we do is go down there and we don't have no money. We pay for the hoes and come back broke. That's how the community goes. So every time somebody, and this is the problem with blacks, when other people go to other countries, they look at the business opportunity that will allow them to continue to go there on somebody else's dime. We go there. I know a dude, man, one of my boys, he been going to DR for, man, let's say 90, let's just say 2000. Let's just say 2000. He going there at least 4 times a year since 2000. That's 26 years. He don't have no property there. He ain't got no car there. Ain't got no business there. All he do is expending money when he goes for 26 years. Imagine if he did something, a business, do something, bought a house, what he could have had.
Right.
We don't. We are consumers. And we're going to consume a hoe where they go down there and say, we're going to buy the club. We are the consumers.
Well,
go ahead.
You notice, Fearless, in that video, brother, I had, I had enough time to count the amount of dudes that were on that trip. It was like 13 guys. And I said, there ain't no way we could get 13 black men together and all be on the same page. Because somebody would have come in short on something. Somebody wouldn't have wanted to do this, wouldn't have wanted to do that. I mean, that's a hard group to travel with that many men, because everybody's gonna want to do their own thing. But I mean, I'm not giving those guys a lot of credit because they were down there for some bullshit too. Let's be honest.
Correct, but here's the thing.
Well, no, they did
the money. The first thing he said he did was we open up our laptops because we gonna make the money first. And it's all about.
If you look at the first dude scrolling, he was looking at it. You could see he was looking through Tinder.
But here's the thing: there was a part 2. There's a part 2. Listen, there's a part 2 and a part 3. If you click on the link to his video, he shows you the other side of it. But what don't we do? I mean, even if you go down there for the bullshit and the shenanigans, he's showing one side, and then they'll show the other side. True. We don't even show that side. We just show all the shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean? So even if they do it, you're saying, well, they do it too, but they're doing something else in addition to that.
Right. I mean, I don't know this guy's background because to me, I feel like I was watching a marketing. Like
you probably
was
were
marketing something.
Right.
Like,
marketing. He's marketing the lifestyle.
Yeah, because they're like posing on the couches.
No, he was marketing how to make money online. Yeah. And if you watch the rest of his videos, that's basically he's showing, look, I can show you how you can make money online. I can show you what we're doing in order to make money and be profitable, but you can have fun at the same time. Digital nomad shit.
And that's what he said. I'm trying to break you away
back
from
in the
your
days,
9 to 5.
You remember back in the days, what was that Asian dude that used to be on TV, those infomercials all the time?
Yeah, I know. He was on a yacht. I forgot.
Yeah. See? And nothing, they always say there ain't nothing new under the sun. And that's what I felt like I was watching. I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, but the whole thing is he didn't say these hoes are loyal. He wasn't sitting there like they were all getting type of chicks where they can keep them.
And if you listen, Drew, he said we went to the club where women dance. If you know what I mean. That's exactly what he said. That means they went to the strip club.
Right.
So there's no he's saying, hey,
in a way where he say, here's the hoes, this is how much they cost, blah, 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 blah. He wasn't doing it in that.
He wants to keep his channel. I don't know how new this dude is, but he wants to keep his channel.
But also on it, he's saying, I'm gonna show you how to make money so you can do this. We always do what you can do, but never show the opposite. Right. We always say, go down there for the hoes, but never the money part. Passport Bro movement should have been about escaping and making your money overseas so that you could enjoy your life somewhere else. A lot of brothers are not doing that.
As we already know, so many of these guys that are within our community, it's a getaway for them, and it's not they're not going to have any longevity down there in these places. And if it's in DR, if it's in Thailand, the longevity guys are going to be the guys who have gone ahead and grinded, who have retired, who have got 401ks or pensions or something like that, had some type of windfall. But the ones that we're kind of seeing most around in space, they're short term. You can see in the next 4 to 5 years they're going to peter
They're
out.
flame out. Yeah, they're flame
They
out.
flame out. They're flaming out. A lot of them are flaming out because I'm seeing the guys out, and I'm like, okay, now it's making sense with some of them. Like, okay, yeah, you got to go back and get a job. You need to go back to grandma's basement. Oh, I'm just gonna work long enough, and it makes me sad to even hear brothers who say, well, and they try to make it positive. It's like, I felt like I had to go do something, so I'm over here for I'm gonna do 6 months, and I'm gonna travel through this place, but I got a kid back at home, and I want my kid to see that I can really do stuff like this. I'm like, your kid would really want your support and even your financial support.
So, Drew, I'm
We
gonna
got
ask
some
you,
brothers
'cause
messed up priorities.
I don't know if, like I said, I don't think Ronan answered it because we were talking about assimilation.
No, he never answered it.
He didn't. I knew it.
What the hell? What you mean? I didn't answer it.
You didn't answer it, brother. You talked around it. Fearless.
Because I know what you were trying to do. There is no way to control something when you don't control it. You don't control an environment, you can't control it.
No, but you said your first thing, Ronan, was you were saying they don't assimilate, and you were saying how bad that was, and I was saying why.
No, I was
referencing,
referencing
it, and then you was like, "Oh, you got to come in, you got to serve the country, and you got to be that."
What I said was I was referencing the same thing the lady said that was on the committee that got kicked out in New Jersey, where the Italians and the Chinese, they came in, and even though they had their own separate communities, which is fine, they still assimilated into the way of life of Americans. Same public schools. They didn't try to change the public school system and forcibly enforce the religious beliefs of Buddha on people around the fucking Chinese community or whatever. Well, Italians are Catholic, so that's not a big deal. Well, you got Jewish people that are forcing their religion and using their religion as excuses to push people out of the community. That's the difference. The Indian people, even in Frisco, aren't doing that.
They may not be doing that, but you know what? I will say that I think that, just like I said, certain ethnic groups or certain religious groups choose not to assimilate within the secular communities.
Right.
I believe the Indians do assimilate. They eventually because a lot of the let's say, for instance, you'll say you're Asian Chinese or you're Asian Indian, they really try to align with whites. So it's like, okay, what are white people doing that we can assimilate with? Okay, well, we want to be competitive in the job market. We want to be in these tech jobs. Before, you say 15 years ago, before everything went down in California, Indians would have been in California doing tech work. They would not be in Texas. But because everything migrated south, Texas, that's where they're going. I mean, California is wide open for anybody to stay in right now, but they know it's not advantageous to stay there.
Well, it's not cost effective to stay there either.
Right. It's not advantageous. You're moving to Texas, you're getting a bigger quality of home, you're getting tax-free, no state tax. I mean, you're having good brand new schools. There's a lot of advantages to being there, and they're just moving with the tech jobs. I mean, isn't Facebook moving there, or is it Meta, or are they moving to Texas?
No, you got
what you call the real reason right here.
Elon Musk is moving here.
So
Tesla is moving here, and some other companies are moving here, or moving to Texas at least. Yeah,
like Frisco has a large Indian population. Also, Frisco is ranked the 3rd richest city in the United States. Here goes the issue. And I'm telling you, the reason I know this is because when we went to look at a house, I mean, look, this is this is how they are. Dude was like, when he came in, he said, I can't buy this because my friend can't buy the one across the street. Meaning when we buy at, we want our family right next to somewhere in here, our family got to be there. Right. Our family, our friend, our this. I said, damn, that's how they took over the community.
But
when
Fearless,
they wasn't just buying one house.
Here's that video I was telling you.
We did the same thing. We as a Black community, we did the same thing in the Great Migration. We moved to the neighborhoods and we pushed white people out of these prominent neighborhoods that were once white. Then they became ours. That's where the jobs were. We could afford the homes. We had the lifestyle and everything that went along with it.
Let me play this video.
What happened to it, man?
Yeah.
This is the video I was talking about earlier.
People, and the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel. Jews are God's chosen people, and the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel.
This is at an APEC conference. You got Americans sitting up in that room listening to that.
I can believe it.
Yeah, Ted Cruz said that. What did Ted Cruz say, man? He said
that his first loyalty was to Israel and protecting,
which is outlandish. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's preposterous. I could not believe that he said that. But even as we like I said, as I explored more about the Hasidic Jews and just finding out that and I think Ronan, you did mention this a little bit earlier about how when they came to Israel in 1948, that they allowed them to build yeshiva, and there was only a population of about 200 families. Those 200 families now are into the thousands because they do have big families. I mean, one of the people I was watching on one of the documentaries, this man was a grandfather of 68. Damn. 68. Grandfather, and they're all in lockstep. They're not going there, and some of them were saying, we'd rather die than to join the Israeli military.
Yeah,
bottom line.
This is where they just changed the law where the Hasidic, instead of Hasidic, it's Hasidic or something like that are exactly like the Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews.
Yes.
But now they have changed the laws to where they have to serve.
Yeah, and they're in hiding. They're in hiding. And to be honest with you, if these countries, especially like ours, if we don't close up these birthright citizenship loopholes, a lot of those people will come here. They will create other enclaves that are similar to theirs. Because like the guy also said,
just like the Somalis, the Jewish Orthodox Jews, and any other culture that wants to come in here and try to turn America away from what we are, you got to go. I'm sorry.
But here's the thing, Ronan, you saying turn America from what you are. I'm gonna let you know something, and I've known some Jewish people, and they say this: the problem with Black is we find the cheapest. The thing with Jews are they're gonna deal with a Jew even if the price is higher. We don't do that. So when you say turn away,
you said we buy the cheapest.
We do.
Did you say we buy?
No, we don't.
Cheapest?
We absolutely do not.
No, we don't.
We don't.
Yeah,
there's a whole video on how to sell to the Black man, and we buy brand names. We don't buy
brand names.
We buy brand names, but what I'm saying is, anywhere we go, we always trying to talk a brother down amongst ourselves. We might go to a store and buy Nikes, but if we go to a Black store, we got to get that discount. We got to get come on, brother. Come on. That's
if there is a Black store, because
that
restaurant, whatever it is, we're gonna complain.
People try to finesse people, period, and they think because you're Black, you can be finessed. I've dealt with this before. Of course,
we always looking for the cheaper price when it comes to Black people. Jews don't do that.
Nah, I would say that they do try to talk each other down.
Hold up, you got Black businesses using the fact that they are Black businesses as a way of running up the price too.
Right.
Because they got to survive. They're not getting the support like the bigger companies. So you got to pay a little bit more in order to get this item that you can get somewhere else. They're not competitive.
Yeah,
they do try to run the number up for you.
Yeah, that's the key right there, is that if you're finding a lot of black businesses, a lot of them do have to charge a little bit more because of the rent. They may not own the strip mall or something like that. So they're going to have to charge a little bit more. And we as a people are going to say, oh man, this bottle of hair cream is $2 cheaper at Walmart. So that's where we're going. But one of the things that the guy he really pointed out with, and that's the indicator for me when he said this, I said, oh wow, that's it. He said, first we have to establish a grocery store or somewhere where people can get the food or the halal food, and that will start to build the community around. People have to be able to eat kosher, and it's the same in the Muslim community. It's halal also. They got to eat kosher.
Yeah.
And
that's why he said we have to have a
grocery store, man.
Yeah.
I know the places that I know it. What was that dude's name? Singleton. This was in when I was at Ohio State. They did a grocery store, bruh. Man, this is when they didn't have, like, they had this is way back before there were floral shops. So they had a floral shop, like a photo shop. They had all at that time, the new things that weren't in grocery stores. Bro, they were in that place down, man. I mean, they stole from it. They just took the brothers he was hiring black people. They wasn't showing up. The customer service was out of whack. It was just like, and it was in a neighborhood that needed a grocery store. All they had was the corner stores. And this was a black dude who went in and did that. So when we do it to ourselves.
We do. I agree. I agree with you. I was just looking at a video a few days ago, and you guys might have seen this circulating around, where it's one of us, black female. She decides to go into some continental breakfast. Did y'all see that one? And well, if you look it up, you'll see black female or female goes into continental breakfast, and they're taking advantage of how like a lot of places have continental breakfast. It's like, well, let's just stop in here and we can get a plate of breakfast for free because there ain't nobody watching. It's just floating around on the YouTube.
So she tried to float in and get a part of, like, she was in.
They're floating in.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, they floated.
They're floating in,
and she died."
Yeah.
Wait, she didn't go to the store. She wasn't a resident.
She wasn't like a resident or hotel or nothing. She just kind of walked through the buffet, the breakfast buffet, like she stayed there.
Yeah.
And they caught her. They must have caught her.
Our people,
man. It must have been a scene.
Yeah, but they caught her because she put it on social media. She said, "This is how you get a free breakfast in the morning."
Wow.
Man, I'm gonna show you this because I just brought it up.
Our people do that, and no, it's your people. I ain't even claiming that shit.
This hurt. Let me see if I can even blow this up a little bit because I found a store, man, and this hurt me. So I'm gonna go up. I gotta go up another one. All right. Singletary Plaza Mart. That was what it was called. It's in Mount Vernon in Columbus, Ohio. A prominent black-owned supermarket in 1980s. Opened by Rick Singletary, served the Mount Vernon area. It was a major, well-stocked store that faced significant financial challenges due to what? Theft. Leading to its closure, though it was highly supported by the community. Dude brought in the grocery store and couldn't keep it because of the theft in the store. Black-owned grocery store, man.
We don't listen.
I want to
those
say
communities have an air.
Let
me say this:
1,000 customers a week at its peak.
Let me say this: the other communities we're referencing have a huge nuclear family. They have respect for one another, and they have respect and honor. Our community has lost the nuclear family. They have lost being taught how to be humane and not always out for a dollar. There's a lot of things in our community that are fucking broken.
Yes.
That we don't compare to other communities anymore. Yes, we can still individually excel. Yes, we can still individually do a lot of things, but united, we can't do a goddamn thing.
Yeah, you're right.
There's so much distrust in our community, not theirs. Theirs is fine. They can still function as a unit together. forcibly we can do certain things, but as a comfort level, we're not comfortable with the ninja next to you.
And see,
Let alone to trust him with our dollars.
That's where that's what the one thing I applauded with them. And I like, man, when they say, we don't want to be around the secular world, I see why. We don't want to be with them because of the stuff that's going on. Even if we come into LGBTQ issues, they don't want that seen in their family. They like us. We're bringing everything in. You want iTunes, you want YouTube, you want anything. It's just they have withdrawn from the secular community, and they will not allow it in their families.
It's funny that you said that, because even my lady here, she hasn't been exposed to a lot of things. She obviously has a phone. She hears certain music and she might enjoy the beat. And then she'll listen to it and I'll say, why are you playing that? And she'll say, why? I said, did you listen to the words? And then when she actually stops listening to the beat and listen to the words and she understands them, because she doesn't understand 100% all English words. She says we rap when we talk because we talk so fast. So that's how she kind of hears it. Yep. When she listens to the words, she goes, "Oh my God, I don't believe that. I don't like that." I'm like, "Well, you like the beat, but see, what you're not paying attention to are the words."
Yeah, that's the secular world that they talk about. Even look, let's take for example in our travel space. For some reason, Thais are using the N-word because the secular we have come in there and introduced it to them.
What are they listening to? Right. I mean, my girl don't even know. She has a little rhythm. She doesn't have a lot. And I don't give a fuck. I don't need you to learn how to twerk. I ain't interested in that shit. Stay the way you are. Don't try to turn into what you think I want. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Fearless, did you find the girl stealing the food from the Continental Buffet?
Oh no, I didn't find her.
Send us the link. If you know it, just send us the link in the back chat and we'll play it.
I don't know it. I think either Anton Daniel, somebody who had played it because they were talking about this.
But yeah,
I mean, I even changed my whole travel thing, man. I mean, I didn't even. I had to get out of that whole space.
Out of what?
Out of the space, like Hey, I'll show.
I can't. I mean, I can ride on people's panels and talk about it, but I'm not.
No, I mean, even I don't care about this. Like when I do my, let me see if I'm gonna share this screen. The flight risk. I'll share a few videos real quick. Like this, I talk about. I'm in Thailand. I'm talking about what am I doing in Thailand? No, is it playing? Man, what's it up with my internet today?
Is that you riding the elephant?
Oh yeah, I'm riding every elephant in there.
So you about to have a black man travels moment right now, aren't you?
Yeah, but also he's showing the Colombian girls at the beach. You know that.
Hold on. I got somebody in the back. Quasi, I need you to cam up so I can see you. I don't know you, so I need to be able to see you at first. Okay, thank you. I'll bring you up in a second as soon as this video plays.
Out of control here. You're just stepping into their. I did this, man. I don't show none of that crazy stuff no more. I go on mine. Man, I don't know we got a storm going on or something like this.
No, that's a car.
I do. Yeah, I work. Man, I don't know what's. It's completely different, man. Where I'm just showing how to travel, how to do it right. I don't even want that space. You can't make no money in that space no more. Not the way them fools do it. It's just crazy. Go ahead, Kwasi.
Hold on, let me unmute him real quick because he's driving. Go ahead, Kwasi. I just unmuted you. Go ahead. Welcome to the channel. What's going on? Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, great. I think when you guys are discussing this stuff, and then there's a lot of ways for me to go at it, but I'm gonna just say we got to look at it like one team versus the other. And if one team is more organized, let's call it a religious team like the Jewish people or the Somalis we're talking about, we got to ask, why are they organizing? Why are they able to hold it together? And why were black people here in the 60s, maybe up into the 70s, able to hold it together? And it's more about instilling some type of consistency and positivity and religiously doing it amongst your group. Once you do that, then you can do a lot more against another group of people or another group of people in a country even that you're not even from. Because the bond of people between race is weak. The bond between people of country that share country customs is a lot stronger. But the bond of people that share these religious customs that are deep enough to talk about not even experiencing the current existence we're in, then it's hard to beat those people when they bond amongst that religiously, consistently. And then from there, they move forward with all this economical growth and planning and political strategizing. Like, look at those communities. It's like Orthodox Jews, I started paying attention to things like they just dress in black and white. So they don't even care about what America pushes as individualism, where the goal is to have your own car, have a Lamborghini, have 6 cars, be better than your neighbor. Rather than they say, you know what, we're going to stick together. We're not going to care about any of that. We'd rather have 10 kids than 10 cars.
Right.
When you have your kids in your 20s, then part of the strategy is, okay, at 40, it's not just me and my wife voting. It's me and my 4 kids voting. That's 6 votes. We keep stacking that together, whatever we want to do within our community, as long as we're religiously sticking together. We're positive about each other to the point where somebody find a video where you find someone from one of these communities talking bad about each other in public. And if you watch anything like The Godfather, the first thing you tell you, look, you don't talk about our group, our family, bad, not against in front of someone else. So it's
like Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club, you don't talk about Fight Club.
Wise more than just looking at the results.
Quasi, I am going to go against what you just said. And here's why I'm going to go against what you just said.
You're breaking up a little bit, Quasi, but we got what you're saying.
Before you do,
what? No, this is, I'm just going to pull statistics.
But what part are you talking about you're going to get, Fearless? Let's
Black
be sure
Americans
about that,
rank
some
more
of
devout.
what he was saying was
Hold
true.
up, I'm going about the religious part. Black Americans rank more devout in every category in the United States. It says even right here, Black Americans also ranked higher when it came to religious beliefs. According to a poll, 62% of Black Americans said they personally pray 1 or 2 more times a week. The only racial group that is in that rank. So we at 62%, the next one is 47%, which are white. So you can't say it's religion, because in America, blacks are the most devout religious people group that there is.
Wait a minute, Fearless. I had to push back on that because I know what you're showing us, but we watch Orthodox. We watch Orthodox communities. Now, if you have a Orthodox Christian community, that may be different, but that's just regular Christian Zionists. That's what that is.
Here's the thing.
They're doing basically buffet.
Just because they're more devout. We can say we're religious, we're just not devout.
I'm just saying that I guarantee those are buffet Christians. And when I say buffet Christians, they pick out whatever they want from the buffet of the Bible and they use it. You know, not like the devout.
Let me expand on what I'm not necessarily agreeing with Fearless, but let me expand on this point that he was making about how devout we are and how the Jews themselves take advantage of it. So let me play this video.
Evangelists here in America, which almost all of them are Republican, probably all gonna vote for Trump, and they are very pro-Israel. They are the ones that, thanks to them, United States always been with Israel in the last few decades. If you take out Christianity out of the picture, what United States had to do with Israel? The only things that are helping us is because of religion reason.
He just said it right there. That's why.
Can't hear it.
He said the only thing that's helping is what?
The only thing that's helping the Israel religion are the Christian evangelists. They keep pushing the fact that Israel needs to be involved with us.
Right, and that's why I said there's the Christian that I mean they're calling them Christian Zionists. So Christian Zionists are pushing the I guess the chapter of Genesis
Right,
talking
because
about protecting
he
Israel.
actually admitted it. If it wasn't for Christianity, there would be no reason why America would deal with Israel.
Right.
And here's the thing I told you as a military guy, I told you during the Gulf War.
Hey Quasi, can you mute?
I'm going to mute you real quick because your background is really noisy.
Yeah.
All right. So what I was saying, even when I was in the Gulf War and they were at Saddam was lobbying or volleying fucking Scud missiles at Israel, trying to provoke them into fighting. And we already had the coalition, and that would have broke it up if Israel got involved. Even then, with my limited understanding of in my belief and understanding who Israel really was, because I didn't even know they were established in 1948 back then. I was still young. I would have never raised a fucking weapon towards Israel at all because of my belief as a Christian since I was a child. They were, to me, God's chosen people. Once I started digging into the religion and going down that rabbit hole and understanding that wasn't a state until 1948, and they were the Ashkenazi Jews coming out of Germany after the World War II as a homeland, and the land was given to them by Palestine. And the reason that was because England and America were having problems with the Palestinians, so they wanted somebody in that region that they can control and support. So they put Israel down there as a state.
No, England and America were not having trouble with the Palestinians. England and America were trying to find a homeland for the Zionist Jews.
But there was an issue with Palestine too. It was a long-term issue that was going on.
The only person that was accepting them was the Palestinians. Like, hey, come on in. Yeah, we accept you guys back.
Yeah, because United States, no other country is accepting the Jews. United States.
If I miss that point, I'll have to find the other point. But that's why.
Because did you know that? Did you know that after the Holocaust?
Listen. The whole point I was saying to that, not the necessarily the fact was, once I started understanding who Israel was as a state, I stopped believing that those specific people were the children of God or the chosen people. And even as I got more into my faith, God's chosen people are no longer. We as a whole are God's people. So just electing one group of people and putting them above all, that's not true anymore. Right. Even if you're a Christian, you should understand that.
It don't matter what you believe. It matters what the United States.
The guy that was just saying at AIPAC, where he said, well, Gentiles are only born to die for God's chosen people. Even he's misleading by saying that Israel is still God's chosen people. That's a religious belief only. That's not fact, and it's not based on any other thing. But they use that, and they use Christianity to Black people in our community as allowing us to bow down and be subservient to them.
Yeah.
But it don't matter what you believe. It matter what they believe. And if you electing a congressman who believe that, you're going to go to war for that. And here go the crazy, hold up. Here go the crazy thing. You don't even have to believe it, Ronan, because I bet.
Oh, like I said, it doesn't matter what I believe. I don't control shit.
That's just saying, let's say 100% of the military don't believe it.
Let Quasi say what he wants, because Quasi has
orders to go there and fight, and they still going to fight.
Yeah, we can hear you. I just unmuted you, but I saw what your
comment. I think
comment.
you guys are missing my point. It's like in life you can't be a prisoner of your experiences. So everyone here has probably experienced, bad religion. You could always point out an example of a bad religion. What you're really talking about is whatever the religious group is, distinctly had a bad leadership, a leadership that didn't put forth the best version of what the religion could be as a whole and on an individual level for each person in the group. Took advantage of it either financially or sexually. And now in this day and age, of course, there's a lot of Christian leaders and Muslim leaders here in America, but mostly Christian Black leaders in America that take advantage of the religious group for financial gain. But there is enough in the Bible, there is enough in the Quran. I don't want to say focus completely on that and be a prisoner of your past experiences. I'm talking about if you see a group that's obviously to whatever point, there's probably some people getting abused and probably some wrong going on on some level in these Jewish Hasidic communities. But people are biting the bullet because of what they get in return. They get a quality of life that they like. They get family, they get children, and they have power within that group. And maybe some of them think, well, maybe I don't like how this dude's running it, There could be some slight changes for the good or the bad or whatever. And hopefully at some point I'll get to that leadership point and I'll do it and tweak things. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have that bond, let's just say like the Nation of Islam at some point, maybe in the 60s and 70s, they were able to first love each other and then transfer that into economical gain. But if you don't consistently talk about the unity, talk positively about your group, then you're not given enough reason to go to your group and share in financial gain, share in this capitalistic system, or do it better, use it as a proxy for group benefit and not individualism.
I agree with
But
that
do you
because
think
I
it's
mean
the
that's
religion?
like you said
Because
in those.
he just said the leader in the black community, leader in this. Who is the leader in the Jewish community?
Well, what you got to pay attention to is that they obviously have multiple leaders in the leadership groups. And if you want to keep analyzing these groups and praising them and saying, hey, we should be like them, start looking more closely at why they're doing it rather than just saying, hey, it looks like they have these results. Well, why are they doing the results? Why are they sticking together? Do they talk bad about each other in public? Do they share money amongst each other? Are they individualistic? Are they trying to buy 1,000,001 cars? Or are they focused on family and other things? And that's why they have the power and the quality of life they have. Are we looking a little closer? Or are we just focusing on
what
the
I'm
bad
saying
experience?
is the black community is always looking for a leader. We're looking for a Farrakhan. We're looking for an MLK. I don't think in the Jewish community, they're just looking for God.
No, they have
Well,
leadership.
let's make sure we
There's
distinct.
men
There's
leading
not
men in
Jewish.
that.
Let's
That's
make
men
sure we
leading men. You're
distinguish.
not looking closely enough. I disagree with that. There's
Yeah, let's make
obviously
sure.
Hold
men
up.
leading
The
other
Jewish
men.
people can be in any country and still be united.
Nah, they're interpreting God and using that to bond each other, talk positive about each other, give reasons to talk positive about each other every single day, pray 3 times a day. We're humans. You're military. You understand consistency in messaging and what that consistency in messaging leads to. Do you want to go against the army that only gets together once a month and trains, or army that trains every single day? Who's going to win? So that's
Also,
how you
too,
have to approach it.
let's make sure that we distinguish between the Orthodox Jews and the Zionist Jews because they're totally two different groups.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is it has to be beyond religion because to
You
me,
want
if
to
you
run
look at
away
a
from
Jew,
religion because of your bad experiences with religion. If you want to
no,
use
I'm
some
saying
other
the Jewish
mechanism
people
to
can
group,
be in
let me
any
finish this. Let
country
me
and
say this.
still.
Well, let me ask this real quick. What other mechanism do you want to use? You're military, so you actually have a
No, I'm
mechanism that you've
military.
experienced.
I'm
Grown
military.
What
military,
other
but go ahead.
mechanism you
I'm
want to use
military.
to unify black people?
To do what with black people?
To unify black people consistently so that we could go against our enemies and see the gain from it. What mechanism do you want to use?
Economics, anything. So let me
Economics
ask you this
in
question.
America is capitalistic, it's individual. You can't
Hold
bond
up.
fully amongst economics.
I can say the Japanese stick amongst each other. The Chinese stick
They have
amongst each other.
country. They have country. They have pay attention to what they're doing. They speak the same language and they have
Okay.
morals and traditions.
So
I'll go
let
exactly
me
what you're
answer
saying.
that question then. Let me
Africa, they
answer that
look the
question.
same. They speak the same language, and they still don't get along.
Africans, you meet any African person, they have 100 tribes and 100 languages. They all know more than one language. That's the problem with Africa. They are too tribal. They do not unify enough. When they do unify, a strong tribe could do well, but they have been tribalized too much to the point where they're not as strong as they should be.
But that, if you're saying that, then that tribe should have been so strong that no one could come in and take them over.
Not when another tribe is next to them and they have. You got to think like if that was where the first humans were, and tribalism is a natural human occurrence. And they just, what happened was obviously Europeans of all the, obviously mostly of Spain and Europe, used that tribalism to split them apart. That's what they used. They just kept, like, basically every time you see the media splitting us apart, they used tribalism to split us apart. So when you got the country where everyone was born, so they've used hundreds of years of tribalism, And at a certain point, they could, but when other groups come in, they just use that against them and say that tribe doesn't like you or that tribe is not better than you. And therefore they fight amongst each other when at some point maybe they didn't. So you can't have too much. That Japan, one language.
You know, I think the one question you asked was unifying Black Americans, and to me, just me personally, I don't think we can do that ever again. I think once we lost segregation, and the segregation, we had our own businesses, we had our own. We just had to stay amongst ourselves. We had to support ourselves and our people. Once that was lost, once we decided that a white man's ice was colder or the white man's hamburger tastes better than ours, you know, it was over.
Yeah, but I live in a world where everything ain't 100%. So there is some unity in some places. There is a chance to rebond in some places. Where there's a will, there's a way. Can't be so negative all the time. You just have to actually.
It's not negative. I'm just saying.
No, there's a difference
It's not
between
negative. It's just that you
listen,
said
there's a difference
what
between
should
negative
Americans do?
and
Black
talking
Americans do.
realistically. There's a difference between talking negative because we're always positive guys. This is your first time in the room. We always speak positively, but we tell the truth and we show receipts. So where we might be sounding like we're negative, we're just stating the facts as they sit right now. And we're giving a version of our opinion. I'm always positive. I'm always about united. I'm always about being moral and ethically upright. I'm a Christian man myself. So here's the thing. I have realism when I understand even Christianity has been touched. You look at the King James Bible, that was modified from the Ethiopian Bible. So you can't say religion hasn't been touched and it's not used in order to control societies. But I do agree with you. Most stable societies have a religious base or some kind of belief structure in order to unite a larger group of people. Without that, there's a whole bunch of individuals that have no commonality in anything other, because they're only built towards what? Their own legacy. They have no other reason to care about their other legacy. They have no reason to care about that.
Do we, I'm an engineer, so do I want to reinvent the wheel and come up with a whole new mechanism, even though human beings have lived for 250,000 years and the religious ones seem to be, from all the videos you showed, the ones that are bonding amongst religion seem to be conquering the ones that are not. What is the other mechanism? I'm talking to military guys who know how to plan and dominate the other opponent. Structure. So now you got a plan and structure. How are you going to dominate people outside of your group? How are you going to bond that group? What is the
So you're
other
saying the only way you can dominate or be together is through religion?
No, he's asking you a question. Fuzzy, he's asking you a question.
Yeah,
to clarify.
I said, no, I'm not. What is the other mechanism? What are you going to use to bond?
Currently, within our community, to answer your question, I don't think there is one mechanism that you can use in order to try to start reuniting, because you got even just the battle among sexes. You got women believing one thing and men believing another, or staying traditional, while women want to be boss bees, but yet and still saying a man is lazy and all these other things. So there's an infighting right there alone between the sexes. Then you got other things that go along with helping each other in a community and trust factors. And even when you're talking about leaders in the community and churches now are so deemed where they're building women churches because the man panders to the woman and doesn't tell her that having 5 kids and not a husband is acceptable because he wants the money out of her purse. So there's no way of saying honestly in the community that there's one mechanism, specifically in the Black community I'm referencing, that's ever going to unite us all, unless people's mind structure changes. And my background is in architecture, so I speak in spatial terms, not linear terms. There's no way of getting to a straight line to get back on track. There has to be multiple things happening all at the same time in order to get people enlightened enough to get back on track. And there's so many different variables right now. There's no one straight way to do it.
I didn't say there was one. I said total, totality. Because we already said what I think.
First, we got to have something unite us again. First of all, we got to have something unite us again. And right now, in the Black community, I don't see one thing that could unite us. Now, I do recognize the fact that when somebody started talking about, which was Tyreek, started talking about FBA, then even though it started delineating some of the Black culture in the diaspora, it did unite the American people into thinking about how we stand even in our own country.
It was tribalizing because unfortunately it didn't take, what it does is it allow people to just say, as soon as someone says something they don't agree with that's supposed to be headed in the direction of Black empowerment, and someone says something they don't agree with, they check the lineage. And if they don't agree with it, then they blame it on the lineage rather than that person just having their own train of thought. And then it doesn't take into account that there's people in this world that have, most people in this world don't have a control of where they were born and where they live up until a certain age. I didn't have that until I was 18. I was moved around and didn't get to America until I was like 7 and then 10 years old. But I'm from here. I will take a bat to the head of some people who are blood Americans, who's
you can't,
Black, and then vice versa. And I'm more of here because I grew up here, and I'm language here, culturally here, everything here. But just because of my lineage, and if I get on here and say something that you don't agree with, you're going to blame it on the lineage. Although if we sit down and look at the logic that I'm saying, then it may be better than yours. Now, I'm not saying there's just one thing you need to do. There's multiple things you need to do. Maybe we should look at what worked and stop trying to throw things away. Because obviously other people are doing that too. They're trying to go back to values that did work, that made sense. These values that are being stuck here that of individualism and capitalism aren't going to work. You got to go back to values that bonded human beings, made families, increased your numbers.
There's a problem in what you were saying. See, you're looking at one facet of, let's just say, the Jewish religion. There's Orthodox, non-Orthodox. There's atheist people who are Jews, because Jews is either your religion or it can be how you're born. So there's atheist Jews. Now, one of the reasons that the Jews were getting kicked out of Germany was because they were introducing pornography. The guy who owned OnlyFans, he just died, right?
Yeah.
You know what he was?
Yeah, he was Jewish, but here's the thing: you're actually
so what you just said is
you're not saying anything profound, because what it is
but how does that bond you together?
Jews, you have different points of Jews, right?
And you have different
types of
Christianity.
Jews that bond around their, let's say, they tribal in Judaism, but when it comes to money, they at least recognize the Jewish faith and they bond around that. So there's a bond there still that they choose to act on when they need to. It's like Europe right now. It's like Europe when they try to conquer Africa. What was that? The meeting where they had to split up Africa? All those people were different too, but it's like Black people dealing with people that just want to bond around whiteness. Now, when do Black people say, okay, I'm from FBA. Okay, I'm from this country. I'm from that. But for certain points, certain reasons, certain very important reasons.
But that has nothing to do with religion. No,
right. We're not getting into the FBA conversation.
You keep bringing up religion because it sounds like everyone else, you want to harp on the bad experiences you had with it.
Nobody's harping on
religion. I'm sure that one person wouldn't say I like Epstein just because he makes money, and I'm a religious person, and Epstein's Jewish, so he's Jewish, and we're gonna do that.
No, you're trying to focus on religion alone. Look at countries, because Chinese.
That's not what the show was about. That's not what the show was about.
You looked at Somalia, right? You looked at Somalia, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a country bond, because they have language, they have religion, and they have country, with all the traditions within country, which equals food, language, and other things that they could bond around and talk positively about themselves consistently every single day. Once you have that in place, then you could move forward with everything else, economically, socially, and politically, as long as you respect. And then also, if you're loving each other that much, if you have respect and love for each other and care about each other, you're not going to be more prone likely to kill each other. And so you may have obviously Somali group of people from Minnesota, a Somali group of people from Chicago. Obviously, they're going to have some slight differences, especially if the children are growing up a little Americanized. But as soon as they see each other, that's when they unite at certain key points to make movement. But if you don't have that initial bond and respect and understanding of each other from the first part and establish that and grow that, then you're not going to get to the other part. You're not going to get to the capitalistic parts and goals.
The thing is, it always matters where you at. Right now, I'm just looking. There's an ongoing civil war in Somalia. So it didn't matter that they speak the same language, they have the same thing. They don't like each other over there.
They don't want to go back. What you mean? That's what I was about to say.
They don't want to go back to
Somalia here because they were supposedly
missing the point.
I am.
It's not about them wanting to go back.
Listen, it's called trauma bonding. They came from Somalia in a situation where they were being ridiculed or persecuted by the warlords or whatever that was going on, and they're infighting. They come here, fuck the infighting, let's go ahead and pilfer the fucking services and everything else that the Americans have. The whole thing about this show is foreigners coming into America and taking advantage of the systems that we already knew were in place, but for some reason we kept on the honest side of the house and not used it in an immoral way to take advantage of all the services that are there. But these other countries come in and do it automatically, and there's no guilt over it.
Let me ask Quasi. Maybe we're missing it.
Because I would have never have thought about
think that the people would need to come together.
I think people need to have groups that are talking positively about each other, whether it be religion or otherwise. Groups that are willing to do things consistently together and willing to, even if you have a subgroup, contribute to the larger group, which is people of a black skin or born with a black skin here in the U.S. and willing to combine on different important, voting, economics, combine and do things accordingly in one accord. It's been done here before. It just needs to be done here again on a larger level.
When was it done?
In the 60s. You're talking about the cities that came up. You're talking about the cities that got burned.
You know what? Actually, we have a more current example. Because if you guys think about it, and like I said, brother, I'm not trying to be negative or anything, but I just think about the things that I've seen these past couple of years. Do you know a lot of us came together for Umar Johnson's school? We really believed in that. A lot of people did. A lot of us came together for the Jay Morris Tulsa, and unfortunately, we just got some characters in our community, and not saying it doesn't exist in other communities, that just take advantage of our kindness.
We came together for Black Lives Matter.
I went to a black high school in the 90s. One of my classmates, she ended up singing background for Lauryn Hill. Me, I'm an engineer. One of my classmates that went through that same black school system, ended up not a classmate, but he was, of course, younger than me. It was Michael B. Jordan. If you listen to his interviews, he mentioned Chad Science Academy. They are instances where black people unite. I went to FAMU, I went to Florida A&M, a black school. And homecoming is an event. It's a thing. Will Packard, of course, is building buildings at FAMU. He's a major producer. So there are instances right now where black people do unite. We have to keep expounding on them and just make it bigger so that, of course, you see more results. But we have to be positive. Being realistic is not just pointing out the negative, because I just told you all types of positive stuff that happened in my life in the past, present, and obviously is going to be some in the future. So realistic is saying both sides, positive and negative. So we're not starting from zero in terms of unity. It's not like we're completely fractured. It's not like there's not groups of black people that won't be willing to contribute to a black cause on many different levels.
I think so. Let me say this: there has always been those groups, but those groups have always tried to separate themselves. Whether it's the Boulets, the W.D. Du Bois, all of them, the Jack and Jills, all of those groups. There's always been successful black people, even in Martha's Vineyard. But their thing isn't to help everybody, it's to help themselves. And it's always been like that. Whether it's the house Negro and the field Negro, whether it's
I wouldn't say that, because when I was in high school, I wasn't like the greatest student, but there was a black group called the Black Data Processing Association that went and got me out of my situation, make sure I didn't end up on the streets of Newark, New Jersey, selling drugs or something like that, and made sure I was in a program every Saturday learning computer programming at 16, learning Q Basic. And guess what? I wasn't the only one. So there are definitely groups of people, and all those people were successful college
absolutely.
graduates.
There's no kind of groups out there like that, but there's no one linchpin moment or thing right now within the Black community that will wake everybody up to saying, "Oh, we need to all come together and do something."
It'll wake people up if we put light on it. If you put light on what's good, it'll influence people to do what's good. That's all
What's
it is.
good? What's good that you're saying that's going to unite everybody? The only last thing that I've seen that united anybody to do anything in a large capacity was actually electing Obama. That was the largest group of actual participating Black folks ever when Obama ran his first term.
Yes. And even like right now, the only big issue, not really issue, but the only big thing that kind of people talk about is reparations, you know?
Right. And that's why I say a lot of people have gotten behind the FBA thing, because that's what it's talking about. And here's the thing, and this is why FBA, and I'm not saying it is or isn't, delineation is delineation. Yes, it's separation, but it's separation with a cause. This is the first thing and the last thing that most white people or any other culture will say. Black people are the last time they move too motherfucking slow. They don't pre-plan before things happen. They always do things after the fucking fact. So the fact that somebody thought of, whether it be Tyreek or whoever, ADOS, FBA, hey, we need to delineate. So if in case they actually do get into the conversation of actually agreeing to reparations for us, there's a clear defining marker of saying who is and who isn't a descendant of American slaves during that time, because there's been so many Black immigrants that have come in and integrated that saying Black American means so many other cultures, but yet and still when those cultures win something, you see a Haitian flag, you see this flag, you see a fucking South African flag, but you're still a Black American, acceptable or not, you're still a Black American. But until we could actually separate ourselves from the ones that have been here, everybody gets a piece of that pie. And that's the biggest pushback. Hold on. That's the biggest pushback that you will see from any immigrant, is they're saying, oh, this is just separating us. No, it's just identifying us. You guys have had identifiers and flags all this time. We have not had anything to unite behind since slavery when it came to saying who we are. What our first mistake was when we changed ourselves from Negro or Black Americans to saying African American, to be inclusive of everybody that came in. And then that shit got jumbled up. And now we got people in different political offices that don't have any experience to the whole history of America, and Black Americans specifically, speaking, making laws in difference to what FBAs would really want, because they have no history to pull from with their parents being enslaved or their great-grandparents being enslaved. You have nothing to pull from when you talk about those things. So it doesn't mean the same for you when you say, oh, that's not necessary, because you're dismissing all of our experiences when it comes to our ancestry, because you have no knowledge. So yes, we're inclusive of you guys. We're never going to be in denial that we are Black first. But what we're saying is we're Black Americans, and some of us were here before slaves got here. Let's not even get into that conversation. French have Black people here too. Louisiana Purchase.
Let him go.
Let me answer on that. Put that in perspective. People come here like myself. They come here with 2 parents and 3 to 4 kids. The kids automatically outnumber them. They're not living in the culture that their parents came from, and so they're adapting to the point where they don't even bring up the other culture unless it's a flag day to represent their parents or whatever. But they're willing to give to the cause. I've been through a black elementary school, Black junior high school, Black private school in high school, And so when the black private school in high school that I graduated, Chad Science Academy, I love a teacher that when I learned black history from him, he talked about deep black history in terms of America, all the slavery, all the inventions. He was the first person to bring that up. He talked about black history worldwide in Africa. He was the first person that said, hey, black people were the first people on this planet, when every other history school that I went to before that didn't mention that at all. And so people are learning that. Everyone isn't this negative archetype of what you think someone that has lineage from another country is.
We're not saying that.
Here's the thing. Your main goal, the biggest main goal that FBA delineation will get is reparations to people who are FBA. Cool. I think this world is not about monetary value when it's humans. It's about human unity and bonds. And you use whatever laws are in place to get what you want once you have that unity and your numbers are up.
I agree.
Let me finish.
No, wait. Let me say this real quick.
Let me finish, Ronan.
I'll finish.
I just want to say one thing.
Let me put it in perspective. Let me put it in perspective, please. So even if you get X amount of dollars, I'll flip it all the way forward because it's not a big deal to me. Even if you get X amount of dollars for every black American in this country, we just saw what the power of inflation is. Your dollar that could buy you 10 eggs could end up only buying you 1 if inflation is enforced. Those banks that give a 1% loan to white Americans and a 20% loan to black Americans are still going to be in place. And they might even increase that. So it's about unity and having your numbers up, so you could vote on policies and vote on people's in place so that your dollar value has some value.
This is not about that.
No, it's not about.
Stop for a second, because you're going on a tangent that doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not. I'm sticking with what you're saying because you said FBA.
Look, nobody said you can't get it out the mud. Listen, nobody said you can't get out the mud. We all believe in that.
It's not about out the mud. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention to what I just said.
No, let me finish, because you're dismissing something that you're rambling about.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm putting it in perspective. You're
missing the point that this is something that is owed to us. It's not something
we're anything about that. You're losing the point. You're just trying to grasp it.
No, I'm not missing the point. I'm hitting the point exactly where it needs to be. You're talking about something that you're being dismissive about that was owed to our ancestors.
I'm putting it in perspective.
It's not something they need to give us. It's something that they promised to give us. Like I said, I have
people that will take a bat to your head that are American, that are black American.
That doesn't have anything to do with
crack it over. And I love them to death.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything.
They should get their money.
All I'm
saying
is, and I'm sorry this has come into being an FBA conversation, because this was not where it started at.
I didn't want to get here. I wanted to move on and put it in perspective.
Well, but the whole thing is you're putting something in perspective that doesn't need to be put in perspective, because this is not the conversation.
I'll say this.
Listen. We're comparing two different countries. We're comparing two different communities and how they've taken advantage of our systems that are in place, legally or illegally, morally or immorally. We're looking at that specific function. It had nothing to do with FBA.
How do we match or beat them?
Why would we want to match them? First of all, why would we want to match them?
Match or beat, I said. Listen to the whole
beat who? Beat somebody that's breaking the law.
What they're doing. Those communities that you're looking at and seeing that they have power.
But so you're saying they're winning.
So you're saying
they're winning.
How do you match
that
or
small
beat them?
community is winning over the whole United States?
Say that again.
You're saying they're winning.
No, you looked at them and you're noticing those communities have some type of power because of the unity they have. They're achieving something.
That's what we talked about early. That's what we talked about earlier. I mean, you're on track, brother, in saying that what do those communities have? We did talk about that earlier, is that they do have voting blocks where they came in and they took over the whole town council, or they took over the whole school board. They got those things together. Also, they came in, they started buying up the property, building the neighborhood. They went over 100,000 over asking price. So those things we did talk about. That's what they did do. And also they took advantage of the loopholes. Like, you know, I want to go to the Church of Fearless, so I can go over to his house and pray 3 times a day. He can get that write off. You know.
And what I'm trying to interject is the whys. We got to stop looking at any group outside of Black people and say, oh, they're just better than us. They're born that way or something, or imply that. We got to start looking at what are the key differences. Why are they so bonded together? Why are they so unified? And a lot of it is obvious.
I will say this. Now, here's what the Jewish people say this. I will say with their religion, I'm God's chosen people. And when you have a mentality that you are more successful, that you are better, that you are superior than everyone around you, you start to believe that. And the more you believe that, you say, so it doesn't matter if this happens or this happens, I am better than you. You are subservient to me. And not only do I treat you that you are not good, my whole community starts to treat you, mean everyone else who is not me, that you are our subservient.
Inferior.
But how do they treat the people like them? How do they treat the people like them?
How do they treat their own people?
Yes.
Like they are God's chosen people.
So if you were to do something counter to that, because you need a group of people, you need your numbers up, you need to have the same unity they do. What would you do? You'll have the exact same thing.
Hold up. Quiet. We do have that. We just have it misaligned. I'll give you an example. Mm-hmm. We think as Blacks, we're the greatest athletes in the world. We can beat you in basketball. We can beat you in football. We can beat you in boxing. So we have a superiority when it comes to physicality. We don't have the superiority when it becomes financial or outside of that. So we've been conditioned that athletically, we are great. Go ahead.
I would agree with you. That is a sense of what's out there. Nothing is 100% though. I see Black organizations that have more of a positive about themselves and see themselves as intellectuals, that have love for themselves as individuals because of their intellectualism or their spirituality. So there needs to be more people like that so that when we have these discussions, it doesn't sound foreign. I think at one point it was that, maybe in the 60s, late 70s. I think it had to be that because you didn't have athletics to lean upon. Didn't have that out there to lean upon, like, oh, we're athletically great or physically great. We had to rely on, we love each other because of our Black skin.
Listen, let me say this.
No, I wouldn't say, no, that wasn't it. We had to do it because we didn't have another choice.
But there were reasons why we stayed together. You can't have
because
that
we didn't have
bond
another
without
choice.
loving each other for another reason. You got to have reasons to love each other and want to stay together and respect each other.
Because we didn't have another choice.
You had to have that though. But you can't say they just did it just because of, no other choice. There was choices to be individual.
No. Look, if I can't go to a white doctor and I can only go to a Black doctor, that means I gotta go. I gotta have the Black doctors in there. And the reason I'm saying we don't have another choice is because as soon as they opened that door, we left. We had no loyalty.
Can I speak now? Jesus Christ. So hard to get our word in. And then when I say it, you guys want to stop me from saying it. So I forget it. All right. So first of all, that's
because you old, man.
That's when we listen. That's when we had communities that believed in each other. Now everything is about fucking greenbacks. It don't fucking matter about the community anymore when it comes to Black people. We're about money and showing off. And that's because we got different people in leadership that's all they want to. That's all you see. That's all projected through the media. That's all that's projected in movies and everything else. It's about who's successful dollar-wise, not where we had community leaders that were people of note, people of intelligence. All that doesn't matter. Now you got athletes speaking for the fucking community. You got all these different people that might not be the best choice, but they're the ones that are representing our community now. Where before you had people that were of note, of intelligence and everything else that was speaking for our community.
That's who's pushed and populated. That's who's pushed by someone else who isn't black. I'm part of groups that I get to see black people that sacrifice just in the name of black people. The common thing I see in them is none of them are atheists. Most of them are part of some religious group, and it teaches, and they know history to the fact where they love black people just for loving black people.
And I said that there has to be more than just your skin type in order to unite a people. It has to be something.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or ideology.
Yeah, there has to be other things. That's why I brought up those other things. I said race is the weakest bond. Country, religion, language, all of those bond people tighter than religion, even militarily. You guys are in the military. How many people?
Oh, I can tell you right now, we fight like cats and dogs until you fucking put a gun in our hands and say, hey, they're trying to kill you. And then that white boy next to you is your best friend because he's got to watch your back.
How are you going to
do that?
How are you going to unite
you can't.
The blacks of the United States?
That's why I said it has to be something seriously stressful to all people.
Our
in this
language
country.
Isn't our language. Our religion, maybe not our religion. How do we unite?
That's why I've been asking the questions. The end up goals is that, and in some mechanisms, we have to have something that's either religion, or you better have something that replaces it. You better have a common language or something that replaces it. You better have a common spatial identity or something that replaces it. Spatial identity, I'm just using it as an analogy for country. And so when you have those things all together and they equal love, respect, kindness towards each other, then you could bond with each other and fight against the next group, whether that's a physical fight or a political one.
I'm asking, how do we get that?
Have broken us down.
I don't think we ever get that, because we celebrate the worst. Where a Jewish community celebrates and Indian communities celebrate
excellence,
academics, and you achieved academically, you did this. We don't celebrate.
We celebrate hood behavior.
Correct. Not only that, when it comes to we allow, I can't remember, I know it was on the Breakfast Club when the Jewish producer came on and he got mad that Kanye West said something about Jewish people. You talking about Leor Cohen? Yep. And then Charlemagne called him and said, well, hold up, you got people in your record saying the N-word. And he's like, well, and so other groups protect each other. We don't, because we disrespect each other. So I understand.
Can I ask you something?
Yep.
When you have black people in this country and in others, I was born in Guyana, but I see it in any country in South America. I see it in the countries in Africa, anywhere in Europe. Anytime you're gonna have black people amongst a group of non-black people, they subjugate the black people. They strip away their rights, which hurts them even keeping or holding on to their identity. They strip away their right to proper education. Where are we supposed to be when we keep getting all these attacks? We had slavery.
All right, I'll say this.
We have to be, if you're going to be real and honest, be real and honest. Like, I went to college and they graded on a curve. The curve meant that the teacher said, you know what? I've been teaching y'all right. Y'all ain't been getting it. So instead of you getting a C, you're going to that's going to be our A now. And the B, so are we looking properly at what has been happening to black people? Get to the
what
point
you're
where
saying
like,
makes
okay,
absolutely no sense to me. You know why?
Go ahead.
There were Jewish people in Germany, and they tried to strip them away, but they didn't they kept their religion, they kept their language. When the Chinese kidnapped the Koreans, they did the same thing. They enslaved them, but the Koreans still kept their language, still kept their culture. All other people have kept their culture. So you can't say something was stripped away. It can't be stripped away from you. You allow it to happen. There's other groups all over the world that have had things taken away from them, and they still, matter of fact, the British colonized India.
Did they take away their language? Did they take away their culture? Did they still wear theirs? Why is it when we say blacks, we couldn't have it? There was other people that came here that did it. They did it. Native Americans kept their culture.
That's why you have to bring up the uniqueness of chattel slavery. FBA answer here. They obviously killed people that could have kept certain cultures within. They killed them. And then they separated families strategically. So that's almost impossible for any other group of people that did the same similar thing. You have to prove to me that the Jewish, the Koreans, and other that kept their countries. China's the oldest country in the world.
Hold up. I thought when Moses said, let my people go, that they were slaves. Weren't they slaves?
Slavery, the way it was done didn't allow people to keep their language and their traditions and their families together. So that's one thing.
When Hitler separated families with the Holocaust, if we want to believe that, didn't they separate those people? Didn't they take them from their country?
You got to watch Exterminate All the Brutes on HBO. That isn't exactly the same thing as what I'm saying. What I'm saying is more distinct, meaning when you kill people and separate them, you have sons have sex with their mothers, all types of crazy stuff. That is not the same thing as just grouping some people together, killing as many as
that happened in the United States.
What
happened in Ghana? I mean, you talking about what they did to chattel slavery here, but in Ghana they didn't do that.
Well, we're living here, and we're living here, and we're talking about here. If you
but
want
I'm
to
saying
jump over there, that's a whole
what you're
different
saying
discussion.
is you're saying the reason that Americans in the United States aren't together is because of chattel slavery, because of this. And I'm saying,
That's
hold up.
here. You want to go over to Africa?
I'm saying the same thing. That didn't happen in there.
It's different in Africa. In Africa, they already were tribalizing, and all they did was European groups up the tribalism. And guess what?
How did you let a Europe? How can you be a 30? It surprised me even when it comes to South Africa. How can you be 30 million people and you let a people of 3 million come in and change everything about you?
Their culture didn't have advanced weapons. They still don't. And so when you have a culture that is preying on other cultures and other people, and they advance their weapons, they could do almost whatever they want against the other culture. If Ghana and other countries in Africa had the same advanced weaponry, it's kind of like, come on, you're military. Japan, look at, come on, what happened?
But I gave you an example where it was the same thing. I gave you British and the Indian.
I just gave you an example. You're not listening. You're asking me how did they do it? They were advanced militarily.
You're telling me how, and I'm telling you examples of the same thing. British Columbia took over India. That didn't happen.
Military. If you have a higher military, you're going to conquer the other people. What do you think happened here in America with the quote unquote Native Americans, who a good amount of them could have been black? When you were advanced militarily, you could take over and subjugate the other people. That's what happened. That's happening to this day.
But what you said, you told me the reason why in the United States was because of A, B, and C. And I said, okay, if I take you at your word, I would take that.
It's going to be different in other countries and other situations. I'm talking about the black people that were here. If they're coming out of slavery or part of Native Americans, then they were subjugated because they weren't advanced militarily enough to protect themselves. Therefore, you start breaking them up. Therefore, you're killing people and not letting them stay together. They don't have their language. They don't even have their families. A lot of them may know where they were born. A lot of those things happen. Let's not harp on that. Let's stick to fast forward. How do we get over all these other things that have been happening? All these other new problems that have happening. Now we got the internet that is re-tribalized. How do we get over that?
How did Ghana do it?
Say that again.
How did Ghana do it?
How did who?
Ghana. That's where you're from.
No,
how did they do
Guyana. I'm from Guyana.
How did Guyana do it? So how did Guyana do it then?
Guyana is not doing it. There's less than 1 million people in Guyana. When I was and they
who's running Guyana right now? Who's running Guyana right now? Who's running Guyana right now?
There's a Indian political party running Guyana right now.
So about what I'm saying to you is, and I'm not trying to be insulting.
Go ahead.
This is what happens when you have people that come into our country and they try to tell Black Americans how to improve and unite our people when Guyana itself is being run by a whole nother fucking person. They're not Guyanese.
And you just proved my point. Instead of listening to what I say,
I heard what you said. I've been listening to what you're saying. And this is the point that we're always trying to make. Every other culture comes into our country, takes advantage of everything that we have here, and tells us what we should do in order to make America great or better for Black people, but you haven't done it in your own countries first.
May I say something real quick?
That's what. Let me say this. Let me respond to that quickly. Instead of going up against what I'm saying, technically, exactly what I'm saying, the exact technical points that I'm making, you want to disagree with a point or try to say because you want to disagree with one of my points and now point to the fact that I was born in another
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, how did it work out for your country?
I left my country when I was 4 years old. So I can't say I wasn't a part of that to give you the exact details. I can give you some, and I can tell you about my lineage and the Black people from my lineage actually were running the country before he got killed.
Okay, so why not take it back? Why not take it back? You're a direct bloodline descendant of that ruling class. Why not unite and get people in your country to unite behind you and take it back?
There are people doing that and people trying to do that. So it takes time, just like it would take time here in every other Black country. Every country is going to take time and a unifying effort until it gets to that point. So
what language do you speak in Guyana?
Say that again?
What language?
It's the only English-speaking country in South America.
Okay. Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, I'm about to dip off, brothers, but I have really looking at the Hasidic Jews and how they moved. I mean, man, I so wish that we could move like them. I don't know that we'll ever be able to, but I mean, they really came in and bought the block. I mean, they bought the town, and it sounds like they're buying the town next to them, and then the town next to that, and then the town next to that. So they moving with purpose, and I don't know if our people will ever get back to moving with purpose like that. But I mean, it's all inspiring to see. And appreciate you guys. We'll chat it up again.
No problem.
And I think the answer to your question, I think the reason we keep not questioning you, Kwanzi, is I think at the beginning we said that we don't think it's possible.
Okay.
We don't think that it's possible in the United States for that to happen.
There would have to be some major thing happening.
We don't think that is
the United States against
he
Black
can't hear
people.
us.
Yeah.
The reason we keep challenging you is we don't think, or I'll say I don't think, that it's possible in the United States for us to come together like that.
I can't hear. Can you hear me?
I think if you drop out and then come back in, we can hear you, but you can't hear us. So you got to drop out. He's got to drop out and come back in. I think there's a glitch when somebody leaves the room. The person that's sitting on the panel.
Can you hear us?
Drop back in.
Volume isn't working. Maybe
drop out, come back in.
Yeah. Leave.
I'm gonna
come back.
Yeah, but let me see if I can kick him out the room. Or no, I don't want to kick him out the room. Kick from studio. He's got to leave.
Yeah, I don't know if he can hear us. I don't want him to think we kicked him out.
Right. So you got to leave and come back. I don't know if you can turn up whatever. But anyway, I didn't even mean for this to turn into a whole FBA discussion, but it's.
Well, I don't think he went FBA. I think
it's something where like we were talking about. Our community is so dysfunctional at this point, and so many years of being broken down in so many different levels that. In our women being told to do and believe one way, our men might be somewhat traditional, but not in some other things. They're not men at all, so there's a lot of healing and a lot of repairs, and I don't know if that can ever be done again. I agree with you, Fearless.
Yeah, I think we're so divided. I think the only way we can come together, do something like that is we would have to go to another country and almost.
And I'm scared to even do that because halfway, every country we've gone to, once we get something established, they halfway want to take it over and kick us out the country.
But it's almost like how Indians have come here, and Jewish people have come here, and they've succeeded.
Mhm.
I think we would have to go somewhere else as a smaller
Right.
community, and then build up from there. Because then you're only starting with a certain select. Because
I
what I don't think
too many
I don't think what
brothers
these
want to
people understand
peacock
is
and
this.
show it off. Here's the thing: a lot of these communities come in and they're low key about what they're doing as they're building. We
Well, I
get
don't
in
think they
there and we gotta
understand this.
promote the shit.
For instance, they say that Nigerians in the United States are like one of the most successful groups, right?
I didn't say that.
No, I think that's true. Let me Google. Let me just make are Nigerians.
You could
Let's see if I
just say
can see
who's
it.
the most successful African group.
Are
that comes-
Nigerians one of the most successful groups in the United States? Let me see. All or AI mode. AI mode. Here we go. Let's see. Yep. Nigerian Americans consistently rank as one of the most educated, professionally successful immigrants in the United States. So that's true. But Nigerians in Nigeria are not like that.
Exactly.
So go ahead. He's back here. There you go. So I think what we were saying to you was this. We don't believe that can happen in the United States. I don't believe that can ever happen. I think in order for that to happen, the blacks or whomever this group is would have to leave to become successful somewhere else, because then you're only starting with that group of people with that group of thought. Example, I just looked up Nigerian Americans are consistently ranked as one of the most educational and successful groups in the United States, but not in Nigeria. They left or a certain group, maybe the more successful group, left Nigeria, and then they found success here. That's the same with other immigrants who have come, like Asian Americans and even Indians. India is 1 billion people, and there's some poverty over there that we ain't even got. They cooking with their feet, brother. But the Indians
you know what?
over here
The only thing is, in that respect, and even with the example you said, and we'll let you go, Quasi.
No, I want to say this to that.
Okay, go ahead.
In reference to that, the way I look at it is this, man. I'm even looking at my own privilege, which ain't even close to some privilege that I've experienced. When you come from China, India, or most other countries, you couldn't come there from a family that was poor.
Correct.
The family you're coming from had to be a family that had some success.
Exactly.
Had to be a family, first of all. Because if you look at videos in India, there's a lot of kids running around there.
That's what I'm saying. It's a select few.
So I had to ask my parents, how did I get here? I had to look at my lineage and be like, how did my family get here? And it was interesting. My grandfather was successful. His grandfather was just a worker, but my grandfather became a good businessman, owned a good business. The president was related to my grandfather. So for some of my mother and my father's growing up, it was my father's father. They were able to come back and forth from America to Guyana in the 80s and the 70s. That took money. That took some type of success. When you talk about any immigrant group of people, you're not getting the poor. You're getting people that came from a family.
What you're saying.
So yeah, we agree on that. So obviously we can't, then that puts it in perspective. We can't put it in be in awe of Chinese or Asian Americans.
No. So hear me out for a second.
Because
what happens is this.
Can I make my point real quick before you carry on? Because that's what I keep on telling you. I have to
my point. Let me say
so
this.
That's the whole point. I forget too. You just call me old for forgetting.
What'd you say?
So my point real quick on this first part was, I agree with both of y'all. We would have to go to another country in order to start. The whole thing is the advantage of coming to America are all the benefits that help extenuate or help you monetarily to grow and become more successful because of our dollar values, the system that's set up in a place to assist people in order to take advantage of certain things. If we were to leave our country and go somewhere else, we would need to go to a country that will allow us to also benefit in order to grow monetarily and thrive. There's not too many countries that are on that list that give us an equal value for leaving here to go there, where other people have a huge advantage coming from where they're from to us.
Can I say this? Can I agree with you on this?
Yeah.
And then disagree with you on another thing. So I agree with you on it. I'm not sure I agree with you to say we have to go to another country. Although as I speak to you right now, I might end up in another country, living and trying to advance that country and the Black people there. America, the benefits of it is their infrastructure, their financial setup, and to be honest, also their constitutional laws that maybe if you rank them versus other countries like, let's say, North Korea or Russia, you know, it's going to be better here for someone coming from outside in to come and achieve a higher quality of life and advance and gain some type of power, political, financial, or whatever, not just for yourself, but for your group of people. So we have to still respect the potential of America for it to do that. What's going to be the hard part is that it's like anytime you have kids in a family, and once, you know, they start looking, especially in America, they got to go get a job. Some want to end up in Arizona, someone end up in Michigan, and they're individualized and they don't know how to get back together. That's a problem that's constantly being said about in the Black community now, is keeping the family structure together. And guess what? Family reunions. You know, hard to do because people just are losing the value of family and understanding how that helps improve their quality of life by sticking together. And so, but I don't think anything in life is 100%. So if you find a way to keep positive messages out there, to push them out there, even if it's not to everyone, as long as it's to a good chunk of people here, then you could start turning things around and leading them towards values that improve the quality of life for here.
So what I like I said, I still think you have to leave. And the reason is,
go ahead.
In any country, whether it's like Nigeria, it's only the best that come here. And when they come, I don't know when you came on. I live like in Frisco, Texas.
Okay.
It's an affluent place. And right now, one of the issues is there's a lot of Indian population because they're in tech. We have a lot of tech here. So the best of those people come. And I understand when you say family, to them, it's more about community. So they go to a place, and when one person moves in, all of them start to move in. And then when all of them start to move in, they build their community. I don't know when you came on, I was showing a map of a street where they just start developing a whole block. I mean, like blocks. And it's all Indian. They got everything there. They got their grocery store, their restaurants, their banquet, kids places, coffee shops, even one called Cam Am, which is a pizza place. I didn't know Indians make pizza like that. But they have all of that because now they don't have anything else. Do you travel at all?
I travel a lot, and they have that same Indian setup, North Druid Hills in the Atlanta area where I live now. Like North Druid Hills, I could take pictures and send it to you of the Indian community, and guess what? They keep building it up. I can send you pictures of the Asian community. My big thing is, why are they doing it? And I think my theory, you don't have to agree. We could disagree on it, but my theory is that it's not just Indian thing of just, oh, you're Indian, not. It's something more deep rooted, something more consistent. There's things that are more consistent as to why they do it. The difference between them and Black people in this country, and I don't mind if it's Black American people that start doing it, and I don't mind if it's Black people from other countries that start doing it, but build up a self-esteem, love, and respect for who you are. Unite amongst that, and then you'll be able to do things like that. And you have to. You got to protect
yourself. But you can't do that in the place you are at. If I go to India, those same people are not doing that in India.
That's a good argument.
You have to almost go. And the reason I want to go back to even the Jewish people, when they lost everything and they got Israel, then they start going there. That was their home to go and build. And it was select people that first went there, the people who bought land. There were people who bought up land and they bought up acres, and then they start going further and further. So they had a home base to say, oh, we want these type of people to come here. And so it's easier when you have that. No, it's very hard to be unified and as successful in your own place. And that's why I said Nigerians. The Nigerians that come here are not the Nigerians in Nigeria. You know, they come here and become successful because the most affluent people come here. And then when the most affluent people come here, they stay within their community. Because and the reason I was asking, do you travel, is this: when I go outside the country and I'm going to a Latin speaking country or Thailand, whenever you hear English, you pick up on it. And for whatever reason, you gravitate to that person just because it's a similar language.
Yeah, you're more comfortable.
Like, oh man, I know him. So imagine if you Indian and you come somewhere, then you hear someone speaking Hindu, y'all gravitate toward each other and you build that community. But when you're in a place where everybody speaks your language and everybody's that, you don't have that unification. You know, you can do a soul food. I know a place. I've been to DR and I know Dominican Republic over in Sosúa, and dude had like a barbecue shop. Every black person was going to it. It was at the barbecue shop.
Yeah.
That barbecue shop couldn't make it in the United States. But because it's foreign and it seems different and everybody supports him over there, those same people wouldn't support over here.
Right. But here's the thing. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. And everything you're saying is absolutely correct. The one thing we're forgetting as far as history and trauma within our own community is we did all those things. We were very successful. We had Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so many other places where we built it up. We were supporting ourselves. We were doing everything. But so many times over history, those buildings, those cities have been either buried or burnt down or bombed. They always stopped us from wanting to grow within ourselves. So it got us to a point with why start mentality-wise, because every time we get something, they're going to burn it down. So they got us through their actions to want to stop doing those things through trauma. Because now you're fearful to want to do it again. Because the minute you do it, guess what they're going to do? They're going to find a reason to fuck you up.
No, and I'm sorry, and not to interrupt you. I do know a time that it did happen. I know we talked about slavery. Reconstruction. When it was the Reconstruction era, we voted for all the black people, man. We had black people in the Congress. We had black people. Reconstruction right after Civil War, before Jim Crow.
She's talking about 40s, 30s, and 40s.
Oh, no, I'm talking about 1865 to 1877.
Oh, okay, before 1900. Okay, I got my theories on that, but let me just first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
No, real
That's
quick
the history
on what
of the
you.
United States. So I'll give it to you.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I want to piggyback on what you just said, because you might have just explained world history. Because you just said a group of people needs to get away from their current group of people in another place so they could be just by themselves. And when they by themselves in that other place and they got foreign people, they can unite at that point and take out the foreign people. That sounds like the history of white people. That sounds like the people from America.
That's what they do.
People from Europe moving to America and taking over. It sounds like people from
Spain.
Colonization.
That's exactly what it is.
It's the psychology, though. The psychology of it is what I haven't heard put together since you said that. There's a psychology to that. As in, when the group of people are just amongst their large group, there's going to be division and they might end up at the bottom. But if even the people at the bottom go somewhere else, and as long as they're united, they could conquer another group of people.
That's why.
And that's exactly what the Jews are doing in that
over
community.
30 million black people in South Africa.
And that's the same thing that the Jews are doing in that one community. They're building their base. And they're colonizing that one area. And they're spreading out little by little.
The reason that happens over there is because when you're talking about geography, Lebanon, Kuwait, Iraq, those are all Muslims, but they different factions of Islam. I'm Shia. Yeah. And then you got Jewish people. And so the one thing I've always learned, I used to have dogs. Pit bulls may not like each other, but when you throw another dog who ain't a pit bull in it, they'll attack you.
Yeah.
And that's the Jewish people may not, but they feel like everybody. All right, you ever have a relationship where y'all get along, but it's trauma bonding? It's because nobody wanted y'all to get along, and y'all only getting along because nobody wanted y'all to get along. And as long as everybody telling y'all not good, y'all stay together.
Yeah, I've seen
when
that.
people tell you everything is good, y'all break up. That's kind of how Israel is. Everybody's against them, so because everybody's against them, they gotta succeed.
Yeah. To piggyback on what you're saying, to add to it though, there's something, the only thing you're missing is that there's also not, well, first of all, I didn't know. You had to learn later on that I had to learn later on that when I was in China, okay, Hong Kong's different. And I had to research later why Hong Kong is different.
Mm-hmm.
And they want people in Hong Kong want to keep that difference.
Same with Taiwan.
I had to learn later on watching documentaries that there's Northern and Southern Ireland, and that's the thing. And they kill each other over there.
The IRA.
You know, and so there's a difference. But there's still some homogeny in some countries, like Japan. There's homogeny in Iceland. There's homogeny in Greenland. There's homogeny in Australia, where people are all the same. And they still may have rich and poor, but they still are united to fortify that country. They still travel, and they may still have that group travel, go conquer effect. But there's still some countries that are homogenous, maybe not just, and I think if you research them deeper, it's not just homogenous in race, but it is homogenous or as close to homogeny as possible in religion and culture. And when you have less of that though, when you start having different religions and different cultures and different sects, like you're saying with the Muslims, then the country splits and there's deep divides. You know what I'm saying?
But
so
only in the country. For instance, when Americans go outside of America, we united. We patriotic. We America first. We think we the greatest thing since sliced bread. You can't tell us nothing. Our country is the best country in the world. That's our attitude. Inside we fight. Outside we don't fight.
Yeah, like Cartagena, Colombia is like become a place, a city in the world where I got cities in the world that I can't see everyone I know on a weekend. That's now one of them. And it's mostly not just the girls there, but Americans. I know Americans that own hotels. I know the Americans that own their own Airbnb. And you know, I've learned from you guys, from other American YouTubers in Cartagena and Colombia and whatever. And so everything you're saying, I agree with. The one thing I would say is the homogeny. You got to look at that and why it's homogenous and why those countries do still thrive being homogenous. And then two, I think you got to look at here what you were talking about with how when Black people were successful here. My theory, and you could argue against it or disagree, is that there were times coming out of slavery, Reconstruction, the 1910s, the 1920s, 30s, before they started bombing the cities, when the Black people here were more than likely more homogenous culturally and religiously. And when other religious and cultures came into place, then there was more neo-tribalism that didn't allow them to get back together and unify on a more distinct level. 60s, you had a Muslim religious movement and a Christian religious movement that brought amongst the civil rights. If you look at that documentary on Who Killed Malcolm X, you can see that religious Muslim movement was making a lot of money. After the Nation of Islam was connected spiritually and religiously, they translated that into economic growth and economic power. And they did it easily because there was a lot of love and respect for each other. Not perfect, but good enough. And so when you start breaking that stuff up and it starts to have less value within the community here, because they have so much success from, desegregation, you want to call it, then it's harder to unify back amongst people that are Black and still add those other elements such as race, culture, religion, whatever, to further those unifications. So I agree, but that's my little, I'm seeing it like when is there going to be a chance for homogenous bonding here? I guess both of you might say it's impossible.
I'm saying
impossible. There has to be a major thing that happens in America to cause all Black people to unite again. There has to be something that calls everybody to that attention. And right now, I don't see it.
Right now, you don't know what it could be. Humans are unpredictable.
But something would have to call people to attention. I mean, these little minor things that are happening right now, you know, the pandemic, they started whining a little bit about not having a good man around, this, that, and the other thing. But there's no one thing that caused our community specifically say, hey, we just need to whitewash everything out and start over. Let's start building again, relationship wise and community wise. But there's a lot of mistrust where in these other communities, there's all but trust and belief and unity. You know, when it comes to rallying behind a religion is always like one of the biggest things. I mean, a lot of movies are even based on Book of Eli. That white man wanted that Bible only so that he can conquer and have more one city believing in the faith of God.
Well, it would have been
in a lot of countries.
Well, it would have been a binding tool amongst people. So we got thousands of years of human history. What is a better binding movement among people? If you're going to tell me a play, you know, so it's hard to find something. So do you want to come up with a brand new one, reinvent the wheel, or do you want to figure out which one works best? And let's see if I could be a part of that. And you never know. Sometimes one person, you know, is a drop in the ocean. Sometimes it's a drop in a bucket, though. You know,
but again, like I said, even some of our religious leaders have become non-trustful. So then there's a trauma thing about trusting a religious leader behind the faith. You know,
there's trauma in financial leaders. There's a guy named there's a guy that's Black. All he does is talk about Black people that rip off other Black people. And
you're talking about pocket watching.
Guy, bald-headed guy with the glasses.
Pocket watching with JT.
Yes.
No.
That's
what he's talking about. Pocket watching with JT.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
So there's financial mistrust. There's religious mistrust. There's political mistrust. I mean, so there's not really any realm where you say, what do we got? Sports? We're gonna trust an athlete? You know what I'm saying? So it's like you might as well, you're gonna have to deal with some type of mistrust and still go there. You know, you still got to unify people consistently amongst one cause. But they gotta care about each other. They gotta love each other. There's no group you could point to me and you want to dance around it, but I don't see none of them that don't respect and love each other and then move forward.
You know what I lost out on? And I wish that when I took my MBA, and I just don't think I was in the right frame of mind at the time to put it together. What we talked about was corporate culture. And, you know, and it was, you know, when you go to one business, they have a corporate culture, you go to another. And it was always, how can you change? Because there's corporations that have changed. How do you change a corporate culture? And I'm asking, not like asking, or maybe a question, because I mean, it's been a while since I did it, but we had talked about changing the corporate culture. And I asked that for this reason. You had to change our culture. And it can be changed. There's a formula. There's something that comes in to change it because our culture, the way we respond to things is messed up. So, and there are other cultures that have changed. The Chinese back when Nixon was done are not the Chinese people of today. You know, when you go to Japan, they have a certain culture. You know, it's just a certain way that they interact.
It starts with the kids. You got to start training the kids in a certain way. You got to wait for a generation for that to change. I mean, even like you brought up Japan, they don't really go to school to learn for the first couple of years. It's more about them being able to respond and be responsible. Even kids clean up their own rooms. They clean up their own classrooms. They serve each other their meals. There's certain things that they need to learn in etiquette and being of service. And that's one of the things I want to say, even with giving some time of service in the military, there has to be something you can rally around. And it's something bigger than yourself. I would say our community is one of the most selfish instead of selfless. Okay. And understand what that means. Selfish meaning there's no way you're going to give up your time for free without getting some kind of compensation for it or seeing some kind of value in it. Something bigger than yourself as far as community, you would do that in a heartbeat because you know the overall people benefit from it. So some people don't even understand why a person would even give up their time to serve in the military besides, oh, it's about money. Sometimes it's not about money. It's about the principle of giving of something you believe in that's greater than you. And for some reason in our culture, if it's not something tangible, you can't believe in the overall benefit. We only believe in something tangible that we can touch, taste, or feel.
You know what it'll take? It'll take someone with resources backing someone who's righteous without the resources. I would say I would relate to what you're talking about, and it has to go back to what you're saying, where we have to emulate or do things similar to how we start with the children, raising them with discipline, love, and respect for themselves and for the family, and raise better families. Like when I was like, I still, for whatever reason, even though I left when I was 4, I was in school at 4 years old in Guyana. In Guyana, if I would have stayed there, I might have graduated high school at 12 because that's what they preach, just education. And I remember at 4 years old, if I did, or 3 years old, I might have been that young. I remember if I was in class and I was sitting down and I said something wrong, I might have got an answer to a question wrong. They had a big ruler and you'd have to hold your hand out and get spanked with it if you did something wrong.
We had that same here, corporal punishment here too.
Yeah. So you got to start teaching at a young age. But I think I look at the situation, for instance, to kind of piggyback off of what you said, but give an example, just one example. The movement in Ferguson that ended up being Black Lives Matter. There were some righteous brothers that was ready to really do things related to that movement. Hopefully, eventually, not just protest, but get laws passed to protect Black people from police. But what happened? A lot of those people got killed, and who did they lift up? People that weren't really about that movement. The people that got the finances for the movement were people that just wanted to finance themselves.
Exactly.
And so that movement went to the work. So what's the solution? There were some selfless people. There were some people that were willing to lay their life down for the movement, and probably that's why they died. And so when we get to instances where we get those people funding and hopefully they stay on track, then we'll see some change.
I think that's, in the sense, I'm going to agree with you. I think, but in this caveat, I think you got to take a group of those people and they just got to leave behind the other people. Meaning, you got to take that people and say, this is how we're going to educate our kids. This is how we're going to do that. And then they start to become the example and they start to shun everybody else. Meaning, if they get wealthy, they get money, and then they just say, yeah, that's bad. We don't even deal with that culture. And so then that they grow and grow, and you start shunning all of that other stuff. You say, that's not us. That's not what we do. And that wealthy part is the one that keeps striving and going. And they start to say, hey, because when you have wealth, you can say, I don't want that on the radio. I don't want that on my TV show. I'm going to have these producers produce these type of people. And I'm going to show these type of kids. We're not going to have love and hip hop. We're going to have something else, something else. And the more you can do that, go ahead, brother.
I agree. That's not just wealth, that's power with leverage and purpose. And so we have not been lucky to always have people in that position that had all three. But there's still people in certain instances that have that are different institutions, different places, different communities that are doing well. But there has to be a concerted effort or a lucky effort. It might have to be instantaneous. It might have to take a little luck where those people that have leverage and a good purpose and, just not perfect people, but good enough purpose for whatever we're trying to do. And someone gets behind them, or they get wealth themselves and are able to translate that into group economics, dynamics, more group culture and love for Black people. And then you could do votes, then you could do leverage. it definitely needs to be voting blocks of black people in these cities that are able to do things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but even that's rigged nowadays, especially with not redlining.
Redlining.
Not no. When you change the
Gerrymandering.
redistricting.
it's not just that. When they can't do when they
has messed up a lot of that. Even if we get a larger group of people, if you're not at that gerrymandering or that redistricting meeting, you allow the other group to redistrict you right out of your vote based on the electoral college.
But here's the thing: we worried about the wrong thing first, because the Jewish people ain't in that voting block. They ain't caring about that. The Chinese people ain't in that voting block. The Indians,
they just grow. They just try to grow first.
Well, like I said, you got to take over a city first. You got to be the mayor. You got to take over.
Not even that. You got to take over your neighborhood first.
You got to start with that school district, the mayorship, all that.
But here's the one thing I think I agree with Quasi on, in one sense. When it comes to religion, I think what religion gives you is morals.
Yeah.
And I think what happens is with a lot of us, we sacrifice our morals. So we get somewhere and they say, well, we need this much money for this. And we sacrifice our morals for something else. Where other people say, no matter how much money you give me, and sometimes it's based on religion, I can't do that.
I think in life, I agree. And I think in life, you're going to be religious about something just as a God. Because you're going to be either religious about God, money, or violence. You're gonna put your mind on something every single day, and that's going to be your North Star. And so if your North Star is money, violence, or things that are, only value to you, then, that's not going to help building your community. Just not. So, it's probably better that you have a North Star or religious or consistently build upon some type of morals and codes that are communal. And we definitely could have a chance to be more communal. If not on a micro level, then at least on a macro level, you know what I'm saying? Or both, because it's hard to go against tribalism. I mean, I had to come here and learn there was down south and up north and there was beef. I had no idea about that. You know what I'm saying? East Coast and West Coast, and there's issues. People are willing to fight over these differences when the black people in this country have to recognize at different instances and all the time that you don't have the time to fight over it. And when you're saying the voting, when they can't gerrymander the vote, what they do is they try to incorporate and make new cities. I didn't notice that till I went back home to where I grew up in Jersey. Like, whoa, they got all these townships so that when a kid is trying to ride a bike from his city through a white city, he might hit a city that you need a license to ride your bike, and then you get pulled over by the cops and they take your bike. That's because all they want to do when they see black people near them is now they want to incorporate a new city. Like in Atlanta. Atlanta used to be more bigger than it is now, but they took away the northwest cities. They made Vinings and Smyrna, and they tried to do it with Buckhead recently. They try to make that a whole city so they could take the tax dollars, even though there's probably black people contributing those tax dollars. They want to take a mostly white area or enough white that they can make that their own city, and now they control the tax dollars. And so, when black people try to do that in Atlanta, for some strange reason, they couldn't get it done. When
it ain't no strange reason. There's a reason. Ain't no strange reason. There's definitely a reason.
Yeah.
And then it comes back to they don't want us to be in control of anything. So that's where the trauma comes in, when you start seeing the bigger picture. That every time you stick out, what do they say? The nail that sticks out gets the hammer or whatever. You're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
So nobody should want to, and this is the thing. These cultures understood that from our mistakes. So they come in low key, they get established in those communities. By the time the news comes out, I mean, the Somalis are still there. There's been a little bit of something, but it ain't like they've been kicked out of the community. Maybe ICE ran through there for about a week or two, and they're done with that. But they're still there. Have you heard them on the news? No. You get what I'm saying? You only hear it for a little bit, but they're already deeply rooted that you can't get them up out of there.
Oh, they passed the laws, man. I told you we have the Indians here, and they passed the law in Texas that you, as a HB1 visa holder, can't own the property.
Boom. See?
So, but now, they can't go back and take the property. They can only go forward.
More forward. Down for
but that's how they, that's how they try to limit immigration and things like that. So they do it.
All they have to do is marry a foreigner, and then she owns the land, and then the HB1 visa holder can build a property on their husband's or wife's land, just like we do here in the Philippines. I can't own land. My wife would have to own land, and then I could build on it, and then based on what everybody says as a passport, bro, oh my God, she could take all that. Well, if you have a kid, guess what? That gets transferred over in lineage and legacy. You get what I mean? So it just depends on how you want to do it.
Yeah. And, I wanted to get on and talk to you, brothers, because I appreciate you, brothers, and I appreciate what you were showing, because I think we got to just pull out what we need out of it from what we see. And we don't have to do exactly what another group is doing. We can't, because there's still just a racial element that they don't have to deal with. And that we also got to be honest about that. These are white Jews that are doing this, and these are Indians that assimilate to white. These are Chinese that assimilate to white. These are
the biggest thing is, how come they know about these services and systems that are there, and we as Black Americans have never taken advantage of them, even if we did it honestly? Why aren't we using these systems, and how come they know before we do? We're just not doing the research. We're lackadaisical. We're sitting here comfortable when other people's come here with purpose.
Saying this.
Well, I'm part of the Atlanta Black Chambers of Commerce, and those are people that all they do is talk about, rules, laws, financial, everything, all the knowledge.
Right.
Sometimes it's just like, you could be a very knowledgeable person, but I've seen so many times where it's a Black and white couple, and the Black person goes in and they're making 100,000, they can't get the loan. They send their spouse in there that's making 20,000 or barely working, and they keep calling them back. There's documented evidence of that. So sometimes it's that. I think the biggest thing that'll get us over that is community. So that even though we got to go through 10, 20 people, and they might only have to go through one, at least we'll be communally bond to do that. And then we have to make sure that those community banks and institutions aren't beholden to the bigger ones too much, because that's a deeper problem. So there's people that have knowledge, but it's always something else extra that we have to deal with, and we have to be communal to get over that.
I'm gonna show this because it's not us that thinks about like this, and I hope that you can hear it, and I'm gonna try to play it. I'm just gonna play it here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me turn this up. Give me a second and start it over. Because it's not just us that feel like that.
Segment of the Iranian diaspora who really, for a better way of putting it, really wants to be white. It doesn't want to identify with the global South. It wants to belong to the mainstream of American European society. And so embrace of Israel, embrace of Zionism, being opposed to the Gaza war, supporting the MAGA movement, essentially is their way of integrating. And they want an Iran that would actually support their view of themselves as not being Arab Muslim, but being basically mainstream Western. And so it's an imagination of an Iranian identity that basically says Iran's history stopped in the 7th century when the Arabs came. We belong to that period. That's Indo-European. And also mainstream Americans, mainstream Europeans are pro-Israel, they're anti-Gaza. So we're like them. So that phenomenon is very much there, and is very much tapped into this particularly monarchist movement in Iran. There is a segment
and I say that because when you see the Iranians in the United States celebrating, or you see the Venezuelans in the United States celebrating, he's saying, or the Cubans, those are the people who want to identify with the whites. It's like, I'm with the white people and not with my own race.
Yeah, and I got to pay attention to that, because supposedly, piggybacking off of what you're saying and agreeing with it, there is an element of that in when Cuba like would help black countries. And so the Cuban, Fidel Castro leadership would help black countries, African and Caribbean. And so there's elements of that where now you go to Latin America or you hear them talk, and certain Latino people, you got to recognize, like, me being black and I ain't about to change no time soon. Who do they really side with? And, what are they really out for? And you know what I'm saying? So when you see things like at the UN, or you see things like Brazil, the neighboring country to mine, it's like having there's reasons, and we got to translate that to here. Like, okay, for us we can't completely ignore that, because they're not. There's things that's happening. It's like a glass ceiling still that we have to break through. And the only way to do it is if we really, really, really are communal and unified amongst ourselves. We can't do it, you could get to small, you might be able to get to selfish, but if you're really about community, then we have to stick to it.
I'm going to share this, or you can go ahead. I'm just going to show you how we've been brainwashed.
I've always thought that the quickest way to get out of all this shit is to breed ourselves out. I mean, right now the YTs are very scared of becoming the minority of America.
Mm-hmm.
The quicker way we can get them into a minority, the quicker some of this shit will calm the fuck down. And maybe
then you'll have what they have over in wherever that singer's from, where you got black, then they got the coloreds, and then you got white.
No, that's what they have. It's already here. What you mean, mulatto and all that other shit? You know that.
Yeah,
Come on,
a simple way to do it, to explain it, is an archetype. If you want to shoot for it, you want to shoot for a J. Cole. You don't want to shoot for a Tiger Woods. You know what I'm saying? You want to shoot for, when you raise that child,
multi-blend, yes.
Yeah, you want to raise that child who respects and loves his blackness. You know what I'm saying? Or else what's going to happen? They're just going to marry someone probably white or light, very light, and next thing you know, they got pictures I see.
I'm trying to get to the human race. I'm not trying to get to any one race.
Yeah,
but we've been brainwashed.
I don't want to be one ethnic type. We're all fucking humans. First,
here's the problem with Americans, man. We are brainwashed.
Everybody's trying to be brainwashed too.
We are brainwashed to think certain people are our enemy, and if they are our enemy, everybody should be the enemy. I'm gonna let Nelson Mandela break this question down when he's asked about something.
You said to Ted Koppel last night, a man who changes his principles depending on with whom he is dealing is not a man who can lead a nation. The context was this: what principle are you being asked to change, you, Mr. Mandela, when Americans question your praise for the human rights under Gaddafi and Castro? What is the principle involved there that you're being asked to change?
Mr. McNeil, this is a matter which should not be handled lightly, as many people do. The first country which we approached in the 60s for assistance, when our leaders had to leave the country in order to mobilize the support of the international community, the first country we approached was the United States of America. We could not even succeed to come close to the government, and they refused to assist us. But Cuba, the moment we appealed for assistance, they were ready to do so, and they did so. Why would we now listen to the Western world when they say we should have nothing to do with Cuba? It's just unreasonable. No human being acts in that particular fashion. Here is a country that was the first to assist us when the West, which had formidable resources, was actually supporting the government. Now you expect us to change our whole approach and to start condemning Cuba for what is supposed to be happening inside the country. No man of principles could ever do that. And that is what I try to convey to Koppel.
Mr. Mandela, our time is up.
That's why I said you need somebody with some type of principle.
Honored man, yes.
Well, here's what I say to that, Fearless and Ronan, is that I understand that because I lived my life that way. I lived on 3 different countries before I was 10 years old. And I was around all blacks, all whites, and then a mixture, you know. And so no matter what type of racism, and I got called the N-word when I was 5 years old, so as young as that, in the 80s, living in Canada. And so understand it's there, but I still try to take each person and judge them when I have enough time to see who they are by their character, not by their skin color. Here's the issue. If you ever played sports and you ever played like a basketball game and you had 3 referees and they started playing the game a certain way, they just started letting everything go. They weren't calling holding, let's say. You have to adjust to that. And guess what the coach told you? You hold them too. You hold them too. If they're holding you, wait till the ref starts calling that, but you have to now play that. And unfortunately, we have to play the game and how people are calling it right now. Should there be holding? No. But if they're doing it, you better do there too. Now, should there be racism? Should there be racial subjugation? Should there be racial separation? No. But in the world, in the instance we live, it's happening. So we can't ignore that, or we're not going to win the game with the team we're on. And so we have to pay attention to that until the world, I done traveled, and it's not just here, it's a worldwide thing, dealing with this, racial subjugation, if you want to call it something, more on a macro level. So you can't fully ignore it. You have to deal with it when it comes up. It's not going to come up every day, not going to come up every hour. But when it's there, you have to deal with it and fight against it aggressively.
I got a question. Why do we as blacks think we got to get along with each other? Meaning, I don't see white Americans say I got to get along with Ukrainians or Russians or French. Why do blacks have this thing where I got to get along with the African, or I got to get along with this? Or maybe it's just American blacks that feel like that. I don't know if Africans in Africa or outside feel like that.
It's like you go to jail and you're part of the Aryans or you're part of the other gangs, the black gangs. It's like when it comes to those instances and those situations, you do side with people that you have the most common interest in. So yeah, there's always going to be differences between countries and languages and cultures too. There's, I'm not fully welcomed by some black Guyanese when I go back, and that's the issue that people don't understand. You know what I'm saying? So there's always going to be differences, but I would hope that the cousins that I do go back to show me love and show me around and protect me while I'm there. I would hope that when I'm here, or I remember when I was in China and I got off a plane and there was some people that were going to tell me to get in their car with 3 other Chinese men. And there was a black African brother that said, no, you don't go with them. You go right there to that red car. I needed someone to identify me as another black person in that instance because no one else was speaking English. You know what I'm saying? So there's certain instances where we need to have that common ground of blackness and mess with each other and move in one direction and protect each other when needed. You're always going to eventually go back to your micro level group or family or yourself, keep shrinking that circle. But there are instances that you have to recognize that you have to share common ground with someone.
To add on to what you're saying is, and when you travel, you see this. In America, in certain places, you can just do a head nod, and you know who's who. Same thing in an airport or somewhere in another country. You do that head nod. Most Americans know what that is. Some Africans might not, but most Americans, when you do that head nod and you say something, that brother automatically knows who you are. So while we're traveling, those are certain identifiers that you can figure out who's who when it comes to maybe having some commonality interest that you have. Now, obviously, until you talk to the person, you don't know. I just landed in Manila and I sent a couple brothers in there, and obviously, the taxi guy comes to us. I already have my grab. I live here. So he thought I was a foreigner coming into town. Not I live here. So he was trying to get me to grab a taxi. And I was like, nah, bro, go and get somebody else. So I started giggling to myself, but the other brother seen it, and I gave him a head nod and said, yeah, he was trying to get me. He started chuckling, because he knew what I was talking about. So little things like that kind of give you a little warm, fuzzy kind of like, especially if you've been out of the country, knowing that there's still brothers out there that you can identify with and identify with you. But when it comes to trust, that's a whole nother thing. Some dudes, like you get in the Medellin, you get to those places where you got a lot of the Pookievilles and everything else that's going on. You ain't going to step in the fray to help protect another American brother if he's out there doing some kind of shenanigans in a bar. You're not doing that. Why are you going to be subject to his unruly behavior? It just depends on the area you're in that you might do or not do a certain thing,
Yeah, and don't think
By
that
the way,
other
what happened with the Frank Zanu thing? Have they responded? It's past March, bro.
Yeah, I ain't get him. I was trying to get Afro Man. I couldn't get him either. I was trying to bring Afro Man back up here, but he didn't. I couldn't get him.
But one other thing I say, Fearless, is don't think that they don't do that. Remember, before our time, in America, Irish and Italian was a different thing. But now they let anybody in. Anyone right now
even
that comes
Jews
in,
were Jews were persecuted here in the United States at first when they first got here. No, they weren't welcome.
And I think it's a reaction to the black population growing. And so, now that when the black population grows, you can't just say European white. You can't just say, now every person white has to be considered white, and they jump in. Like I said, by the time they get to prison, they all part of the white Aryan gang. I'm pretty sure that's a mix. So that's the reason why we should not forget that head nod, that assimilation, that cultural, and there's always going to be people that don't, follow in line with that. There's no perfection in anything, but don't take the imperfection and forget about people that are down for the cause still. That's what I'll say.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I know we've been on for a long time. I gotta get
we pushing on 6 hours.
Hey, thank you, brothers, for letting me get on, man. You guys are consistent. You do a great job.
We're a civil panel. We when we open up the panel, we can get aggressive, but I mean that's iron sharpening iron. It's nothing about it being personal. Me and Fearless argue all the time, man, like brothers.
Yeah, I noticed. You guys go at it at these late nights, and at some points I got to cut it off because you don't let each other talk. But
yeah.
Like
well, he gets into attorney mode and wants to fucking barrage you with follow-up question after follow-up question. I'm like, bro, can I just take a breath for a second? Let me get in here and add a little bit, just a little.
Yeah, y'all need to get your other boy, Ronan, in DR, and yeah, get him back on.
Yeah, he's got family life going on right now, so we giving him. Yeah.
He's got stuff going on in there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, at some point, I like when you guys do that whole panel.
Oh yeah, the Lions Den. We'll bring it back every once in a while when he's comfortable enough to want to get back on after getting things together.
Cool. Well, you guys enjoy your night, man. My old behind. I need to get my rest myself.
You talking about old? Come on, man.
Yeah, you guys might be. You guys might be.
I think that's a silent shot at the man over here. That's me.
Yeah, you guys might be older. You might be older. I'm 47, but you guys might be older.
I'm 58. Did I freeze up?
Say that again?
Did I just freeze up? My camera is frozen.
Yeah, you did. Oh, yeah, it freeze up a little
bit. Check mic. Yeah, camera froze.
Yeah, but keep bringing this stuff up, man. It's much needed in the community. So we need to self-examine, but also examine what's working. And then we got to ask the questions like I've been trying to say, what are we really looking at what's working? Let's not overlook the details, that we really need to do first to rebuild our community and really strengthen it. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right. I'll be looking out for you, brothers. Appreciate for having me on, man. One love. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Well, Been a long live. This is one that we have not been planning on doing. I don't know if I'm
their
going to get.
son going to China tomorrow. They're gonna take a lot of pictures with him and try to touch his hair.
Oh
Just
yeah,
to let you know.
but they're gonna like him. They're not gonna give him a hard time. I think.
Oh no, they just they don't see a lot of black people, so they
Especially
want
what part of China is he going to? If he's going to Hong Kong, that's a whole nother different experience than going to Shanghai or something like that. So
yeah.
Do you know what part of the country he's going to? Just curious. I mean, well, I have a different experience than y'all, but sorry.
You get that good hair. They don't care. They want that coarse hair. They want to see how that is.
All right.
You all right?
Yeah, I still got a cold and I'm still recovering from my trip. So on Sunday, I'm going to be doing another live on my other channel, but I'm going to co-host it on this channel as well. We're going to be talking about the petrodollar war. So if you guys are interested in a little financial or money talk, then join me on Saturday or Sunday night for you guys. And we'll be doing this live as well. Do you have
why you got that brother dressed? Yeah, I ain't seen him in a suit. That brother ain't never been no suit.
No. He's always in a suit. Something. I mean, not on the live, but he's on a suit on his thumbnails.
His thumbs, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got some you got some issues, man. You can't let the shit go.
Not just said I ain't never seen him in the suit. I do got issues, man. Look, I
know you do, man.
Look. I'm over here. I'm doing something like, I'm doing something. I just want to show you this because maybe it's me. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. And I want the audience to know.
He can't let shit go, man. He's like he can't let shit go. Go ahead.
I'm ordering something for my daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me just do an entire screen. All right. So this is this little thing she liked to, I get her. It's an educational thing for her to learn, right? So 1 month, if I get 1 month, it's 52 cents a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds about right. So let me go in here. 0.52 times 30. And what I do? 0.52 times, 0.52 cents times 30. That equals like $15. That makes sense. The next, if I want to go 3 months, is 27 cents a day. So 0.27 times 90. Yeah, that's $24. Right?
It's funny that they have that down to a day.
But here's the thing. Let me put the calculator over here so you can see it. So that's, 27 cents per day for 90 days equals $24. It's about $24, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a teaching thing. So if I go 0.05 times, what does that be, 180? Times 180. Yeah, I put that in wrong.
Yeah, you need to do the times first.
0.05 times 180. Where's my math at?
Mm-hmm. 0.05 is half of a penny.
Huh?
0.05 is half of a penny. That's not even 1 cent.
No,
that's why it's so low.
I'm saying
0.5. Is it 5 cents a day, or a half a cent?
No, it would still be, because 0.5 would be 50 cents. So this is 5 cents right here, because that's 27 cents.
Wow. I mean,
so 0.05. Did they not know how to do math? 0.05 times 180 equals $9. Where the hell are they getting $36? What am I missing?
The math is off, man.
Somebody help me out in here.
No, that math is off for real.
Because even if I put it for a year,
normally $89. God damn, what kind of program is this? They're trying to say it's a discount.
That just don't add up. That doesn't add up at all. 0.5. Let's do 0.5.
And how can it be more? Think about this. It's less time at 27, and this is 0.05, but it's still more than the 3 months. You know that number's off.
Yeah, because at 3 months, somebody messed up their math.
Yeah, they did.
Because that would be
corrected on your credit card. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because 0.5 would be 90. Yeah, they messed up. Somebody wrote that down. That should be 5 cents a day.
Mm-hmm. And only $9, not 36.
They messed up.
The numbers should be going down anyway, not up.
Maybe I'm doing this wrong.
No, you ain't. You're right. That's that. Whoever developed that website messed up on the math on that one. While they were trying to give you a super discount on something that was not worth $89 to begin with.
Yeah, because that don't make sense. Because that's a year. I don't know where I'm here. Because if I do 27 cents times a year, that would give me $100. And 5 cents is somebody messed up.
Way cheaper. Yeah, that's wrong. That number should be lower anyway. Even at $36, that number is wrong compared to the 3 months at 24.
Yeah, because 3 months. Yeah, somebody messed up.
That number's wrong already. Just looking at it, it should be lower. That's the whole advantage of the discount. You should spend less as you pay for more.
That's why you got to do math. You gotta have some math, and you don't
need to double check your AI. That's what you need to do. Whoever developed that AI need to double check that fucking graphic. That's what it was.
I wonder if ChatGPT can pick this up. Let's see. I'm just kidding. Let's see how smart Chat. Let's find out together.
Smart, depending on the person using it.
Yeah, let's see. I'm curious. Let's see. We're gonna do our ChatGPT. I want to see if ChatGPT has some common sense. I'm gonna paste it on there. Where's that at?
It is burning hot, man. I have to change these curtains, man. These curtains ain't worth shit.
You ain't got no blackouts?
I got blackouts behind me, but they're supposed to be stopping the heat, but they ain't stopping shit. I get the cheap blackouts. I need to get them thick ass ones I had in America. I never felt heat.
I might come over there this summer. I have to do that.
It's summer right now. That's the whole thing. Summertime is now in the Philippines, not during July. That's over. It ain't summer. It's comfortable. This is the hottest part of the year right now.
Ooh-wee. Well, see, I was right. Look, see, ChatGPT told me. They let it know. They said they are wrong. 6 months wrong. They miscalculated badly or intentionally made it look cheaper. Ooh-wee.
Exactly.
Man. Yep. They did. So let me copy this down. Let them see what they done did wrong. I just wanted you guys to see that because sometimes people will try to do exactly. That is very wrong. They will try to cheat you. All right. I am out of here, my brother. I got to do some Easter egg hunting tomorrow.
Yeah. It's Easter?
Well,
see, I can't keep, man, look.
Next week.
I don't keep track of holidays no more. I don't keep track of nothing. I don't even know what's going on in America unless I actually purposely look. You know, and right now the biggest thing is your TSA lines are crazy in Houston and Texas.
I gotta see what's going on with this war, man. All right, I got a question before we go, since we're there. Oh no, this is a website called what the hell is it called? Speech Babble for little kids. It lets them learn their languages. I'm trying to make sure that.
Hey, drop the link if you wanna. I mean, I know you
ain't paying me no money. I ain't dropping no link.
You on your own, Matt Villainy. He said you on your own. I ain't promoting shit.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, but they ain't paying me no money.
He said I ain't got no affiliate link. I ain't telling you shit.
Yeah, but what it is it's for kids. It's allowed them to help out with their speech and their learning. So she's at the age where she needs to learn more speech. You know, them little babble words. I have to slap around. We babbling no more. We need speech. Well, I got a question for you, brother.
I had speech school when I was young.
This is my question. So, you know what? I want first, let me play this dude. And then I want
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting set up right now, but go
no,
ahead.
no, this ain't no setup. This ain't no setup for you. This ain't no setup. Let me put him here. And then I'm going to ask you a question about your service.
Okay.
If you could send one message to Americans 50 years in the future, what would it be? Don't send your sons to finish what politicians start.
Facts. I heard this one.
All right. My question is now, you know, you have served in the military. I have no issue. And I think as the American people, we say, somebody attacked us. Somebody came at us and we got to defend ourselves. You know, 9/11, you know, even though we know it wasn't for the right purpose, but World War II, somebody came at us and we got to do it.
Right.
What about now? You know, if you sign up for the military, what would you do if they said, well, now you got to go over there and bomb these people, or you got to go fight these people? And you knowing all you know now, what do you do?
I mean, if I'm in, I'm in. I got to do what I got to do. I need to come home. You know, but if you're talking about what he just said, what would you tell your children in the future, 50 years from now? I already told my kids, do not join the military. I know what I
right
went through.
now, when you would go over to Iran and fight.
No.
And
for what? That's not my war.
No, not at this moment. No, not now. You older. I'm saying
if I was young right now, I would not feel motivated to say, hey, I need to go join the military. And
no.
You
already in the military. Let's go there.
Okay.
You already in the military.
Then I ain't got no question. I gotta go. And I gotta do whatever they order me to do to get the fuck home.
So how do you feel about that? Meaning you going to a person who really, all right, you know that the war can't be about. I don't even know what.
I want to play my song right now because my song answers this fucking question, and the reason why I wrote the song the way I wrote it. It's going to hit you on the copyright, but I can wipe that out for you because it's my song. But if I play my song right now, it'll answer the question. It's the life I chose.
Is it real important for America to remember what 9/11? What 9/11? Thank God Trump haven't forgotten what they've done.
What's that to do with anything?
I don't even understand what
to do. What's that?
I don't understand. I don't even understand what he's saying. He's
trying to say America during 9/11, that was the reason why we got involved with you know, at that point it was not Saddam Hussein, but who was the other guy?
I don't think that person knows history. So let me break down a little history for you. During Reagan, if you don't know, during the time of Reagan, we were paying Saddam Hussein to fight, which was Iraq, to fight Iran. At the same time, we had the Iran-Contra, so please look up Oliver North, in which we sold weapons to Iran so that we could get money to fight Nicaragua. So at that time, Iran wasn't our enemy, or were they our enemy? They were our enemy, and Iraq was our enemy. And why are we we went to Iraq, and Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. The pilots were from Saudi Arabia, but yet we went to Afghanistan. So I don't think I can thank. Why would I thank Trump that he hadn't forgot? Maybe we just didn't remember. Maybe we've been brainwashed to believe what they wanted us to believe. Like we went and fought in 1996, Hussein tried to give $1 billion. What the hell? I think English may not be his first language because maybe I'm not reading something.
Hold on, let me blow it up.
Hussein tried to give $1 billion for reparation for blacks.
Saddam Hussein, I guess he's saying. He's trying to say Saddam Hussein was trying to give $1 billion for reparations to blacks in 1996. Why? So we wouldn't go over there and fight? I don't remember that. And I was
I think Gaddafi tried to give money to Farrakhan for blacks. But I think he may be speaking on his he may be talking and not typing, and it's not understanding what he's saying.
Yeah, you got to rephrase that one.
Yeah. Now I will say that, so my question is, brother, you and this is no judgment on you. I'm just curious. You were in the Marines.
Yeah.
And even though you know that person, those people have nothing against you, nothing, and you would still fight. And would you feel okay harming those people? I can't say okay. You would do it. Put it that way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Sorry. Not sorry.
Do you think that you, and it's no judgment,
I don't have the right to question orders like that. My superior should have already questioned the order to make sure it was legal and within the rules of engagement. And at that point, by the time it got to my level, whatever the mission was, we're going to have to do it. I can't back out on my crew. I can't back out on the people that are relying on me because I have an indifference. We all train together.
But
what you mean?
Hold up. You train, what did you train to do? Or let me rephrase that. I thought that the military was to defend against all enemies, foreign and abroad.
Foreign and domestic. Correct.
How is that your enemy?
I don't get to pick our enemies. That's the United States. I just follow orders.
Man,
this is the problem with
the same. Hold up, you know that they did the same thing in Germany and they got in trouble for it.
Let me say this. This is the difference between a civilian mindset and a military mindset. In the civilian world, you have choices. You get to choose. In the military, once you sign that contract and they teach you what's supposed to happen, at that point, you've given up your right to have freedom of choice of saying you will or will not do something. You are government property. Literally, government.
No, you do have a choice. You can take a dishonorable discharge.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. But that's beside the point. I'm not trying to do that either. I'm not trying to fuck up my life.
But you don't think fucking up your life is killing somebody who was innocent? I mean, you tell me what's more of a fuck up in your life.
That ain't on me. I'm just doing what I was told.
Well, they said the same thing in Germany, and they said that was wrong.
Here's the thing. Moral and ethics kind of go out the window when it talks about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement come down to combatants and non-combatants. Just like in Vietnam when they were going from village to village. It didn't matter whether that little baby looked like a little baby and was walking towards you. If they strapped a bomb on it, they made that baby a combatant. And now you have to question the parents that put that baby and put that bomb on it. So now I'm supposed to question why a whole human being took their child and put a bomb. Was it that goddamn serious that you had to put a bomb on your baby to have us go and pick up the baby? Come on, they had women with bombs strapped on them and walked them toward us so that they could distract the people that were there. So at that point, now you're paranoid about anybody coming near you. Why? Because you got women and children involved of whether they are or not combatants. They will use rules against you to get you to double think and hesitate. And the point of why we train the way we train, we react without thinking because our bodies automatically tell us to do things in order for self-preservation.
But if you went to somebody's house and you were shooting them and they shoot back or try to defend their house, who was wrong? You're saying maybe they did those things to protect their house.
And that's the whole point. It's a matter of perception. On their end, they're right. On your end, you're defending yourself. But you, again, like I was talking about with that cop, you put yourself in that situation. Right?
No, I mean, I'm thinking, so you don't think that you should be a, what do they call it? A something objector. What do they call Muhammad Ali?
Objective, conscientious objector.
Yes.
I don't have the right to be a conscientious objector if it's not a criminal wartime offense, because I do have the right to identify whether it is a moral or ethical order. I don't have to obey those. I'm not a mindless soldier. I do have the right to deny immoral or unethical orders. Okay, because then, like you said, I can be held accountable. I can go through a military tribunal. I can go to federal fucking jail.
Why is it okay that if you
because the
do
government gave me permission, and since I work for them, that's why it's okay.
All right. But they tried to use that same excuse in World War II with the
They
Germans.
use it in Vietnam too, because if you got caught behind in Vietnam, they prosecuted you for doing shit that was against war crime criminals. They prosecuted all kind of Americans on the other side. So if you get captured, yeah.
No, no. What I'm saying is, in Germany, the Germans were saying, I was just following orders.
They had the right to leave, just like you said. They chose to stay. They had to suffer the consequences. But like I said, we do have, based on the edict of rules of engagement, you have a right to deny or accept an order based on its moral or ethical fucking issuance. And if you don't know what morals and ethics are, oh well, then you're in trouble if you follow an order that was not a lawful fucking order, even as a fucking PFC. So it doesn't matter who tells you to do it. If you follow through on it and it wasn't a lawful order and it was unethical or moral, and it goes against the rules of engagement, you're in trouble. But who is the judge in those things? Who's judging you for breaking that rule? Is it the people you did it to, or is it your own people that told you to do it? It would have to come down to you being captured and the country captured you doing something wrong. And at that point, they're saying you did something immoral and unethical according to the Geneva Convention and the rules of engagement.
I wish I could find this.
It's a matter of perception.
Man, they had it.
Whose side you're on.
You know what they was doing in Vietnam?
It's wrong, but of course, if I'm shooting at you, it's okay for me. You get what I'm saying?
There was this document, maybe not a documentary. It was a show I was watching on YouTube, and they had a name for it, man. I guess during Vietnam, when you got drafted, you would only be over there for a year.
Yeah,
that was
you only had a 12-month contract.
Yeah,
and then
so
you
your
could re-up
time was coming up. And your time was coming up. You all you thought about was going home. They had it where they had the sergeants or the lieutenants giving the order so scared, because what they were doing was they were dropping grenades in their barracks. Like if they was like, oh, you gonna go and take that you be the first one out there. And I guess they're like, hell no, I'm not dying. I got a week to go home.
Time. What they call it short time. They use the term short time.
And they were dropping grenades in there. And it was so bad that they just wasn't giving no orders anymore. So
who was dropping grenades?
Oh, the soldiers. The American soldiers.
Look, people when they were short time, they were trying to get out, they would shoot themselves to try to get out with a minimum amount of damage. Because some of those things that they got hooked into, and some of those missions, they were missions where you weren't coming home. You were lucky if you got out of it. So sometimes when you're a short timer, you get super paranoid. You don't even want to go in the bush. And that's what they call it, the bush. So once you got to a short time, at that point, some of the commanders and even the enlisted guys were looking at you like, man, don't be getting shaky because I know you're short. So I don't know if they started working around guys that were short time and started moving them around to where they were prioritized to leave, While on certain missions, they wouldn't let you out of there until your last day. So then you're so paranoid that you're within 30 days, you're within 15 days, you're within a day and a wake up. That by the time I'm sure your heart is pounding, you're nervous as fuck, and you're praying no missions come up when you're less than 15 days and a wake up. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, this is it right here. They were. Well, this is one of them. Let me see what they were saying. Yeah, this was getting shot.
You gotta
man.
share it. You gotta share it.
They were doing more than this, but and I'm asking because I'm just wondering, where does it get to the point where you just say, yeah, I can't do this.
The U.S. soldier fired a gun right at his officer's head during the Vietnam War. He did this because when the U.S. was losing the war, some officers kept trying to send unmotivated soldiers to die in pointless missions. But this only caused soldiers to get furious and execute their officers in many creative ways. The U.S. soldier fired a gun.
One of those creative ways was they would throw a grenade in their barracks at night.
I forgot what that's called. There's a term for that when your troops turn against the officer. God, I can't think of it right now. But
the dude
that was happening with the army. That was an army thing, big time. In the Marine Corps, it was not, but in the Army, it was. And unfortunately, you have a lot of lieutenants that come out of the officer ranks on college. They're just there. We call them butterballs. They're all highly motivated. They just got out of school and marching and this, and they want to win all kind of medals. Now, obviously, who's got to fight in order for them to get their medals? Because they ain't necessarily doing all the fighting. The enlisted guy is the one that's got to run out there and do that shit. Mutiny. Thank you very much, Mad Villainy. There's a lot of mutiny that was going on in Vietnam War because you had a lot of gungy ass lieutenants that would send you out on fucking fruitless missions so they can get achievements for promotion or medals while you're taking a fucking grunt of all the fucking shots. So yeah, enlisted would get real fucking pissed off and start doing things to get you a little scatterbrained as an officer giving orders. But that was the biggest thing. Marines don't mutiny.
This is called.
It's never been proven. So obviously we've been doing it well better.
Yeah.
But,
so this is called. They have a word for it. American soldiers were intentionally killed their own officers and NCOs during Vietnam War. A phenomenon known as fragging, frequently using fragmentation grenades to avoid detection. So they wouldn't shoot them because the bullet could go back, but the grenade would blow up.
Right.
And it says there was nearly 800 confirmed suspected fragging, resulting in 86 deaths.
I can believe it. And I don't want to brag about our unit. I don't want to brag about the Marine Corps. Yeah, fragging is a big deal. But our main mission is to go and achieve a mission, move forward, secure the area. The Army takes over and just holds it while we push forward. The Army is normally not a moving forward type of unit. We're usually the ones that go and establish ground, and then they come and reinforce, secure, and stabilize. That's not what we're there for. So usually there's sometimes where we've taken places, given it to the Army to reinforce and protect. We had to double back and go take it back again.
But I'm still curious, Ronan. I mean, you grown now and you had the perspective of 2020 hindsight.
Yeah. Nat, you can hit the link if you want.
You know that. What advice would you give to a Marine now who says, man, they sending me over to Iran? These people just want to be left alone. Our president keep telling me they 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon for 10 years or 20 years. And I know that I'm really fighting for Israel. I mean, what do you do as an officer? I'm trying to put myself, yourself in a place to say, I know it's easy to fight for my country when in defense of my country.
Correct. But when you're defending somebody else's
when I'm
country,
the bully,
somebody else's shit, yeah, it doesn't make it too fun. But you still got to do what you got to do. You're under contract.
man, so that just means like, and I'm sorry to say it because this sounds shallow. You're just a contract killer.
Yeah. I'm not afraid to admit it.
Man. So what separates you from them? Because if they did to us what
Separates
we just
who
did
from
to
who?
them,
Say that again. Separates who from who?
if they, meaning let's just pick Iran. If Iran did to us what we just did to them, we would
Okay.
say they were terrorists.
We would.
So what
And we
makes
would
you
make
not
up an
a
excuse.
terrorist?
The fact that it's American Israel doing it versus them doing it to us. It's
So
the
would you
global
consider
perception.
yourself a
It's
terrorist?
the global. Listen, it's the global perception of who Iran is compared to who American and Israel is, and it's not to say that these other countries are not now recognizing the fact that there is a bully situation, but now it's gone too far. What is Iran doing? Instead of saying, "Hey, we're the victim," now they're just trying to drag everybody in by throwing rockets everywhere. Oh, Saudi Arabia gets hit. You know,
No, they not just they
they're
just not hitting
saying
Saudi
they're
Arabia.
aiming at bases, but they're still
Correct.
throwing rockets into other people's countries, and
They're
they're not.
aiming the bases to say, look, you are
Right.
supporting you supporting our people. I can't
But
get
if you
them when we
realize
get
that
you.
the first attack, a lot of these Arab nations said, "No, you're not flying out of our bases, and you need to fly around our airspace." But we still did it, flying around their airspace and flying not over there and not flying out of their bases. We just did it from a further location. So they were not involved. It was Iran's mistake for thinking he can lob rockets like Saddam did with the Scud missiles to Israel. He thought he could do the same thing and irritate enough Arab nations, they would get mad at America, but it backfired.
No,
Now they're
backfired. You think it backfired on
no, believe
Iran?
me, a lot of these Arab nations are not happy with what's going on right now, and they're not blaming the United States anymore.
Yes, they are blaming the United States. You know why? Because one of the things the United States said is, we're putting these bases on here because we can protect you. And those Arab countries are finding out, no, they're not protecting us.
First of all, when your hands are tied at the first and you're not able to react to something, you can't say, oh, you didn't protect us, when you said you cannot operate out of our country at all, out of any of our bases, that any of your bases that are on our country, in our country right now. So when they put your hands, it's like when you have a woman, if she doesn't listen to you and you tell her not to do something, she turns around and does it anyway. When you know why you told her to do that is so you could protect her. Then when something happens to her, she can't turn around and say, well, why did you protect me? Because I told you not to go and fucking do that shit. Because that was going to happen. But since you didn't want to listen, now you got hit. Now you want a bitch on the back end?
Yeah. And I'm not going to agree with Nac Measy only partially.
What's that?
Nac Measy, shout out.
Hold on. Let me read this out. I don't know if that's shillings, euro, or whatever.
That's a euro.
$6 euro.
Maintained by the ability and willingness to go to war.
To go to war, correct.
No, that is correct when you are defending yourself. When you start to become the aggressor, you start to put yourself in a situation where everybody turns against you and they find another way to get around it. Example. We have put so many sanctions on so many countries to try to control them that the countries, are, like you said, with the petrodollar. Now they're starting to say to China. China says, you don't have to do oil. We back our money up by gold. So instead of dealing with the United States, in dealing with SWIFT, you can do it another way. So because we have bullied so much and sanctioned so much, that other countries have said, you know what, let me find a way around this. And when all those countries start coming together to find a way around it and not using the petrodollar, not using it.
I don't want to give away my conversation for Sunday, but let's put it this way. Why do you think he said, or Iran said, the Japanese win, you win, instead of saying, go ahead and use the BRICS currency?
Say that again.
Remember, there's a BRICS currency, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think Iran, instead of saying use the BRICS currency that's now established, and we'll go ahead and let you pass through the Straits of Hormuz, versus just directly only one country of the Japanese yuan? The Chinese yuan. Why are they using just the Chinese currency instead of using the 6-country fucking BRICS currency?
Oh, because the Chinese, they've got it where they said they back their currency up in gold. That's why they've been buying all the gold.
There's been plenty of countries that's backed it up in gold, but it doesn't matter. Gold is not the thing. It's not has any principle when it comes to that.
Yeah, because I know, because now what the Chinese are saying is ours just isn't a paper dollar. You know, what backs up the United States?
There's plenty of African nations right now that have their currency backed in gold, but their evaluation of those dollars are not any higher and actually worth less than the American.
There's a country in that.
I think it's Senegal or Senegalese, or it begins with an S, and it's an African nation. The lady did a TED talk a long time ago, I think about 4 to 6 years ago, where she talks about how diamonds and everything comes out of her country. Her country, physically, when it comes to the amount of minerals and rare earth metals that come out of that country, their currency is laced in physical
country. I'm looking at it right now. No country operates in a formal gold standard where the currency is directly convertible to gold.
Well, then you just said China did, and now
this is what China's doing. China is actively doing it.
You just said no country. Now you're saying
China. Hold up, and let me do this. Let me do it. Here, let me go here. They are de-dollarizing is what they're doing. So that they have been buying up gold so that they can match your dollar or their whatever with gold. They're holding it in the gold exchange. So that's what they're doing. And the country you're talking about that gets all the minerals, they don't get to trade their own currency. It gets traded on the France market. So they can take all the gold minerals they want out. It isn't in their currency.
Okay. Did you hear that or no?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I'm about to play it for you guys. Hold on. I didn't know if you guys could hear what I was playing in the background. Share screen. So this is a TED Talk. I forgot how many years ago it was, but her name's Malentz. Can you guys see this?
I bet before you play it, I bet you're going to say that they take the gold out, but they ain't even able to trade it.
No, it's nothing like that.
All right.
But
Let's see.
Can you? Okay.
And I come from the richest country in the world. It is located in the richest continent in the world, in the west of the richest continent. My country is called Sierra Leone. On the surface, we are blessed with infinite beauty and abundance of flora and fauna, producing the most exquisite harvest of coffee, cocoa, fruits, vegetables, and
I'm not going to say it all, but I want you to hear part of it.
Name it, we've got it. We also have diverse wildlife and vast marine resources. and waterfalls and rivers that run into the most beautiful beaches. The land is golden, literally, a true paradise. Which, of course, is inhabited by the most beautiful souls.
I wish her pacing
We
was.
have a very strong cultural heritage. In fact, Sierra Leone had the first sub-Saharan university. Prior to that, there was one in the kingdom of Timbuktu, which was the first university in the world, succeeding the great Gnostic schools of Egypt and Osiris. On a deeper level, we are blessed with the real treasures the kings and queens of this world desire. This was the largest alluvial diamond ever found. It weighs almost 1,000 carats, 969 to be precise. This beauty was found by an old lady in her backyard about 2 years ago, 125 carats. Some people mine gold in their backyards. That's quite common. Besides gold and diamonds, we have about 20 precious minerals that have been discovered as of today. We recently started extracting huge petroleum reserves that have been discovered. We have platinum, ilmenite to make titanium, rutile to coat jets, iron ore, the largest iron ore deposits in Africa, the third largest in the world. Tantalite, also known as coltan, used in your mobile phones and computers. Bauxite for aluminum production. Zinc, chrome ore, copper, coal, phosphates, potassium, salt, lead, granite, asbestos, nickel, zircon. Furthermore, we have exquisite timber like mahogany, antique, and we have the most beautiful stamps in the world.
Get to the point.
Of course, the West needs Africa's resources most desperately to power airplanes, cell phones, computers, and engines. And the gold and diamonds, of course, a status symbol to determine their powers by their core and to give value to their currencies. One thing that keeps me puzzled,
There it comes.
despite having studied finance and economics at the world's best universities, the following question remains unanswered. Why is it that 5,000 units of our currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves? It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the West.
So her point was
no, let it play. Let it play. She's going to tell you why. I told you they don't get a chance to trade in their currency.
The Western world depends on Africa.
Yes, I
in every
understand. It's the
possible
same
way,
thing with the petrodollar.
since alternative
But
resources.
what I was trying to prove is there are countries that have gold standards with their dollars, but they're not being recognized. And I said that before I pulled this up.
They don't
was
have a
that
gold standard.
her dollars are not as worthwhile as the American dollar, even though her dollars are literally substantiated by a gold standard.
Their dollars are not.
So
Their
what-
dollars,
yes, they are.
no, they're not. Let it play, and she'll let you know. I've seen this before. What she's saying is the money that they get out the ground doesn't even belong to
So
them.
scarce out here. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically destabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems, and all that backed by huge PR campaigns, leaving the entire world under the impression that Africa is poor and dying and merely surviving on the mercy of the West. Well done, Oxfam, UNICEF, Red Cross, Life Aid, and all the other organizations that continuously run multi-million-dollar advertisement campaigns depicting charity porn to sustain that image.
Is that just your computer?
Well, one hand gives under the flashing lights of cameras, the other takes in the shadows. We all know the dollar is worthless, while the euro is merely charged with German intellect and technology, and maybe some Italian pasta. How can one expect donations from nations that have so little? It's super sweet of you to come with your colored paper in exchange for our gold and diamonds. But instead, you should come empty-handed, filled with integrity and honor. We want to share with you our wealth and invite you to share with us. The perception is that a healthy and thriving Africa at world market prices, which in turn would destabilize and weaken Western economies established on the post-colonial free meal system. Last year, the IMF reports that 6 out of 10 of the world's fastest growing economies are in Africa, measured by their GDP growth. The French Treasury, for example.
Okay.
Let me just
Did you
fast.
catch that?
No, let me show you what I'm saying, because this
Wait. But did you catch what she just said? Can I finish my statement before you move on? She just said something very important. She said based on the world on that economy's GDP. That is everything, that all dollar bills are based off of GDP growth of that country only, not gold standards, not anything. And right now, the American GDP is so substantial. That's why we are running the global economy with our dollar bills. That is what it's based off of. It doesn't matter whether you have gold or not. That's when they switched off of that shit. But her country is based off of gold, is what I've been saying.
They don't get to control it. I'll show
They
you.
don't get to, whether they do or don't, it doesn't matter.
This controversial currency means that France still controls the economies of 14 African nations.
Right.
Critics
I
say
already know this.
clearest examples of how colonial power continues long after independence. France invented the CFA franc in 1945, back when these nations were French colonies. It was in order to keep their economies stable and simplify trade with France. But this stability comes at a cost. Until recently, African nations had to deposit 50% of their foreign exchange reserves into the French treasury. Basically, that means their emergency savings were stored in France's bank. Critics call the continued use of the CFA franc a form of neo-colonialism. It leaves African nations unable to fully steer their own economies, from setting interest rates to deciding when to spend or save. France even keeps a veto inside the CFA central banks, giving it the final word on major decisions. Supporters say it keeps inflation low and makes investors trust the system. But Chad's late president Idris Deby said it was pulling African nations down. After years of pressure, the reserve rule was dropped in West Africa, but in Central Africa it's still in place. The push for a fully independent regional currency, the ECO, continues. But for
That's that. I'm gonna go to the other one for you. I gotta get out of here. How do I get out of here? Let's see. Why is
Go
China?
to specific Sierra Leone. Since she named her
What do you want me to ask about Sierra Leone?
GDP or their actual gold standard.
Sierra Leone. So let's see. Who owns the currency? All right. This is 2 minutes. I don't know how long this. What it's saying.
What year was it?
4 years ago.
From austerity measures to the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact is hitting hard on all facets of life. About a week ago, the governor of the Central Bank of Sierra Leone, Professor Kaifala Kalon, issued out a notice announcing plans to redenominate the country's legal tender, the Leone, by the removal.
No, I ain't talking about nothing. Which one is these? It's about Africa. Yeah. None of that's really doing it. Ain't really answering the question.
It was a short right there about banknotes. Go down one more. A little more right there. On the right, on the left, right there. It says Sierra Leone banknote. You see it? It's a short.
Right here?
No, down one more of the shorts right there. Under shorts on the left-hand side, it says banknotes.
Oh.
No, you got to put these in. Explain that other video. Come on, bro. You're playing that one.
Yeah,
that's not
I know.
the one.
I know. It's messing up. It ain't me.
Now go back to that one that says banknote.
It like vanished. Where the hell did it go? Wait, banknote. Sierra, no.
Side,
Banknote.
left side. There it is. What's that thing?
I think they just showing money. They ain't really doing that.
There's no talking. Okay.
No.
But like I was saying, and like you were hearing her, this is dated in 2022. And from that time until now, what she's saying is absolute. There's nothing she's lying about. You got a room full of people sitting in there.
What I'm saying is they don't control none of their money.
I don't care about that. What I'm saying is it's not to say that that country is poor. It's the perception of that country being poor and then being taken advantage of by a European nation that causes them not to be able to take advantage of what their natural resources are, where China is getting to dictate whatever they want to, and their wealth is not coming from China. It's coming from one of those African nations they're pulling those resources from, just like the European Union was doing. Most of those European unions were getting wealthy out of fucking Africa. They were pulling the resources from Africa up into their nations. That's why, like 2 years ago, the African Union kicked the French representative right up out of there. They are not part of the African Union anymore. The French got thrown out because they owe so many billions of dollars to these nations on promises of giving them back so much for this wealth that they're giving them. And they weren't collecting the money. They were supposed to be paying them like $2 billion for the rare earth metals and everything else they were utilizing for their own industries, and they never paid them.
Here, I'm gonna see. This is the China,
the world's largest buyer of gold, and its actions may redefine what.
Let me see if I can get to where
to approximately 70.
Why?
2018. Hong Kong, Dubai, $1 billion of Russian reserves.
Yeah, this is it.
That single act proved sanctions froze a partners. Its purpose is simple: give countries an alternative settlement system outside Western custody. In 2022, Western sanctions froze approximately $300 billion of Russian reserves. That single act proved reserves held in dollars can be blocked. Emerging market central banks began cutting exposure to dollar assets and boosting holdings of neutral reserves, mainly gold. For China, gold is not about nostalgia. It's a strategic hedge against financial weaponization and trust erosion in fiat reserves. Under Basel III's liquidity coverage ratio, Level 1 high-quality liquid assets equals cash, central bank reserves, and certain sovereign bonds.
What they getting tired of
share
is
of official reserves rose from approximately.
What they getting tired of
using the weaponized dollar bill. The government's using the dollar bill as a weaponized way of putting on tariffs. I understand. Believe me, I'm there. I know.
Exactly.
But the whole point is they can't do anything about it. That's why over the years they've been threatening with BRICS for almost 12 years now. They finally just printed up one currency note. Hold up. They currently just came out with one print. They didn't go to roll out a whole bunch of BRICS dollars. They just printed one to show you what it was going to look like. It's still not backed by anything. There's still no. That's
You
why
said
I'm
why
trying to
did
get you to
no,
understand
but you said why did
they're using the
Iran
Chinese, why they're using the Chinese currency instead of saying BRICS, because there is no substantial BRICS currency amount out there for anybody to spend. They're not using it.
I never said it was using BRICS.
They just use it as a threat. But that's the thing. They're using it as a threat to try to destabilize some of the things that strengthened America and the American dollar against the sanctions. And you got to look at how many people were involved in the BRICS currency. They were all people that were sanctioned by the U.S. So they try to destabilize by threatening to bring out the BRICS currency.
I'm sorry, brother. We got so far off on this.
Yeah, we're way off topic, but I don't mind talking about it. But I'm giving away some of the conversation I have with petrodollars.
Magnesia was saying peace is maintained by the ability and willingness to go to war. And what I'm saying is, as we're going in offensively, and because of that, because we've been going in offensively, other nations are starting to say, you know what? We don't need you, the United States. We don't need you in any way.
I don't agree with that.
You don't think they need
I don't
the United
agree with
States?
that.
How is that?
I know they need us.
In what way?
They all need us. Are you kidding me?
China
We
doesn't need
spend more. And listen, China is not one faction that everybody's going to get along with. They're still communists at the end of the day. The European nations might do business with them, but they don't believe ideology-wise, they don't agree with the way that China moves. It's still a communist nation, just like Russia. You might do business with all these countries. Like, let me put it this way. Philippines, which was
you think they agree with our ideology?
Hold on, let me give you an idea of what's going on. Philippines, while they might work closely with the United States, we have bases here. You know, the Philippines is being more affected by what's going on right now. That they were really getting their oil. Let me finish. They were getting their oil directly from Iran. They just made a deal right now to get their oil directly from Russia. But does that mean the Philippines is still not aligned with the fucking American culture and everything their ideals are about? You can do business and still not like the person.
I know. What do you mean? That's what
I'm trying to say.
Well, hold up. No, that's not. That's what I'm saying. You just contradicted what you said. I
said they will do business, but they're not going to align themselves with China to where they're going to turn around and say China's going to support the global economy just because of this whole one little incident. So you think Iran has enough power and they're going to keep it for more than 2 weeks?
No.
Let me put it this way. Right now, there are two MUSOCs. Hold on. Let me say this. There are two MUSOCs right now that are going into the Gulf region. If those MUSOCs get there, that island that they have the little river raiders or whatever the hell they got, that's done. That's done. I'm telling you right now. By the time they get there in the next 2 weeks, that shit's over.
All the
with.
island. Hold up. Do you know
So
what the
all
island does?
It's processing oil, but they also hide their fast boats there too.
They would destroy
and while we
the
hit
island.
a couple bombs there, yes, I understand that, and we haven't yet for a reason. We weren't trying to hurt them.
Iran would just destroy the island.
Iran is not going to destroy the oil process. Do you know that's their processing plant, though? That's where they process their oil.
Iran,
do you not know that?
Iran would say, you know what? We'd rather the United States have it. Hell no. They would
Have
say,
what?
we'll destroy it so they can't get it.
They wouldn't do that.
When we
they would have already done it.
No, hold up. I remember. Let me. What timer? I gotta put a timer on this.
I'm going to tell you this. Let's put a pin on this. Let's put a pin on this. Yes, let's put a pin on this. And in 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Next and backstage. In 2 weeks, we're going to have another show after we do the next show on who the real Jews are. So after that, we're going to circle back around and we're going to see what happens with everything that's going on in the next 2 weeks.
No, I want to get it straight because you like to change your story. You're saying
I'm giving you 2 weeks.
No. I am saying this so we can be clear. I am saying that Iran. I don't know why he left. I'm saying that Iran would blow up that island. I'm saying that Iran will blow up that island instead of letting the United States have it. What are you saying? So I know.
And I'm telling you they will not. And we will blow it up ourselves.
Why would we blow it up?
If we needed to. We're not going to. We're going to secure it. But
Secure it for what?
We're not going to blow it up.
Hold up. What are we securing
So
it for?
We're securing the island away from the fast boats that are there that are interfering with the shipping lanes right now. That's the biggest thing that's going on that's stopping the tankers from going in and out. They have these boats. Listen, they have these boats. Can I finish saying what I'm going to say? They have these boats right now that keep pulling in and out, and they're the ones that are terrorizing the fucking tankers. They're not launching rockets all the time. They're using these fast boats to do it. So what they want to do is prevent that shit from happening first. And then if they got to take out the rocket places, they will.
So you're saying that they're securing the island. So
yes,
brother, you know they got that people can get and ballistic missiles. They don't need the island.
They're not worried about those. They're not worried about those. They're not.
They have. Well, who's not worried about?
Not.
Who's not worried about the drones or the ballistic missiles?
Worried about those. What we need to do is secure the Straits of Hormuz.
They're not worried about it. Why aren't they just passing through?
Because we're not in the Gulf region yet. We're outside of it. We're waiting on the second USOC to come in.
Our ship, you know where our ships are? Our ships are right there at the same at that pass.
The Navy does not fight the fucking land. That's the Marine Corps' job. And we need 2 MUSOCs there. That means a total of fucking 10 ships that are going to be there. Okay. Now you also got some special forces from the Army that are flying in. Within 2 weeks, once we get both of those MUSOCs there, that whole island will be conquered.
All they got to do, Iran just has to blow the island up. Even let's just.
They're not going to do that.
Let's just give you
already done it.
Let's give you every. No, they would. They're not going to blow up their own. Then so we got.
Where
this
you at, Matt? Not back.
So
what?
We got that. So here go the other thing. So you're saying they're going to take the island for what? What they take the island?
So that the tankers and the ships know that the Straits of Hormuz is secured.
They'll just bomb it. You got missiles.
They're not going to do that.
There is only as big as 28 miles wide, but it's shallow. You only have 2 miles that you can get through. That's it.
Do you not understand? So, listen, I'm going to tell you this. Do you not realize that our government will call another government before we fucking bomb them, and we'll give you a choice to either do something or not before we actually drop a bomb? We'll actually tell you what time we're fucking going to do it. Do you realize that? Do you not realize we already hit that island?
You're not.
We gave them 2 warning shots and hit that island already. Do you think we would miss? So if we wanted to blow it up already, we would have. We don't.
I'm not. Hold up. Maybe I just want to make sure because you're going to change what you're saying.
No, I'm not. It's on recording.
So I'm not saying this is exactly what I'm saying. All right, let's go step by step.
You said they're going to blow up their own island, and I'm telling you they are not.
Hold up. Let me say exactly it because I don't want you changing my thing around. I said that Iran would blow up the island instead of letting United States have it. So if United States goes in and hits, they'll say they won't. Also, what you are saying is they're taking the island so that they can get through the strait?
So they can secure the straits.
All right.
That's what you get your intel from.
The island has nothing to do with it. You can just bomb. You have missiles.
Yes, it does.
What do you mean?
No, we won't do that. We just said, I just told you we didn't want to blow it up. That's what I just told you. Why would we bomb it?
No, listen. I don't want to talk past you. I want you to hear what I'm saying. If the United States takes the island, how does that stop a boat from coming through the strait? Or how does it help?
Because if through the strait? Who's taking the island? Who did I just tell you was taking the island?
United States takes the island.
Who? What specific branch is taking the island?
I don't care. Whomever you want to give it to. They take the island.
Okay.
Marines, Army, all of them take the island.
There's 10 freaking ships that are going into that area. Those 10 ships are all Marines and military or naval fucking air wings and different things like that. There's no ship that's going to move around that island without those 10 ships finding it. So where they used to be able to hide because everybody's scared to go up in that area right now, they will find them all. They'll find all those little ships.
You
Believe
don't need
me,
a
we
little
did it
ship,
in
brother.
Falaka.
You can just do a missile or
But
a drone. What are you talking
I
about?
told you how we took. Look, I told you how we took almost 1,500 prisoners off a fucking island in Saddam, well, in Iraq.
You hold up.
Same fucking thing.
Maybe you're not
We
understanding.
blew up all that
Maybe
shit
I'm
for a
not
reason.
painting it. There's an island.
You not understanding.
Let me map this out.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you, you have no idea the capabilities we have, man. They are not, once we're in that area, going to be able to do a damn thing. I'm telling you.
Let's go to this little island.
I am telling you, once we're in there, it's over.
Let's see. All right. I don't know what this guy is going to say, but I want to show you what you're telling me where the island is at. What is the island called? I forgot.
I don't know what their oil processing island is, but that's the island I'm talking about, where they process their oil, which we already hit twice. So if we really wanted to blow it up, we would have done it already.
They don't.
But
Iran doesn't care if you blow it up. They just don't want United States to have control of it.
Absolutely care. We don't even want their fucking oil. It's a fucking teaser. We don't care.
Deuce oil. Let me get the name of this. Karg Island. There it is. So that now I got the name of the island.
Mm-hmm.
So let's ask this. I'm just going with the first short I see. Let's see what happens if you.
Will take an immediate hit and make it hard.
Oh, man, why does it do this when I share? What the hell's going on?
Harder for them to buy weapons and keep their military running. That is why it has been a strategic target in past conflicts, especially during the Iran-Iraq War, when Iraq repeatedly struck the island to disrupt oil exports. But today, it is heavily defended. The island has Russian S-300 missile defense systems, expensive radar systems, and around 2,000 Iranian military personnel to protect the infrastructure. The U.S. would need to launch multiple fighter jets, Tomahawk missiles, and naval strike groups to destroy the air defenses, costing about $3 billion per day. The U.S. is capable of carrying it out, but it could make the war much bigger. What happens if U.S. military invades Karg Island?
Let's go to another Karg Island. Let's see. Let's see what he says. So I don't know. Oh man, can we talk in English? Can we get an English dude?
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna be talking in English.
Yeah. No, he's not.
Yeah, he ain't saying nothing. He running his mouth, but he ain't saying nothing.
Man, y'all gonna learn. Y'all really gonna learn. All these navals, commanders, they gotta talk shit, but they can't and will not be able to ever stand up to the American Navy and the Marine Corps.
Here's the thing: they don't have to win.
They're not going to
survive.
They're not going to survive. Man, you just don't understand. They're not going to survive.
I'm not even rooting for Iran, but
and I hate that this is going to happen. I hate that we have to do this.
See what else they're saying. Let's see.
But I'm telling you, it ain't going to be pretty.
I got to talk. I got to get somebody with talking. These Negroes are just showing something.
Let me see if I can find my TikToks that I had on this. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be pretty, and it ain't going to be no walk. It ain't going to be what they think it's going to be. I'm telling you.
Nobody on here.
Let's see military involvement. Let me see here.
Man. Let's see what my man over here is saying.
Foreign Minister Arakshi, thank you so much.
All right, here you go. Let's see what this dude is.
Morning, sir. I wanted to start with.
It's low, not me.
Foreign Minister Arakshi, thank you so much for your time this morning, sir. I wanted to start with the news overnight that the U.S. has carried out a military strike on Harg Island. The President of the United States said that for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out all the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else—
That's everything I said up to this point.
—the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately—
Oh, man, it's not me.
—reconsider this decision. Let me start by asking you about what has happened on Harg Island and what is Iran's response to these strikes.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I think our armed forces have already answered that they would retaliate if our oil and energy infrastructure are attacked. And they will attack any energy infrastructure in the region which belongs to an American company or an American company is a shareholder. So the reaction would be clear. Last night, they have attacked Hark Island and Abu Musa Island with, the artillery rocket system, HIMARS as they call it, which is a low-range rockets. And they have done it from the soil of our neighbors. And this is crystal clear that now they are using the territory of our neighbors to attack us by these kind of, rockets. And this is absolutely unacceptable.
Which neighbors, sir?
Well, the last night attacks were tracked by our forces, and now it is clear that they are fired from UAE, from two locations in the UAE, from in Ras Al Khaimah, and from a location very close.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna say what they're gonna do. They're just gonna attack Dubai.
Dangerous that they use highly populated areas to launch, rockets against us. We would certainly retaliate, but we try to be careful not to attack any populated area.
So basically, they're gonna attack everybody around them.
Yeah, to try to anger and get other countries upset at America, which makes no sense when those countries are supporting them and not giving them free airspace. But they don't care.
Man, we don't care. We just blew up a school over there. Man, we don't care. Against strike on nuclear plants. U.S. soldiers injured. We got injured, man.
What we got injuries. We got deaths. What you mean?
Huge casualties reported already.
Yeah, we got hit. That's the part. There's going to be exchanges. Nobody said we're going to get in clean and get out. We're going to take our lumps. That's all I said. I feel sorry for our American women and men that are over there fighting for war and dying for Israel. It has nothing to do with us. We don't need that fucking oil. We don't need shit from Iran. We were fine. This is everything to do with Israel. And this is why during the midterms, anybody as a Republican should be voting just to get somebody to stop him in Congress every time he wants to do something. Carte blanche. Nobody's stopping him. He was supposed to get congressional approval before he started helping Israel.
Crazy.
He did not. He did it anyway. You actually had the president of Israel go and address the House of Representatives, free and clear. No world leader has ever had that permission to do that. Like he was having a, what do they call that when the president has a State of a Union address? He literally sat there and addressed the whole House. And everybody attended. No other world leader has done that. What the fuck?
No, I'm still
It's not
wondering how
even
they
funny
call
anymore, man. It's not even funny anymore. How free will this guy has over the American people and the politicians to be able to go in and walk around like he's a part of us when that's not the case at all. Let me see if I can find this content of what I'm talking about. I have it saved. Pick it up.
Yeah, this says it right here. This is why I don't understand what you're talking about. Because you keep talking about these ships.
Hold on a second, huh?
This is what I don't understand what you're talking about. You keep saying these ships. So this is how Iran protects it.
Anti-ship missiles are a bigger threat than speedboats. And one hidden factor makes them a nightmare for the U.S. in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. First, Kausar, a cruise anti-ship missile designed for coastal defense with a range of 15 miles. Next, Noor, reaching up to 106 miles, capable of striking vessels beyond the Strait of Hormuz well into the Gulf of Oman. Then, Khalij Fars, a ballistic anti-ship missile that can hit moving targets up to 186 miles away using satellite guidance. And finally, Abu Mahdi, with a massive 621-mile range, putting even U.S. aircraft carriers
It
deep.
will get shot the fuck down. Right.
These
Turn that
missiles
shit
are
off.
in the Strait of Hormuz
It
blockade.
don't matter. They will still
Here's the real
intercept that
challenge.
missile.
These missiles are
These
truck-mounted,
look, listen.
road-mobile, hidden in mountain
Let me
tunnels
go
and
back.
hardened.
Let's stop. Hold up. You keep saying, listen, this is where they
Let
at.
me tell you from a military channel what they're saying about once our ships get there. You're playing all these hypothetical things that are just speculating. And
I
that's
know that
all
it's not coming from you keep saying from a ship. They firing a missile. A missile can be, you know how
it can
big
come from land. Yes, sir. We
you know how
understand
big
that.
the land is. That means they can fire from anywhere on that land on a mobile.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
How you gonna stop it?
These Iranian.
Hold on. Let me get to where this.
No, let me play this real quick. You keep jumping in. Let me play this. And just listen to him and why this is going to be a fucking problem.
All right.
Okay.
But this is different. The ships sailing toward Iran are led by the USS Tripoli, which is an amphibious assault ship that also happens to be leading an elite US Marine Expeditionary Unit toward the Middle East. This is huge. Amphibious ships and expeditionary units offer the clearest sign yet that the US is gearing up to put boots on the ground, and we'll explain why that might or might not be the case later in the video. As for the group being sent, the War Zone, or TWZ, offers some more details. It says that the latest grouping of ships set sail after US Central Command received direct approval from the US Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to send them. What's heading to Iran right now is an Amphibious Ready Group, or ARG, the outlet says, which has an attached Marine Expeditionary Unit. An ARG typically includes an assault ship, 2 transport docks, and a support vessel that carries an embarked Marine Expeditionary Unit, MEU, of at least 2,200 Marines. And it's possible they may hold more. The New York Times suggests that about 2,500 Marines are en route to the Middle East, and it provides us with the name of the unit being sent, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Right now, the USS Tripoli and the ships that it leads are sailing to the Middle East from their usual base in Japan. We also note the Marines and sailors on these ships have been getting ready for something. On March 13th, the US Indo-Pacific Command shared images of sailors on the USS Tripoli conducting a live fire exercise the previous day. While this was played off as a routine exercise, and it may well have been, the timing seems uncoincidental. On March 12th, the exercise was taking place. 2 days later, the news broke that the USS Tripoli was on its way toward the Middle East. And here's where it gets really bad for Iran's regime. This ARG and expeditionary unit may be the first of several. In an ex-post, Ian Ellis revealed that the US has other ARGs and task forces stationed in the Pacific region that could be ordered to Iran at any time. Among them are Task Force Ashland, which is currently stationed in Thailand, and the USS Arlington, which is another amphibious warship that was reported on March 1st as conducting repeated loading operations out of Norfolk while surrounded by armed security boats. Could this have been training for a deployment to Iran? We don't know for sure, but these kinds of exercises seem to be simulating the kinds of conditions the ship would face in the Strait of Hormuz. Keep that waterway in mind, because we'll be returning to it in a few moments. But beyond the task force and warship we just mentioned, Ian Ellis adds that there are 3 ARGs, the Iwo Jima, Boxer, and Kearsarge, that are all in positions to join the USS Tripoli and its grouping should the US want to call on it. So what we may be seeing here is the start of something very big in terms of marine deployment. But even if it isn't, the USS Tripoli and its supporting ships alone tell Iran that the entire US posture in the war is about to change. However, that change isn't going to be instant. An open-source intelligence update shared by MT Anderson on X notes that the USS Tripoli is moving at a very high speed toward the Middle East. This can be tracked by satellite photos, which show the ship's wake is large enough to indicate that it's going hell for leather to get to the Middle East. However, even at such a high speed, the ship and its grouping still have to make it to the Middle East from where it's stationed in White Beach, which is in Okinawa, Japan. The warship was spotted approaching the Bashi Channel that lies between Taiwan and the Philippines on March 12th, and it may take another week or two before it arrives in the Middle East. But that doesn't change the headline. The US is sending Marines and amphibious warships into the Middle East. This is Iran's worst nightmare, especially when it comes to the leverage that Iran has in the Strait of Hormuz. But before we get into that, it's worth taking a closer look at what a Marine Expeditionary Unit is, as that gives us some hints about what the US may be considering with this latest deployment. These types of units are among the most versatile that the US military has to offer, with the New York Times noting that they're often referred to as America's 911 force. In other words, these are the units you call in when you have an urgent problem that needs to be solved. Marine Expeditionary Units have been used for everything from conducting counter-piracy operations to being the first to lay boots on the ground during major operations, such as they were during the war in Afghanistan back in 2001. These are self-sustained and rapid response forces that are structured to offer air, ground, and logistical elements that are split into 4 groupings. First up is the command element, which serves as the headquarters for the unit and offers support to all deployed forces. A ground combat element serves as the Marine Expeditionary Unit's heaviest hitter in terms of pure combat force. That element typically contains a Marine infantry battalion, complete with artillery,
really telling me what they're going to do.
a team of engineers, and amphibious vehicles used to make landings on enemy territory. Throw in the aviation combat.
First of all, you need to understand what comprises a unit before he can explain to you how detrimental it is. Once we get in that fucking area, how much fucking damage we're going to wreck and do. It's fucking crazy. You don't understand.
In what area? On the island?
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. If they get on the island and Iran puts a ballistic missile there, how do they
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
They said they wasn't going to close down the Strait of Hormuz. Right. They said they wasn't going to bomb anybody.
We don't have to. Who said that?
That's what the whole thing was. Oh, they're not going to close that down. They're not going to bomb. They're not going to bomb in the other Arab countries. But they did it.
They had no hesitation to do it because there was nobody there. There's a different element when you got people there that can actually do something. You can be a bully all the way up until somebody else that's bigger than you shows the fuck up. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. But you let these guys explain what it is, and you're going to understand.
Million people
but here's the thing, bruh, that don't fucking matter. There's not a million fighters there.
Where? In Iraq?
Not in Iran on that fucking island.
No.
You're saying there's a million people on that island right now?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying in Iran, but I'm saying what prevents Iran from using ballistic
They are not going to blow up their own materials. They're not going to do that.
So what they would say is
Listen.
So
At
what
the
is
end of
the
the day,
strategy?
listen, let me say this, because you think people are so fucking crazy, they'll do anything to prove themselves right. People are still businessmen at the end of the day. You are not going to blow up your whole fucking infrastructure for a war that might last a month, and then you have to rebuild all that shit again. We don't care about their oil, and they know we don't care about their oil. So why would they blow it up to hurt themselves after the fucking shit is over with? Does that make sense? No. So no, even though you might threaten that, oh, I got a nuclear bomb, I'll just lob one at you. Has anybody ever done it yet? No, just because you got it don't mean you won't do it. So just because they can, they won't. It's a threat. It's posturing. They won't do it. That's why they have troops there. If they didn't give a fuck, why would they have troops in the immediate area of something they're going to blow the fuck up? They're not going to do that. They're not. I'm telling you. They'll be pissed, but they know they're going to get it back after it's over. But they're not going to do that. They're not going to blow it up. They're not going to blow up their infrastructure and their way to making money after this is all over with. It just does not make good sense.
Well, we'll come back in 2 weeks and we'll see if your Army training was right or your Marine training was right. And I'm saying,
but I'm just telling you, and I can give you guys a link to this video if you guys want to watch the rest of it. But I'm telling you, you guys need to understand. And here's the thing. They only know limited information. This person that's talking said that the ARG that's going over there is coming out of Okinawa. That's a stationed ARG. The ARG that I was on that was special operations capable, we go out 6 months at a time. We're always on patrol. I was on an ARG that was already in fucking Hong Kong. Did you notice they said the one that was in Okinawa, not the one that was already deployed? So while they're telling you only one is there, I guarantee you there's two. That means twice the amount of ships, twice the amount of reported Marines, and twice the amount of armaments that are sitting there. And by the way, when we steamed into the Gulf, we flew in Marines off of land onto those ships. So we were over fucking whelmed with people on the ship. They were literally sleeping on the fucking floors. They didn't have racks. Everybody wasn't comfortable. So they overpacked the ships that actually had troops in it.
So what do you think that them taking the island is going to do?
That's going to release the pressure in the Gulf region so that you can allow ships to come in without feeling intimidated.
So what does that do to Iran?
They will run patrol missions and ship interdictions, and any random ass act from Iran to fire on those ships will be felt immediately.
What do you mean felt? We already over there.
No, bro, you don't understand diplomacy in war. You're not going to go and if we wanted to drop a nuke, why haven't we dropped the nuke? You're just not going to do that right off the bat. You're not going to blow your whole wad on one mission. You're going to slowly show them, look, I can overwhelm you anytime you want. Don't make us do it. Let's put it this way. When we went into Venezuela, there were special forces from the Marine Corps there too. Those Venezuelans are so obedient at this point, they're willing to give us whatever the fuck we want. And that was a small fucking unit that did that shit.
Venezuela, who is Venezuela? Who have they fought?
You see, you're downplaying it now, but I'm trying to tell you, you don't understand.
Who has Venezuela fought? And you, and
who has?
Do you know how
we're
they
not
got
going to conquer? We're not going there to conquer. We're assisting Israel. Not that I'm condoning it, but what I'm telling you is, if a Marine fighting force gets there and at least two within 2 weeks, that shit is over with. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It's over. And no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's over. You can and clock it. Clock it. 2 weeks from now, we'll have another live, and we'll see where we're at in that region. What's up, Nat? I don't know if you're muted, but I didn't. Oh, let me unmute you. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now.
All right. Yeah.
What's going on, man?
I'm good, man. I'm trying to pull out of a damn car wash right now. But
what country are you in today?
No, I'm in my new home country, Holland.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting Holland, but all right. How's it up there? A lot of tulips.
It's only good for money, bro. Like these people out here are weird.
Oh, I know it's a slow paced life, but it's a good money life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. So,
So what
yeah,
you got
my
to add, man? I
super
know you
chat
got some
comment.
things to say.
That's look. The only reason America and Russia haven't blown each other up is because they both have the ability to do so.
Correct.
You know
It's
what I'm saying?
possible.
So, peace can be achieved through separation, armament, and agreements. So, my brother Felix mentioned being a bully or something. Iran has been a bully and been trying to bully us for the longest. Like, if you look at, how many Americans died at the hands of the Iranian regime versus how many Iranians died, you'll see that it's lopsided in their favor.
Oh
You can go
man,
back to the
Measy, I
Khobar.
thought you was a history major, brother. You
I am.
man. So let's go back. So I don't know where you want to start at, but I can
What
start
we
in
talking about?
khobar
1901 and go
Towers
forward.
bombing.
Huh?
Are we going back
Khobar
to 40 years war?
Towers bombing. Let's start there.
To how far?
Khobar's Towers bombing. I think that was in the 90s. Just Google it.
Khobar's.
That's when we still had Saddam on our side. No, that was after.
I'm going to try to park so I can cook. I'm in an industrial area.
So I'm going to go back to, I'm going to go way back.
So what? The 50-year war? What are we talking about? Because that's always been an issue, Iran.
That's spelling that right.
This ain't our first rodeo with Iran. We just been using war by secondary proxy.
Right. As do they via the Houthis and Hezbollah. They've been killing Americans for the longest.
Man,
They
so
say
sorry.
to America.
I'm going to give you a little bit of a quick history lesson. I'm going to try to make it as fast as I can.
Here we go.
No, take your time, brother.
1901, British came into Iran. They wanted to get some oil. Iran said, no problem. 1906, oil was discovered. Basically, that's when it was called that. They were called the, it wasn't Iran and they were still Persian. But what's the other word that Hitler liked to say his people were? Whatever word that was.
No, wait. You're talking about
Aryans?
Aryans, that is correct. It was the Aryan British oil. It got changed because that's where Persian actually loved to be Aryans because of Hitler, and they were called Aryans at that time. That's why they went from Persian to Iran. Fast forward, 1950, I can't remember, it was 1950. What happened was the British were supposed to be paying Iran a certain amount of money for oil. And when Iran said, let me open up the books, they said, no, you can't see the books. So they were cheating them out of the oil. That's how the oil became nationalized. That was in the 1950s. United States and British said, no, we don't like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of, I think it was, I can't remember his name, but no, that's when they didn't get rid of the Shah. They put the Shah in power. They put the Shah in power because he was great with the United States and let them do their oil. Then came, so that was up from 1950 up to 1979. And there was an overthrow in the government, not really even a coup. They wanted someone who was not good with the United States because they felt that the United States was taking all of their profit, which they were. They were producing oil, they weren't getting any profit, and they wanted to nationalize the oil. So that's when the Ayatollah came in. So the Shah left to the United States. The reason that they came in and took over the embassy because the people in Iran was so afraid that the United States would do what they did in the 1950s. And they said, we do not want the Shah to come back into power because, they didn't say the reason they said they hated America is because America always used their influence to try to manipulate and take over their oil. And they said, this is our country, it's our oil, we don't want you to. So that's why the Ayatollah came into effect. Now let's fast forward to the other people that you were saying, the Hezbollah, the Houthis and all of that. In Lebanon, Israel fought and tried to take over Lebanon. See, this is what, and I'm surprised that you would say this, Nakmeezy. People are always called terrorists when they fight a resistance. And that's all
Did I mention
Hezbollah was.
terrorist? Did
What's
I
that?
mention the word terrorist?
No, I'm saying
Okay.
that people are always called terrorists when they are the actual resistance.
And you said
Hold on.
wait,
That's a
what was the date?
non-sequitur. That's
What
a
was the date?
non-sequitur because I didn't mention the word terrorism.
No.
To make my point, and then you're giving me a history. I asked you to start with the Khobar bombings, and because what I'm trying to establish is that we, regardless of who started the smoke, we've had smoke with Iran since 1979. Okay, and they've been
correct.
killing our servicemen and civilians. They've been attacking our allies, whether we should be allies or not, but that's what it is. And look, I'll be honest with you. America is fighting this war for Israel. Okay, let's put that on the table right now. But at the end of the day, we in war, and it is what it is. I'm going to support the home team. Period.
And what I'm saying is, what happens is we always put ourselves in a place. We throw rocks and then hide our hands all the time. And we say, how can those people be terrorists? How can they attack us? What we never explain is what we did to them for them to attack us. That's it.
I mean, you have a certain point, but I'd like specific conflicts to go with your point.
In 1982, a response to the Israel invasion in Lebanon, Hezbollah, Party of God, a Lebanon-based terrorist group, was formed. They were formed because Israel invaded Lebanon.
But do you know what they did?
What? Who did?
The terrorist group.
Hezbollah? Or who? They were, no, what they did was they fought back against Israel.
By bombing who? The Marine
barracks in Lebanon and Syria.
No, but they bombed the Marine barracks too. That was there.
What was the name of the Marine barracks, brother?
I gotta remember. I don't know. My brain is not like that right now. But hold on, I'm gonna pull it up.
But you're saying that like they shouldn't bomb the Marine barracks when
Absolutely not. Why not go after Israel? Why are you bombing us? But I want to name the name of this Marine barracks.
Hold on.
Oh, I just had it. Hezbollah Marine barracks. Hezbollah specifically carried out a suicide bomb attack in Beirut, Lebanon, killing 241. It doesn't say the name of it.
Marine barracks, Beirut, Lebanon. Hold on, let me see.
What was the name of the building?
Hold on, I'm going to find it. $1983, 0620 hours. First thing in the morning.
They don't say the barracks. Let's see. So once again, my question would be, why was the military in Lebanon?
Wait, hold on. I want to get the name of this military barracks because.
Hold on, I might have to play a video to find out, but keep talking.
We can't just AI it because I don't want to AI it because I'm on the stream. I'm on a phone.
It doesn't mention it. It just says it doesn't mention it. It doesn't say a specific barracks. Like it just says where.
I think it's the Khobar Tower.
Sorry, this is just a memorial. Okay, I'm just gonna chat GP it.
Yeah.
What was
the car building? It doesn't say a name of it. But go ahead. It doesn't mention the name of a specific place. It just says the Beirut barrack bombings.
Hold on. What was the name of the Marine barracks in Beirut that were bombed by Hezbollah?
Marine Barracks, Beirut International Airport. The deadliest.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, y'all are on Beirut, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Kobar, that was a different one. That's just, more source for my argument. But the Kobar towers were in Saudi Arabia, and they
It did not have a formal name for the building, but it was a battalion landing team, 1-8, 1st Marine 8th Battalion. I was part of 1st Marines 4th Battalion, but we did have some 1-8 members.
Iran has been promoting terrorism throughout the region for the longest. Period. Truck bombings, suicide bombings, and they're calling for the death to America and Israel. Whether you like it or not, Israel is our strongest partner, even if it's a one-way partnership. It is what it is.
My question is this.
Yes.
Lebanon is not the United States. Lebanon is Lebanon. Israel tried to take it over to be a greater part of Israel. Wait,
but hold on.
In the United,
what does that have to do with Iran? Because it's not Iran either.
Hezbollah is not Iran. You just said
Hezbollah is the biggest supporter of, Iran is the biggest supporter of Hezbollah.
But what does that mean? They're not the same. That's just China supports Iran. They don't mean anything. We support Israel. Iran is Iran.
You don't know the link between Hezbollah and Iran.
Of course they support them because they feel that the United States has always come into their country and caused wars.
But they went
just like in Yemen.
It was Lebanon, like you said, and then it was Saudi Arabia. It wasn't Iran. The link, my brother, is Shia Islam. It's a Shia militant / terrorist group that the Iranian government backs through funds and also military hardware. So they keep sticking their nose in business that their only connection to is Shia Islam, not Sunni Islam. Shia Islam.
Why did Israel bomb Lebanon?
Brother, I'm talking, that's also a non sequitur. Let's keep this on American business, American deaths. I'm establishing why we got up in there. Okay. Obviously, Israel is one part of it, but there have been American deaths at the hands of Hezbollah, which is a Shia terrorist group that is backed by Shia Iran.
So the question would be, why was the United States in Lebanon?
Let's Google it. Let's see.
Right.
What's the question?
Why is the United States? Why was USA in Lebanon before Hezbollah? Let's see. Let's put before. Oh, so what happened was the PLO was there. So the PLO left Palestine and they stayed there. Israel don't like the PLO. So they bombed Lebanon.
Wait, okay, now what is the PLO?
The PLO was the
Palestinian
Liberation Organization with Yasser Arafat.
Correct.
Who started the hijackings and the car bombings.
All right.
In that region.
No problem. So now we got to say, why did he start the hijacking and terror bombings?
Who's the PLO?
Yes.
Okay, well, before we get that, do you agree with hijacking and car bombings of
I'll give it
innocent
all
people.
to you. I'll say he bombed it all.
No, wait. Do you agree with the PLO and Hezbollah's tactics that involve killing civilians for political reasons?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a terrorist supporter.
No, hold up. See, let me explain that. When the Americans or the Europeans came to the United States before it was the United States, and the Indians, Native Americans, attacked them, were they terrorists?
I don't know why you're talking about Native Americans, brother. We're
All
talking
right,
about.
then I'll bring it back this way. If somebody came to your land, and
Stop.
you do tactics,
Stop. You're about to go the wrong way. Let me say this. The reason why we were there in Lebanon was that there was a power vacuum at the time because the PLO had assassinated the Lebanese president, and followed by that, another person was assassinated. So we went there on a peacekeeping mission.
Wow.
U.S. Marines were deployed under defined framework, support the government of Lebanon, help stabilize Beirut, prevent neutral buffer between factions. That was the mission. We were not there to help Israel. We were there to stabilize Lebanon until they could peaceably put somebody else in power because they were getting assassinated.
It had nothing to do with Iran, but did you read Hezbollah was formed shortly after 1982 in response to Israel's presence as a proxy of Iran officially later. So Hezbollah was formed because because Israel was bombing or taking over Lebanon. In all of these instances that I say, the terrorists were the people who were always getting taken over. In their response, we call terrorism.
Here's the thing.
Hold up. Do we call terrorism? Do we call terrorism when we bomb? Hold up. Do we call ourselves terrorism that we bombed a school with 106
about a certain thing, and I'm giving you facts behind it.
Okay.
Right. The U.S. forces were perceived to be aligned with one side. The U.S. supported the Lebanese government led by Amin Gamil, or whatever his name is. That government was largely aligned with Christian factions. Opposing groups, including Muslim militias, Syrians, and Iranian-backed emerging groups were the ones that were opposing this Christian leader to become in power based on the fact that it was preferred by the U.S. government. That's when all the irritation started, because they didn't want a Christian ruling Lebanon. Now go ahead.
No, so my thing is, on all of these instances, we always call the terrorists the people who had their land taken or something taken from them. So when you said, do I believe in the PLO was still Palestinians. Palestinians said, we want our land. No, you can't have your land. We're going to take more of your land. We're going to take this. So usually in any warfare, the people who don't have anything, whether in Vietnam or whatever, they go to different tactics in order to, when you say terrorize or do whatever, guerrilla warfare in order to win. That's just how it is. Whenever you are up against someone who has superior weaponry, superior money, you always have to go to guerrilla warfare. Now, did they blow up buses? And when you say innocent people in Israel, they did bus bombings, they did plane bombings, they did that, and we call them terrorists. Yet, when Israel bombs up Gaza and kills innocent children, we say
wait. We're fast forwarding between regimes and morality. Hold on, stay in that region, in that realm. Back then, there was war being fought honorably. Nowadays, that's not the fact. Don't bring it up forward. Stay back there. Okay, because there were politicians and everybody that had some morality and operational tactics. So at that point, you can't bring them all the way up to Benjamin.
If Iran was such a bad person, bad people, why did we have the Iran Contra with Oliver North?
You're asking questions that have nothing to do with the topic, and you make us go down a rabbit hole of nonsensicality. Let's stick to your point about supporting terrorists, because you seem to be
No, so
always.
the United States supported terrorism.
Well, let's talk about this specific conflict here that we're talking about. Why? I've given you the American lives that were lost at the hands of Lebanese / Shia militia backed by Iran. I can also give you countless names of Iranians that were arrested in America plotting to kill Americans, and Iranian spies that were arrested in America. Iran is our enemy. Was there an imminent threat? I think that was overstated. However, they are our enemy. So when you call them for smoke with the United States, you're gonna get it. And once you get it, don't cry about it.
That part,
that Iran and my
Iran
position
right
is,
now. Listen, like I told you, Iran. We don't care about their oil. Iran at this point is a target of opportunity, and since Israel is irritating the situation, we're just going to go ahead and compromise it.
Yep.
They're a target of opportunity. Is the only reason we're there, just backing up Israel. And since they're there, we might as well go fuck up some shit.
Thank you.
That's what America's thinking, in layman's terms.
And so do y'all believe? Let me see. How can I do this? How can I say it? Do you believe that when we go to war, we go to fuck up some shit, that what our American government tells us is true?
No.
Mm-mm.
So what will make you think this is true? Because I was told that we went to, I was told that Saudi Arabians or from Saudi actually hijacked some planes and went into 9/11. So that now we had to go to Afghanistan, and then we had to go to Iraq. I don't know what Iraq had to do with weapons of mass destruction since they didn't have it. I was also told that we were trying to stop drug trades, and we blew up fishing boats from off the coast of Venezuela because we said they were drugs, and we had to kidnap a president of Venezuela because he sold drugs, and then we take the oil and then sell it on another market and keep the money in Qatar.
Right.
So I really don't understand when we call other people terrorists or we say they're doing something. To me, sometimes it sounds like the United States paints the picture that they want to paint for us to believe what we want to believe.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
All right. So I'm not going to argue nonsense, right? And you're not speaking nonsense right now. The United States has prompted up governments, has started wars with other nations, has supported who was we fighting in Afghanistan that turned into the Taliban. It turned into the Taliban, but we were supporting them against Russia.
What were the Taliban called before? They were called
the Mujahideen. They were the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and then because they were useful for us when we were fighting Russia, who was trying to get a foothold in Afghanistan, so we supported them, and then they started using the same Stinger rockets against us via the Taliban. So I get it. It's a global game, and the sad truth is, if you don't play the global game, which is colonization, imperialization, takeovers, hostile takeovers, you're not going to maintain your place as a world superpower. If you enjoy being in America,
You see
having a nice
what you
house,
saying right now, MacMeasy? And I'm sorry to interrupt you. What you saying right now? If we say that, I'm with you. If we just tell the truth and say, look, we didn't go to Venezuela for no damn drugs. We went there because we wanted the oil.
Exactly.
If we said, I'm with you. I just don't want to be pissed on and tell me it's raining.
Well, and now we're getting to a place where we can be honest. I love being a Black American, right? I love being an American, period. But I know when my country's on some bullshit. But because my people still live in America and the powers that be do what they got to do, I got to ride for my people. But I will call them out on their bullshit too.
Exactly.
But global powers right? China, not even Russia so much anymore. They can't even beat Ukraine, right? You have to do some messed up stuff. America was supporting. We had a base, or at least access to a base in Georgia, and the leader, the president was Nicholas Saakashvili. His last name was Saakashvili. I don't know what his first name was, but when Russia went in and fucking occupied Georgia, he got on a TV, hysterical, hair all in a looking crazy, talk about where are my American allies, and I'm just laughing like, you dumbass, like, don't you know we use people? We only use you for what you can do for us. We're not doing shit for you that's gonna put ourselves in jeopardy, which is why China is silently supporting Iran, because they have trade relations with them, right? But they ain't gonna put their necks out for Iran.
But that's again, and that's why I asked you, why do you think they specifically asked for you to pay for the oil to get through the Straits of Hormuz with Chinese dollars? Because they have a deal with China for supporting them. That's what I was trying to get you to figure out.
Then my question becomes this: do you think by doing this, does this make us safer or make us less safe?
Bro, let me tell you this. After we did what we did in Venezuela, it got some people in line. This shit's gonna be on a whole nother level. You think we use some R&D shit in Venezuela? Watch. If this shit goes on too much longer, you're gonna see some shit we ain't ever broke out. And all that does is put every other country in line with what the fuck. We spend more on military armament and support than 8 countries combined on their national fucking debt. There's not too many countries that are going to stand up to us. 1, and then 2, how many other countries are used to fighting all the fucking time besides for Americans and the American military? They don't have the experience, the level of experience and exposure to actual war. You don't know who's going to run and who's going to fucking stay until a fucking bullet comes flying at you, even while you're still in. You don't know if that motherfucker is going to freeze up when a bullet starts flying. Guess what? I guarantee you none of those American soldiers are the ones that are experienced. Maybe the younger ones will. And we'll find out.
But here's where your fallacy comes in.
It ain't fantasy, but I'm talking from experience. I've seen people
your
freeze up.
fallacy is, all right, what war have we won since World War II?
It ain't about winning wars.
What war have we won?
It's not about winning wars.
We spent 20 years in Afghanistan. And the moment we left Afghanistan,
it went right back to where it was. Yeah.
We spent all this time in Vietnam.
We are not there to run governments. I don't get why people think we're there to run governments. We should never stay longer than we're needed. We're supposed to go in, do what we need to do, and pull the fuck out. It's the greed of the politicians. Wait. Stop. It's the greed of the politicians, and it's the greed of the corporations that have now influenced these politicians to make us stay longer in countries that we don't need to be in, because they're trying to pilferate whatever fucking rare earth metals or oil or whatever the fuck out of that country before we do pull out. It's about money now. It's not about us doing our jobs. We're not there.
Did we change in any of these countries that we said we fought since World War II?
I mean,
we didn't change anything, and I mean, every country that we've ever took over or done something, we actually made them more dangerous. Iraq was better under Saddam because
Iraq is dangerous now. Somehow,
what's that?
Is Iraq dangerous somehow now?
Now you got the militants to fight everybody.
But
Syria,
what weapons
crazy?
Do they have? Wait. What weapons do they have? What major weapons do they have? They don't have shit.
Let me ask you,
fighting with sticks and stones right now.
Let me ask you this, Ronan. What major weapon did they have? What
weapons do they have now?
What major weapon did Osama bin Laden have?
What are you talking about?
He didn't have a bomb. He didn't have a nuclear warhead. You think you keep thinking America fight and people fight like Russia and that. Because guerrilla warfare, all he did was take over some planes. He didn't need the weapons. See, that's how guerrilla warfare fight. They don't fight the way you want them to fight. So when you say, oh, look at all these.
I don't want to be the conspiracy theorist, but if you believe that's why those towers got hit, then I can sell you a whole bunch of shit that you'll believe that I got. That is not why those fucking towers fell. It was to get into a fucking war. And all the while those towers are falling, all the gold that was in the international bank disappeared and nobody said a fucking thing. Because guess where all the gold was held on international trade? In the bottom of the fucking world towers. That was about getting into a war and also filtering out
Vietnam. Those people was digging holes and booby trapping.
Who?
Vietnam. They were digging holes and booby trapping, and we had Agent Orange. We had military. We had all of that.
Nobody has ever conquered Vietnam, not even France. So we're not even taking a black eye on that.
So. Nobody has conquered Iran. Hold up.
Listen, half of the wars we get involved in, we should never have been pulled into. Hell, they had to bomb fucking Hawaii before we get involved in World War II. We weren't involved in that shit up until they did that. Half of the shit we get involved in, we're not supposed to be there. But yet and still, somebody couldn't leave us the fuck alone.
So do you think this makes us, I'm going to give my opinion. I don't think it makes us safer. I think all these things that the United States is doing makes it much worse. One, we put all of these sanctions on these countries. So countries say, I got to find another way to get around the sanctions the United States has. So we have to find another way to trade outside of petrol oil. If I am a country like Iran, I say, look, Gaddafi gave up his nuclear weapons or his pursuit to it. He got killed.
No, he got killed over trying to change over the petrodollar. Yeah, nothing to do with oil.
So he didn't have nuclear weapons. He got killed. Yeah. North Korea says nobody messing with us. We got some nukes. If I am a country, the first thing I am going to try to pursue is nuclear weapons.
Do you understand global
because
position?
I found out that nuclear weapons
just because you have something don't mean you're going to use it. You use it as a posturing ability to keep people
exactly. And if Iran,
right now they had an opportunity to launch their missiles, they would. No.
So here's the thing: if Iran had nuclear weapons right now, we would not be invading them.
Why not?
Because we wouldn't want them to use their weapons. The same reason we're not invading. Why wouldn't we?
Why would they?
Why would we wouldn't invade them? The same reason we don't go after North Korea. The same reason we don't go after India. The same reason we don't go after Pakistan.
What is the point of us going after North Korea? What is the benefit? It's a fucking island, dude. It's small as fuck. Who gives a fuck about North Korea? He can do whatever the fuck he wants as long as he doesn't touch our interest. So just because he's there don't mean we have to wipe him off the map.
So hold up. Iran was there. Why do we have to try to come after them? They weren't embargoing any oil.
Iran is all about it. Listen, Iran was not a threat to the American people.
Venezuela. What was Venezuela doing?
Let me make this clear. Iran was not a fucking a threat to the American people. This is all initiated and being followed through by the Israelis. This is a target of opportunity for Americans. We don't give a fuck about their oil. We don't really give a fuck about anything. All we're doing is supporting supposedly a friend, Israel, for no fucking reason. But for the fact that
if Iran had nuclear weapons, we would not be going after them.
It wouldn't matter.
We wouldn't go after them.
Wait, Netanyahu's got nuclear weapons. Why wouldn't he just blow them the fuck up? Just because you got it don't mean you're going to use it.
But nuclear countries don't go after nuclear countries because
of that threat. All day, every day. That's the whole point of the Cold War. The Cold War was always the threat of a fucking bomb going off, nuclear bombs going off, but yet and still, we were still all infighting between Russia when the wall was, Russia and Germany when the wall was going up.
We always proxy fight. We don't go to war with Russia. What we do is we give money to Ukraine to fight Russia. It's a proxy war. We're not going. Look, I'm telling you what.
The Cold War was all proxies.
What do you think would happen if China says we want to go ahead and take Taiwan back? You think we're going to go to war with China?
What?
Or we're gonna let Taiwan go.
Look. I don't give a fuck what China got. China would never fight America. All that costing and all the fucking, they would never fight America.
We wouldn't fight them. It's mutual destruction.
Exactly. So then, what is the point? You can say all this shit.
You're agreeing with me, Ronan. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. Listen, stop talking so loud and listen.
All right.
Why I'm saying this is China would never fight America. America would never fight Russia or China or anyone. It's not because of the weapon. That has nothing to do with it. That just makes you intimidating. You're never going to push that button. You're never going to push that button. Since the Cold War and Gorbachev and all these other people, they had plenty of opportunity to push that fucking button. They never did. That's when the USSR was at its strongest. Now they fucking broke it apart and made it all kind of mini countries. Why would Russia all of a sudden push the button now?
What you're saying is, if you have a nuclear weapon, you wouldn't use it, right?
It's a threat that keeps you safe.
So why not give Iran a nuclear weapon?
For what purpose?
I'm going on what you just said. I'm going on your logic. So why can't they have a nuclear weapon?
For what purpose?
Why does Israel need it? Why does the United States need it? Why does anybody need it? For their own protection.
Again, you haven't explained why we would allow that to happen now that they don't have one. Why would we say, okay, you can get into the nuclear?
No. Hold up. I'm only going on your logic. Your logic.
No, you're not.
Yes, what you said.
You're going on your own logic, bro. Because I'm saying, why would I allow them to have a weapon?
Hold up. No. You said the people who have the nuclear weapon wouldn't use it.
It's a threat. It's posturing. Yes.
So my question is, if they won't use it, what's the problem with Iran having a nuclear weapon?
Because Iran is crazy enough to use it against Israel.
That's all I needed him to say.
Well, I said it. He didn't say it. That's my shit.
All right.
Iran is crazy.
So here's the thing, Nakneezy.
Yes, sir.
If Iran right now or previously had a nuclear warhead, do you think we would invade them?
No. What?
Why wouldn't we invade them?
Because of nuclear deterrence.
Exactly. Now, see, Nakneezy understands exactly what I mean. So the reason I say that the world would be less safe is because of this. Countries are saying the only way, like a Venezuela, a Colombia, a Cuba, countries are saying the only way that I know that the United States won't come after me is to pursue a nuclear weapon. If I'm Iran, I would say, shit, the first thing I'm going to do is get a nuclear weapon.
Now, let me say something else, Fearless. A nuclear deterrent does not guarantee that people won't fuck with you. All right.
That's what I'm trying to tell them.
India has nukes,
yes,
and they're in a war right now with Pakistan. They've been in a war with Pakistan over Kashmir. If they have nukes, nukes isn't the by all end all. You see what I'm saying? But once you have it, then the negotiations sound different. They speak with a softer voice. Sometimes
are they at war or are they at skirmishes?
No, there's battles, all right. But it was like 3 weeks ago. It was like being put out as a war. You know, it's not a large scale thing. And Kashmir, it's skirmishes.
If India or Pakistan ever felt that they were going to be taken over or lost, they would ignite a nuclear war.
No,
I don't think anyone. Look, man, it's like
nobody in their right mind would do that.
Like the people are saying, "Oh, Ukraine is beating up on Russia." No, if Ukraine was going to be taking over Russia, Russia would blow them up.
Then why hasn't China let one off and just took over fucking Taiwan?
They don't need to. They don't need to do a nuclear weapon to take over Taiwan.
But by your logic, they would. Why wouldn't they?
No, it's their country. Taiwan
doesn't have nuclear threat.
Taiwan belongs to China. It is their country. Why would they blow up?
They don't act like it. They don't act like it.
Hong Kong is their country. It's one China.
Now, you do realize the British owned fucking Hong Kong until 1980 something, right?
and they turned it over.
Yeah.
Any of y'all live in Texas?
I live in Texas.
did.
All right. Do home invasions happen in Texas?
Nah. I mean, what they try to, but people know they don't run up on a car or nothing like that because everybody got a gun in Texas.
Everybody got a gun. But
exactly.
There were still carjackings, there were still home invasions, there were still robberies.
Fearless, you just froze.
Because people know that you
You're back.
have it doesn't mean that they won't try your ass.
Oh, yeah.
And Iran is crazy enough to try somebody with the weapon if they get it. That's why they're saying you can't have it. Who are we to police them? Well, we're America. We're the biggest, baddest bully on a fucking block. That we have to embrace that
we try
shit.
not to be bullies. We try to be upstanding and proper, but sometimes we do come
But
off
you know,
bully.
sometimes you gotta show your pimp hand.
Sometimes you do.
That's what happened with North Korea. Kim Jong-un pointed a fucking weapon at Guam or some shit, or he fired some shit in the direction of Guam, and Trump in his first term was like, yo, I have a bigger nuclear button. Move that shit, or else, we're gonna get it popping. So they talk tough, but nobody really wants to press that button. But just because you have it doesn't mean people won't test you. Suge Knight got knocked out at a barbershop by a barber. Everyone was scared of him. It don't mean people won't test you.
Let me say this. Right now, we have two inconsistent leaders, world leaders, that are pretty much pushing up on everybody. And that's Trump and Netanyahu. Those are the two that are piling up and doing all kind of crazy shit. One, Trump has no recourse because at the end of the day, he can't run for a third term. He don't care how many fucking bridges he burns down.
Right.
He's going to do whatever the fuck he wants. He's a loose cannon. So why not support Netanyahu, who's probably going to give him a fucking golden parachute after all this is over?
Let me ask, Neezy. I mean, you know this. I don't want to talk about this too much and put it in. You know why most school shootings happen?
Oh God.
No, enlighten me, brother.
What kind of question is that?
No, like in Columbine, it's usually the kids who were bullied on.
Right.
So those kids, if they weren't bullied on,
that's the whole idea behind terrorists. You form terrorists.
They would just be the weird kids. Nobody messed with them. Nobody cared about them. But the more they got bullied on, they felt that I need something. And so the United States, when you say we need to be bullies, we keep bullying and bullying.
I'm not saying we need to be bullies. I say we are the biggest, baddest
every
bullies.
once in a while. Yeah, every once in a while we do. But normally we just respond to whatever.
And what I'm saying is when you're the big dog, sometimes what happens is those people who get bullied, they don't want to be bullied no more.
Right.
And then you start to make an enemy where there wasn't an enemy just because you became the bully.
Right. And I agree with you on that. But the way of the world is the one with the most guns and toys run shit. If you agree, not even if you agree, if you enjoy the fact that you live in a country called America with great opportunity and everything, you got to understand that power or that success that you enjoy was built off of the fact that nobody can really fuck with us. That's it.
Measy, I don't want you to think I'm disagreeing with you. I was on Austin Holloman's show maybe a month ago or maybe a little longer, and I stated the same thing that you stated. I said, I said as Americans, we enjoy low oil prices. We enjoy all of this stuff because we bullied the world. I'm not saying that the bullying is correct. I know that that's what we do to get what we want. The reason our prices are low and we manipulate third world countries and take their resources, that's what we do. And if you want to remain a superpower, you do it.
Yeah.
We just lie about it. We just say we're doing it for a different reason. We want to control all the regions. And I broke it down with Austin and said, look, this is what we did. Before all of that, we went to the Panama Canal. We said China can't control it. That's going to be sold. Then we put all our ships around in the Caribbean to show our power and our strength. Then we start bombing all these boats because it was Venezuela, man. We didn't need carriers and all that for Venezuela, but we wanted to show our strength. We wanted to show at any time we can do anything we want, and we take the oil because we can do it. That's what we do, and we do it because even when it comes to this, we want to control oil. We want to control the petrodollar because our money is built on that, and we can't.
We do control the petrodollar.
What's that?
We do control the petrodollar.
No, that's what I'm saying. We have to make sure that everybody is trading in that, and the lower we go, the harder it is. So yes, we are bullies. So I'm in agreement. I am in agreement.
Do you think this is helping us or hurting us at this point?
I think it's hurting us.
Hurting the petrodollar right now. So by supporting Israel, we're literally hurting our own positioning on a global scale on the petrodollar. We're literally hurting ourselves right now by supporting this country. This is why you even have right wingers that are against what fucking Trump is doing right now. This has nothing to do with making America great. This is all about helping Israel avenge whatever fucking idea they have. It's not helping us, it's hurting us.
I say Israel should hold their own nuts. Like, I don't want to be fighting wars.
Yeah, they get their ass what they get their ass with. Who gives a fuck?
Right.
There's nothing to do with me. They're not even God's chosen people. I don't even want to get into that shit right now. That's next week.
But what does fool me is this. I don't understand the Cuba part. I'm not understanding why we're going after Cuba.
Because Donald Trump likes the island because he's a fucking idiot.
You know, he said after Iran, we're just going to take over Cuba.
You said Israel don't need nobody's help. You got to be out your mind, bruh. Stop.
Israel's the size of New Jersey, man. They would be taking.
Stop yourself. If America or Britain were not on their side, they would totally have been obliterated already.
Yeah, Israel's like this. You ever see those cartoons where you see the little puppy barking and all of a sudden the dog runs away and the puppy think he did something? And then when you look behind the puppy was this big old dog standing there. That's what Israel is. Israel gets to bark loud. Because we're there. So, I don't understand the Cuba aspect of this, man.
So let me tell y'all how blessed y'all are where you are. We purchase gas here at per liter. Gas right now where I am is $2.50 because they raise it every weekend. They raise the price in the weekends. It's $2.50 per liter. There's almost 4 liters in a gallon.
Yeah.
I've been paying fucking between €8.50 and €10 per gallon. Now, if I do the math and talk about that, 87 euro is $100. I'm paying probably like $11 a gallon.
Yeah.
But I normally pay between $9 and $10 a gallon. Y'all better be happy and shit on America because y'all got it good.
Yeah,
here's the difference too, Magnesium. If you remember, we get to drive the Escalades and the Hummers and all of that.
Not no more. A lot of those guys are parking.
No, I'm just saying, but that's it. The reason we can't, you don't see that in any European countries. You know,
hey, I have a big ass truck here.
8 miles to the gallon.
I got a big 4x4 over here.
So, bro, like I'm here now, right? In Europe, they got this shit. It's people think, everything's better outside of America. No, man. I have a big ass car. It's actually a station wagon, right? Fucking because I can't be a big man and be bitched by the government to buy some little ass car. You have dudes that decide to
here. I can't fit that shit here, man. Fuck
right.
That.
You gotta but I'm used to it. But you have dudes that's the size of Fearless that are driving Honda Civics.
Brother, I be sitting in the driver and the passenger seat when I be driving those cars.
Yeah.
And they do it because the government right now in Holland, it has one of the highest prices for petrol in the world. definitely in the EU. I think we're the highest, because if I go to Belgium, I save 60 to 80 cents per liter. If I go to Germany, it's almost the same. Those are the surrounding countries. For cars, the same car in Holland will cost you 8 to 10,000 euros more than it will in Belgium.
You don't even
So
want to talk about.
people go to Germany to purchase cars, but then the Dutch government says, well, if you're going to import it, you're going to pay X amount. So they just want to suck all the money out of the population here. And these people are weird. They don't stand up to the government. So they just
That's
keep
the
getting big.
Philippines, man. What you mean? That's the Philippines. They only have car lots here, bro. They have car storefronts. Whatever car you want, you go in and you order the car, and it has to be shipped here because they can't even afford to have the fucking import taxes that even have a car lot.
Look, I'm gonna switch this back up, man. I don't think I know here. I've seen and heard people talk about, and I just need some help with this. When they talk about Cuba and they say how bad Cuba is,
not bad.
I don't agree with that. When I was in Cuba, I think that the real enemy was the United States putting sanctions on Cuba.
Why wouldn't we?
I guess why would we would be the question.
Because they rock with our enemies and they're right in our backyard, brother. You know about that.
But then why wouldn't we put sanctions on China?
Because China's.
Why didn't we put sanctions on before with Russia? No, no. China can every product you pick up is made in China.
What's that got to do with anything? I told you we can still do business with people even if we don't agree with them. Ideology.
Well, why don't we do business with Cuba?
What will we get from them? Cigars, sugarcane,
which is already outlawed.
But they can be an importer. Why is it that we put sanctions where they can't buy anything? They still have products they export.
Look, the extension that they have on Cuba right now makes no sense, and Obama lifted it, and then Trump put it right back on there. It makes no sense why they're doing what they're doing to Cuba. I mean, you done paid for your sins way back with JFK and the Cuban Missile Crisis. Fucking let it go. God damn. You know, this is way too long on Cuba.
A lot of people in the chat never even been to Cuba. They have no idea how Cuba really is.
Well, how is it? Is it poor or not?
Oh, now poor, but here, all right, yes, they're poor. But but hold up, Neckneasy. Let me ask you a question. Do you know when the majority of the Venezuelans came to the United States or these other countries in the Caribbean?
They've been fleeing. I don't know exactly when or why, but why? What's the point?
They fled as soon as we put sanctions on Venezuela. Because when we put sanctions on Venezuela, when sanctions don't just mean you can't do oil, you can't do transactions. And since all the transactions are in petrodollar, which means you trade in dollar, and you can't do sanctions, it becomes difficult for you to trade across the world. So not just trade with
weaponizing the dollar, and that's what we've been doing.
And so when they did that, all the Venezuelans left and it collapsed their society. So we say, yeah, Cuba's bad, but we collapsed their society. If you ever listen to what's his name? Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle talks about the pimp. And the pimp said, he hit his woman. And then the first thing he did was say, baby, let me comfort you. That's what the United States did. We put sanctions on a country. We decrypt them. And then we say, we're coming in to save you. That's the same thing we did to Cuba.
Why are we putting sanctions on Hold on. First of all, why are we putting sanctions on countries unless they're doing something wrong? We're not bullies like we're going to not trade with you just because we can't get a certain deal.
But do you know why we did it to Cuba?
Let me finish my thought. So obviously, if they got fucking sanctions on them, they're doing something wrong. How simple is it for the country, if they want to do business with us or on a global scale, because NATO and everybody else approves these sanctions too. They don't trade with them if there's something going on. So if it's that bad and they want to do business, why can't they just get in line?
Who, Cuba?
Whoever.
Let's say Cuba. All right, let's go with Cuba. Under Batista, do you know how racist Cuba was? Do you know why all the Cubans in in Miami look white? Because they had all the power. They had all the money. We went there and just used it as our hitting ground. We did whatever. The black people in Cuba were treated horrible. It was beyond racist. When Fidel Castro, I'm not giving anything to Fidel, but when he did come in, he said there's no such thing as a black Cuban or a white Cuban. We just Cubans. So when I went there, you would see signs that be like, man, you go to jail for discrimination against color. They didn't look at it like that. They educated all their people. If you want to be, they even said for the United States, you want to come be a doctor? Come down to Cuba. You can do it for free.
And we were doing business with Cuba for a lot of years. That's what I said.
So what happened is we, as United States, did not like the fact that they weren't falling in line with us, that they didn't want their business there. Now, what you won't see in Cuba, you ain't see no McDonald's. You ain't see no BBLs. You ain't see no fake eyelashes, no fake hair. You ain't even see no fat people. Maybe because they ain't eat a lot, but you didn't see any of that. What we want to do is bring all that stuff into Cuba, all of our westernized things, and they just like, no, we don't want that. Why do we need to have our country like that? And then we say it's not free elections, but there's a lot of countries that don't have those type of elections. Matter of fact, Russia ain't had no open election since Putin been in, but we ain't doing nothing to them. Yeah, somebody said Cuba's medical and health. That's their number one export is their medical and health industry. Matter of fact, they even have. This is how much we hate Cuba. They had a cure for cancer, and we didn't even want it.
Why are you muted? You mute yourself, Mike?
Yeah, I muted myself. I'm gonna have to jump off, brothers. I'm gonna link back up with y'all on the next one. All right, peace, y'all.
Peace.
Yo.
What's up, G? You back?
Man, I can't believe y'all boys still going, man.
I don't know how we did it.
I mean, we just switched topics a little bit, man.
Man.
What's the topic now?
We're in the fucking whole Iran thing going on.
Oh,
started out with,
I'm scared about that one, man. I hope the guys don't have to go over there and get.
They're going, man. That's the problem. They're going. They're already on their way.
Help me clear this up, Drew. Now, me and Ronan got a bet.
Oh Lord Jesus,
we got a bet now. So we got to wait a few weeks. It's sad that we got to bet on war, which is crazy. Ronan
better
is
get those future betting apps.
I know. I probably need to get one of them. Ronan is saying that the United States will take over the island of Hormuz. Is that it? No,
whatever it is.
Cog, whatever that island is.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, okay, if they take it over, he's saying they would take it over so that the
straits would be secured, and they can allow the ship to come through safely.
Correct. I'm saying Iran just has missiles. They would just fire missiles at any ship that's coming through. That was the first thing. The second thing I said is Iran, from what I understand, would blow up that island in lieu of giving it to the United States. And he's saying no, they wouldn't.
So what's your question?
Do you think that just because we take over that island, that opens up the Strait of Hormuz? And do you think that Iran would say, you know what, y'all got that island, y'all taking it over, y'all controlling our oil, y'all can just have it? Or would they say, if you can't have it, we can't have it either? If we can't have it, you can't have it.
Ain't nobody bragging like that. They're not going to blow up.
I think the answer to my answer to the first question is, does it open the Strait of Hormuz? I don't think so. The strait is like, man, there's a lot of coastline that's up and down Iran. So I just don't think it's going to open it up like everybody thinks it is.
Though. That's the biggest bottleneck. So the minute they take that island where their rigid boats are, or whatever they're using to kind of like wreck and loiter the fucking tankers and harass them, the minute they take that island, they'll be able to knock those guys out. And that
missile.
I don't know.
You got a missile.
But I think, like I said, I think the drones are the biggest threat, in my opinion, dude. Because they can be launched from anywhere.
Correct.
But listen, y'all, if they wanted to use drones to bomb the fucking tankers, they would do that right now while they're fucking stopped. Not while
They
they're
don't
moving.
want to. They're telling them
Thank
just
you.
don't. You
They're
can't.
not gonna fucking do that shit, bro.
Hey,
They're not gonna
Ronan.
do it.
Hold up, Ronan. If
Ronan.
they aren't going to do it, then why aren't they just going through?
It's the
Ronan.
threat and the
The
money that's being spent.
one of the agreements was that the ships would have to be able to trade in won.
Right,
So
and
maybe
won.
they're waiting for the won.
Ain't nobody gonna trade in wine, bro.
Why not? The
Ain't nobody gonna
Saudis
trade.
did. The Saudis just did it last year or 2 years ago.
And they did it to make money, and that's it. They're
So you
fucking.
don't think?
They don't have no loyalty to anybody, really. Think about it. They're Saudis.
But I'm just saying the won is getting good. So
The wine is not good. They only doing that to support China because China's supporting them.
Oh yeah, because
And like I brought up earlier, why didn't they just use the BRICS? Because the BRICS isn't real. They printed out one note just to show you what it could potentially look like, but it's not backed by anything. If they wanted to do something and kind of spin everybody off the fucking petrodollar, which is the US dollar, why not push them onto the BRICS? They did China specifically because what? China is helping them. But nobody's going to go along with that bag, bro. Nobody's going to continue to support whatever Iran dictates just to get fucking oil through. They're waiting and biding their time until the American Marines and everybody else gets actually up into the straits and fucking secures the area.
You can't secure. How do you secure
That's
it?
my thought. I mean, let me go ahead and answer the second question, but that's my thought is that they're gonna still be able to launch an attack because it's a curve, but it's still a lot of coastline for them to get attacked.
We'll find out in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
But all they have to do, terrorism is this. You can hold off 100 people with a gun with one bullet. All they got to do is hit one tanker coming through, and that shuts it down. Nobody else is coming.
That's not true.
It's the threat. It's the threat of having your tanker disabled.
Right.
Those things aren't
But
pushing through.
When you have almost 15 ships up in there that are Marines and naval escort ships running up and down the straits, escorting tankers through, it's not going to be that uneasy for a tanker to want to run through when the ships have the fucking missile interceptions and all the fucking equipment and armament they have on those ships escorting the tanker.
Hey, brother Ronan, let's go back a few years. Let's go back a few years to the USS Cole.
When we were doing
let's go back to USS Cole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the USS Cole got a hole in the side of it, the biggest house, from a small boat. It wasn't a large boat that hit them. That was a small boat.
Well,
now,
I remember.
If anything hits one of our ships, it's gonna be like just straight panic. Now, I'm not saying they're gonna sink it, but it will send a message to those other vessels that are out there, especially the tankers, the cargo ships, that we're not moving forward.
Correct.
If they can do that to a U.S. ship, and it can be done with a small boat. That was a very small boat that blew a hole in that ship.
I understand. That's the whole point of us going up into the island, is to get those small boats out of there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, brother, I just think that, I'm positive that they can do the job. I just hate to see guys on the ground because I do feel like that the Coral Island, if I were the Iranians, I would lace that coast with Constantina Weiner mines, and I would wait till they got to certain spots and I just start launching drones on them.
Yep.
That's the exact thing that we had to deal with in Kuwait when we went to Falaka Island and pulled their fucking people off that island. They fucking wired themselves in and mined themselves in, and after we blew up all their ships, they were fucking trapped and starving.
Yeah.
We literally went up onto an island, and the minute we hit the island and cleared out all the bombs and the mines, they had their hands up and happy to fucking see us.
Yeah, but the drone is a different battle now, brother. And I think that, like I said, there's some stuff. There's some stuff that hasn't been seen yet. It's just like with our stuff.
I already said that. Yeah,
we got a whole bunch of stuff that ain't never been seen yet.
Right. This is R&D time, if anything.
And
I'm not even talking about
too.
the real drones. I'm talking about the ones from Ukraine, like the first person drone that gets you as a person. That scared the shit out of me, man. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what? Something has changed in the air war, and when they hit that F-35, that's a plane that's not supposed to ever get hit. And then they almost hit a F-16, not an F-16, but a what is it, Hornet? They almost hit a Hornet the other day. So something's changed. I don't know what it is, but like I said, that F-35, like
I
it's
can say
supposed to
this.
see things coming from like miles away.
Right, but I think what's going on is it's tight airspace. A lot of people are still limiting our airspace and what we can fly. And when you know a direction that somebody's flying, in order to get to you, you kind of have a little options to prep ahead of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're reusing the same fucking strike patterns. They're flying the same routes in order to get to their fucking designated areas to drop. And they're learning their routes.
Maybe, brother. Maybe. But like I said, I just hate the, like I think about
I'm looking at our chat. Somebody said something stupid. It said Trump donates his whole paycheck.
Hold on, highlighted.
Oh, Lord. I'm sorry, brother.
Oh.
Mad Rush, yeah, he does donate his whole paycheck, but then he makes some money on the other end with crypto and other deals with Saudi for like $400 billion. So donating a $400,000 check does nothing when you make deals behind the back. For billions.
One of my things is, the motivation. I don't know what the motivation is for our troops right now. I remember when I came in.
Drew, I don't want to interrupt you, but I am going to interrupt you. I just asked, man, where was you at? Because I just was on asking Ronan about this. I played.
I need you to answer this too, honestly and truthfully.
I need you to answer this. So
knowing what you know now,
I'm gonna play this again because this is kind of what started it when I was asking Ronan this.
I already answered, so I'm curious to hear what you're going to say anyway.
So let me play this guy. This is what this young man says. Let me see. I know I just had him. Where did he go? Let me go back. Man, that one woman is crazy.
If you could send one message to Americans 50 years in the future, what would it be? Don't send your sons to finish what politicians start.
That's what a guy in Vietnam said. So my question to Ronan was, knowing right now why this war was started, because it's easy.
You're active duty, by the way. You're active
duty. Now, in World War II, we was attacked. You're like, oh man, even during 9/11, you felt kind of patriotic. And then you find out, man, it wasn't what it was. Right now, I feel that we are the aggressor. The Iran really didn't mess with us. We're kind of messing with them. You are active duty and you called up to go fight these Iranian people who did nothing to you. They don't even care about you. Matter of fact, their Ayatollah let some black people go because they felt that we was oppressed. What do you do? Oh, and not only what do you go? And when you give an order to shoot somebody, what do you do?
You're saying, what do I do about going? I go. Number two, you gave me an order to shoot somebody. I'm going to shoot them because more than likely they're trying to shoot me. So
if somebody came in your house,
you're fighting two different things.
Somebody came in your house. They don't really know you. They because their girlfriend told them to go in your house. Would you shoot them?
You're talking about somebody bust through my door? Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody bust through your door.
Yeah, I would.
So who is right? Who is right? You or the person who busted through your door?
Doesn't matter.
Now, who's the right person to shoot? Like, should the Iranians shoot back at us?
If
yeah,
the
they
person
should.
who bust through your door shoots you, are they justified for shooting you?
No, they're not justified.
The Iranians. So if we're going into Iran, should they shoot at us? Yeah, they're going to shoot at us.
They're going to shoot back at us.
And I'm putting this. I know this is a home, so it's a little different. You have to understand that if you bust through somebody's door, that they want to shoot you for coming through their door.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We expect them to
somebody's country.
We expect them to shoot back. We're not afraid that they're going to shoot back. We already know they're going to shoot back.
I understand, but I'm saying what we're saying is the person who busted through the door is the victim.
He might be.
No, we never said that.
He might be at the end of the night.
And what is the difference between your general, sergeant, commanding officer telling you to shoot and you following orders, and Germany doing the same thing?
Germany or Iran?
No, in Germany, I'm sorry, let me give you some preference. In Germany, the German soldier said, I was only following orders.
Uh-huh.
How can you arrest me, or how can you say it's a war crime when I was only following orders? So here, if you following orders, what makes you different than a German soldier?
If you're following orders as a German soldier, I don't know. Like, because I thought the Nuremberg trials were all officers. I didn't think they were like enlisted.
No, they were all the people, because on there they were saying I was only following orders.
Nah, but I think those are higher up guys that went down. Those are like officers during that trial, right? They went in The Hague and they got hung. I think they were. I don't know. But I mean, if you're following officers, I mean, it's illegal. If it's a legal order, you're gonna follow it. So, and also too, is like, man, it's kill or be killed once you get boots on the ground.
I'm trying to tell him, I don't know why he thinks we're gonna have a fucking conscience when people are shooting at us too.
Yeah.
We shooting.
I understand that. I guess my thing would just be like, you know what? I might have to be a conscious
objector.
Yeah.
Man, like you mentioned something earlier, and that's where I was about to go, was that when I came in 2001, my motivation was
patriotic.
Payback. Yeah,
Right,
it was
correct.
super patriotic. It was like, man, we wanted to fuck somebody up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's just what it was. And like I said, I think as the years went on, it's kind of like, damn, what are we doing there? And then, like I said, you find out that they really didn't have any weapons of mass destruction, and it just really turned out to be nothing. And I think back to that time, it's just like, wow, we did all of that, and so many people died, got killed, and the one thing that happens to us a lot, especially with everything that's going on, you have a lot of mishaps. Just like, the planes that went down. If you think about it, they weren't shot down. These guys crashed. They crashed over Iraq. But, everybody looks at it as like they're falling, because they died. But, in Iraq, there were guys that were driving tanks into the rivers, drowning. I mean, all types of stuff happening. People falling on
Yeah, I had a
helicopters.
cousin. He said they was drinking antifreeze. I don't know, like they would, like they would not on like,
that.
yeah, like oh, this could make you drunk or something like that. Oh, let's drink this antifreeze. Okay.
I remember at the beginning of the war, there was an army soldier that fragged his unit.
We were just talking about
fragging. Yep. In Vietnam, we were talking about that. Yep.
Yeah, but this happened in Iraq. He threw 2 frags in the tent. He was a Muslim dude. I forget his name, but that was like at the beginning of the war, 2003. And he fragged his unit. So he was a conscientious objector. he was Muslim. So he was like, I'm not going.
And I say that because I was listening to this guy. He was in Vietnam, and he said that his commanding officer said that woman has a bomb. She was walking away from him and the shooter. And he said he shot. And he said when he walked up on her, the bullet went through her and she was holding a baby.
Yeah, I saw that, man. Oh,
yeah,
you
see the black dude?
Yeah,
he said that day, he said, I killed like 25 people.
Yeah.
And then the story switched to, he said his son was outside playing. Somebody got mad and shot his son.
Yeah.
And he said when he looked at his son, the only thing he could see was that the baby that he had killed.
Yeah, that was his payback. That was his karma.
Yeah, so, and that's what I mean when I say that woman hadn't done anything. Those people, what was he over there? None of those people did anything to him.
Right.
So I always wonder how in this, when it's not patriotic, when it's just, we know we going there for oil. We know we going there for that. How can you as a soldier say, you know what, I'm going to do this and I'm going to kill somebody
Not our job.
And then,
Yeah.
and I say that's why you become.
I told him there's a rules of engagement that we have to be aware of, and ethically and moral fucking lawful orders. There's certain orders you can tell us to do, and if it's not ethical, moral, or lawful, you have a right to question that order. But if it doesn't conflict with the rules of engagement and it's an order, you got to do it.
You know, Fearless, I'll tell you the truth, man. The most I think, and I think back to, you know, swearing in, and when you raise your hand and understanding what you're raising your hand to, that's a like for a young person, when you're young coming in, that's a like, I don't know, I can say mentally I understood all those words that, you know, I could die. Like when you take that oath, you basically are just saying, hey, you know, if it goes down, you know, this is what I've signed up for. And that's a
All right.
any man that has jumped out there, and that's why I say, you take the oath. That's a powerful thing, man. It really is.
Now you did this in 2001, and Ronan is older, and we're a little older. So I'm saying, when I would join a fraternity.
87.
Yeah,
I'm joining a fraternity. Myself 87. And what?
I joined a fraternity, and there's no way that, like at 28 years old, I could ever do that, because I'm, you know, they had to get me when I was young and just impressionable.
I was 19 when I joined Jasper.
But do you think that this, you know, so let's see, that was you say what, 19? When did you go in, Drew? Give me what age?
2021. I mean 2001. Sorry, 2001.
2001. That's 25 years ago.
Yep.
Do you think that the youth today, who are 20 years old, think differently than how you thought back then?
No, because like I said, it was a motivation thing. Like
no, I'm saying motivation was back then. But do you think that the youth today, you know, like you said, oh man, I can go there, I can do this. Do you think that they have the same mentality that you had back then?
Not at all. Not at all. Because like you said it earlier, man, we were united as a country. It was like, oh shit, you know, this is what happened, and you know, that sold that bill of goods that, oh, the Saddam was doing this. You know, you heard Netanyahu back then, who said, you know, Saddam was weeks away from a WMD. You know, Saddam wasn't even close to a WMD.
They even got my man Colin Powell lying on him.
Yeah, Colin Powell, all of those people.
Donald Rumsfeld, you know, we don't know what we don't know.
I mean, once you win, you in. The only thing I can say about Colin Powell is when he made sure a mission was set up, that first war, man, it was a lot easier than you guys had to do the second time around.
Well, see,
you had carpet bombed the shit out of everything. I mean, literally,
you
Colin
had some
Powell
hardcore Vietnam guys in that one.
We had to touch
Colin Powell, and Schwarzkopf.
Yeah, that was.
Y'all were literally going house to house, room to room. I'm like, fuck, we fucked up and shit. So by the time we got there, they were ready to put their arms up, bro. Like, oh my God, thank you, Jesus, for y'all showing up. And fuck Allah, it was thank you, Jesus.
So with that said, Drew, what do you think with the people going over there today? And the only reason I say that is because the internet, man, has become, you know, the internet. Y'all, did we have it? It wasn't like now. So back then, it wasn't like now.
In 2001,
it was dial up. It was AOL.
Yeah. But every person I look at now that was over in Iraq, of every YouTuber, like the dude who is the ranger, the black dude, the sniper.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about the Angel of Death. What's his name?
Where he like, bruh, they got me. They got me. You know?
Yeah.
I was shooting. He's like, when I left and started seeing the world and seeing what was really up. Oh yeah, they got me.
I never thought I was brainwashed until I got through what I went through.
So
I literally was doing shit that I didn't realize I was doing just off a reaction. And I'm a fucking architect. So at this point, I'm looking at you like, there ain't no fucking way my mind is that goddamn weak that you can brainwash me. They did.
So what do you think about these youth today who got the Now they listen to the people who like, yeah, that was not, we don't know what we was over there for, and this was dumb, and this is what they listen to. So how do you think they're gonna behave going over to whatever country? Iran.
I think a lot of them are gonna, if there's ever a draft, I think a lot of them are gonna flee. They're gonna head to Mexico. They're gonna head to Canada.
What about the enlisted dudes? Do you think you see them?
People are gonna do what they're told to do. You know, that's your job. So, you know, like I said, when you take that oath and you understand that oath that you taking,
look, it depends on the troop and how heavily he's into what he's doing. But if they train them right, which a lot of times right now they're training kids a lot lighter than they did back then, your body's going to react. Period.
And you know,
you don't think it is, but your body is going to react.
You'll start to see if it really goes down like that, you'll start to see a sharp uptick of pregnancies, because female soldiers get pregnant.
Yep.
Right away.
Man, I ain't mad at them. I'm not mad at them.
Yeah, they rather take a chance of being a single mom than they go into that smoke. But yeah, I mean, man, I don't know, man. I just hope that we can. I don't know if you guys ever watched. Tucker Carlson had an interview with this guy the other day, who was like this Chinese. He was like a
yeah, the professor.
Yeah, yeah. And the scenarios, because he's, you know, a lot of his stuff is built on war games and scenarios.
Game theory. It's on game theory.
Yeah. So, you know, he was eye-opening, man, because he was like, man, the United States needs to cut their losses. Like, if they don't, they're going to get stuck. And he's right. We're going to get stuck over there because, like I said, I think you'll see the Chinese, they'll start to get the equipment into the Iranians, just like we did for the
Ukraine,
or you'll see maybe our Russia do the same. Like, we're gonna put some equipment, or we got some new because, you know, Fearless made a great point, Ronan, about there would be missiles, and don't think that the Russians might not give Iran some of those hypersonic missiles, because they got them.
Here's the thing that they said. Here's what they said happened that shouldn't have happened. They said that really the guy, the first Ayatollah, really shouldn't have lost his life, because they gave them heads up that they was coming. So the person was like, well, did they receive the message or did they not receive the message? Because they gave them warning as to what was going on. And then we find out that later on, he basically had cancer, and he was about 3 months away from dying anyway. So I guess he just said, you know, I'm gonna chalk it up to a loss. But one thing I want to say is, I think this war, it did two things. It was good for America, and it exposed us. We spent $1 trillion.
No, it exposed Israel for fucking.
No, it exposed us, man.
It has nothing to do with us.
Yeah, because
I agree. It exposed Israel.
You know, and it exposed us. You know why? Because what happened is, we spend $1 trillion a year on stuff, these big ships, these big planes, these big things, and then you find out, damn, a $10,000 drone can be produced where you fly a drone, and it takes 3 Tomahawk missiles or whatever ballistic missiles to knock it out at $1 million a pop. We spent $3 million to take a $20,000 something out the sky.
I think like I said, I think it's exposing Israel, man, to be honest with you, because this is the first time I've ever seen in my lifetime that a lot of people are looking at them differently. Like, okay, man, you guys went into Palestine, West Bank, or Gaza, and you destroyed every home. You know,
and they cry. Look, man, I heard them cry. Like, these guys are using what is the bombs that go off, in cluster bombs? They're using cluster bombs, and that's illegal. It was like illegal.
Yeah. So now they went and did that. Okay, and now it's like, all right, we destroyed Gaza Strip. All right, now we're gonna attack Iran. All right, we attacked Iran. Now, and we killed their Ayatollah. All right, now we're gonna take South Lebanon. It's like I've never seen any I've seen so many youth YouTubers or whoever who are looking at Israel like this, they gotta be stopped.
Right.
Drew, let me see, brother. Let me get a date on here.
All I said earlier, Drew, is the midterms in America should be crazy because a lot of the right wingers are going to be voting Democrat. They're going to try to uproot every fucking Republican they can to get this stopped.
Pray that we don't have no homegrown terrorists.
Yeah.
Pray that we don't have no home, because I was looking, I was like, man, this is the perfect time for somebody to strike with TSA being down, and then they, Republicans say, well, see, there you go, we got the Democrats held us up from signing this bill and getting them paid, and us having the full force of people at the airports.
I'm just thinking about this, man.
Some of the rumors are is nothing more productive to the economy than war.
No. That's how it used to be. I think that's how it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason it was productive before was we were manufacturing so much stuff. We don't manufacture like that.
I didn't say it was productive for Americans. It's productive for companies.
Oh yeah, no, that is true. Yeah, Raycom, all them gonna get it.
Yeah.
But Drew, back to what you were saying, man. It's 2026. Just think about this. 4 years ago, Kyrie Irving in 2022 was suspended for just saying something about Hebrews to Negroes wake up America. Suspended. He had to apologize, donate $500,000 to an anti-hate cause, meet with the Jewish community leaders. Do you think if he said that today, that would happen?
No.
Man,
I don't.
4 years, boy. I mean, you can't even call him if you called him anti-Semitic, people would laugh. But 4 years ago, just for him doing a tweet, everything he had to go through, that lets me know how much stuff changed. Because in 4 years, you can have
if you're in the room, hit the like button at least. Jesus Christ, hit the like button.
Hit the like button.
One thing I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I looked up the definition of Semitic. What is have you guys ever looked at the definition of that?
Yeah, it's the Semites.
Well, when you say somebody,
no, it's just whether they belong. It's whether they should exist or not. I think is the Semitic one.
Look up. I mean, we're looking at anti-Semitic, but look up the word Semitic. And what is it defined as? And Christians, we can be defined as Semitic. Because I believe it's based upon the three Abrahamic languages.
Believers.
Yeah, believers.
It includes Arabic, Hebrew, and Aramaic people.
Semitic refers to a branch of languages within the Afro-Asiatic language family.
And see, when I hear that word anti-Semitic, it's thrown around a lot. It's almost getting to be equivalent to the N-word. Like,
oh yeah,
even that white lady, she said it in that video with Tyler Oliveira. It's like, you say anything, and now you're automatically all anti-Semitic. It's like
Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, or so that means you're against these languages, not the people, just the languages.
Well, you're supposed to come from Shem. Is it Shem or who is it?
Shem. Yeah, those are the people. Those are the descendants. The descendants of Shem, or a sect of the.
And it says Semitic. So Semitics include Arabs, Jews, and Ethiopians. All of them are supposedly from Semitic.
But see, that Jew word is very loosely used. They could be very defining on what Jew you're talking about. Because you do know there's two types of Jews. You're born blood-wise, or you accept the religion. And this is where the Ashkenazis and the Khazarians and all these other ones come in, is based on them accepting the religion after the fact. By the way, Greg, I see you in the background. I need you to cam up. I don't know you, and you've never been on the show before. So
And so here it says the Semitic people include Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, Qatar. All those are Semitic people. So, and you remember what we forgot the name of the one lady who said go back to Poland. If you remember, she said she was Semitic.
She was a writer for the Washington Post. Older lady, older white lady. I forget who she is.
Greg, can you cam up for a second in the back room so I can see that you're a real person? Because if you can't, I can't bring you up. And then I'll take you back. You don't have to help. Thank you.
Yeah, she was ostracized for that because I think everybody knows they are Europeans. A lot of the people that are in charge now, well, that's the one thing I can think with the creation of Israel was that, they did go around and try to bring people that were of Jewish faith into the country, and in certain cases they said that the I think I can't think what they're called, the Mossad actually did certain terrorist plots in these countries and said, okay, hey, look, they're after you, they're trying to kill you. There's a guy I was listening to a few nights ago, Rabbi Beck. He does a great, man. He's a great interview to watch if you guys get a chance. Rabbi, I can't think of his first name, but Rabbi Beck was saying the most dangerous place for a Jew is Israel.
Correct. And I think if you're talking about it where the Mossad was going to another country trying to tell them to go to Israel, and they said, no, we want to stay here. And then they started doing all little bombs and things like that, blaming it and saying they didn't want you to be there.
Yep. And they have, a lot of these Jewish communities. There's a Jewish community in Iraq. There's Jewish community all over the place. A lot of Arab countries. That's what that rabbi was saying. He says we're actually safer in Arab countries. He said there's Jewish community in Iran.
Oh yeah. Tucker Carlson, he had an interview with a man. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll find out who it was.
Some of this stuff we're talking about is going to be on next week's live. It's okay.
Let's see if I can go to Tucker and get this guy. He had on.
What we're doing, Joe, is trying to build the framework behind this whole thing, and we're kind of jumping ahead. But
okay,
because you got to understand the basis of why we're involved in certain things and why we're doing certain things. So we kind of build it that way before we got directly into the war. Plus, it gives me an opportunity to prove I'm right in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I want to see what happens in these 2 weeks. I'm thinking it goes the other way.
Okay,
man.
I mean, I don't want to bet against the Americans, but I get it.
Yeah, I would say if you get a chance to run and watch the interview with Rabbi Beck. I can't think of his first
was
name.
that we talked about Tucker Carlson? Greg, can you cam up? I see you in the background, but I need you to cam up in the back so I know you're real. All right. Wait a minute.
Rabbi Beck is from.
Wave your hand. Wave your hand. Wave your hand. Come on, bro.
He's talking about you, Greg. Just do like this.
Greg, wave your hand. That's a recording. That's not really him.
Yeah.
Wave your hand, Greg, if you can hear me. That's a recording.
Yeah, Rabbi Beck isn't. He lives in England, and he's Orthodox Jewish person.
I'll have you talk, but I need to know that you're real. Don't be playing no fucking video for me, thinking you're coming up here.
Man, I want to get this guy, and if I can find him, and I can't find him. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Man, what is this dude's name? Let me see if I can find his name. Doug Wilson.
I mean, you can leave the room there. I know you're going by Greg, but your name is James. So that's why I'm already asking you to tell me who you are. Thank you. The minute I said real name, he popped out.
Guitar. Let me see if I can get that. man, I know I'm not gonna find this short. Basically, the guy was saying, Tucker Carlson was saying how no, there's more Christians in a Muslim country, which was Qatar, than in like Israel. And the guy was like, no. And when I looked it up, there was more Christians in Qatar than in Israel. And he's like, yeah, that's so we have this thing, or like Jewish people, or it was more Jews in Qatar. And it was like they keep trying to tell us that Jews aren't welcome in places. And when you listen to it, it's like, nah, man, it's the Zionist Jews that aren't welcome in places. Let's see, Jews. Right today. I'm curious.
I dropped that interview with Rabbi Beck in the back chat. If you guys want to watch that later, it's pretty cool.
Right.
I mean, I learned a lot about just the difference between the two sects and stuff like that. Like, you know,
Oh, they moved the private chat on me.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, oh man, let's see. I don't know what this dude is saying, so I have no idea. So this is just going to be I'm just going by what the headline says.
oh, that's him.
Oh, is this your man?
Yeah, Ephraim Beck.
Iran, the greatest enemy of Israel. Still, they're leaving 35,000 Jews. They don't know what anti-Semitism.
Oh, don't keep stopping on me. Why is this thing doing this today?
It's your slow ass PC.
Is. I never experienced it. I myself, I never been in Iran, but my colleagues, a few rabbis, they visited Iran many times, and they told me that they find their beautiful Jewish life. They find their Jewish synagogues, schools, high schools, Jewish businesses. They told me even there is in Iran a Jewish hospital funded by the government completely.
Really?
For 3 months ago, under the missiles between Iran and Israel, Iran didn't concentrate on the Jews. They protect their own Jewish citizens in the country, and Jews feel free in Iran. Hatred today have nothing to do with Judaism, with anti-Semitism. This is anti-occupation, anti-genocide.
See how they trick us, man?
Iran the Great.
See that?
Yeah,
I mean,
he actually, if you notice, he's wearing a Palestinian flag.
Why are we being tricked like this? Why are we
By
being...
who, though?
To me,
I can only
feel like this is like Israel's like really greatest chance to wipe out everybody that they think's enemies. But
here's the thing, Drew, is it Israel or Netanyahu that's dictating all this? And maybe all of Israel is not behind it all.
Well, I'm never gonna say like everybody in Israel is behind it, but I would say a large majority, because there's
Wave
been a
your
lot
hand.
of
this we'll get to him, and whenever he can. He's been up 5 times. He can't be, if he's not gonna do it, just let him go.
Nobody's born yesterday. That's a recording. Calm down. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's just every Israeli that wants them to die, but there's a huge majority that will want to wipe them out and kill all of them.
You say that, man. Oh man, brother. Oh man, I know you're saying that, but when I listen to what they say, bro, there is no sympathy, man.
Yeah,
there is.
I mean, they're destroying. I mean, for them to just like, there's no. I don't even know if there's a standing building in Gaza.
I mean, there is no.
They don't have. Yeah, but because they think they're better. And when did that start? When did Israel started thinking like that? Like they're above everyone.
They always have. Like even this.
That I found so many videos where I've been doing this deep dive of Israelis saying everybody should be slaves to them.
Yeah, I think that's like that's a word that was used in that Tyler Oliveri video, goyim.
Well, goyim is just like something like they would say in Thailand or here. You're an outsider.
Yeah, because like this, like a goyim would like be basically servants to us,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why like you look in their store, they did have like maybe Hispanics there working. Even there, I think one of the guys that was working on the yard or building the house, he was like, "Hey, is there anybody?"
Black guy in that Sharim group too. In the
Yeah,
picture, there was a black guy.
yeah, yeah. There was a black guy there. I did see that. I didn't. No, nobody never pointed out, but I did see him in that picture. I don't know, man. It's just a
Unless he's a
weird
black
time.
Jew.
It could be. Could be. I mean,
Like I said, there's two ways in the Jewish religion.
yeah. I mean,
Born in
there's a
blood.
lot of Ethiopian Jews. A lot of them.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. And there's a genetic genotype for a real authentic Jew. And that's the reason why, they literally have outlawed a DNA test in Israel or Jerusalem because of the fact that they know the Jews that are there are the Ashkenazi Khazar Jews, not the original Jews or the Jews with the right genotype.
Mm.
Well, you know what they did to the Ethiopians that came there? They sterilized the women.
I have an old video of 1920 something, and it had a whole bunch of Africans and people standing there in Israel. I didn't play it. I don't want to play it. I'll
Fearless
probably
actually said something. He about they were being sterilized.
Oh yeah,
right.
You knew that, right? Or you didn't know that? Let me see.
I knew it.
Yeah. Ethiopian Jews, they sterilized them, and because they didn't want them to reproduce when they were there. Ain't that crazy?
It's funny. That is crazy. And see, that actually, you brought up a great point, because if you listen to one set, they're like, be fruitful and multiply. The other set is saying, no,
color.
We're going to sterilize you so you can't multiply.
Right, because you're not the right color.
Even though you're following the same laws and message being put down in the Torah, but we're gonna sterilize you and say you can't multiply. We're gonna make that choice for you. That's so crazy. That I was like, wow. Oh man.
And where did that mentality come from? Like I said, these are European Jews.
So man, that's man. And you can't say it's about. I got one with man. This is TYT back in the day. Let me see if I can. Man, he was.
Is it black and white? Wait. Which one are you? Oh.
I'm gonna play. I'm just saying this how old I'm looking at Czech Uyghur and how old he looked or young he looks.
There's a twofold immigration problem these days. First of all, there's from Sudan that are in the country, and there's been a lot of agitation over that.
If I can just get to the part where it says,
seems like an excellent justification, and the one that is used most often, understandably so. Right now, the Sudanese have not been treated well, not just in Sudan, the ones that are fleeing, but also in Egypt and other Muslim countries as well. And a lot of them are Christian, and they're fleeing because they're being persecuted because of religious reasons. Now, you would hope that
let's get to where you're saying
by 50%.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see.
Last 10 years, the birth rate among Ethiopians in Israel has dropped by 50%. Now, you don't have to speculate as to why. As I just told you, Israel's health minister has admitted they did the program. And in fact, he sent out a note saying not to renew prescriptions for Depo-Provera for women of Ethiopian origin if for any reason there is concern that they might not understand the ramifications of the treatment. I don't think the issue was that they didn't understand the ramifications of the treatment. The issue was as they were coming in, they were told they had to get that shot. Sometimes they were lied to and said, oh, yeah, it's a vaccination and it's going to help you with your health. One of the women that were interviewed, the 30 different ones saying the same thing, was quoted as saying, quote, they told us they are inoculations. They told us people who frequently give birth suffer. We took it every 3 months. We said we didn't want to. Look, Israel's not the only country with racism. I mean, look at the United States of America. We had slavery here, and problems of racism still exist.
I'm just thinking how Israel was supposed to be the place you went if you were a Jew to get away from persecution. And if you're a black Jew, you go there and get persecuted.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed, I did a deep dive. I was looking at the Ethiopian Jews and their plight of coming into Israel, and one of the things, I guess, who I don't know who this rabbi was, but he said, yeah, there was a huge discrimination against them, and he said he had even taken part in it, and it was to the point where at first, they had it was almost like if whenever you see them go to like Russia or Poland or anywhere else and they're getting Jews, they get them without no questions. But the African Jews, they had to go there and make sure that they were
Authentic.
authentic. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
They prayed, they followed every ritual.
right.
Where the white Jews could just say, I'm Jewish.
Right.
The black Jews couldn't say that. They had to really be
Authenticate
tested.
them.
Yep. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand how this. I don't know how we got into this situation, man. But I said, and when Magnesium was on, I said, I think this makes United States less safe. We less safe. And if I was a country, the first thing I would do, if I was Colombia, if I was Venezuela, if I was any country, I'd try to get me a nuclear weapon. Oh, man. And not only would I try to get one, as soon as I got it, I'd let everybody know I got one. Look at my uranium.
Well, I think that was the strategy that guy said in the Tucker Carlson interview was that you need to, if you're going to get a nuclear weapon, you need to have more than one. Because one, you need to test it. And the first test that you do is the discourager. It's like, okay, oh my God, they do have one. And then
Exactly.
you're like, hey, yeah, and we have more too. That was just a test. And then you do a second test. You said, it exploded. Oh my God, they really do have they've got to have more than one. They've done two tests. So the North Koreans, man, they really understood what could happen to them. And they really they basically really solidified that, nothing's gonna happen to them regime wise. There won't ever be a regime change.
I'm seeing something going on in the chat. I'm just curious. The dude Jim Bolina, he says Iran's regime was bad. Why? I wonder why.
Let me play this video real quick.
Then I want to question why they were bad.
It was a massive, powerful kingdom that once stretched from the Black Sea to the Caspian Sea. But here's the crazy part. In the 8th century, this entire Turkic empire, from the king down to the commoners, supposedly converted to Judaism. Imagine that. A whole nation of warriors and traders with no prior connection to Abraham or Moses, deciding to adopt the Jewish faith. The story goes that their king, Bulan, invited representatives from Christianity, Islam, and Judaism to debate which religion was the truest. The rabbi, with his clever arguments, won the king over. And just like that, a Jewish kingdom was born in the heart of Eastern Europe. But here's the twist that has historians and scholars arguing for centuries. Some believe that after their empire fell, these Khazars didn't just disappear. They migrated west into Poland, Hungary, and Germany, and became the ancestors of most of the world's Ashkenazi Jews today. This Khazar hypothesis suggests that European Jews aren't descended from the ancient Israelites, but from these Turkic converts. So is it a forgotten chapter of history or just a fascinating...
That's it. I just wanted y'all to see that. That's a preview. But we're going to find out where they really came from. And it's not what you think. Not the ones that are there right now. But they're claiming God gave them all the lands of Canaan. And the United States is standing behind that. And they don't care. And this is right out of Huckabee's mouth. They don't care if they go all the way up to the Egyptian border or wherever. They're going to support them.
Yeah. Whew, man. It's just, you think back and you look at it's such a tiny place that has, and that's why I think I said last week or I think to you guys was that I believe, I believe in God, and I believe the reason why there hasn't been any peace in that area is because the people that are there aren't supposed to really be there.
Right.
And the people who aren't, the people who have exiled themselves, that's why they having peace outside of the country.
I have a whole rabbi that argues with people on TikTok. I have a couple of his arguments with Jewish people on the Bible, and that they're no longer God's chosen people. So I'm gonna play that one next week. I'm gonna hold that one off.
Okay. Man, I'm about to go to sleep. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
All right, bro.
Peace. Appreciate you.
Y'all ain't gonna stay on long.
You said that, and that was about.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our chat when it's like some people saying Iran is.
Out that chat, man. Stay out the chat. You know what that is. You know, don't go in the chat.
And I'm looking right here where it says Iranian women are highly educated, making up 60% of all universities, with over 70% in engineering. The female literacy rate is 98%.
Iranians are very intelligent. Well, I don't know where. I remember back in the 80s and 90s, I've seen Iranians that were working in America, and they were working in nuclear physics and all kind of things.
So that's why I'm blown away. That's the propaganda that people believe, the same way that they believe that Africa is.
They're actually very smart people, very respectful people. I've never met one that's, out of hand, not controlled. So hell. It's all perception. But I guess if you don't understand, if somebody starts pushing you, you're going to push back.
Correct.
I don't care how fucking docile you might be to everybody else. Don't mean you don't know how to fight.
What is the woman's representation in the Iranian government? I'm gonna find out. Let's find out. Let's see.
Did they have female prime ministers before or something like that? Or representatives, international representatives in the UN?
What is the woman's representation in Iran government? What is the women's representation in the United States government? So women hold about 6% of the seats in Parliament. And in the United States, I mean, we're at 20%. So I don't know what that means.
Yeah. For an Islamic country, I would think that's kind of within part.
The United States has never had a woman prime minister, a woman president. Other countries have had prime ministers as women. So what does that mean? Civilians are not in their government. I don't know what that means. No, their government wasn't cooked. I think a lot of people just state stuff that they never done. I wish I had my man. It's too late to call him up. He's actually Iranian. Speaks Farsi, but he doesn't call himself Iranian. He calls himself Persian.
There you go. He's not conforming to society's standard that they set and change their real people's land, and that's cool. That means he doesn't go along with the fucking toe the line. If I was in Africa right now because your colonizers changed your fucking land or your continent's name, I would have changed it back. If you got Donald Trump wanting to call it the Gulf of America, why hasn't Africa rechanged their name back to what it used to be? Why are you going along with what your colonizers did so many hundreds of years ago?
It's crazy. So, the one thing I think that, we putting ourselves in situations, man. I'm gonna let y'all know. I know I messed up. and I had to roll some. I had to do a Roth and convert. Well, it kind of helped out a little bit. I had to do a Roth and conversion because my stock lost $100,000, bro. My 401k lost $100 grand.
I told you get that shit up out of there unless it's just matching. Don't overmatch.
Well, the thing was when it left, I said, well, I was going to owe about $80,000 in taxes.
You didn't have no write-offs this year that you could compensate.
No. This is for the future. What happened was I forgot. Well, no, I'm sorry. When I first put money in my 401k, the after taxes, it was gaining interest, and I just forgot to switch it over, and that went on for like 2 years.
Oh shit! You forgot for 2 years?
Yeah. So it was when it increased. So when I called in, they said, yeah, if you take all of it right now, if you take this 100,000, you're going to have a taxable. It was like a taxable of 40 or something like that. And I was like, well, shit, I can't do nothing now.
Hold up. It's taxable of 40 on your net gains, right? Okay, fine.
Correct. So my gains, that's what I was going to be doing.
Overall, what your annual income is, that can help offset that too. So you can keep more of your annual.
The problem was my after taxes, what I had not paid taxes on it gained a lot, and I forgot to switch it over. So
then you got to double pay.
So, but here's the thing. I lost money in a sense, because the market went down. I ain't taking nothing out yet. But now that it went down, I was like, oh, switch that money over because the gains is not as much. If I had made $60,000 in profit, I just lost some profit. So I was like, I'm going to switch it over now because this is the best time.
You got to bite the bullet no matter what.
Yeah. So I was like, let me do it now. And I'll
move it something tax-free, Roth or whatever.
Yeah, I moved it to a Roth IRA.
I hope you looked into the IUL thing I told you about.
I did not. I ain't had no time to do nothing.
At least do one for your daughter. I'm telling you, you're going to thank me when she gets about 16, 17.
I want these people. I'm sorry. I'm just got to look in the
Do
chat.
not do the
last 10 minutes.
Man, get out the chat, bro.
I'm just looking at it. It says Iranian millions of dollars.
Yo, you need to drop a super chat.
I want to help them out. No, don't drop. I just want to look at it and go against some of the Iranian regime spent millions of dollars funding terror groups to attack Middle Eastern countries. The United States spent millions of dollars funding terror groups over decades. We funded the Mahdi. We funded the Taliban. We did Iran-Contra, in which we gave Iran weapons in order to go against the Nicaraguan.
We gave Iran weapons, and then we turned around and supported Saddam and his
we
war.
gave him weapons. So we have always supported when the person Jasper, United States has supported terrorist groups to attack other countries. What are you talking about? We done that all the time. We are the biggest supporters of terrorists. We always support terrorists.
But again, on our side, we're not terrorists. On their side, we are. And that's
Because-
why we have other terror groups coming after us, because they're pissed off at we're terrorists to them as well.
Now, if somebody came over here and bombed a school with 100 school children, and we'll say how bad they were. We bomb a school and we say, well, that's collateral damage. That's what we always do. And like Nick Neezy said, I understand this is just what happens. This is what happens. If we want to remain on the block, just like in The Wire, we got to dump some bodies inside them houses. It's just, I ain't saying it's fair, but that's what it is. So I'd rather we just say what we are. Oh no, I don't say, Jim, I don't think they're collateral damage. I'm saying that's how the United States says it. Because if the United States, if a country,
you know what? Let me see this.
To the United States, what we do to them, we would say how horrible they are.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave it alone. And this is because of feminism and everything else. What makes a little girl any more valuable than a little boy? Correct. The fact that you use females over males as if that's more heart pounding or less of a fucking or more of a fucking strike on somebody.
Oh man, did you
We're
see
all
what they
supposed to be
did?
equal, right?
Did you see
So
what
you know all this shit about it's women and children or what? A life is a life. One life doesn't have more value than the other.
Returns baby cigarette. Man, yeah, this was it. They denied it. There was a baby that was returned to Gaza, and it had cigarette burns on it. They burnt them. I can't hear what she said, but this look. All right, so babies got to mean something to somebody, man. We got Washu Wadu. Let me throw this up, and then you can put up Washu.
Oh, we know who. No, I know who that says. That's Berlin.
Wash and Wadu.
Talking, and he's happy.
Hold on, Berlin.
But when Wad was reunited with her son, to her horror, she found he was injured.
When we got home, I saw that his trousers were covered in blood. He was in a lot of pain. When I uncovered his legs, I saw that they had cigarette burn marks. There was also a wound, possibly caused by metal, with both an entry and an exit.
We asked the Red Cross whether they saw Jawad's injuries. They said they couldn't say for privacy reasons, but did say they encouraged the family to get him examined by a doctor as soon as possible.
Man, to a kid, man. Who does that to kids? What?
We do that to kids everywhere, but they just hide it.
Oh yeah, we do that to kids. We known for doing that. Shoot, we do that to adults. we crazy.
Well, I think the guy, he has a point though. Why is a child's life more valuable than an adult's?
Because what we do is we see children as innocent, and we see them
who
as
is we?
People. I mean, no regular people
Not all cultures see children any less than anybody else. They will kill everybody. Even if you look in the Bible, God wiped out everybody, every man, woman, child, animal, whatever the fuck moved, kill it. Now all of a sudden we got morals and ethics above God.
Oh, I don't think God was right for that. Shit, the devil.
Why not?
Because the devil. Who killed more people, God or the devil?
God, most likely.
Well, no. You can't say that God is responsible for the death of those people when it's in most of those cases it's the actions of men. That's
no. God ordered the death when he went to the town.
That's if you believe that's if you're a Christian. I'm not a Christian, so I don't.
I'm
believe that.
Saying that. I'm talking about in the Bible. In the Bible, that's how.
Okay, so you're saying God ordered death, but in order for you to believe that, you have to be someone who believes in the Bible, correct?
Yeah, I'm correct.
Okay, so I don't think that.
If you're atheist, you don't believe in the Bible.
I'm not an atheist. Whoa, I'm not an atheist. I'm just not a Christian.
Let me say this: if you're not a Christian, you don't believe in the Bible. It's just another book, and it could be fantasy for you.
Yes. So again, it's like I think that Patrice O'Neill had a joke about it, where it's like, we pretend like we care, but in reality we don't. Like, are ugly people's lives valuable? Most likely not the way people treat it, because when beautiful people are kidnapped or when beautiful people are, unalived, everyone really, but when it's just so it's like we try to pretend like every life is equal, but we know it's not.
Oh, no,
we know it's not. You know it's not.
Mm-mm.
We still have our Hitler on a $20 bill. Andrew Jackson is responsible for more deaths of melanated people than Hitler was, responsible for Jewish people deaths. So why is that narrative not as angry as, because deep down we know that white lives matter more than melanated people's lives, but not in alchemy and not in religion, but in society, it's true.
Correct.
Same thing. Germans killed way more African people than they did Jewish people. That's the fact. But
Oh
no
my
one
God,
cares.
that's a fact right there.
See, but that's if you believe that. I don't believe.
What I'm saying is that's the fact right there that says who killed more. Come on, man, stop. You wipe out a whole fucking planet for a bloodline.
Yeah.
If that's what you believe.
If you are a Christian, then you have to have the substantial logic of saying that God killed more people than Satan. If you believe the Bible 100% fact, like a lot of Christians do, then logically you have to say, well, God killed more people than Satan did.
But he has a right to. He created us. If you believe that, that's what I'm saying. So, in the same respect, if he made you, he can take you.
There's some Christians that believe that that God and Satan created us.
Yeah, some people that believe that. There's
Because they will say that Satan is actually an androgynous woman.
There are multiple creators.
I don't say Hitler.
But all in all, again, it's a fake farce that we care about these things when in reality, even how a lot of people are trying to we care about children. No, because we would burn down the world almost with all the stuff that's come out, with all the things that happen to children. But we've already moved on from it. I mean, when you really read what happened to those children, or God knows how many years, 40 years easy, 50 years. And now it's kind of being brought to light, and everyone's still kind of like, no, you need to go take a nap. So again, it's just people pretending like they care. They don't.
You know you're a dad when you can casually look at your kids and say, nah, you need to go take a nap, and just continue on with your conversation.
Yeah, listen, I don't judge my fatherhood with new fathers. I judge my fatherhood on 80s dads. I remember not having a dad in the 80s, and I remember what dads were like in the 80s. Shit, I can as long as I am not that bad, I'm a good father.
Let's see, if the Bible is real, God is real. Well, that means you got to believe that the Bible is real.
No. The bigger
no, it's
question.
Not true.
Wait. Okay. The bigger question is which Bible?
Which God? No, the bigger question is which God. Because if you look at it, there's what is Zeus? Is it what God are we talking about?
Right.
I think religion has killed more. Recent religion has killed more people than anything.
The Crusades. Look at the Crusades. Jesus. They wreaked havoc all over the world trying to beat everybody about the head and back about the Bible.
Shoot,
and believe
right today. We still do it in the name of we fight names of war.
Okay. I like kids and all, but let me know when he's done. I muted you, Berlin, just in case you didn't know.
So, I don't know, man. You don't think that? Well, yeah, I don't know.
What?
I think we just have more. It's like puppies.
Ethiopian Bible is the only one.
We got puppies. You know, we feel for the puppies. Oh man. So the thing is, man, to create anything you need, time, space, matter. In the beginning, time, God created the heavens and the earth.
What is time actually relevant to? Think about that.
So then it always goes back to who created God.
A time to you could be different in other places. And by the way, if you really read the Bible and you really know what's going on, you know, there wasn't a clock that was 24 hours. It's 18-hour clock. Society changed the clock. It's 18 hours.
And think about what the Bible says. The Bible says God. This has always been my thing. So I'm I ain't even want to get on religion, but I'll say this on religion. Two things. Why was God so afraid for people to have knowledge?
He wasn't. That was a test.
No, but it was, because he said you can't eat of the tree of knowledge. That's one.
So again, that was a test. Why would you put a tree there that gave you knowledge if you didn't want them to bite it? You would not put it there. You put it there as a test to see if they would be obedient to you.
So God tests people when he already knows that. Hold up. So God tests people when they already know that they won't be obedient.
Exactly.
And so God punishes
He lets you have free will.
Every creation after that because of what somebody else did.
Free will. Yeah.
He didn't have you have free will, because here goes the thing. Here goes my question. Satan was in heaven. Let's just go to how they say Satan was in heaven and he went against God, right? That means Satan had free will. And
Satan challenged God. He didn't. He believed in God. Obviously, God was right in front of him.
All right.
So it wasn't like he was in denial of God.
Satan knew that there was a God, right? Because he's seen
the God, his God. Yeah.
All right. So the question is, why can't we see God? Why God talked to Moses and God talked to all these other prophets? Why don't God just show us?
Enoch was his best friend. What you mean? Enoch disappeared. He didn't he died.
In today's world, why don't God just show himself?
How do you know he hasn't?
I haven't seen him. Have you?
How do you know you haven't? What does he look like? Do you know? He can change himself into anything.
Why wouldn't he just say I'm God?
Why would he need to identify himself? Why can't he just do an act for you? Why can't he just be kind in some way?
Why is it all secret? Why? Because why does it be secret? I'm God. This is who I am. And the reason I say that is this.
Look, let me say
I have free will, just like
you got Jesus in front of you performing miracles, yet and still
he was never in front of me. Jesus was never in front of me.
I'm talking about the disciples. The disciples had Jesus right in front of them. Eve had God right in front of her. Did it help the fact that they knew him and seen him? They still chose to do what they chose.
Exactly what I'm saying. So don't let me be an atheist or what's the other one called? Agnostic. Show yourself. If you showed yourself,
it's too easy. That's not free choice if he shows you.
Huh?
It's not free choice if he shows you.
Yes, it is.
The part of Christianity that is really pushed more than anything else is faith. Having faith that what you don't see isn't necessarily everything. Having faith is part of the belief.
No, wrong. Why would I need to have faith?
You don't tell me I'm wrong.
I'm saying, why would? But you believe in UFOs, so I mean, I don't know what to go with you.
Like I said, read the book of Enoch, and you will too.
You
dimensional portals and everything else. Yeah.
My thing is,
time.
You don't have to hide yourself. Put yourself out there, and then I had the free will to say, "Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can't." Why be secretive, or why?
That is the challenge. That remember you had the conversation about Satan. This has all been a test. This is the test that God said, given these certain parameters, if I put all these people on the planet, you're saying at the end of the fucking game, you're going to have more people believing in you and not listening to me? God said, bet. That's this whole fucking argument.
So hold up. They put it in the Bible where Satan would know what the game plan was?
Satan is present.
No, but I'm saying, imagine writing a book. And you say, this is exactly what I'm going to do.
Here's the way I used to explain it. If God was the only God and there's no other gods, I told you I think spatially. What if an alien creature, what we call God, walks into this room, makes this interspatial fucking spatial area, makes a little planet, all these fucking galaxies, and say, here's a scientific experiment, and runs the room? What does it matter?
Let's see. Let's see. How is the universe?
Knowledge is gained by being taught. So you're saying there's a being that was never taught, it just knew everything. Or there are multiple beings that teach each other, shared knowledge, shared whatever, and they created us off of that. How did he know that a female needed to have reproductive organs versus a male? Why couldn't he make them asexual? Why did he choose to do that? And
When I look at stuff like this is when I say, yeah, we made something up because we just don't understand stuff. That's a dwarf planet. Let's get to Earth. Right. Let's get to, man, please, why is this thing doing this? It just makes me want to play.
You need to update your RAM, man. How much RAM you got in your PC?
I don't think I got nothing playing.
No, your RAM. How much RAM do you see? Upgrade it.
That's the moon.
Yeah. Mercury.
It's gonna take us a minute.
Titan. Mars.
I want to get out to here if it lets me, if it just at least gets out to here. Come on.
It's going to just give it a time. I mean, we ain't going nowhere. We're already been on here for 9 fucking hours. It's okay. I ain't got nothing better to do. I just spent my whole day at the desk.
Yeah, I got to do some Easter egg hunting. This bullshit. Man, this is really gonna make me do this bullshit, man. I don't know, man. This is just crazy. What have I got playing?
Around like a damn rabbit. Send me the link so I can run it. Send me the link.
Yeah, I'm seeing where my gram is at, like you said. Nah, I'm not running anything. Ain't nothing running on here. Bull crap.
That's what I say. You need to update your RAM. You ain't got no RAM to pop it.
No, my CPU is low.
And the CPU.
Just let it flow. God wants to save me. So this is just our solar system. That's our sun right there.
Right.
Now remember, we way on the other end. Look how far we are. We found stars that are that much bigger than our sun. Our universe.
That's a black hole, by the way. You do know that, right?
So you telling me there are stars out there that big?
Yeah.
Why would God make that? Why would God make the whole universe?
And you to think that we're the only people on one little ass planet?
No, I'm just asking. Well, we ain't even done yet, brother.
Oh, I already know. That's not the whole fucking universe. And the fact that we can see that goddamn far, but you don't think nothing's out there. How do we know all this?
Nothing can come to us.
There's a telescope that's that big?
Nothing can come to us. Imagine how giant this is. Are you trying to tell me that God created these little people on this little tiny planet to do what? That's just a black hole.
He real bored. That's why I said that's limited thinking. I don't think like that. Once I started gaining knowledge, I don't think like that. You ain't gonna trap me for one fucking book.
That means that thing is 2.6 light years across.
That's all wasted space if you believe this in the Bible. What for? Why would you waste your time in all that space?
Look at that. Look where we at, man. How small we are. $5,400 light years. And now we just got to our galaxy.
All right. The math ain't mathing. Let's just put it that way.
Bro, come on, man.
That's fucking ridiculous.
The observable universe. So when y'all say this, bruh,
you're a limited thinker. You're a limited thinker if you believe that book is the only thing.
We are like one grain on the beach.
Even if you believe in the Ethiopian Bible, you go through the book of Enoch, where Enoch walked from one portal to another portal, and he described multiple different throne rooms. But yet and still, you think we're just trapped to this one plane. The only thing that holds you to this plane is your body, your energy. What happens after you become energy is a whole nother fucking thing.
You know what the crazy thing is? When I was listening to my man, what's his name? What's that scientist, the black scientist?
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Tyson, yeah. They had the microscope, the telescope.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, the light that you see from that planet, it left.
That planet's already burnt out. Yeah.
No, he said it left when the dinosaurs was here. Meaning the light that you seeing that finally got here left when the dinosaurs was here. Come on, man. Come on, bro. We a peon. We are one grain on a beach.
But that's the part of our problem as humanity. We are so self-centered in thinking that it's all about us.
And what we had to do, in my opinion, what we had to do, what we always do, we create something because we can't explain it. We've always done it. There used
Make
to be
rhyme or reason why there's a fucking universe, but yet and still there's only people on one of the planets in a whole fucking universe or galaxy.
Here's the thing. I was looking at one where it just says basically, if there is aliens out there, we'll never meet them.
You can say whatever you want. You can even hit the link if you're in one of my rooms.
The thing is, the aliens, like they were saying, just for us to get past our Milky Way, it was like 500 light years. 500,000 light years. Something crazy like that, man. So now let me get this straight. I just want to help this. I showed y'all that video. And you say God is black. What the fuck would God be black for? I mean,
why does that matter? God is God. If he's a God,
why would God be black?
About his fucking color? What the heck? Why would that even matter? Now, if you want to say Jesus came on the planet was black or dark skinned, then that's fine. But God himself doesn't have to have a skin tone at all.
If somebody who created all of what we just seen is worried about his melanin, what the hell? If that's like you got 1 trillion bacteria in your body and you're worried about one. Bruh, come on.
And even if you're a Christian, and especially a YT Christian, and you believe in the Bible, and the Bible says God made man from the clay of the earth, you obviously know as a white person he was not black, but you don't want to admit it. Okay? Because there ain't no planet area where you can find white fucking earth. Where? Show it to me. Show it to me. It's all brown or darker, clay, reddish tone, whatever you want to call it. But there ain't no fucking white fucking earth nowhere on this planet. So why would Jesus be fucking white?
And you know what else is crazy? Man, I gotta give y'all a history lesson, because we are talking about Iran, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Persians. Let's call them what they are, the Persians.
The Persians. Zayastra. Let's see. Astro. I know I messed that name up. I'm gonna throw it right here. Here we go. So let me help y'all out, because I know y'all Christians are out there. So
I'm not saying I'm
Christian. See, sometimes
I'm just above out of the box thinker as a Christian. So I'm not saying there's not a God. I'm just saying, hey, the God that functioned or formed me is bigger than what we limit him to be.
A prophet. His name was Zarathustra, and what he brought back with him wasn't a religion; it was a map.
Hold on, let's
precise
go to what he said in the beginning.
Surgical map.
Let me show you.
Quasi here. 3,500 years ago, somewhere in the ancient Persian desert, a man climbed a mountain.
In the ancient what?
Persian desert.
Oh, yep. So
Iran.
And it says the oldest religion. So let's see what he did. What did he do?
And came back down a prophet. His name was Zarathustra, and what he brought back with him wasn't a religion, it was a map, a precise surgical map of the human mind, and exactly how it creates the reality that you're living in right now.
Before there was Christianity, way before that, there was Zoroastrianism from the Persians. My other question would be this. I'm just going to ask you, Ronan, how old do you think written language became? Like when people start writing? When do you think that happened?
What, the Mesopotamians?
No, you only have to be right. Just guess, like 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, like 10,000 years ago.
I'd say about 18.
I played with a Ouija board. Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you something. I used to work at a funeral home, and you know what the funeral I did? I used to work at a funeral. I used to do.
I played with a Ouija board too, and I've seen that Ouija board.
I worked at a funeral home, and here I'm gonna tell you the exact thing that the funeral director told me.
I already know.
What'd he say?
Like I said, if there's good energy, there's bad energy.
Oh no, he said you ain't got. He said the dead people ain't who you got to worry about. They dead.
Yeah,
the dead ain't gonna do nothing to you. The dead people are not gonna do nothing to you. So
and for you Christians, if you believe in God, you believe that God threw out 1/4 of heaven's angels. They became demons. They command and they are all part
he
of
said
this
play with a
earth.
Ouija board on live. I've looked in the mirror and said Candyman.
If you're a Taoist, you believe in yin and yang. For every good spirit, there's evil. I mean, come on, y'all got to stop with these in the box thought processes.
Play with a Ouija. What am I conjuring up? A spirit? Who is the? You know who? What's his name? Houdini. Houdini said when he died, he said, if there's another place, I'll come back. I ain't seen Houdini come back. I've never seen.
Well, here's the point. Even though he said that, if there was another place, what would make you think they would want to come back?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. My brother
Somebody
died.
says it's one of the oldest monolithic religions. So before there was a monolithic religion, what religion was it?
Let me say this. I took my brother passed away, and I drove out to Kansas for his funeral, drove back to California, and I was sitting in a Barca lounge and I fell asleep. My family was asleep, my kids, my wife. My brother came and knocked on the door. Opened the door, had a great conversation with my brother. Got up to walk him out the door. He goes, I want to show you something. And I said, what do you mean you want to show me something? Man, I want to show you something. You'll really like it if you come with me. And at that point, I stepped one foot out the door and turned around and saw my body sitting in the chair. And I said, if I go, can I come back? He said, I don't know. I turned around and got back in that chair and woke up. Was that real? Was that not real? Was that me just talking to myself in my brain? You tell me.
Oh man, I bet I can't find it. There's two things I'm trying to find simultaneously. Dude said about the voodoo.
Oh, my whole thing.
Do you know how many people they made a doll of me and tried to stick something in it, and ain't nothing ever happened to me because I never believed it. See, the thing is, with any religion or anything like that, the reason it can get you is because you have to believe it.
Yeah. People believe in astral projection. Does that mean they're just dreaming that they projected somewhere? Or could they really project? Did Enoch project himself into somewhere, or did God really come and get him? And when God came and got him, was it he and his body, or did his body get left and he turned into energy with the angel to go be escorted wherever God took him? How many things can you think of that you really haven't thought of that haven't been answered for you? But yet and still you're believing in black and white and don't know how to read between the lines. He that have an ear, let him hear what the scriptures are saying to his people.
I'm going to show you this. And I'm going to show you this. And this is why when you just told me what you said, one second. Let me see if this guy goes a little bit further. I want to see if he puts a...
I can tell you this. One time, I'm very alert when I first wake up first time in the morning. And when I used to sleep as a child, I would remember the last thing I did right before I open my eyes. Most people do. You turn over, you open your eyes. You know you did that, right? I'm laying on my back. I turn over and I'm on the top bunk. I turn over and I wake up. I look over and my back is parallel to the last part of my mattress, meaning if I literally was on my back before I rolled over, I was fucking floating. What's that mean? Am I lying to myself? I don't know.
Yeah,
there's so many different things that are going on in your brain. You don't know.
Yeah. So, and I'm not saying you are lying to yourself,
right?
But you're lying to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. Oh, please don't fuck up, man. Come on, don't do this to me. Why you want to mess with me all night? What is my computer doing, man? Do I got things open? Or is there something like I got open?
Get some more RAM. How much RAM do you have on your PC?
I don't know.
You need to be up to 64, 128, something like that, bro. Your processing speed is. And then the other thing is your GPU. That's the only two things you have to worry about, your RAM and your GPU. Unless you just got slow internet, which no, you do not.
I got things open. I'm trying to close everything I got open. And I know I didn't get the slow internet. I don't know what's going on.
I'll hold it the same level as your eyes and we'll let it go.
Watch. Oh, fucking fuck.
It's a visual perception.
Can I put this in your chat, man? And you do. Send
it to me in the private chat, and I'll run it.
Yeah, man, this thing.
Drop the link in the private chat.
Now you know that it's turning around in circles.
Yeah,
in fact, if you look at it,
play that for me.
All right.
And the reason I'm saying play that is when you say what happened to me or I seen something, I want you to. I want to show you how the mind actually works.
All right, hold on.
God used men to speak from the beginning of time. When was the beginning of time? That's what I want to know. When was so if religion only started 10,000 years ago, and and people have been on this earth as humanoids for 100,000, 200,000 years. Who are they speaking to? What religion were they at? What happened to all the people then? I'm just curious.
Hold on. I'm gonna blow this up, and then I'm gonna go ahead and play it. You ready? Can you see it?
Yep.
Same level with your eyes, and we'll let it go. Now you know that it's turning around in circles. In fact, if you look at it from above, you can see that it's turning around in a circle. But now your brain is doing something strange. It's telling you that it's not going around in a circle, but it's oscillating. In other words, it's turning part way, stopping, and then going back the other way. Now that's a strange effect, isn't it? But if you think that's strange, wait till I add something through the middle. What am I going to add? Well, I'm going to add a ballpoint pen. And to do that, I've placed a little piece of double-sided sticky tape on the ballpoint pen. You can use ordinary sticky tape if you like. I'll place it right through the center of the window and press it in place like that. Now this time, by fixing on the pen, you'll be able to see that the pen is going around in a circle and not going backwards and forwards. But what's your brain going to tell you about the window? Will your brain allow you to see the window going around in a circle with the pen? Or are you going to see something really strange? Well, have a look at that. That's unbelievable, isn't it? You can see the pen going around in a circle, but your brain is telling you that the window is going part way around and turning and going the other way. And yet in order to do that, the two things have to pass through one another, the pen and the window. You know it's not possible. You know it can't happen. And yet as you look at it, you see them going through one another every time they go around.
Yeah, your eyes
at the same level as your eyes.
So what happens is your brain.
And you know that it's turning around in circles. In fact, if you look at
go
it,
ahead and stop it.
Yeah,
So
your brain kind of has a limited way of processing things.
Correct. Your brain, because it can't process that, it just fills in the blank with whatever it can.
Right.
Example, you can see your nose at the tip, but your brain blocks it out. So that's why when you look, you don't always see your nose. You have to concentrate to see it. Your brain will always do an optical illusion on you. So when people say they see something, you see it, but is it really what you're seeing? Like if you see that pen and you know when you look at it, you're like, I know what's happening because I know what he just did. But your brain isn't picking up on it. Your brain is like, no, it's going through. It looked like it's going here. Your brain is tricking you. That's what it's doing. And that's what happens a lot of time in life. Our brain tricks us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Your brain, your brain and your eyes cannot process everything it sees.
I mean, I see people here that, scientists revoked the Big Bang Theory. So what started? So my thing is this. A lot of people default. They say, because I can't explain it, then God did it. He killed his kids because of the devil. This is what we do. Men have done this since the beginning of time. When we can't explain something, we put it on something else. I don't. I have read the Bible back and forward. And so do y'all believe in the talking donkey? Because that's in the Bible. So there's some talking donkeys out there. There's there's some people who get turned to salt. There can't be nobody before Adam and Eve, because Adam and Eve was the first ones, and then it was Cain and Abel, and we don't know how they married whoever they married, because incest was not supposed to be good, but Cain married some people. I don't know how that happened, and then a flood happened, and that killed everybody in the whole world. But yet Noah's family still populated the world. Okay. Wouldn't that be incest? Because there's not enough people to do it. And then every animal, let's just take all the fish out, because we know a blue whale could survive, but he was supposed to destroy everything. every animal was on a boat. Every animal. And they didn't kill each other. They didn't do anything. Everybody. You know how many? I've been in places and just to look at the species of birds. Man. So, you know, you can believe in fairy tales and magical mountains and that. And here goes the thing. The only reason you believe in what you believe in is because of where you were born. That's it. Your birth allows you to believe what you believe. If you were born in the Middle East, you'd probably be Muslim. If you were born in Asia, you'd probably be Buddha. If you were born somewhere in South America at another time, you'd be something else. Religion is based on where you were born. Why wouldn't it be universal?
Oh, I came in right at the right time. He just froze.
I'm froze? No, I'm not froze.
You were for a second.
Oh.
Or it was me. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, man,
hold up. See, here's the thing, Danny. You said there's only two possible. You said creation from nothing, or creation from a creator. So then my question would be, what created the creator? Because what you're saying is the creator was created from nothing. Isn't that right?
Yeah. I say that all the time. In order to have knowledge, you have to be taught. Unless you're all knowing, and that to me doesn't make sense. How does that make sense? You know, that's why I said, how did God know to make a woman with reproductive organs? Why didn't he make them asexual? Why did he need a partner? He made frogs asexual, and he made other things that can adapt to be asexual.
But y'all talk about man, my brain is getting cooked. But I think it says in the Bible, let's make man in our image.
Right.
Who is our?
That, you know, most parishioners will say that, well, he was referring to, you know, the three, God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. That's our. But why would God reference, and they're all the one? They're all one, right? Why would he say our? But why would God also say, have no other gods before me, make me gods before me? He said plural, no other gods. Not that there aren't any, but he needs to be first one.
But yeah, there was Baal. He didn't like Baal in the Bible. Baal. You know, Baal was a god they fought against.
Do you know when the flood happened, there was one creature he couldn't destroy called the Leviathan? That's supposed to be the creature that comes back in Revelations, right? The dragon. At the end of the world. In Revelations, at least.
The Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Isn't that three people?
Yeah,
that's three. Supposed to be one.
Hour. Yeah. Well, the three are one.
Man, I've never
one the other.
That's weird. Three are one, and one is three, and I don't. Jesus didn't say it was God, and then he says the way and the life, and then what y'all believe ain't even in the, you know. Let me tell y'all something, man, because I know the Bible back and forth. What y'all believe ain't even Christianity, man. It's Paulism. It's Paul. Saul, Paul. That's what y'all listen to. Because you don't quote what Jesus said, you really quote what Paul said when the letters to the Romans and all of him changing, and you can be a Gentile. That's what you listen to, Paul. You don't listen to Jesus. Come on.
But I have a feeling that some of those letters weren't really written, especially in the King James Version. I think some things were added and omitted. Obviously, they had the conical tales or trials, which left out books out of the Ethiopian Bible where the Catholics stole it from.
God wanted children. What the hell did God want children for?
A narrated version of the Bible. That's
where
what your
does
version is.
Where does it say in the Bible that God wanted children?
But hold up, doesn't the Bible say if you touch the Bible and change a word, you are damned? But you had a whole religion take the Ethiopian Bible and change it.
Just
to fit what their parameters are. But that's okay.
Man, I mean, I guess if you can, people will believe anything.
As long as you tell them enough. You know, there's a psychological thing, and we used to do it in sales. You repeat something 3 times, and it becomes fact. It starts to stop being immediate memory and commits itself to long-term memory. So the more you say certain things, the more people start to accept them as facts. That's why sometimes when people give arguments, look at Dr. Umar, for instance. He repeats things 3 times. He's a psychologist. Why do you think he repeats those things 3 times? So he can take it and make you believe it becomes factual because he said it 3 times. I'm good enough that I can ask you open-ended questions or closed-ended questions where I can make you say yes all day long.
Oh man. Yeah, 3 and 1.
But it's kind of funny if you say something 3 times, it commits it to long-term memory. God, the Father, and Holy Ghost are 3. That you want to get into numerology? You want to see how twisted shit can get?
I just want to know, look, all I know is if my baby come up pregnant, she 14, she better tell me that God done gave she was a virgin.
Somebody's dying. Right.
She better be a virgin. You know, yeah, Paul wrote 2/3 of the New Testament, but it's supposed to be, oh man, come on, fellas, man. Y'all, we don't, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes if I said anything but what we believe sounds crazy to us. Anything. And what I mean by that, if I tell you something about Hinduism, and I say the Hindus believe in the monkey god and that, and you'll be like, man, that sounds crazy. If I tell you in this one thing that Julius Caesar, he didn't have a mom. Like, I think it was the Romans, Romulus. How was Rome discovered? It was like 2 twins was raised by a wolf.
Romulus and Remus? Are you talking about that?
Yeah, that's what I mean. We would say, huh? That's crazy. But if I tell you a dude was born and his mom didn't have sex and he died and came back, you'd be like, yep, that's true.
That makes sense.
And we don't question it. Not at all.
Because it came out of a book that was modified to control people in societies. What were we talking about earlier? In order to make our community believe in something, we have to have something that's faith-based, something that people can get behind.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to give you a hint. Even in certain movies, you realize they try to give you hints in movies about society. The whole book of Eli was about trying to control society, people's minds. Even with the slaves, they had to give them something so they wouldn't rise up. So they gave you a slave Bible and said that you need to be obedient to your taskmasters and your slave masters and let God take care of them so that you would be more subservient. All the while, they're your slave masters. They're treating you all kind of fucking bad. But because they didn't want all the slaves to rise up because you outnumbered them and kill them all. But we're so easily wanting to believe in a book with just black and white letters in it and not understand how come, if that's the way we're supposed to act, the same people that are holding us are treating us so much worse, and they're supposed to be going to heaven too? How's that work?
No, what you do is the way you convince people is this. Don't worry about it now. Afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
We get you an afterlife.
You get your comeuppance when you die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I can get you subservient now, because you're going to get everything in the afterlife. And half of y'all don't even know the Bible, man. You know, how many people said this? He died and went to heaven.
Mm-mm.
Nobody in the Bible has died and gone to heaven. Well, unless you say Jesus, I guess you could say.
But
because if you read the Bible, it's, the people don't even. The people don't
he
even.
died, and 3 days later he was risen.
And he went to
He didn't
hell
die
too.
and go to heaven. But that's so he could recover his body. If you die instantly, think about this, and your body is energy, the only thing that holds you to this plane is this physical being. The minute you die, your energy is released and it stops being time. The only thing that holds you to time and place is this body right here. The minute you're done, you're limitless, you're infinity, you're whatever, your energy. That's why they say when you die, judgment has already happened. If you're fixed to time, judgment has already happened. You stop being wherever you are in time and go right to the end of the fucking book. Now, did I blow your mind?
No, man, they're not. They blew their mind. I'm telling you. So, you know, y'all, as my dad would say, I want you to pray in one, wish in one hand, and then shit in the other, and then see which one comes first.
Oh man. Like, you have to seek knowledge for yourself. Nobody can tell you, and too many people, and even in the church, your pastors have tricked you. Your pastors have robbed you, taking your money. They're sitting there living high on the hog, all while you're suffering, telling you you need to give 10%. There's nowhere in the Bible where the Bible says you have to give 10% to the church. You have to give 10% to something, not specifically to the church. You need 10% of your time. You can give food that you've gotten, 10% of that. You can give whatever. It doesn't say you have to give it to the church. But let the pastors tell you, it needs to come to the storehouse. They're the storehouse.
Oh, man.
And the storehouse never opens for your benefit, only for theirs.
Exactly. I in this little old earth, and how long they been saying it don't matter. All I know is
wait a minute. I have a great grandmother, my grandmother, and I was alive for when they were white. I don't know. Every time there was some major catastrophe, every time there was something, there have been signs of wars and rumors of wars. This is the end days. You know, I've been a small
child. End days a long time.
Yeah, I've been a small child in certain fucking churches, and they've always been saying, "Oh, you can see the end days are coming because of this and this." And God says, "No man knows the time or the place yet." And still, you got pastors behind the table. Every time there's an opportunity to say you need to be fearful, they use that. What the fuck?
We don't care about the church. They care about God's wisdom. Who's God's wisdom? I'm wondering today if so God's wisdom was, like you said, he went to a town and said, kill everything. Don't even leave a tree standing. I mean, we couldn't even get away with that today, man. And so let me ask you a question. Since God was black, it says slavery in the Bible. God went with slavery. He told them how to treat slaves. So what kind of God would justify or condone slavery?
Matter of fact, so do Jews. That's going to come up next week too. Jews literally condone and say that you should be their slaves. Yeah, you were there to service them. You're a Gentile.
Well, if you passed a teenager and you still believe in a Ouija board, you got way more problems than me. Do you know how a Ouija board works? Let me see if I can even look this up, just so you know. Remember we talked about how, what does that say? Ouija board work in real life. is it? Why? What?
Are you trying to put something else on the screen again and can't?
No, I'm just listening. There's spirits. So there's a spirit, and it's like they trying to get through, or what happened to them? I'm on, brother. I'm not. I don't that religious stuff. You take that, man. I've looked in the Bible.
At least I have morals and ethics, whether you want to call it religion or.
Yeah, but you don't have to be religious to have morals and ethics. You know that, right? You don't have to.
Yes, I believe all those things.
It was the period of slavery, huh? But if God created you and He knew all of this, why would He say this is how you treat your slaves?
Oh, because of that rainbow, God promised never to flood the earth again.
I thought He was coming back to destroy the world or something. Wasn't He doing that?
And rebuild it in 7 days, and there will be heaven on earth. Damn, I still remember that shit out of Revelations.
All I know is
Revelations was my favorite book of the Bible. So if anybody's looking for a sign of the times, I think I've been watching.
Who invented the Ouija board and how does it work? My man here, he's a good dude. I'm not playing anything.
All right.
Are you ready to go ahead and
hey, I'm not the one spending the night up. I don't know why wifey ain't came in there and beat you about the head and body and said, come get this child by now. Shit, she must be sleeping good right now. Because it's like 7 o'clock for me. I think we got on at 8 o'clock my time. So we pushing 10 hours for sure. My lady sitting over here like, oh my God, you been on all this time? And I left, went and spent time with her family, came back. I don't know how you've been sitting in that chair, bro. I got up 3 times to go to the bathroom.
I'm tired.
You move.
What do I believe? I believe this. I don't believe in religion, because then you would say, what religion? And there's been hundreds of religions before this religion came. And usually the only reason a religion has made it is because some war or something happened to make that religion go on. For instance, I mean, if you go back with the Abrahamic religions, you would say Judaism has to be right because they're still waiting for their Messiah. Then Christians say, no, it's me. And then Muslims say, no, it's me because this is after. So religions mean nothing. Religion is just what some man created to do it. Because even within religions, even within Christianity, you got what? Christian,
non-denominational,
Protestants, Baptists.
Yeah, everybody takes rules out of that Bible. Yeah.
So
there's so many different rules to be a certain thing.
Yeah. So all of that happens so people can conform to whatever they feel. I believe this. Everything in our body is in the universe. We have iron, we have calcium, we have hydrogen, we have oxygen. Every star that comes down has the same thing that's in our body. Every mineral, we do it. If you take calcium, it's a hard rock. Magnesium, all of those things are what we have, and that's what made us up.
There she is, right on time.
Woke up, boy. Yeah. So I don't lean into a belief. I believe that I believe in a sense in the mind. Your mind can be your God because your mind and your conscience can make anything you want. If you believe in something, and that is why what do they call it? That's why prayer works. That's why a sugar pill works, because you can convince yourself that somebody someone, something can heal you. And if you believe that, whether it's with, you call it a God, whether you call it a faith, whether you call it yourself, if you believe it, it'll come true. So that's what I believe in.
What even the Bible says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains.
Mm-hmm.
But has anybody demonstrated that?
He said he didn't condone it. That's why he freed them from Egypt. Hi, little one. So if he freed them from Egypt, why did he lock us up over here in America? If he didn't condone slavery, he locked us up over here in America. But why did he do that? And then not only that, he told us, look, let's go to really what the Bible says. The Bible says, if I go out and I find a woman, I conquer somebody and I rape her, she mine. Huh? So you condone raping a woman? I just never seen that. And do y'all even follow the Bible? Because y'all change it. You know, if you with your woman and she has her menstrual cycle, she can't be in your house because she's unclean.
Unclean.
Yeah.
Remember, we talked about earlier on the show, they even said they're building bathhouses for women when they have periods so they can be clean. Literally.
So are y'all following that, or y'all just, or what y'all do is y'all say, man, I believe in almost manifestation. I believe that you can be whomever you want to be. And throughout history, we've shown that. See, what I don't believe is some alien, some man in the sky, some place we call heaven. Now we call it heaven because we looked up and we didn't know what was up there. Now we have satellites that can look up and show us that it's just space. We say hell because we didn't know what was below us, but now we know it's just the ground below us. Yeah, we still going.
Salute.
It's that vegan diet that's got us going. It's the vegan diet.
Oh my goodness, we done jumped all kind of topics today. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus, don't bring him up. Don't bring him up. Don't bring up Jesus. There's talking animals. Do y'all believe in talking animals? In Bahlam, the talking donkey. Do y'all believe in that? I'm just curious because I want to know.
I mean, here's the thing. If you even look at the descriptions of certain angels in heaven, you guys ever look at the descriptions of the angels in heaven? If you actually believe in Christianity and you looked at the heavens, angels, the cherubim that has multiple eyes all throughout its body with 10 wings and all that, what would you consider that if you literally saw that today? You wouldn't think that was an angel. You'd call that an alien.
I just want to know who lives in the belly of a whale. I just need to know who can live there for 3 days.
I'm just saying, you know, we are very limited.
No, it's not that. It's what happens is, I told you, people believe, you believe in something because of where you were born. That's all. If you were born in Viking, you would believe in Odin.
Yeah, that's true. And then here's the thing, even if slavery, you were taken away from your original religion, but you were told to believe in this one. So you did. It's okay. You got to believe in something.
Got to.
How else are they going to control you? God forbid you're a free thinker. Damn, did I just say God forbid? Because God wants you to be a free thinker. You know what I'm saying?
No, not at all. Not at all. My thing is, why did God need to rest?
On the seventh day?
Yeah.
He didn't. He's God. But in the Bible, it says he did. And he patted himself on the back and said, "This is good." Like he didn't know it was going to come out perfect the first time.
I need to know your excuse to how everybody lives like 900 years. And now we only live like a couple.
I think there was a limitation put on us after we did something as far as life. I forgot what the action was in the Bible, they said, but there was a reason why all of a sudden our life was shorter than what it was before.
I want y'all to think about this. God killed everything to make the world less violent. He killed everything to make it violent. Man.
He rested to create the Sabbath. What? Is that your best answer?
But didn't God create evil? Wouldn't God know that the Satan would be evil?
So again, why do the round robin thing when you already know what's going to happen?
So God
forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, if you already knew she was going to bite the apple or the forbidden fruit by being tested by Satan and telling her that God was lying to her and she believed him. Why did God give her such a trusting mind that she would believe Satan over him? And he created her from nothing beside a rib, quote unquote, the Bible. Why would you doubt your creator? Does any of this make sense to you? You literally looking at the man that created you from goddamn nothing, and you don't believe a word that comes out of his mouth, but yet and still somebody puts a book in front of you, you read it, and all of a sudden you're supposed to believe every fucking word that's in it? Who proved it to you?
Christianity isn't meant to be taken literally. So how are we supposed to take
it? Jesus. I said Jesus again. I'm trolling right now. I'm sorry. Christianity isn't meant to. Well, that's what I said. It's about choice. And you got to have faith. I said that earlier. And why be so mysterious? If you want somebody to do something, why don't you tell them straight up?
Exactly.
Why does it always have to be clouded in choice and mystery? And who invented that? And why?
No. Yeah, if you want somebody to know something, you just tell them this is what you
tell them plain. This is what I need you to do. What do we always say? Good communication, right? So people don't have to second guess what you mean. You mean to tell me he didn't have that? Of course he did.
What's this man's name? John Cohen. Let me see if I can find how he puts this.
You got it right. It's a simile to describe how to live properly and live a righteous life and be a good human being.
Man, I wish I had time.
Like I said, I mean, even and nobody wants to bring up the fact that God even talked about, the children of, the fallen angels, Nephilims. Where the fuck did they go? You forget that he threw them in a pit and they're supposed to come back. They haven't come back yet.
So then angels had sex with people.
Right. And they grew giants. Man. And those were called children of,
them angels. Look, when they say, look, you must have been an
angel. The daughters of men, and they were struck with them and they actually cursed themselves. And trust, let me tell you this. While they cursed themselves and did all these things, they're the ones that taught human beings how to fashion weaponry, how to put on makeup, how to make armaments, and also about magic and astrology. So
you
that were given to you by God's angels. Witchcraft or curses. They cursed themselves not to tell on each other when they slept with the daughters of men. Magic, astrology, weaponry, gunpowder, things like that. They taught all human beings those things. We didn't know about that. We didn't have that knowledge. So they cheated and advanced us how many years for telling us these things? And they already fucked up the plan anyway.
And you know what? Our sin was death. Huh?
So God didn't know that? God didn't know they were going to do that?
God put something in there that he knew would tempt us to show them that. So God created us to be flawless, to say we can make a choice, and gave us something to choose that he knew that we wouldn't pass. Would you ever, I'm just wondering, would you ever do that to your children? Would you ever give them a test that you knew that they would fail just so you can punish them forever? Because we're supposed to be the children, right? Why would you do that? Oh, I don't know.
See, there's a trick question in the Bible that says God forgives all sin. So at the end of the day, is anybody really going to hell? Aside from the angel who went against him?
And here's the thing, Jewish people, so this is the question I really want you to answer. I'm going to look this up. Because, all right, my question to the group is this. Was Jesus a Jew? That is the question.
Are you asking, was he a Jew by birth? Are you asking?
Yeah, correct. Was he a Jew?
He was born of immaculate conception.
He was a Jew. Jesus was a Jew. So my question is, the second question is there a hell? I asked that for this reason. Jesus was a Jew. Do you know what Jews do not believe in? Jews don't believe in hell. There's no such thing as hell in Judaism. Nothing. You don't go to hell.
There wasn't a Messiah in Judaism.
Look, listen.
You go to purgatory? What do they say, purgatory? Yeah, purgatory was already destroyed, so the Christians believe, but the Jews still think there's a purgatory because Jews didn't want to acknowledge Messiah being Jesus. So they still think there's a purgatory, even though purgatory has been closed. Do not open.
I want to say this because we say Satan. Jews do not believe in Satan. Huh? Hold up. Jesus was a Jew. So if Jesus was a Jew, how did your Bible start telling you that Jesus went to hell when it just says in here, there is no such thing as hell. There is no such thing as Satan. Jews do not believe in Satan as an independent rival to God. Instead, they just believe that there's an adversary, an accuser, like a prosecutor, which means he's on the side of God. There is no tester, there is no tempter. So you got to tell me this. If Jesus was a Jew and Jews don't believe in hell or Jews don't believe in Satan, how did Jesus believe in that?
Or who changed the Bible?
Correct. I need to
know. Dun, 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 dun. Who changed it?
So tell me.
How come the Torah and the Bible are so different?
Correct. Jesus was a Jew. Jesus practiced, remember when he died, it was Passover, which is what we're about to have now. Jesus practiced
the recognition of the holiday of what? Moses freeing the Israelites from Egypt.
Yep. Well, not that. It's actually where they put the blood on top of the wall so that the spirit would pass over.
Right. That's a reflect.
Yeah, that's Easter. So my question is, Jesus was a Jew who did not believe in hell or did not believe in Satan, yet he went to hell and he was tempted by Satan. Somebody got to explain that for me. I don't know. And now y'all believe in talking snakes. I mean, come on.
Are you literally thinking the Satan came as a snake? Or was it literal in saying he had a slick talk and they called it a serpent's tongue? Yeah. Supposedly, Satan's the most beautiful angel in heaven. Why would he look like a snake? And why would you believe that?
Yeah.
So he could be more
Doctor
believable.
biblical text to perpetuate an agenda. That's what we are. That's how you control people.
Yeah, that's how you control the population. We talked about that earlier. How did we get black people on task again? You got to have something for them to believe in all at the same time. Doesn't religion make you do that?
Didn't God create snakes? So I mean, what? So snake is what bad? Oh man, yes and yes. Jesus, earthly royalty through David. Now let's help y'all like that. That is incorrect. You know why? LG, I need you to explain that. You said it's through David. Who is Jesus's dad?
He doesn't have a dad on this planet. He was
So-
born by what? Immaculate conception. So was he the son of the lineage of David? Was Mary that? Or was Joseph that? Because in the old days, you only counted the father. You didn't count where the mother came from, did you?
Correct. Exactly.
So he was an adopted son of Joseph, which he called him father, but his true father was who? God. Heaven and hell are mental, emotional, spirits states that people experience in life. Correct. Hell on earth.
But
Heaven
not
on earth.
according to the Bible. What am I checking? John.
I mean, technically, they do say in Revelations that God will clear the earth, rebuild it in 7 days, and it will be heaven on earth.
I can't read 1 through 12. That's long. 1 through 12. Come on, but you got to give me one verse.
Mary is of the bloodline of David. Okay.
But you still go through your daddy.
Was Mary mother of Jesus?
So is Jesus the way, the truth, and the life? Who else was the way and the truth and the life? Let's see.
So basically, it says, yes, traditionally Mary is understood to be from the line of King David, but the evidence depends on how the gospel genealogists are interpreted. It says traces lineage from Abraham, King David, to Joseph. But like you said, Joseph had nothing to do with it. That was all on Mary. So where's the line for Mary? It doesn't track females. Luke's genealogy represents Mary's lineage. Mary comes in the text, and Mary see, they have to argue certain things because certain things are not so apparent in order to make that work.
You have to change it around.
Because you don't track the lineage of women. You usually track the sons only.
All right.
I'm looking at all kind of charts.
Here goes the problem. I'm gonna ask two questions. Let me go through the first one. Let me ask this. Let me put this on mute real quick.
You're muted right now. Just so you know. Joseph was in the same house, of David. But if the baby was born of immaculate conception, Joseph had nothing to do with it. So then you have to go back and look at Mary's lineage. And it does say it's an argument that she was part of Luke's lineage, which is also the lineage of David, which falls in line to keep it on the up and up.
Christina Lee is somewhat correct, but this is how they trick you. So this is what I asked. Oh man, come on. So in the Bible, they track lineage through the men. That's how you get through the tribes. Then they made a switch. And this is in 300 BC. The Hebrew Bible often describes paternal lineage through scholarship, then note a shift towards maternal principle during late antiquity. So they changed it. So you was traced through men. And then to justify Jesus, you had to trace it through women.
Right, because there was no way to track it until after that happened.
That is correct.
Like, God damn, now we got to go back and check to make sure Jesus is part of that line. So then they had to change up. She says in Islam, you do track through the man.
And see, this is how Orthodox, they track through the women. Reform, they track through the men. Kayak Jews, they track through the father. So it's whatever you do to make it right for you. That's what we do. It's whatever you do to make it fit to your needs. That's how we do it. All I know is Jesus went to hell to redeem who was already there.
Right.
That's
part of purgatory. That's the purgatory part.
No, but we just said there was no hell. What Jews actually believe.
Jews believe in purgatory, but like I was saying while you were reading that, purgatory has been closed. When Jesus died, he went to purgatory and brought Abraham and everybody up out of there. So there is no purgatory. Where Judaism is still thinking there is a purgatory, there isn't one. It's been closed.
Let's see. Yeah, brother, if I just don't believe nobody living to 500 or 900 years old. What changed? It all goes back. I mean, let me know, because y'all believe that a talking whale, y'all believe that a donkey start talking, or somebody lived in a whale. You believe a donkey is talking, you believe somebody, somebody was a virgin and had a kid, somebody died and came back. Everything. Let's see what happened when I don't know what happened.
Yeah, she was trying to please God, and God wasn't too happy, and that's where the break.
Went to hell. Oh man.
As a selfish thing, Abraham laid down so that he could have a son and an heir. And even though God had already told his wife that he would give her a child, she didn't believe him. Again, another doubtful woman. And I'm not trying to make that sound like it's a bad, it is kind of bad, but I'm just saying, I don't mean it that way, but for some reason, we're very simpish. Some of y'all, very simpish. Y'all do whatever.
I'm gonna question. I'm looking at what somebody said.
Which one? So I can highlight it and bring it up.
No, it just said that Jesus descended to hell between his death and resurrection. Because somebody said this.
Yeah.
Rather than suffering was triumph, where he announced his victory to the spirits imprisoned and liberated, the Old Testament saints awaiting him. The way I'm reading this is the saints was in hell. What the hell?
No, it was an area between hell and heaven, and it was called purgatory. That's what I'm talking about. And they even said it in the Judean thing that you just read about. They don't believe in hell, but there was a purgatory.
No,
but that's
he went to bring the souls of the righteous people who died before his crucifixion to heaven. So he went to hell. So why did those people go to hell?
They didn't go to hell. They went to purgatory. I'm trying to tell you, they did not get punished like that because they were still good, but they couldn't go to heaven.
Oh man.
So he had to go and pick them up and take them.
Man, we got some stories for you, boy. I mean,
anything to make it make sense. You get what I'm saying?
And you got
how you had to fix that story to make it make sense.
Man. Okay.
Yeah, I know. And I have to say this. Yeah, there's a lot of things, even as a Christian religion, you shouldn't be celebrating Christmas. Christmas is a pagan holiday. We went through that. Remember? We had a whole thing about holidays and whether they were really based on real life fact or some kind of pagan ritual. Halloween, Christmas, all those things are all timed around pagan holidays.
There's zero sun worship in Christianity. I tell you what, we about to have Easter. Go to any church and see what they do on sunrise service.
Sunrise service.
I already know this. Let's see. Service. I know because I go by all. Let's see if they got the images of people standing outside.
Palm Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the week before.
They got Easter sunrise service. What you mean, bro? Now, I see them everywhere. They got an Easter Sunday where you go out and be with the sun. Oh, man. It's we believe in anything.
If it's in black and white, a lot of people have a problem with reading between the fucking lines. That's why I say I really pay attention to words for a reason. It ain't all that obvious.
It's crazy, man. And wait, was he there 3 days? I got to count.
Wait, where 3 days?
He died on Friday.
Yeah, he was risen on a third day.
So Friday to Saturday.
There's another third day.
Saturday to Sunday. Sunday to Monday. Let me see. My counting's wrong. Let me think about that.
I don't know if he died on a Friday. I don't know if they actually
because that's why they do Friday.
No,
Friday
man, that part and all this stuff with the religions and saying it's always on a Sunday. Nobody can time it like that. And obviously the days rotate. So if it was Sunday last year, it would be Monday the year after that, and it would be Tuesday the year after that, because it would actually be the day, not the day, but it would be the date, that specific date. They're not doing that. They're just saying Sunday. And
no, he Good Friday. That's what it's called. Good Friday. That's why we call it Good Friday, because he died on Friday. So Friday.
So you guys don't even have the right dates. The Sabbath
Saturday.
is the Saturday.
He is risen on the Friday. No, he wasn't.
supposed
He
to
wasn't
rest
risen on a
on the
Friday. It's called
seventh
Good
day.
Friday because that's the day he
No.
died.
Why would he rise again on the rest day? Remember, the 7th day is the day of rest. The Sabbath is Sunday.
No, see that?
Saturday.
No,
Come on, man.
no. See, this is where y'all all jacked up, and this
That's
I know
right.
y'all never know what y'all talk about. Let me show you something because a lot of y'all don't know this, and I'm gonna show you. Oh, man, this one doesn't. Let me do it on here.
Exactly. Say that again. God is not the author of confusion.
I'm gonna do any one on here. Let's see if I can just ping this one. All right. Incorrect.
The first thing it says is, do not alter my scriptures. And they already did it.
That's what I want to show you, because a lot of y'all do this, but I don't know how y'all don't do this, man. This here is a regular calendar. It is a calendar.
It is not a 12-month calendar either.
That's whatever.
Yeah, that's an old calendar. Yeah.
What day does the week begin on?
They say Monday.
No,
But it's really
What day does the week begin on? She can come in here. She all right. What does it get? That's a Sunday.
Yeah.
So Sunday is the first day of the week or the last day of the week?
It's the first day.
So the last day of the week would be what?
It's the Sabbath, which is Saturday. I've been saying that.
I know, but why you keep going to church on Sunday? I'm just asking, why you keep going to church on Sunday?
Rest, and it's not.
I don't know, man. You keep going to church on Sunday, but it's Saturday. Isn't that crazy? How y'all do that? And then y'all say the days don't matter. See how y'all it's always convenient. The days don't matter no more.
Yo, they got diabolical when they changed that Bible, bro. I'm trying to tell you. When the Pope and them had that Bible, they said, let's get this straight so we can go ahead and conquer the world. Who was bowing down to him?
Solomon was a voodoo worshiper, right? Y'all know that, right?
Well, look at the rituals. There's no such thing as a ritual in the Bible until the Catholics got a hold of it. Why are they wearing these certain type of robes?
Do spells. Is it spells? Spells. That would be all messed up. Let's say this. I'm just curious because I thought the Bible says you shouldn't do spells, and it says King Solomon used a magical ring to command demons to build his temple. Wow, that. King Solomon had a magical ring.
Didn't I just tell you when the angels fell, they taught us incantations and curses and spells? Didn't I say that came from heaven? We didn't know that shit before they got here. Exactly. The Pope was a AKA Roman emperor. And he did it in a diabolical way, using religion to conquer.
Saturday is the Sabbath day. Hold on, man. This is crazy. Saturday is the Sabbath day, which is the day to rest. So Sunday people go to church. No. Sabbath. God damn, man. Sabbath is the day you're supposed to rest. That's why he built the world in 6 days and rested on the 7th day, because you were supposed to rest and worship on the Sabbath.
So the argument is Monday the first day or Sunday?
I don't know, man. Miss Divine saying you go to church on Sunday because I don't know why you go to church on Sunday. But let's just look it up. What day?
Thank you. Welcome to the live, by the way. We do have the link pinned in the chat if you'd like to come up and join the panel.
Miss Day, let's see. Saturday. Oh man. Why is it that Jewish people? My question would be this then. Why is it that Jewish people on sundown on Friday to sun up on whatever day, they don't do anything? Because they celebrate the Sabbath. Jewish people they don't have no phone, they don't use no card, they use no kind of electronics. Observe from Friday sunset to Saturday nightfall. That is the Sabbath. And that's what Jesus practiced. Jesus practiced on that day. And now you telling me you doing it on Sunday? What the hell? See how we got to explain so much. When you got to explain all of this, it makes it even more diabolical. My man saying Jesus was a passport, bro.
Damn.
He said Jesus went down and got the prostitutes. I think that's bath houses, not bad houses. Yeah, let's see.
I mean, truly, Jesus was a rebel.
Yeah, without a cause.
Well, he had a cause.
Oh. How many of y'all gonna be getting Easter eggs on yeah, I don't know. I can't say it is. I just know that there was other people at the same time of Jesus proclaiming the same thing. Y'all still got to tell me, man. Do y'all still believe in donkeys talking? And do y'all believe that somebody spent 3 days inside of a whale? Sometimes we throw logic out, man. We just throw logic out the window. Tons of Easter eggs. That's right. That's the pagan in us. That's the pagan in us. Never claim to be God. All I know is this: all these wars that we starting are in the name of some type of religion. So whether you're, we got LJ. LJ, you up this early? Come on, LJ, bring it to us. Come on in, brother. You might get us tonight. Today, you might win this argument, man, because we've been going for 11 hours, and I'm kind of.
He said you might get him at a moment of weakness.
Yeah,
oh, no,
yeah, you got me at a moment of weakness.
Get him at a moment of weakness, LJ. Put it on.
How y'all feeling this morning?
Boy, we need to be asleep a long time ago.
Yeah. Welcome to the marathon.
Man, I'm looking
at
y'all's calendar.
I'm giving y'all 10 more minutes and I'm gone.
Okay. Look, I know I put it in the chat already, but the Bible is a story written by literary scholars and it's been reinterpreted over 50 times. You got 50 different Bibles written out there. It's just a story on how people should live. It's not to be taken 100% literal. And I think that's the thing that you're touching on, Fearless, that you can't take these stories so little to the point that you think they're real. They're just good lessons that people ought to be talking about to live good lives.
But to live good lives, it tells the slave master how to treat the slave. Is that
when you're dealing with people? When you're dealing with people that were already, you got to remember also too. I put this in the chat as well. Like for instance, the very inception of Hebrews, first concept came up when they were enslaved in Egypt. If you do historical paleontological and archaeological studies, Ramses was not even pharaoh when supposedly Hebrews were enslaved. So there's always this disconnect between what's real, what actually happened historically, what the Egyptians chronicle, and what's in the Bible. So even when I was teaching world history and talking about that time, I always tell my students, believe what your parents want to tell you. Believe that. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm just giving you straight facts. I don't argue facts. You know, facts are facts. We can't argue that. And the thing that gets things convoluted is when we try to take.
By the way, this is Joe Clark on his first live appearance
and apply them to the real world. They're just not real.
That's Joe Clark.
That's my only point, that when I taught world history and talked about religions with public school students, that's the thing I always stress them. These are stories to teach you how to be good people. Like, for instance, the 10 Commandments, same thing. It's common sense, but you're dealing with people that didn't have strong moral structures. That's why in the Bible, Moses had to set off every single thing to make sure these quote unquote chosen people could be the example that quote unquote God wanted them to be. They didn't know how to clean themselves. We all know that most Europeans still don't know how to bathe properly either. He had to tell them how to bathe and clean themselves, how to kill and properly eat and prepare food. He had to teach them basically how to be civilized. And that applies even to this day. We know there's people even today that don't know how to bathe and clean themselves now. Adults.
Yeah, they don't.
I see it. I'm in public schools. I see it and smell it every day.
But my thing
every
is
day.
We say that God was good, but even like the what the Jews call it now, be like the Amalekites.
Yeah.
You know, and God said, kill every man, woman, child, and livestock.
Every beast, leave nothing. But you remember also in those stories too, you had God, those men that were supposed to follow those commandments of God, disobey God as well. I want to believe it's Saul that also disobeyed God when he was given that same order.
Yeah, he didn't kill the king.
Right. So again,
but my thing is, what kind of God has you kill everything? Because the children didn't do nothing. What the hell did the animals do to you, man?
Well, the children would be raised up in order to
a warrior
seek
online
revenge.
right now.
Right, the children would be raised up to seek revenge for their parents and their.
But then what you're telling me is God kills the innocents,
especially the male children.
Yeah,
God kills the innocents,
and that's why we get to the point is they're really innocent if God sees them that way too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the hell did the dogs do to you, man?
Here's the thing.
I mean, was the cows evil? I mean, was the chickens evil?
They were here, just like we said in the earlier when we were talking about.
I don't eat chicken, so I don't worry about it.
Right, just like we were talking about the
I guess they was evil, and for vegetarians, they was evil. Get rid of them.
No. Vegans, brother. There's vegans in the Bible too. You missed my comment that says veganism in the Bible. But seriously though, you got a warrior on here right now. When he's giving orders to take out, destroy everything, you take out and destroy everything. So again, you can take the good and the bad from a Bible. Just remember, this was written by literary scholars, by a king that practiced witchcraft.
But think about this. Why would I have to look? You a God. I'm gonna ask this. You a God. You have everything. Why is it I gotta kill an animal for you? Because you're not eating it. Why I gotta kill an animal for you?
He froze. Right when he said,
I froze.
No, the fearless froze for a second.
Why do I have to kill an animal for you?
I mean, that was a sign of obedience.
Yes.
When he had you sacrificing. And then the sacrifice was supposed to be of your best.
Who is that good for? That good for the animal.
The sacrifice was supposed to be of your best. Your first.
No, but why? If you are a God, what you don't need
as an order of obedience to him. That's it.
And appreciation.
So think about that. I just want y'all to think how that is. If we do that today, we was human sacrificing. If I said to people in what is that movie? Apocalypse Now? No, Apocalypto, with the Aztecs.
Oh yeah, Mel Gibson's movie.
Yeah, when they was killing the people for the sun. Now, when they had them up there and they was killing them, we would say, man, you are crazy. You killing people to bring that. But if I said they did it in the Bible, we say, yep, that's right. That's what you're supposed to do.
Or fearless, or symbolically drinking blood and eating flesh.
Yeah, and that's what when you say Jesus, that's what we do.
It's all symbolic, though. It's again, this is what I mentioned in one of the comments too. We're taking these quote unquote rituals, such as the ones we just talked about for Hebrew, Israelite, Judaism. I'm not going to get into the labels of it. That's a deeper conversation. But we take these practices, I'll call them that, and take them to the extreme and literal, without remembering what they symbolize and represent. Us taking the teachings and life of Jesus into our lives and then applying them to the best of our ability here in the real world. Instead, we take them to this literal, this is how it happened, A, B, C, D, when all four gospels, and a lot of times, leave out, contradict. That's the reason why the Council of Nicene was assembled in, I believe, in the 4th century, if my memory serves me right, to try to clarify a lot of things and take a lot of things out. I think Ronan mentioned about the angel sleeping with humans. That book of the Bible's been removed, and those stories and those things have been taken out as well. So I tell, whether it's my own family, read the Bible, read it from the lens of, okay, what can I take from this? What does the
talking donkey have
they
to
did and apply it to my
me?
life?
Where did you get a talking donkey
have to
from? I'm lost on that. Where do you see a talking donkey from?
Oh, you don't know about the talking donkey?
Right, you sound real crazy right now.
Oh man.
No, he meant the burning bush.
No, he's literally saying donkey. He ain't saying bush.
Do y'all not read your Bible? Y'all don't read the Bible.
I don't remember that story ever in my life.
Oh, wait a minute, there is one. There is one. There is one.
Donkey
He's
up
right.
in here,
I'm being funny, but there is one.
The story of the talking donkey, where God opens the mouth of Balaam, the donkey, to rebuke the prophet for his greed and disobedience. The donkey was talking.
So God possessed the donkey in order to talk to
the
Bob.
donkey, seen an angel with a sword, turned away 3 times. The Lord opened the mouth of an ass. The donkey was talking, brother. The talking donkey acts as a divine intervention.
Yeah, Shrek's talking donkey. Good Lord, I never knew about that. That is something new to me, and I must have skipped over that story so many times. I don't even remember anything like that.
So, look, LJ turned off the camera. He going through McDonald's drive-thru right now.
Hey, look, I'm trying to keep him off. Son getting ready to win his powerlifting state championship.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, his coach is getting ready to take him out. That's why that's the other reason why I'm out in the car so early. I just wanted to make sure. I saw y'all still on. I was like, they still on.
Yeah, this is a wild one. This is a wild one for real.
Hey, Ronan, Fearless. See, this is the reason why I'm vegan, because veganism tells me I need to get my 8 hours. See, I'm not young men like y'all.
I young
35, 40 years old, stay up all night, stay up 2
Bro,
nights in a row.
we're about the same age. What you mean?
I gotta take my ass to sleep.
Wait, LJ, how old are you? I think we were at the same age.
I'm serious. I'm 49.
Oh,
I'm an old man.
Bruh, stop.
See all this gray I got right
Let
now.
me tell you. I'm gonna tell these people something. Let me tell y'all something. So, because I'm looking at Jasper, man, my curiosity. So let me tell you, brother. Let me tell you my journey. I grew up in the church. I did all that. I mean, from the rolling Bible, the speaking tongues, the healing, and everything you did. So what I did to myself was I said, you know what? I was listening to what other people tell me about what was in the Bible and this. And I said, I am going to sit back and I am going to read. I'm going to take it from cover to cover. I'm going to look at this
3 times.
And here's the bad part. The more that I read, the more I said, what the hell am I reading? The more that I got into it and and this is the part.
Not listening to a pastor, but you reading it.
And this is the part that really people don't want to do. And this is, I'm going to say this and it's going to sound bad. The smarter you become, the less of a believer you will be.
You become,
because you start to analyze things, and when you take a step back and you say, hold up, during this same time, these same things was happening around the world that had nothing to do with Christianity. China was building this wall. Incas was building something down here that had nothing to do with Christianity, and we formed it. And then you sit back more and you say, well, What causes somebody to be a Christian? And you look and say, well, it's really your mother was a Christian or your father was a Christian. And if you tried to tell my grandmother that Jesus was not a Christian, she'd be like, huh? And you can't even work with her. Say, baby, you know, he was a Jew. And they was listen to somebody else say something for so long that that's just what they believe. And when you step back, and here's what I was trying to tell you, LJ, when we were talking about Dr. Sabi and you, Ronan. We analyze what we believe. When we believe it, you can't tell us anything different. Meaning, if I tell you Jesus died and rose on the cross, you're like, yes, he did. If I tell you in Hindu, there's the monkey god that did this, you say that dude is crazy. Because we believe in something and we lived it, it's just fact. We don't question it. That's it. We don't question it because we were raised in it.
And what makes that monkey god no more important or less important
Correct.
than the one?
If I said Zeus or Odin, you would say all of that is crazy because you were born here and you don't question it because you were born there. Any other way I explain something to you, if I said, man, there was a boat that took every animal in the world, you'd be like, I'm crazy. I'm like, look, my daughter got pregnant, but she never had sex. You'd be like, yeah, you're crazy. Right. My uncle died for 3 days. We buried him and he came back to life. Brother, you crazy. Right. If I told you that about any other religion, you would question it and say that's unreasonable. But because we believe something or you're born with something, you never question it. And so the more research I did, and then I start really looking at history and saying what came before Christianity. If our word and the people were only here for 6,000 years and people were here for 150,000 years, what were they believing in before there was ever a book? And then I started looking at Zoroastrianism. That's why I brought up Iran and that, because before Christianity, you had somebody who was that religion. And usually what happens is with world powers or with religion or whatever, it's whatever power wins out. It's not whatever power was there. It's whatever was there at the time. Before Jesus, there was other messiahs. There was messiahs 16. At the time of Jesus that died. Right. It's just one person wins out, and that's who we say it is. So it's not when the person says that, look, I pray, I was like, man, I gotta be able to speak in tongues, brother. What's the sign? All that. Everything. I went and I looked and I said,
cast out demons, all that.
And what I found is we just question it. And the more you start to say, man, this, and the reason I know you just came on, we showed how big was the universe. And really, when you showed the size of our known universe,
further out you get,
we are one grain of sand on an entire beach.
If that much.
If that. And then
human beings are so limited in our mindset. All that was just built for just us to waste the space, right? God just made that for one person.
And these people are arguing over whether God is black. And I'm like, bruh, would one grain of sand on a beach matter if it was black or white?
Would matter to them.
Exactly.
I guess when it comes to even with our conversation about Dr. Sabi, or even this one is this, like I said before, when people get results from when they believe something, they get results and they see change in their life and don't ever really keep going deeper and keep studying. Because even studying more, and I won't get into the Dr. Sabi thing, but even with religion, the more I studied just like you, the more disconnected I became with the big three religions. Still love the brothers and sisters that are in them, but I started leaning even more towards science to explain some of the things that the Bible.
Once I read the book of Enoch, I was like, I'm done.
Fill in the gaps for me.
Yeah. Once I read the book of Enoch, I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
You are a vegetarian and you look at all your minerals and all of that.
Yeah.
But all of those are in the universe, man.
Right.
If a meteor came, a meteor would have iron. It would have all of those things that make up in you is in that. So when someone says we are made of stars, we are actually made of stars.
Stars.
Because all all that's in us. Well, there was a time when there was a rain god and it was a Poseidon in the ocean because we couldn't explain something. And the more and more we got knowledge, the less and less we took those things away. But we still hold on to supernatural. I mean, we are supernatural things. We got Friday the 13th. Don't walk under things we don't even know. I know my grandmother. And down in Mississippi, it's like don't throw a hat on the bed or don't step on a broom or something. You know, I think, what the hell?
Don't step on a crack.
Yeah. So we just have all of these things that become superstition.
Yeah.
And you're not here, but we showed an optical illusion. And we looked at it, and the dude explained it. Like, this is going in a circle, and you know that this is going in a circle. Matter of fact, I'm going to put a pin on here so you can see exactly where it's going. And then it would...
I'll go ahead and play it for you so everybody else can see it.
So we can show you.
Okay.
Amen.
Because we were talking about spirits and things like that. Yeah, you got it there?
Spirits running around here.
Hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick.
And the reason I showed this is because when people say, I seen a ghost or I seen this, I can believe you because your mind, even though you know something, it's only going to take a minute. Go ahead and blow that up. Go ahead.
Let it go. Now you know that it's turning around in circles. In fact, if you look at it from above, you can see that it's turning around in a circle. But now your brain is doing something strange. It's telling you that it's not going around in a circle, but it's oscillating. In other words, it's turning part way, stopping, and then going back the other way. Now that's a strange effect, isn't it? But if you think that's strange, wait till I add something through the middle. What am I going to add? Well, I'm going to add a ballpoint pen. And to do that, I've placed a little piece of double-sided sticky tape on the ballpoint pen. You can use ordinary sticky tape if you like. I'll place it right through the center of the window and press it in place like that. Now this time, by fixing on the pen, you'll be able to see that the pen is going around in a circle and not going backwards and forwards. But what's your brain going to tell you about the window? Will your brain allow you to see the window going around in a circle with the pen? Or are you going to see something really strange? Well, have a look at that. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
You know
you can see the pen going around in a circle.
What's happening. You
but
know
your
that
brain is telling you that the
not
window
going
is
through that.
going partway around and turning and going the other way.
But your
and yet
brain
in order
is
to
just
do that, the two things have to pass through one another, the pen and the window. You know it's not possible. You know it can't happen. And yet as you look at it,
your
you see
brain
them going through
fills in the
one another.
gaps. When you can't, what happens is your brain, because your brain can't do it, your brain fills in that space, and so we believe it. That's what happens in a lot of life. When we can't explain something, our brain fills it in. And we're just like, well, that's what happened. It must be going through it or something. So if somebody says, I seen a ghost or I seen this, it's probably true. What they think they seen something. Because your brain is that powerful to say this happened.
Or you say, or you talk to a burning bush.
Exactly.
Or talk to a snake.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button, please. Please, please, please. Hit the like button at the least. As long as we've been going and entertaining you guys, even with random conversations, please hit the like button. Thank you.
Yeah, hit that like button. Let me put mine in here.
Yeah, I got mine.
So that's what happens, and I think, and it wasn't. And here's the thing: when we're talking about Dr. Sabi, and not to bring him.
Oh my God, we're going there.
I got off of it.
No, I'm bringing it up to say this. Just like in faith, if somebody prayed and it healed them, they believe it. And there's nothing you're going to be able to say or do it. If you took a diet and that helps you, there's nothing I'm going to be able to say to convince you otherwise.
Right.
If you show me that thing oscillating, I said, look, that pen went through there. There's nothing you can tell me that it didn't because I just seen it with my own eyes. My eyes.
That's when people say I seen it with my own eyes. Your eyes play tricks on you.
I got blood work to prove it works. I got blood pressure and other things measurements say it works.
Okay, y'all going off on that tangent, even though you said
okay. I'm off. I know how to get about the paint.
Fearless likes to pull people in.
No. What I'm saying is,
don't do it. Don't let them pull
any of that stuff is like religion. If we believe it to be true, it's true, and there's nothing I can do to convince you. No, I can give you all the evidence in the world, and you can say, look, this diet helped me. Just like with somebody with prayer, I can tell them, look, no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And they say, look, I prayed it away. How can I tell you you didn't pray it away? You prayed, you felt better. So your prayer made you feel better. I can't take that away from you. There's nothing I can say to do that. That's just how it is. So that's even with religion. People do something, they feel a certain way. God did it. Now, if they felt better without praying, they never give credit to whatever. It just happened. We just get like that. Whatever we cannot explain.
LJ, you see that window behind me, brother? There was little
I see
light
it.
coming. There was little light coming through there, brother. Now look at it. It's dark as hell out there.
Hey, gotta love the Philippines, brother. I love the time zone.
Hey.
Y'all about what? 13
It's
hours ahead of us? I mean, behind us?
It's 8 o'clock right now. It's 8 p.m.
Man.
And I got on here at 8:30. 8:30.
Beautiful.
They calling you Cat Williams. They calling you Cat Williams.
Believe me, it was warm today. It was warm today. I'm sitting here feeling the heat. Believe me.
Hey,
I've been
it's
hydrating
there
all
from
day.
everything I've seen.
Oh yeah, it is beautiful. I ain't gonna doubt that. It ain't. Believe me, I'm not upset being here.
Here's my other thing. And not to get on the Bible. People say they Christians, but most of the New Testament is Paul.
Yep. And and don't forget a lot of Peter. You know, Peter has a good portion in there as well.
Yeah. So you're not listening to what you know when Jesus said, I didn't come here to change the laws. He said that.
Right.
But
he came
in order to make it for everyone, we have to do certain things.
But fearless, keep in mind to remember the Roman Emperor Constantine assembled religious leaders 300 years after he supposedly died.
Yep.
And reorganized and rewrote and reinterpreted the Bible.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And people always wonder, like, why we have this is how I always used to remember days or months. You would say every knuckle was 31 days, like January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. You have to hit that twice. The reason why July has 31 days and August has 31 days and October has 31 days has nothing to do with the days. It was Augustus Caesar, Octavius Caesar, and Julius Caesar. I'm explaining how the days go.
Oh, hey, gentlemen. Hey, look, Fierce, before you jump into that, I got to log off. I've been given breakfast order to pick up, and nothing I can eat except some coffee. That's all I can eat.
You gotta smell all that.
Look, this is how I started off my night, man.
It's
there torturing you with all that vile food over there.
It was a jalapeno martini.
Look.
I want to try one of those. Look, when I get to the Dallas Metro, I want you to take. I want to try one.
LJ, that's a little girl drink. You gonna watch this brother? Listen.
Stronger.
Oh, it was strong.
No, that brother. No, he don't drink strong. He cuts everything. He don't drink nothing straight.
Oh, no.
He be sipping on that thing, or he actually cut it, but no, nothing straight, bro. He can't handle his liquor.
Oh Lord. Okay.
That's
I'm
what
vegan.
I
I can handle mine. See, no more tease me about my veganism, no more. Especially being here in the deep.
He can't even handle his own liquor. He over there cutting everything up. Got Coke sitting right next to his drink.
But anyway, but hey, I'm gonna definitely go back and rewatch the portions I missed and leave some comments in there for y'all.
All right, brother. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Hey, look, love y'all. Hey, look, Ferris. I don't know if you notice this green. This is a good green. Let me unbuckle because I'm over sitting in this parking lot.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that shirt, baby. Look at that shirt.
Oh,
Look
he's got a shirt on. Hey, I can just see one of mine now.
Hey, send it to me in the WhatsApp because I want to order one for you too. Look, I told my son when he wins, I'm gonna have to buy him one just like this.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
I'm gonna get him one.
All right, brother. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right,
appreciate
your
support.
Y'all be blessed. Bless Jim. I'll
appreciate
catch y'all on
brother.
replay.
Yeah. And that's dedication. You replay this whole goddamn episode, you really dedicated.
Yeah. Well, you ready to call it a night, man? I know we got the views, but I'm so tired. I've been up. I ain't been asleep yet.
I'm cool with it. I'm
still going.
We getting off of here, brother.
You know what kept us on really and truly?
What's that?
You got to get your eyes out that chat, bro. They know how to push your buttons. You let the trolls get to you.
Nah, they crazy.
We went from 3 hours to 11 hours and 31 minutes.
I'm trying to educate them a little bit. And here's my only thing to the people. I just say this, man. And then we're gonna get off of here. Like I told you the story once before, and I'll make it quick. My best professor when I was in college, I said Alexander the Great, and he said, Alexander the Great, why would you call him great? You don't know what he's great for. And he said, before you do anything, you need to question why something is. And so that's what I started doing. I just didn't started taking things as is. Mm-hmm. And the reason we were talking about Dr. Sebi, because we had a discussion the previous week where Dr. Sebi, they said he was this person. I said he's a fraud. And people were so mad at me because I called Dr. Sebi a fraud. Well, the more I looked into it, I was like, this dude said mucus caused disease, drink your own pee, and all this other stuff. And I said, man, it didn't go with me right. So even when it came to religion, I looked at it, man. I was the dude who would read the Bible back and forth, prayed this. And I said, man, we use things just to hurt other people. Mm-hmm. Religion was not to bring us together. It was a control mechanism. Yeah, and divide us. Mm-hmm. It's the most division. You either with us or not with us. You either going to cut the tip of your penis. What the hell? You're going to cut the tip of your penis because I said cut the tip of your penis. You know, it tells you how many of y'all out there, I know them dudes, y'all be doing this every night, watching porn. But y'all do this on Saturday and go to church on Sunday. Y'all fornicate.
Yo, what's up, Iman? Yeah. Iman's like, God damn.
Y'all fornicate.
Yeah, brother. This was a wild one, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, I wouldn't even challenge you to go back and watch this one. It's a long one, bro.
Shoot. So all that said, to go back to what we originally came in for, the little hat Jewish people have convinced the world that they're right, probably due to religion. And because of their religion, they believe that everything they're doing is correct. That's it. I'm not a sinner, I'm a saint.
All right. Yeah, man, this has been a wild one. I can't believe it. 11 hours and 30.
Don't keep going, man. Cut this down to 1 minute on your closing so I can get out of here.
I ain't got nothing to say. I got a video to play, and that's it.
All right. Well, send us out on the video. Hey, catch us next week. Next week, we're going to be talking. What are we talking about?
Next week, we going right at who is a Jew? What is a Jew? Who are
the Jewish people? Mm-hmm. Hey, I love you too, brother. I love you too. And remember, God loves you and Jesus loves you. Jesus loves me, yes, I know, because the Bible told me so.
That's a catchy rhyme, but I'm pushing the button. We out. Let's see what it says. Play outro.
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This
is Hit and Run. Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings, too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the fakes, then we run. Feel us from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning the downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.